Xiao, this is your fault. No matter what, Zhaodi is your sister. Didn't anyone teach you how to behave? Uncle Xiao said right away. Xiao. Wrongdoers should apologize first. Don't always try to make excuses. They say you can tell a person's character at 3 years old. Your thoughts are already so bad now. What will you be like in the future? Uncle Xiao really went on a moral lecture. Xiao Fan couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't ask for details before criticizing someone. That's something his good uncle would do. But he wouldn't just accuse someone without reason like Uncle Xiao. He looked at Zhaodi first. Zhaodi, tell us what really happened. Zhaodi started crying before speaking. She probably thought she was pitiful right now, but in Roy and their eyes, she was just 3 words. Disgusting. Xiao Fan. Since that's the case, Xiao, you go ahead and tell your side. I'll tell. Zhaodi cried out loudly. Roy. He couldn't take it anymore. She had rolled her eyes all day today. He was so tired. Sniff. I wanted Xiao to ride her bike and take me to buy soy sauce. She agreed nicely, but just as I was about to get on, she suddenly sped up, making me fall flat on my. Zhaodi cried very dramatically, but her acting was still poor. Xiao Fan. Xiao, you tell us what happened. I don't know either. After I got on the bike, I suddenly heard Zhaodi crying behind me. I didn't know what was going on, she said, even starting to doubt if Zhaodi was just pretending to be a victim. Zhaodi believed she was definitely right this time. She was sure everyone would support her, so she confidently explained the whole story of how she fell. Loi finally understood and nodded, saying, So, when Xiao got on the bike, you were standing there trying to sit in the back seat, but suddenly realized you had fallen. Yes, Zhaodi nodded angrily, giving Xiao a glare. Loi said, That's your problem. Xiao is not at fault. Zhaodi was speechless. Exactly, Xiao is not at fault. Xiao Aiqin also stepped in to say fairly. You sat in someone else's car and you just stood there foolishly. You should have run and jumped into the back seat. Zhaodi didn't say anything. Uncle Xiao was also left speechless, feeling choked. Loi was angry. He thought Uncle Xiao didn't understand the situation and started criticizing loudly, even asking Xiao to apologize. If Xiao and Xiao Fan hadn't arrived in time, Xiao would have been the one to suffer today. You all bully me. Zhaodi suddenly cried loudly, sobbing and wailing. You favor Xiao. Whatever she does is right, and whatever I do is wrong. I even got hurt, and you still support her. You're just biased. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and she cried even more fiercely. Grandma Xiao looked a bit worried and quickly put Danny down, planning to help Zhaodi up. But as soon as Danny landed, she ran over to hug Xiao and cried loudly, pointing at Zhaodi with her little finger, saying, Bad person, don't bully Auntie Danny. Auntie is not angry.
Danny, ugme.
Danny will protect Auntie. Don't bully her. Danny doesn't like you. You're a bad person, a bad egg. Woo. Don't bully Auntie. Auntie is not crying. Woo. Loi was speechless. When did there become a little drama queen in the family? He knew very well. If Danny was truly upset, her tears would come first. But right now, she was just crying loudly. However, this completely changed the situation, making Zhaodi's "I'm weak, so I have a reason" stance fall apart. For small fights among children, adults usually don't interfere much. Usually, nothing serious happens, and things are often left unresolved. But with Danny causing such a fuss, everyone except Zhaodi and Uncle Xiao was busy feeling sorry for Danny. When children are so obedient, caring, and loving towards elders, who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Everyone gathered around and I to comfort her, quickly forgetting about Zhaodi still lying on the ground. Loi thought that since everyone was so upset, Uncle Xiao would be angry and take Zhaodi home right away. But he didn't. This father and daughter actually stayed for dinner, though they looked a bit unhappy, as if everyone owed them money. Loi didn't bother to serve them. She knew how to show a bad attitude too. If she couldn't win, she would join in and be even more grumpy than Uncle Xiao and Zhaodi. Originally, she planned to cook a few dishes tonight, but now she was too lazy and just boiled a pot of dumplings, each person getting only one serving. Xiao Ai-chin was fine. She had planned to leave after lunch, but stayed a bit longer just to learn some study tips for her kids. Although she seemed to learn something, she also felt like she didn't. The elderly couple in the Xiao family were old and couldn't eat much. So, the most hopeful yet disappointed were Uncle Xiao and Xiao Zhaodi, the difficult father and daughter. Finally, Uncle Xiao couldn't help but complain. "Xiao Fan, you usually eat a lot of fish and meat at night. Why are we only having dumplings tonight?
Oh,
We ran out of soy sauce at home and couldn't cook." Xiao Xiao was supposed to buy some, but Xiao Fan deliberately left the sentence half-finished. Loi thought, oh, so he's an old schemer. Xiao Ai-chin rarely visited her parents' home and was happy this time. In the past, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao always looked at her with sharp eyes. She didn't want to cause trouble or make them dislike her, fearing they might mistreat her elderly parents, so she kept her feelings to herself. She didn't expect her niece-in-law to have such a strong temper, clearly showing, "I just don't like you, but you can't do anything about it." Her good nephew didn't say anything either. Usually silence meant support. She realized how much her nephew cared for his wife. She had never seen this side of him before. Her quiet, reserved nephew could be so caring. Xiao Ai-chin couldn't help but look at her useless son.
Xiuyun, warning.
Warning. Seeing her son quietly eating, Xiao Ai-chin sighed silently and turned her attention to Xiao Xiao, who had scored first in class. "Xiao Jun. All clear? All clear." After sending off the relatives, Loi suddenly asked with a smile, "Did everyone eat enough tonight?" Xiao Xiao muttered, "I'm not full from eating, but I feel full inside." Dai said, "Angry. Dai is going to fight. We need to stop the bad guys." De Huang barked loudly. "Woof woof woof." Xiao Fan sighed. "This family." The next morning, Xiao Fan took the little pig and went alone into the city. Dai kept scolding. "Uncle is a bad guy, a really bad guy. Auntie doesn't want uncle." Xiao Xiao quickly covered Deni's mouth. Although she was upset that her brother took so long to come home and pick up her sister-in-law, she still hoped they could make peace. She definitely didn't want Dai to speak badly. Xiao Fan sold the little pig and his bicycle, then rode the tractor back to the village. As soon as he arrived home, he handed the money from selling things to his wife. Luo Yi looked on but thought, "It's not that bad." The day before leaving, Luo Yi prepared enough important supplies for a month for Ji Lao and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao had dug a small hole in the cow shed to hide things secretly. But that wasn't enough now, so she and Ji Lao dug a few more small holes in the corner of the wall to hide everything. After spending so much time together, Luo Yi was about to leave. Although she was mentally prepared, Ji Lao and Jiang Yao still felt sad and told her many things. They even told her to visit Uncle Qi, whom she had met that day, if she needed help. Ji Lao was worried and wrote down her address, afraid she might get into trouble in the city. Besides Wang Quan, Luo Yi was saying goodbye to her family for the second time. It made her feel sad. "Why are you so sad? Isn't it just a month and you'll be back?" Ji Lao suddenly said, trying to act strong. Jiang Yao glared at him in displeasure. Can't he speak properly? "Uncle Ji, remember to take your medicine on time, and Auntie Jiang too," Luo Yi said.
She didn't know what else to say.
She wasn't good at saying goodbye. In her past life, she was used to being alone, with no attachments. Especially since her close friend kept brainwashing her. "The wise don't fall in love. The lonely king is a scholar, and we will become rich women someday." Finally, Luo Yi hugged Ji Lao and Jiang Yao, saying, "Take care of yourselves. You too," Jiang Yao said, holding back her emotions. She was afraid if she cried, it would make Luo Yi feel worse inside. When Xiao Fan saw Loi sadly coming out of the cattle shed, he felt worried and stepped forward gently to comfort him, saying, "1 month will pass quickly." The two of them remained silent on the way. This time, Xiao Fan didn't stick too close, showing some awareness. There wasn't much to take to the capital, just a small wooden box and 2 sacks of belongings, all packed and ready. They could leave as soon as they woke up tomorrow morning. Many other things at home were not taken. Xiao Fan thought that Loi might need to come back and stay for a few days each month. Early the next morning, the 3 adults, one child, and a dog happily set out. Xiao Fan had arranged a tractor from the village a day before to take them to the ferry dock in the county. Then they took a boat to Sioux City's train station. Xiao and I had never been on a boat before, and they were very happy all along the way. Da Huang felt a bit seasick and vomited several times, almost being teased to death by Loi. But despite the teasing, Loi patiently stayed with him, stroking his back and secretly feeding him spiritual spring water. By around 10 o'clock, their boat reached the shore. Loi carried Da and I in front, while Xiao held the cage with Da Huang behind them. Xiao Fan was at the back. He waited until most of the people on the boat had disembarked before he moved his luggage. But just after Loi stepped ashore, a group of knife-wielding people suddenly rushed out in front. They ran very fast, with fierce expressions, and looked like they were about to catch up. Xiao was so scared he kept retreating, but he still protected his sister-in-law and I behind him, ready to fight if needed. Da Huang, despite feeling seasick, knew at a critical moment to protect the women in front. Loi was also frightened by the scene. He quickly covered Denis's eyes with his hand, worried about scaring the child. Not only them, but other passengers also retreated in fear. Loi looked back to find Xiao Fan, but he was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Xiao Fan was still blocked inside the cabin. So, Xiao Fan could only crawl out from the back cabin, stepping onto the wide boat deck, and ran quickly toward the shore. When Roy saw Xiao Fan, he felt much calmer. "Don't be afraid, I am here," Xiao Fan said, shielding his wife and sister behind him. Now, he was almost standing at the front of all the passengers, just like when he was on duty. The people holding knives were getting closer, almost reaching them, when suddenly they shouted, "Knife for sale!
Traditional craftsmanship.
Buy a knife and get a sharpening stone free. Knife sale. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Big knife sale. Last 3 days. The boss ran away with his mistress. All kitchen knives are sold at a loss, clearance sale." Roy, can't you be less scary? Others, they just wanted to curse. Each of these people was holding several knives, with fierce looks on their faces, pushing forward into the crowd. Roy was speechless. Not only her, but everyone else looked unhappy. They were so scared, yet they were buying knives. They had no money. It turned out that the town's knives were famous. The town organized villagers to sell knives at key traffic points and even gave work points for it. Xiao Fan comforted his very frightened wife and sister, then hurried back to the cabin to find his luggage. Although not valuable, losing it would be troublesome. Roy took Xiao and Da and I to wait on the shore. As soon as Da Huang got ashore, he immediately became lively again. "Eat something," Roy said, worried Da Huang might be hungry since it had just vomited everything. She secretly took a piece of dried meat from her pocket and gave it to him to chew. When Xiao Fan came over carrying bags and packages, everyone set off for the train station. The dock was not far from the station. Xiao Fan also ordered a small hand-pulled cart to carry the luggage, while he took Da and I in his arms. Da and I was very sensible. Although she preferred to stay close to her aunt, she knew not to tire her out at this moment, so she obediently rested on her uncle's shoulder. Before entering the station, Xiao Fan repeatedly assured the staff that once on the train, he would put Da Huang in a cage. Only then did they allow him to pass. Actually, they believed Xiao Fan because he showed his military ID, but they still warned him not to let the dog disturb other passengers. Da Huang was so anxious, he almost nodded in agreement. He has decided to stay with this woman for his whole life. Not only does she feed him well and give him good drinks, but she also made him a soft, cozy nest. Xiao Fan couldn't get a sleeper ticket, only 3 connected sitting tickets. Da Huang and the luggage were placed under the seats. Although he felt a bit sad for him, he was well-behaved and didn't make trouble. Loi was riding a green train for the first time, and it felt very new and interesting. Their stop wasn't the starting station. So many people were already on the train. The smell was a bit hard to describe, but Loi quickly got used to it and stopped noticing the strange odors. She thought it was already unusual that they brought Da Huang, but she saw others with live chickens and ducks tied with strings around their feet, just left on the ground without care. About 20 minutes later, the train started moving. Most people found seats, and those without seats looked for empty ones. If no seats were available, they looked for 3-seat areas and lay down underneath. Xiao Xiao was calmer than Loi. Although she had never ridden a green train before, she had heard about it. Seeing her surprised look, Xiao Fan quickly explained, We bought our tickets in a hurry, so we couldn't get a sleeper. Next time I will book tickets early. It's okay, no need. It's only about 10 hours. It will go by quickly. In the past, when she was rushing to finish her thesis, she and her best friend could sit in the library all night for 2 days and nights, only leaving briefly for food and bathroom. Although his wife said she was fine, Xiao Fan thought to himself that he wanted to give his wife and family the best within his ability. Are you hungry? A cart will come by later to sell food. You can eat something to fill your stomach. Xiao Xiao shook the bag of steamed buns in her hand. It's okay. Sister-in-law made some dry food.
I can eat that.
You can buy some for sister-in-law and I. Xiao Fan. So, you didn't think of me at all. Are you hungry? He asked as he leaned over to her and casually picked up I. Loi shook her head. Not hungry right now. Let's talk about it later. Okay, but if you get hungry, you must tell me. Loi softly said, And Xiao Fan felt as if his heart was being tickled, making him feel itchy. After about an hour, the train arrived at the next station. Xiao Fan gently placed I back into Loi's arms. I'm going to get some food. There are many small vendors on the platform. Loi was curious and wanted to go down with him. In her past life, she had only seen platforms where passengers could enter a few minutes before the train arrived, and there were no street vendors. When she got on the train earlier, she was focused on I and didn't notice the other people on the platform. Xiao Fan seemed to notice Loi's curiosity and smiled as he gently patted her head. Next time we go out alone, we'll get off the train together and explore. He only left Xiao Xiao and Huang on the train because he was a bit worried. Loi thought, when did he learn to pat heads like that? Oh, wait. He often does that to Huang's head, doesn't he? Soon, a woman around 20 years old came into the carriage, holding a small baby. Behind her, a boy about 5 years old was carrying a big bag on his shoulder, which looked quite heavy. The boy was hunched over, walking slowly and struggling with each step. The woman behind him kept turning around and scolding him now and then. Xiao Fan had just bought some things and was walking behind the boy. When he saw the boy struggling, he helped by holding the bag for him. But the woman immediately scolded him. Don't touch my stuff. You look like a thief with those sneaky eyes. You're up to no good. Xiao Fan was silent. Loi was silent too. Although she kept thinking about divorcing Xiao Fan, she had to admit that he was very good-looking. His eyes didn't look like a thief's at all. The boy smiled apologetically at Xiao Fan and then hurriedly followed behind the woman. The woman found her seat with her ticket and sat right across from Loi and the others. At that moment, all the seats opposite them were full. The woman suddenly started barking like a dog. What are you doing? You didn't buy a ticket and want to take someone else's seat? Move out of the way. I tell you, my husband is a deputy battalion commander in the capital. Be careful or we'll have you all caught. Seeing someone stand up immediately, she scolded even more fiercely. Are you scared? If you're scared, then get out of here quickly. Loi. Do you mean her ears already starting to hurt? It seems this journey won't be peaceful. Xiao Xiao had seen many loud women in the village, but the woman in front of her still surprised her a lot. She whispered to Loi, Sister-in-law, does the deputy battalion commander have a lot of power? Does that mean my brother's power is even greater? Loi replied, Don't listen to this crazy woman. Nowadays, everyone is supposed to be equal. Have you seen Commander Chung and the others acting so arrogantly? Xiao Xiao nodded seriously. That's true. This woman must be a bit off. Seeing the two whispering, the woman got angry quickly. Don't think I don't know what you're talking about. Believe me, when we stop, my husband will have you both taken away. Xiao Xiao wanted to argue with the crazy woman, but Loi tugged at her sleeve. Ignore her. Otherwise, she'll get even more excited. However, she was quite curious about this woman's husband. Xiao Fan came over, handed some roasted sweet potatoes to his wife and sister, then whispered, Do you want to go to the food cart? We can keep eating until we get off. Loi shook her head. Not really. Xiao Xiao suddenly stood up. Sister-in-law, let's switch seats. You sit at the very back. Originally, Loi and I sat by the window, but when Xiao Xiao showed curiosity about the outside, Loi swapped seats with her and sat in the middle. Now, the woman across was sitting in the aisle seat, constantly glancing up and down at Loi. Xiao Xiao found it a bit uncomfortable, but her sister-in-law didn't want her to get into a fight. So, she suggested that her sister-in-law sit back at the window, away from the crazy woman. It's fine, I'll sit, Loi said calmly, as if her heart was at peace. She was just curious. If this crazy woman's husband was Xiao Fan's subordinate, that would be quite interesting. If she ended up getting embarrassed, she might as well find a train station to hide in. After the woman sat down, she started scolding the little boy standing nearby. You can't handle even small things? Are you just tall and not smart? The woman's voice was loud. Loi's sleeping daughter, Da-Anai, suddenly twitched and woke up abruptly from the noise. Loi thought to herself, this is bad. Her temper is going to flare even more. Sure enough, Da-Anai was very unhappy, the kind that couldn't be soothed. Xiao Fan wanted to go over and comfort her personally, but Loi gently shook his head, signaling for Da-Anai to handle her own temper. Originally, Da-Anai was about to have a 3 times longer tantrum, but the moment she looked into the little boy's face, she suddenly froze, and her mood cleared up immediately. She pointed at the little boy with her chubby finger and said, Big brother, I want to hold hands with you, I want to. Loi. What's going on? The little boy didn't notice Da-Anai at all. He was still being scolded by the crazy woman. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and put your things away. The little boy timidly said, There is someone sleeping under the seat. Then you shouldn't wake them up, you idiot, the crazy woman complained loudly. The little boy stood still, not moving. Xiao Fan couldn't stand it anymore. He took the luggage from the boy. How about we put it under our seat? There's room for one more bag. The crazy woman immediately exploded. Let go of my stuff. Don't touch my things. Do you know how expensive they are? If you break them, can you pay for it? You country bumpkin. Loi waved at Xiao Fan. Come back quickly. That thing is valuable. We country folks can't afford to lose it, Xiao Fan. His wife's sarcastic attitude is actually kind of cute. Xiao Fan obediently sat back beside his wife. Just as he was about to speak to her, he noticed she was comforting Da-Anai. Be good. Big brother is busy now. When he's free, we'll find him to play, okay? Xiao Fan. What's going on? The little boy really was busy. He was being scolded like a turtle grandson by the crazy woman. You're so stupid. How come you haven't died yet? Under the seat across from them, an old lady was sleeping. She had already been awakened by the woman's shouting, but she didn't move and continued lying there. For elderly people like them who bought standing tickets, standing for over 10 hours was definitely exhausting. So, the first thing they did when they got on the train was to find a 3-seat row with an empty spot underneath. Usually, they could stay there from start to finish, but they couldn't go anywhere in between because if they left, someone else might take the seat. Seeing that the old lady under the seat didn't respond, the crazy woman first took off her shoes and started attacking with a toxic gas mode. The old lady looked like a rural person, and she could tolerate the smell of stinky feet. The crazy woman saw that the old lady remained still and couldn't sit still herself. She immediately threw the small doll to the little boy and reached out to pull the old lady. The crazy woman was quite strong and easily pulled the old lady out. Playing tricks on me? Believe it or not, I'll have the men in my family catch you. The old lady couldn't stay lying under the seat anymore and had to bend her back to find another spot. The little boy then put his luggage under the seat and stood properly, just as he looked up and saw Denise's sparkling eyes. He blushed and looked down quickly. Big brother. Loi. Xiao Fan held back his laughter. The little boy awkwardly looked up but soon lowered his head again, standing quietly. The old lady who had left earlier probably looked around but couldn't find a place to sit, so she returned to this carriage. This carriage had fewer luggage, so she decided to sit in the aisle. Xiao Fan frowned slightly and asked Loi quietly, Can I give up my seat for that lady? Loi. Of course, that's your seat anyway. Seeing his wife nod, Xiao Fan went to find the old lady. Xiao Xiao suddenly leaned close to Loi's ear and said, I think my brother was thinking of my mom. She also had a back, especially serious before she passed away, almost bent into a bow. Loi didn't know what to say. She didn't know much about Xiao Fan's parents, and probably the original owner didn't either. At first, the old lady refused, but when she saw Xiao Fan was sincere and willing to give up his seat, her eyes turned red as she followed them. When she saw Loi and Xiao Xiao, she smiled and said, Thank you so much. The two girls said together, It's nothing. Xiao Xiao wanted to switch seats with her sister-in-law again. She noticed the old lady's clothes were a bit dirty and worried her sister-in-law might mind, since she usually paid close attention to cleanliness. Please sit down. Loi was almost amused and a bit helpless. Xiao Xiao's caring nature was obvious. After the old lady sat down, Xiao Fan stood beside the seat. The old lady wanted to invite him to sit with them, and the four of them could squeeze together. But Xiao Fan didn't want his wife and sister to feel uncomfortable, so he politely declined. They are soldiers who have endured even tougher conditions before. Now, they only need to stand for a few hours, and if they get tired, they can lean on a seat or even rest without worrying about their safety. The crazy woman probably felt embarrassed and started sarcastically, pretending to be a good person. You're so kind, but the old lady is just trying to cheat you fools by not buying a ticket. The elderly lady, feeling shy from the scolding, pulled Xiao Fan and said, Child, you should sit. I'll be at the next station soon, really just a little while longer. It's okay, we'll arrive at the station soon too. The elderly lady felt awkward because of the crazy woman's words. When she turned her head, she saw a chubby, pretty girl and sighed happily. This girl is growing up so well, so beautiful, just like her mother. Loi. We are her uncle, aunt, and little aunt. Oh, I must be seeing things, but your family all looks so nice, very good-looking, the elderly lady said happily. Danai pointed at a little boy across the aisle and said, Little brother is handsome. Danai wants to play with little brother. Loi. Seeing Danai reaching out to pull the little boy, the elderly lady smiled and said, Come here, sit with Grandma. Grandma will hold you for a while, and you can play with this little sister, okay? The little boy didn't speak, but looked at the crazy woman. Since she didn't respond, he shook his head at the elderly lady. The elderly lady didn't dare to bother the crazy woman, knowing she could say anything mean. She took a cloth tiger from her bag and handed it to Daranai, saying, Here, let's play with this, okay? Although Daranai wasn't fully distracted, she was at least partly interested. She looked at Loi first. Loi, hold this toy and play with it. When we get off, give it back to Grandma. It's fine if the child likes it, I'll give it to her. I made it for my future grandchildren, the elderly lady said happily, insisting on giving it to Daranai. This is made from old clothes from my home. If you don't mind, you can take it. Loi couldn't refuse anymore, so he said to Daranai, Just accept it. Daranai, what do you want to say to Grandma? Daranai immediately said a sweet, thank you, to the elderly lady, making her very happy. She kept praising Daranai for being polite and well-behaved. About half an hour after the train started, the fierce woman glared at the little boy and said, I'm going to take a nap with your sister. Watch our things carefully. Don't fall asleep, and don't let anyone steal them. After saying that, she glanced suspiciously at Luo Yi and the others sitting across from her. Luo Yi. What does that mean? Do we look like thieves? When the woman finally fell asleep, the old lady waved to the little boy. Come here, sit with me. Your little sister wants to play with you. Luo Yi. It was a bit awkward, but Daranai had been staring at the boy for a long time, almost ready to crawl over to him. The boy looked at the sleeping woman and stubbornly shook his head. The next moment, Xiao Fan simply picked him up and gently placed him in the old lady's arms. The boy struggled a little, but soon sat quietly.
Daranai was delighted.
She immediately grabbed his hand. Big brother, you look nice. Such a nice-looking big brother. Xiao Xiao. So bold. Luckily, Daranai didn't know many words yet, or she might have started confessing right there. The boy let her hold his hand. Worried she might get tired, he even moved his hand closer so she could hold it more easily. Now that they were closer, Luo Yi noticed a faint bruise on the back of the boy's neck when he lowered his head. She gave Xiao Fan a look. He leaned forward, took a quick glance, and nodded. It looked like someone had grabbed him too hard. Neither of them said anything. It wasn't their place to interfere with someone else's child. Still, Luo Yi couldn't help wondering. In this time period, people usually favored boys over girls. She had never heard of anyone favoring girls instead. That only happened in the stories she'd read in her past life. Before she could think further, the fierce woman woke up. The moment she saw the boy sitting in the old lady's arms, she started shouting, "Didn't I tell you to watch our things? What are you doing over there? Did they trick you? What are you people up to? Trying to steal my luggage? Let me tell you, my husband is a deputy battalion commander. Be careful, or he'll have you all arrested." The boy jumped down in fright. Da-and-I looked a little disappointed, but seemed to understand that her big brother couldn't play with her right now. The elderly woman was confused after being scolded by the crazy woman. She turned her head quietly and asked Loy, "Girl in the army, who is higher in rank, the regimental commander or the deputy battalion commander?" Loy answered very sincerely, "I'm not really sure either. Xiao Fan. She definitely knows. Here's a short update for today. Don't mind the small amount. I'm too tired to write more now. I'll add more once I have some drafts ready." Many readers commented that the heroine took Danny to the zoo and also wanted to go to the park, ride the little train, and take a plane. This means they plan to do these things in the future. I also saw some comments saying that there were no zoos back then, but actually, zoos existed quite early. The zoo here didn't have elephants or such animals at that time, but other common animals were there. Some readers mentioned that in the 1970s, they got electricity. Yes, not all rural areas had electricity, but some did. Many people still preferred using kerosene lamps, as told by elders in their families. This story is a fictional novel with some magical elements, so just enjoy it. Thanks for reading. Good night, Nablo, and good morning. Xiao Fan's house in the military dependence compound was mostly cleaned up now. She left in a hurry, only got the keys, and went straight back to her hometown, so she didn't have time to tidy up. If Commander Chung and Wei Ling hadn't gone to her hometown for a wedding, she wouldn't have had the chance to give the keys to Commander Chung, so he could help arrange the follow-up. Since returning to the capital, Commander Chung often thought of Su Nian. She wasn't the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, but he was inexplicably drawn to her. After leaving Xiao Fan's house, Commander Chung went to the transportation office, hoping to borrow a vehicle to pick up Xiao Fan's family the next day. Coincidentally, there were others at the transportation office also waiting to borrow cars to pick up people, and they all needed to pick up the same train. Since that's the case, why don't you just drive a big vehicle to pick them up tomorrow? Suggested a colleague from the transportation office. Sounds good. That's a smart idea, everyone agreed, then left the office. Little Chung, who are you going to pick up tomorrow? Aren't you a local from the capital? Captain Zhou looked at Chung and suddenly seemed a bit curious. Could it be your sweetheart? Come on, tell me. Captain Chung-ing. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. I do want to go, he said softly with a sigh. Tomorrow, I'll pick up old Zhao's family. He's bringing his wife and sister to the capital to join the army. Is that so? Commander Zhou nodded and looked at Deputy Captain Su on the other side. What about you, Xiao Su? I'm going to pick up my wife. She just gave me a daughter this year, but I haven't seen her yet. Deputy Captain Su smiled simply. Oh, is she the girl your aunt introduced you to? Commander Zhou is very friendly with his subordinates, so he knows a bit about their personal lives. He worked his way up from the bottom, getting along well with the soldiers under him. He cares about their lives and even once wanted to introduce his distant cousin to Deputy Captain Su, who was widowed for over 2 years. Unfortunately, Su said his family was already arranging someone for him, his aunt's niece from their hometown. The elders approved, saying it's better to find someone they know well. Deputy Captain Su had an ex-wife. She passed away shortly after giving birth to their son. At that time, he was out on a mission, and by the time he received the news, his wife had already been buried. Later, the family's elders helped take care of the newborn son. Su didn't plan to remarry soon, wanting to wait until his son was a bit older. He thought he could even stay single if he wanted. But his relatives were anxious, seeing other young men in the village marry, while their son remained a widower. Relatives kept pushing him, saying it would be hard to find someone later if he waited too long. Finally, his most talkative aunt brought her niece to meet the old couple who liked her. So, Deputy Captain Sue followed the usual steps and went back to his hometown to marry. Not long after, his new wife became pregnant. He wanted to take leave to stay with his wife during childbirth and help her recover. His ex-wife had missed her postpartum period, which caused problems. Unfortunately, plans never go as expected. The army had an urgent mission, and he was sent to the front lines. When he returned, his wife had already given birth to a daughter. He didn't mind whether it was a boy or girl. He liked both. But his wife seemed eager to have another son and asked to come with him to the army. Lieutenant Colonel Sue was promoted to deputy battalion commander after completing an urgent mission. He immediately applied for housing in the military family compound. "Captain Joe, who are you picking up tomorrow?" Lieutenant Colonel Sue asked. "I'm picking up my mother. She's coming to the capital alone to visit family." Captain Joe sighed. "I think she should just stay here, but she refuses. My old man has been gone for many years, and I don't see what's so good about her staying in the hometown." "Well, when your aunt comes to the capital, you can try to persuade her. There are many elderly folks in the military compound. They are kind and friendly, and your aunt will get along with them," Lieutenant Colonel Sue said happily. "By the way, my wife grew up in the countryside. When the time comes, let her spend more time with your aunt. Maybe they'll get along well." "That works." Captain Joe nodded with a smile. His wife grew up in the city and had never been to the countryside, except once when they went back to his hometown for a wedding. He wasn't unhappy with his wife. She was kind and respectful to the elderly, always helping to send food and clothes to the rural elders during festivals. But maybe because they had little in common, they often couldn't find topics to talk about. Whenever the elders visited the capital, they felt a bit awkward seeing their polite daughter-in-law. Captain Joe patted Lieutenant Colonel Sue on the shoulder and said gratefully, "Xiao Sue, I'll trouble you. When your wife comes, visit us often." "My mother is a simple person and easy to get along with," Lieutenant Colonel Sue quickly responded. "My wife is the same. She's honest and grew up in the countryside. She doesn't dare speak loudly. When she comes, don't laugh at her. She's shy and blushes easily when talking to me at home." Captain Ching seemed like an outsider, listening to the happy chatter about family matters, but he couldn't get a word in. When Roy woke up in the middle of the night, he saw Xiao Fan sitting with his arms crossed, leaning against the train wall. Opposite him, a young boy was lying under the 3-seat row, resting his head on Xiao Fan's foot. Roy, that this scene was both funny and sad. She had some guesses about the relationship between the crazy woman and the boy. A mother wouldn't treat her own child like this, especially a boy. In this era, some families that strongly prefer boys would keep trying to have a son even after having 8 or 9 daughters. At first, it might have been just to have a boy, but later it probably became a matter of face. So, this boy probably isn't her biological child. Seeing his wife staring at him nonstop, Xiao Fan immediately straightened up and mouthed, "Can't sleep? Hungry? Want me to buy some food?" He looked at Da and I sleeping in his wife's arms and mouthed again, "Tired? Want me to hold you?" Roy shook her head and quickly closed her eyes. Xiao Fan. When Roy woke up again, it was just dawn. Da and I was still asleep, looking like a little pig, with cheeks flushed. Xiao Fan had stayed awake all night watching over them. Big Yellow woke up even earlier than Roy. It had already eaten the breakfast Xiao Fan fed it and was about to take a nap in its cage. The elderly lady, with shallow sleep, woke up after hearing faint sounds. People in the carriage gradually woke up, some washed up, some ate, and conversation started. Day and I hadn't woken up yet, so Roy could only hold her like this. Usually, Da and I woke up earlier than her, probably because sleeping in her aunt's arms was more comfortable. Suddenly, a familiar yet sharp scream rang out from directly opposite Roy. "Where's my money? Who stole my money?" The voice was loud and harsh. The source of the sound was right across from Roy. "Is it you?" The crazy woman immediately accused Xiao Fan, suspecting him. Xiao Fan. Facing this crazy woman, he couldn't explain himself even with 10 mouths. The crazy woman was shouting, and kicked the sleeping little boy under the seat. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Why won't you die? I told you to watch the luggage. Watch the luggage. What's wrong with you? She glared at him fiercely. If she had known, she would have left him on the way. No one would know, and it would save her from having one more burden at home. Fewer mouths to feed, less money spent. The little boy hesitantly crawled out from under the seat, looking sleepy. He was about to fall back asleep, but was kicked by the crazy woman, which woke him up a lot. However, the woman was holding a small child, and the boy was wearing thick clothes, so the kick didn't hurt much. An elderly woman was the first to rush forward. She was sitting in the aisle seat and was faster than the agile Xiao Fan. She protectively shielded the boy behind her. How can you be a mother and treat a child like this? Are you even human? Did you steal my money? It must be you. Otherwise, you wouldn't look guilty. The crazy woman immediately started accusing without holding back. Stop arguing. Call the train police, Luo Yi said lazily, tired of arguing with the unruly woman. Xiao Fan naturally listened to his wife. When she said to call the police, he went to do so. Unfortunately, the crazy woman blocked him. You can't go. Are you hiding the stolen money? It must be you. You stole my money, Xiao Fan. Some passengers nearby, who had seen this woman's madness earlier, stepped forward to speak up for Xiao Fan. Young man, I'll help you call the police. Xiao Fan nodded gratefully and went to pick up Danai. She was woken up by the noise and looked upset, sulking in Luo Yi's arms, ignoring everyone. The elderly woman was still concerned about the little boy, her eyes full of pity. She had been hoping to have a well-behaved grandson, but some people just didn't know how to cherish. Come over here now, the crazy woman shouted loudly, but in doing so, she woke her little girl from her arms. She immediately changed her attitude, acting overly gentle, as if she was two different people. She softly patted the little girl's back. Be good, Pundi. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mom is here, Luo Yi. She suddenly looked up and asked Xiao Fan, what's Denise's name? Xiao Fan. His wife's way of thinking was so strange. Xiao Muyu, my sister-in-law's surname is Mu. And I was born on a rainy day. Lois smiled and nodded. That's a good name. It sounds like a name chosen by someone with culture, rather than a string of repetitive sounds like dee dee dee. Soon the train police arrived. The crazy woman exaggerated her story, and Xiao Fan calmly explained the whole situation. In the end, the police had no choice but to ask to check Xiao Fan and their luggage. Sorry, now we can only have you prove your innocence. These days, without surveillance cameras, they were closest to the crazy woman and the main suspects. The police officer was annoyed by the woman shouting, but he had seen similar cases many times. As long as the group could prove they were innocent, the crazy woman couldn't bother them anymore. First, the police asked how much money the crazy woman had lost, the denominations, and whether the bills were new or old. Only then did they start checking Loi and the others' luggage. The crazy woman lost a total of 163 yuan, including 16 large denomination bills, and the rest were small bills. The elderly lady had less luggage. She was the first to open her bag for inspection. When the police opened her sack, it was filled with potatoes, cabbage, carrots, and radishes grown at home. There was nothing suspicious in the sack. The police specially brought a female officer to search her. Inside her cotton-padded jacket pocket, they found a cloth-wrapped item. The elderly lady calmly explained, "It's all the money I've saved up." Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks. Some were just curious, as sitting on a train for over 10 hours was boring. If something interesting happened, it would help pass the time. Unfortunately, the elderly lady didn't give them any entertainment. Instead, she gained some disappointments. As she unwrapped the cloth layer by layer, it was clear there was a lot of money. Quite a thick stack, but all in small bills. Officer, this over 300 yuan is all I've worked hard to save. Please don't accuse me wrongly. I saved every yuan myself, and I plan to leave it to my grandchildren in the future. The elderly lady felt confident when she thought about the money for her future grandchildren. Nowadays, having 300 yuan was considered a lot. The crowd whispered among themselves, praising the elderly lady for being so wealthy without showing off. "Ma'am, please put the money away." The trained police officers were a bit worried. The lady had shown her valuables openly, so they would likely check her again soon. The crazy woman felt embarrassed but quickly accused Xiao Fan. "If it's not the old lady, then it must be their group who stole it. Search their belongings now." Xiao Fan and Loi exchanged a look. They could refuse to be searched, but now it seemed easiest to let them do it. The police officers apologized and searched the luggage first. Inside the suitcases and sacks, they mostly found clothes, mostly Big Me's clothes. Loi had taken these clothes from a storage space. Many of them were simple fabrics, but the styles were cute and new. In the train car, many parents with children looked on eagerly. They wanted to ask where the clothes were bought. If they were cheap, they would buy some for their kids. After wearing them out, they could pass them down, so it wasn't a big expense. They'd just wear them until they were too old. The luggage and 2 sacks they brought out were packed by Loi and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Fan only helped carry them because he didn't know what they planned to take. When the suitcase was opened, it was full of clothes belonging to Big Ni and Xiao Xiao. His wife only had a few pieces. He suddenly felt guilty. When they reached the capital, he promised to buy his wife some nice clothes. Loi's 2 outfits came from the storage space. The original owner had many clothes, but Loi always felt something was strange, even though they shared the same body. Since Xiao Xiao became her sister-in-law's little helper, she often received new clothes from her sister-in-law, bought from the county. She had replaced almost all her old clothes. Loi noticed Xiao Fan's intense gaze and felt a bit speechless, but couldn't explain. After searching all the luggage, the male and female police officers started to search the people. Loi had no money on her, but Xiao Xiao found a few 10-yuan bills. To prove her innocence, Loi asked the female officer to check Big Ni's pockets. Nothing was found except a few big white rabbit candies. Finally, the male officer apologized and began to search Xiao Fan. Inside his padded jacket pocket, they found a thick envelope. "Comrade, I need to open this envelope." The male police officer remained polite, mainly because the family looked respectful and not like petty thieves. Still, it was his duty to search them. "Okay," Xiao Fan said calmly, since there was nothing inappropriate to see. The officer opened the envelope and poured out a thick stack of money. Instantly, the crowd became excited. Many had never seen so much cash in their lives. The crazy woman was first stunned, then confidently accused, "Officer, I suggest you arrest this person quickly. This money definitely belongs to him, and my money is probably inside too." The officer hesitated. The crazy woman made a good point. These days, even 100 yuan is considered a lot of money. The envelope looked to contain at least 2,000 yuan. What kind of family has that much money? Moreover, this family didn't seem wealthy, except for their child. While the officer was hesitating, the crazy woman started shouting again, "Give me back my money. You thief, stealing so much. Are you afraid of going to jail?" Loi looked at her with a tired expression, already imagining the upcoming embarrassment. The officer was still thinking about what to say. Comrade." Xiao Fan calmly took a piece of paper from a small notebook and handed it to the officer. "This paper proves where the money came from." The officer looked at it and immediately showed respect, apologizing repeatedly. "Comrade, I'm very sorry." The paper explained that the money was a bonus for first-class merit from the capital military district. A soldier awarded first-class merit must have made great sacrifices. It's earned with their life. Yet, they were here questioning this soldier's honor. After several apologies, the officer still felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing the situation turn around, the crazy woman's face darkened. She shouted loudly again, "Are you protecting him?"
How do you do your job?
"Believe it or not, I'll have my husband replace you and make sure you're no longer a police officer. My husband is a deputy battalion commander in the capital military district." The crowd, excited by the turn of events, cheered. "Deputy battalion commander in the capital military district. That's a high rank. That deputy battalion commander must be very powerful. Wow, lucky to marry a man like that." The crazy woman heard the praise and couldn't help but boast to the train officer, "If you're smart, you should quickly arrest him." Then I can tell my man some good things, and maybe you'll get a promotion. Loy. The train officer looked at the crazy woman as if she were crazy, but he was professional. He had seen many odd and stubborn people before. Comrade, can you give me the money first? The officer politely asked Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan straightforwardly handed over the money. The officer raised the money and held it in front of the crazy woman, coldly saying, "Look carefully. All these bills are in sequence, so they can't be yours." After that, he glared at her and politely returned the money to Xiao Fan. "Thank you," Xiao Fan said politely. The crazy woman was angry and said, "Even if this money isn't mine, he stole it from someone else." She refused to believe it. She thought no one could have so much money. It was impossible. This time, the officer didn't ask Xiao Fan for permission. He took the military commendation letter directly, not showing it to the crazy woman but displaying it to the other passengers. He thought she might not understand it, or even if she did, she would pretend not to. He stretched out the commendation letter and said, "This comrade's money was earned with top military honors." You can guess how dangerous his life was to earn this generous reward. Everyone looked at Xiao Fan with admiration, and several young women even looked at him with admiration and respect. Xiao Fan blushed a little. He rarely received such looks. Feeling awkward, he turned around to find his wife, but he saw her opening the cage for Da Huang. The crazy woman's attitude immediately softened, and she tried to find trouble elsewhere. She didn't expect that the man in front of her was also a soldier, but probably just a young soldier. How could a high-ranking officer risk his life to go to the front lines? Even if she didn't like Xiao Fan and stopped picking fights with him, she still felt a bit guilty. Besides, she hadn't found any money on these people. But not finding money on them didn't mean she couldn't find it elsewhere. She said to the train officer with dissatisfaction, "Even if they aren't suspects, what about the others? My money can't just disappear for no reason." The officer was at a loss. According to her logic, he had to search all the passengers in this carriage today. And if searching still doesn't find the money, the woman might insist on searching the entire train. "Maybe we should let it try," Roy suggested softly. Everyone looked at her, and they saw her holding a proud, big dog. The crazy woman was the first to disagree, sneering, "If it can find my money, I'll call it Grandpa." Roy. Is there really someone so eager to have a dog as a cute granddaughter? Big Yellow glared coldly at Roy. As long as this woman agrees, it promises to run away at the next stop. Roy looked at the crazy woman and raised an eyebrow. "I'm just worried you'll change your mind then." Big Yellow barked loudly at Roy. "Woof woof woof, woof woof woof, woof woof woof." Others. Xiao Fan suddenly smiled helplessly and explained to the train officer, "Our family has always managed our dog strictly. It has learned some search and rescue skills. Maybe it can try, Xiao Xiao." "What nonsense is my brother talking about?" Roy. "Anyway, trying won't hurt you." The crazy woman got excited. "I want to see how good this dog really is." Big Yellow. "It's a dog, but it's not just some random thing." Finally, the train officer agreed to let Big Yellow help investigate the strange theft. Big Yellow was unhappy. It didn't really want to stay in the cage, but now it just wanted to go back inside and rest quietly. "Do you believe I can throw you off here?" Roy said sternly, trying to scare it. Big Yellow. "That dogs don't need to be scared like that. Why do you have to threaten?" "I'll go reluctant." It still cooperated and walked out of the cage. "Where did you put the money?" Roy asked the crazy woman. "In my pants pocket." The crazy woman was also confused. She had hidden it well. So how did it disappear? Big Yellow. "Get to work." Roy pointed at the crazy woman. Big Yellow sighed helplessly, then confidently stepped forward. "What are you doing?"
"Ah."
"Stay away." The crazy woman screamed in fear and even tried to kick Big Yellow. "Let it sniff your pocket," Roy said coldly. "No way. I won't let it do that." The crazy woman firmly refused. She thought, "Who does he think I am? How can I let a dog sniff my behind?" Da Huang immediately changed to a happy face. Carrot, carrot. Loy turned to the police officer and said, "Sorry, she won't cooperate, so I can't help you solve the case." The police officer was getting impatient with the crazy woman and said coldly, "If you don't cooperate, I have reason to believe you didn't lose any money." The crazy woman was silent. In the end, after much hesitation, she agreed to cooperate with Da Huang's investigation. Da Huang was secretly hoping she wouldn't cooperate. So, one person and one dog, both feeling annoyed with each other. Anyway, Da Huang quickly sniffed the crazy woman's pocket, then started sniffing the air. The crowd watching grew nervous, worried that the dog might bite someone or accuse the wrong person. They all sat back down quietly, losing interest in the commotion. But after just 2 sniffs, Da Huang locked onto a seat behind the woman. That seat had a small gap between the backrest and the wall, small but noticeable. Da Huang barked twice at Loi, who turned to the police officer and said, "It says the money is inside." The police officer was speechless. But he didn't want to discourage the dog, so he immediately called the maintenance worker. The crazy woman's seat was at the back row against the wall, with a very narrow gap behind it. Maybe the money really had fallen inside. How could my money be inside there? I put it in nylon socks, tied a knot, and sewed it inside my pocket, she insisted, not believing anything. The police officer was doubtful, but still insisted on calling the maintenance worker. While waiting, Loi wiped Danny's face and asked Xiao Fan to bring hot water and prepare some milk powder for her. Soon, the smell of milk filled the air and the little boy couldn't help but lick his lips. Coincidentally, Danny, who had been quietly watching him, saw this and immediately handed him the bottle. "Drink, brother. Milk. Tasty." The boy took a step back but was scolded by the crazy woman. "How can you be so greedy?" Loi knew that if they helped the boy today, things might get even more complicated when he got home. So, when the old lady couldn't help but speak up to help, Loi held her back. The elderly woman saw her shake her head and immediately understood that unless they could fully rescue the little boy now, it would only be a burden for him. So, the elderly woman had to turn away and stop looking at the boy, afraid that seeing him would make her feel even more sad. Soon, the repair technician arrived with special tools. The whole process took a little time, but at last, the back of the chair could be moved a bit. The train attendant asked the boy to reach inside and feel around. His hands were long and thin, so if something had fallen inside, he should be able to find it. Sure enough, the boy was exactly right. The crazy woman looked a bit embarrassed, but she quickly found someone to blame. She shouted at the boy, accusing him loudly. "Is it you?" "Yes, you. Did you deliberately put the money inside?" Now, not only Luo Yi and the others couldn't stand it, but the other passengers also started to criticize the crazy woman. "Is this how you treat children? Are you even human? Even if your husband is a commander, I still have to say it's unfair. Is there no law anymore? Do you know what your husband would think about how you treat the child? Or is he also like this? What's your husband's name? I want to ask the army. Does he often abuse children at home?" The crazy woman finally looked a little scared, but she still kept her composure. "Our family's affairs are none of your business." After saying that, she sat back in her seat that had just been repaired. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized, "Are you going to call Da Huang Grandpa too?" The crazy woman didn't answer, as if she hadn't heard.
Da Huang. Ufi 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 ufi.
Xiao Xiao, sister-in-law, Da Huang seems very happy.
Da Huang.
Are you okay? Deputy Commander Su immediately turned to look at his daughter in his son's arms. "Dongzi, let me see your sister." The little boy named Dongzi handed his doll to his father. "Dongzi, why don't you greet people? At home, I told you to be polite when you see someone," Ah Xiang gently scolded. "It's okay, we're all family," Deputy Commander Su said casually. His son wasn't very close to him. He spent most of the year in the army and rarely came home. "Ah Xiang, thank you for taking care of Dongzi," he said, imagining how hard it must be for a woman to look after 2 children. Ah Xiang softly replied, "We're family, so there's no need to talk about hardship. Come here, I want to introduce you to our squad leader and battalion commander," Deputy Commander Su said, leading the 3 of them forward to greet. "Squad leader Zhou, battalion commander Cheng, this is my wife Ah Xiang, my son Dongzi, and my daughter Pandai." Ah Xiang immediately greeted politely, her voice always gentle. "Hello, Squad Leader Zhou, Battalion Commander Cheng." Deputy Commander Su patted his son's shoulder. "Dongzi, call out to them." "Hello, Squad Leader Zhou, Battalion Commander Cheng," Dongzi said softly, loud enough for them to hear. Squad leader Zhou picked up Dongzi happily and said, "Call me Uncle Zhou." "This is Uncle Chung," Dongzi called again. "Hello, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Chung. Good boy. In the future, Uncle Zhou will take you out to play." There are so many fun places in the city. Squad leader Zhou loved children very much, but he and his wife still hadn't had a child of their own. "Mom, here." Squad leader Zhou quickly put down Dongzi and hurried to greet his elderly mother. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. He had told her not to bring food, but she didn't listen. The bag full of snacks looked very heavy. "Mom, didn't I tell you not to bring these things?" "We already have everything at home," he said, a little impatient. But his mother knew very well that he was just worried about her. After handing over a big bag of snacks, his mother took a breath and said, "It's okay, it's okay." "Ching Ching, where is she?" Ching Ching is squad leader Zhou's wife. "She went to school. The room has already been tidied up for you." "Good, good." His mother was very pleased with her daughter-in-law. She wished she could have a grandson or granddaughter too. "Mom, come here. I want to introduce you to my comrades." They also came to pick up their family members. Captain Zhou led Grandma Zhou forward. Deputy Captain Su saw that Captain Zhou was carrying a heavy bag and quickly stepped in to help. "Captain Zhou, let me give you a hand." "Thank you, young man," Grandma Zhou said happily. "Auntie, don't be so polite. Just call me Xiao Su," Deputy Su said as he helped set the bag down. He patted his wife, who was busy comforting their daughter, and said, "A Xiang, let me introduce you. This is Captain Zhou's mother. Call her Auntie." A Xiang shyly turned her head and sweetly called out, "Auntie," but the second word got stuck in her throat. "It's you," Grandma Zhou exclaimed in surprise, and she was momentarily stunned. "Ah, old Xiao and the others are here." "Captain Zhou, I'll go meet them," Commander Ching said and quickly ran off. "Mom, do you know Xiao Su's wife?" Captain Zhou asked, not noticing his mother's unusual expression, still smiling happily. "Oh, you know each other? That's great. A Xiang, you should visit Captain Zhou's house more often," Deputy Su said with an even bigger smile, worried that his wife might feel lonely in the military compound without friends. "A Xiang, that Grandma Zhou, that lousy, standing like an outsider, that old Xiao over here," Commander Cheng called as he ran. Danny was the first to see Commander Cheng. Before he even saw Xiao Fan, she pointed in that direction with her chubby finger. But what she saw first wasn't Commander Cheng, but a little boy standing with him. When they got off the train, the little boy was taken away by a frantic woman. Danny didn't cry, but she caused a fuss for a long time, so their family was the last to leave the station. Commander Cheng quickly took the heaviest small wooden box from Xiao Fan's hand and joked, "You little guy, not bad, carrying 3 by yourself." Having a wife really gave him a lot of motivation. He was a bit envious. Xiao Fan didn't have time to argue and asked, "Where's the car? Follow me." "Captain Zhou and the others are here to pick up their family members too," Commander Cheng said, leading the way at the front. Danny's eyes never left the little boy. Luo Yi kept his head down, watching his feet, while Xiao Xiao held the big yellow dog behind. Captain Zhou felt a bit awkward here. Grandma Zhou stayed silent, and Captain Zhou and Deputy Captain Su didn't quite understand the little tricks among women. They were still happily chatting and even discussing when to go to someone's house for a meal. The most awkward was the crazy woman Ah Xiang, but she still held on to some hope, thinking maybe the captain was a minor official and not to be afraid of. Old Xiao is here. Look at him. He's smiling so much he might as well announce to the world that his wife is here. Captain Zhou immediately spotted Xiao Fan and Loi, who was following behind him. "Captain Zhou, Deputy Captain Su, what a coincidence. You're here to pick someone up. This is my wife Loi, my sister Xiao Xiao, my niece Dan I, and our dog De Huang." Xiao Fan grinned as he introduced everyone. "Sister-in-law, welcome." Captain Zhou greeted first. "Hello, sister-in-law," Deputy Captain Su also greeted. "Girl, so it's you guys." Grandma Zhou excitedly held Loi's hand and quickly turned to Captain Zhou. "You should thank her properly. I bought a standing ticket, and they felt sorry for me, so they let me sit in their seats." The old lady gratefully pulled Xiao Fan's hand again. "Child, you've worked hard, standing all this way. Old Xiao, I won't say much. Tonight, come to my house for dinner. Have your wife make a few more dishes, Captain Zhou happily told Deputy Captain Su. And you all, come together, make it lively. Deputy Captain Su nodded. We won't be polite then. Xiang said, actually, maybe it's better to forget it. We just arrived today, and there are many things to organize. Deputy Captain Su, being honest, quickly looked apologetically at Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou, sorry. Xiang and the others are visiting the capital for the first time and are a bit shy. We won't come today. How about we come to my house for dinner another day? Bah. Xiao couldn't hold back and said, she's not shy, she probably just doesn't want to see people. I'm too tired to continue today. I will update here for now. Everyone, please leave more comments. If you have time, I will post a short video to remind you to update. Captain Zhou and the two others looked confused. But Deputy Captain Su sensed something was off. Girl, what do you mean by that? Xiao turned away annoyed. You should ask your wife. She did this herself. She felt too embarrassed to say more. Deputy Captain Su paused for a moment, then looked at his wife. Before he could ask, she started crying. Zhongzi, it's my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Xiao almost couldn't breathe. This crazy woman could star in a big drama. No one could act as well as her. Deputy Captain Su frowned, looking unsure. Xiang, don't cry. Tell me what happened. Captain Chung and Xiao Fan exchanged a quick look and understood immediately. They looked at Deputy Captain Su with teasing smiles. Mom, what's going on? Is Xiao Su's wife upset? Captain Zhou also looked confused. The old lady of the Zhou family sighed. It's not really my son's fault. It's just that this crazy woman's acting is too good. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. Not only the old lady, but everyone involved looked like they had seen a ghost, completely stunned. Even the dog involved looked just as shocked. Zhongzi, it's my fault. I accidentally lost the money. I thought it was. Anyway, it's all my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. The crazy woman was acting out her part effortlessly. Xiao Zhao's fiery temper couldn't hold back. She split into a more aggressive version of herself. You think you just falsely accused us of stealing your money? You even tried to hurt Captain Zhou's mother. If it weren't for us, you might have beaten her to death. Luo, I have to say, Xiao is very good at learning. Mom, is that true? Captain Zhou, though often complaining about his mother and criticizing her, immediately got angry when he heard someone was bullying her. Before the elderly lady could speak, the crazy woman burst into tears and interrupted, saying, Gongzi, I really didn't mean to do it. There was someone sleeping under my seat, and I was so scared that I panicked. I truly didn't intend to hurt anyone. You know me. I can't tell you're afraid, Xiao said with a nod. I thought you were known as a troublemaker. Yes, that's right. This crazy woman is even more frightening than Xiao Zhigua. Xiao Zhigua is just rude, but he doesn't seem to have a bad heart. Tian Xiang, what's really going on? Be honest with me, Deputy Captain Su said, sounding more suspicious. If Xiao Captain's sister was really lying, then Captain Zhou's mother should have stepped in to stop her. Tian Xiang didn't speak but cried even more sadly, softly saying, Gongzi, if you're going to scold me, go ahead. I knew I shouldn't have brought the children to the army. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. Hearing this, Deputy Captain Su felt a bit upset too. He looked at the boy next to him, who hadn't spoken but was being teased by Xiao Fan's little girl, and asked, Dongzi, what do you think? What's really happening? Dongzi sighed, and once again pulled the little girl's hand away from his neck. Don't ask him, Xiao said, imitating her sister-in-law's usual tone, rolling her eyes dramatically. If he dares to tell the truth, he'll probably get a good scolding.
Luo, that really sounds about right.
Xiao Fan, learning the essence of it. No hitting my brother, bad person, Danny huffed and waved her little fists. Dongzi, you tell them. I promise we won't hit you, Deputy Captain Su said as calmly as he could. Xiao, Mom, what's really going on? Captain Zhou asked his mother again. Grandma Zhou was usually good at making big problems small and small problems disappear. She thought that after Xiao Xiao spoke, the crazy woman named Tian Xiang would realize her mistake. But surprisingly, she underestimated this woman's shamelessness. She glanced at Tian Xiang and said impatiently, "Xiao Xiao already said it. Deputy Captain Su's wife was the first to make a move on me, then falsely accused us of stealing over 100 yuan from her. Did you get hurt?" Captain Zhou and Deputy Captain Su asked in unison. The elderly woman from the Zhou family shook her head and smiled warmly at Xiao Fan. "Luckily, our family is here to protect me. I am fine and happy all the way, with someone to chat with." Before I knew it, we reached the capital. "Old Xiao, sister-in-law, Xiao Xiao, thank you all," said Leader Zhou gratefully, almost ready to bow. He is naturally a respectful person. Although he hasn't shown it now, he definitely remembers Tian Xiang and holds a grudge against her, along with Deputy Captain Su. "Leader Zhou, Deputy Captain Su hesitated for a long time, his face turning red, but he couldn't say a word. "Let's go. Get in the car first. Everyone is tired from the train," Captain Ching said at the right moment to lighten the mood. "We can't just stand here foolishly. Let's go back first. The elderly and children are tired," Xiao Fan said softly. He also gently lifted the girl who was clinging to Dongzi and placed her into Roy's arms. Xiao Xiao tugged the rope. "Let's go home, Big Yellow." If Big Yellow wasn't being held by her, he would be like a wild horse running free. Captain Chung and the others drove a small truck covered with a large tent at the back. The elderly and children sat in the front, while the others and the luggage were arranged inside the tent at the back. So, besides Captain Chung, only the elderly woman from the Zhou family, holding Dongzi and Danny, and Tian Xiang, holding the little girl, were in the driver's cab. Tian Xiang looked embarrassed and tried to flatter her. "Annie, this isn't a big deal. Our family is just like a family, no need to be so distant." The elderly woman from the Zhou family coldly replied, "We are not family." After saying that, she held Danny and Dongzi even tighter. Tian Xiang cursed her silently. This old hag thinks she can threaten her just by complaining? What a joke. In the back of the carriage, only Deputy Captain Su looked pale, while the others were chatting and laughing happily. Especially Leader Zhou. "Old Xiao, you're quite the man," but he couldn't help but think to himself that if it weren't for someone above, Old Xiao would have been a captain long ago. That's why he calls Captain Chung Little Chung but Xiao Fan Old Xiao. In his mind, Xiao Fan is more qualified to be a captain than he is. Once, he even shared with his wife that handsome men are not always a good thing because they tend to go from being hunters to being hunted. This is a typical example of Xiao Zhao's situation. His boss's family members like him, but he refuses to accept their favoritism, so other leaders start to treat him unfairly. Xiao Fan. Even if Commander Zhou is grateful to him, he doesn't have to keep staring at him like that. Soon, the car arrived at the military housing area. Commander Chung didn't drive directly to each house because the roads inside were too narrow, making it hard for small trucks to turn around. Xiao Fan got out first, then helped his wife and sister down one by one, and finally went back to the car to unload the luggage. After Commander Zhou got out, he first went to help his mother and 2 children down from the front, then returned to help Xiao Fan unload the luggage on the roadside. Meanwhile, Vice Commander Su's side was a bit quiet. And I was holding Dong Zi's hand tightly, and at first, Dong Zi was a little resistant. But seeing how much she seemed to like him, he decided to let her hold his hand. Luo Yi found Denise's crush a bit funny. She exchanged glances with Xiao Xiao, both shaking their heads and sighing. The old lady from the Zhou family liked them more and more. She followed closely behind, worried they might fall or bump into something. If only these 2 children were her own. Originally, and I was calling him Big Brother and Little Brother, but suddenly she froze, staring intently at something in the distance, her eyes shining brighter and brighter. She quickly let go of Dongzi's hand and sweetly called out, "Zhou Zhou. Brother, Zhou Zhou." Then she ran forward. Meanwhile, Dongzi's expression darkened visibly. And I ran halfway, then looked back at Dongzi, then turned her gaze to the distant Zhou Zhou. "Xiao Xiao. What's going on?" Luo Yi couldn't hold back her laughter. If it were her, she wouldn't choose either. One looked like a delicate, sickly beauty, and the other looked like a bossy CEO. It's really hard to choose. Wow, Danai still knows the grandson of Commander Tan. Commander Zhou laughed loudly. Zhou was one of his favorite kids. This child, like his father, always had a serious face, like a little adult, so adorable. Luo Yi. Zhou is the grandson of the commander. Xiao. How does Danai know the grandson of the commander? Could it be that she knows all the handsome boys? Suddenly, an old acquaintance appeared behind Roy. Zhou's grandmother, who is also Commander Tan's wife. Before Roy could greet her, Zhou's grandmother stepped forward and took Roy's hand. What a coincidence, little sister. Is that really you? Are you here visiting family? She looked past Captain Zhou and Captain Chung, glanced at Deputy Captain Su and Xiao Fan, and asked, "Which one is your husband?" Xiao Fan happily stepped forward and said, "Aunt Bai, Roy is my wife. Commander Tan's wife is very kind. Her surname is Bai, and soldiers in the unit all call her Aunt Bai." "Oh, so it's Xiao Fan. You're quite lucky to marry such a good wife," Aunt Bai thought to herself. She secretly felt that her own family already had such a wonderful daughter-in-law, which explained why she looked down on Shen Man from the Yin family. Excited, Aunt Bai pulled Roy along.
Come.
"Tonight, my family is having dinner. My husband was upset earlier because I came here. He said you saved Zhou's life and didn't even thank you properly or ask your name. Now I know your name is Roy. It's a nice name, sounds like a good girl." Roy was speechless. This filter is a bit too much. Xiao Fan just smiled silently and didn't step in to help. His wife's awkwardness was quite adorable. In the end, Danai came to the rescue. She ran over crying and threw herself into Roy's arms. "Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou, Brother Dongzi." Brother Dongzi. Although Roy knew he shouldn't tease her, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He even thought to himself, look at this, trying to have a harem at such a young age? Playing both sides? Oh, Danai, don't cry. Did Zhou bully you? Grandma will teach him a lesson, Aunt Bai quickly started comforting her. Danai cried so sadly that she couldn't be consoled. She leaned on Roy's shoulder, not wanting to say a word. The two little brothers ignored her, and she wasn't even allowed to hold hands. Captain Zhou and Deputy Captain Su also introduced their families to Aunt Bai, but compared to Roy, Aunt Bai's enthusiasm was noticeably less. The old lady of the Zhou family didn't have any particular thoughts, but Tian Xiang felt quite resentful. Why was she not as good as others? In the end, Aunt Bai wanted to invite Roy's family to dinner, but Roy politely declined, saying maybe another time. Aunt Bai understood that Roy wasn't the type to seek favors or connections, so she didn't insist. Instead, she kept urging her to bring Da and I to visit her home. Zhou, Dongzi. Before the three families separated, Captain Zhou mentioned again about having dinner at his house that evening. The elderly lady of the Zhou family kept urging Luo Yi and Da and I to come as guests that night. In the end, Xiao Fan, unable to refuse kindly, agreed. Since they had just moved in and didn't have all the household items, they decided not to be polite to Captain Zhou anymore. The Zhou family was genuinely welcoming them to visit. As for Deputy Captain Su, Captain Zhou only made a polite gesture, and Deputy Captain Su naturally wanted to save face. Although he was a bit slow-minded, when his wife bullied the elderly lady, he didn't feel comfortable going to their house as a guest. Tian Xiang's face looked a little strained, but she was still trying to hold on. When they parted, the elderly lady of the Zhou family looked at Dongzi with concern. As an outsider, she found it hard to say certain things. But she felt that some people, or rather some children, didn't think it was a big deal. Da and I saw Dongzi being taken away and started to fuss. No hitting brother, no, he is loved. Although Deputy Captain Su lost face today, he was very patient with the children. No hitting brother, brother is very good, Danai, don't worry. But Danai seemed not to hear and kept repeating, no hitting brother, brother is loved. Finally, Xiao, who was getting impatient, snapped. Hey, can't you understand? Danai is telling your wife not to hit Dongzi. She rolled her eyes. finally understanding how her sister-in-law felt when she rolled her eyes. Oh, Deputy Captain Su suddenly understood, then patiently comforted Danai. Diranai, Aunt Xiang loves brother Dong Zi very much. She wouldn't hit him. Xiao. May I ask, can I curse? Some others with a bit of insight. De Huang. Woof 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 woof. In the end, no one said anything more. What could they say? Even if they did, he wouldn't understand. But poor Dongzi. Luo Yi held the sulky Ni and followed Xiaofan back to their small yard. The wall wasn't tall. Maybe it shouldn't be called a wall, but a fence. Xiaofan pushed open the fence gate, acting like he was showing off. Do you like it? Commander Cheng also looked at Xiaofan, who was showing off proudly with a bit of annoyance. What's so great about being proud? The yard has been dug up, and almost all the seeds can be planted now. The front door of the house has been repainted, making it look very new. Xiaofan opened the door, revealing a main hall, 3 bedrooms, and a kitchen behind the hall. Not only the door but also all the furniture inside has been painted with fresh paint. The whole house looks much better than expected, without any signs of being old or broken. I must say, Roy really likes this small yard. Before, they lived in a small house in Zhao's village, which was far from neighbors. But this small house has people on all sides, front, back, left, and right. It's not very close, but not very far either. If you don't like it, I can apply to move to those apartment buildings in front later, Xiaofan said, feeling nervous because his wife was just looking without speaking. Roy smiled softly and shook her head. No need, I like it very much. I do too, sister-in-law. I like it as well, Xiao happily said, leaning in. She pointed at De Huang, who was running around everywhere.
See?
De Huang likes it too. That's great. Let's keep that rope. When we take De Huang out, we must tie him with the rope, Xiaofan said. Although De Huang doesn't bite, some people are afraid of dogs, and they worry about being bitten if the dog isn't on a leash. Xiao quickly picked up the rope from the ground and hung it on the wall near the door. De Huang. But what did it just hear? Going out to play? Xiaofan continued to show his wife the bedrooms, one by one. This is your room, this is Xiao's room, and that room will be for her and I when she grows up. The first 2 rooms were already furnished with bedding. Roy had heard Xiaofan mention that Captain Cheng had helped them decorate the new home in advance. Just as she was about to say thank you and even invite Captain Cheng to dinner, she saw that the 3rd room was empty, with no bed inside. Xiaofan. I asked Lao Qing to decorate 3 rooms. Don't worry, I'll go buy some things now and set up Denise's room, Xiaofan said hurriedly. Captain Cheng gave Xiaofan a teasing look.
He thought silly.
Xiaofan didn't say anything at first, but once he spoke, everyone felt awkward. Roy cleared her throat. It's okay, no rush. We've had a long day. Let's finish dinner and rest early. Captain Cheng didn't want to stay any longer. He was trying to find a way to give Xiaofan a chance, but this guy was acting like a fool. Brother-in-law, I am leaving now.
See you another day.
Old Xiao, please tell Captain Zhou that I won't be coming to his house for dinner tonight. Before leaving, he gently poked Denise's little face. The update is finished. Today, there are no delays, and it ends simply. The story of punishing the bad guys isn't over yet. I will continue tomorrow. As for Captain Zhou's side, the elderly lady from the Zhou family had visited many times. She was familiar with the small courtyard in her memory and was heading there. However, Captain Zhou said, Mom, over here, our family has moved to a dormitory building. The Zhou family elderly lady's heart skipped a beat. Why did you move just when everything was fine? New dormitories have been built in the military housing area. I just qualified to apply, so I decided to move. The small courtyard where Captain Zhou used to live was old. Now that there was a new dormitory and he was eligible to apply, he naturally wanted to move to a better house for himself. Good. That makes me feel at ease. The Zhou family elderly lady thought her son had been demoted. As long as her son and daughter-in-law were doing well, she was happy. She also hoped for a grandson or granddaughter. When they were almost home, the elderly lady suddenly asked, Captain Zhou, is the officer in charge more important than the deputy battalion commander? Captain Zhou, is the name of Captain Joe, but few people call him by his first name. Before, people called him Little Joe, then Old Joe, or Captain Joe. Because there was a division commander with the surname Joe in the army, everyone was used to calling him Division Joe. Of course, your son has a higher rank, Captain Joe said proudly. But then he quickly sensed something was off and asked, "Did Sue Gang's wife bully you?" "Mom, tell me honestly. I won't let her get away with it." The elderly lady from the Zhou family wasn't trying to complain. She was worried that Deputy Battalion Commander Sue might outrank Captain Joe and might give her son a hard time. She quickly waved her hand. No, it's nothing. It's in the past. Even if her son had a higher rank than Deputy Battalion Commander Sue, she didn't want to cause trouble. But Captain Joe wouldn't let it go. He insisted she tell him everything that happened on the train, or he would go to Deputy Battalion Commander Sue's house himself and ask his wife. The Zhou family elderly lady was someone who preferred to make big problems small. This was impossible. She hurriedly told her son everything in detail and advised him to forget about it. That ungrateful woman. Captain Joe was so angry that he started to curse. Although he often used harsh words, he never insulted women. Only those who caused him trouble with their incompetence. "Forget it, I won't bother with her anymore," the old lady of the Zhou family sighed. "It's just a pity for Dongzi. He's such a good kid. Why would someone treat their own child like that?" Captain Joe shouted angrily. "It's nonsense to call him my own child. That's Sue Gang's ex-wife's son. Have you ever seen a mother treat her own son so badly? She's supposed to love him, not hurt him." "No wonder," she said. "I thought it was strange. I've seen mothers treat their daughters badly, but never their sons. So, it's the stepmother. No wonder she's like that. Now that there's a stepmother, there will probably be a stepfather too." Thinking about Dongzi having to live under the stepmother's care, the old lady was even more worried. And that Sue family girl's name is Pandi. It seems the crazy woman still plans to have a son. "Captain Joe, the old lady started to say more but stopped herself. "What's wrong, Mom?" Captain Joe asked, acting carefree. "Don't worry. Even if Sue Gang is higher rank than me, I'm not afraid. And he's not even older than me now. Captain Joe, you and Ching are not young anymore. You should have a child soon," the old lady suggested quickly before they reached home. She was worried that if her daughter-in-law heard, she might feel pressured. Better to put the pressure on her son. Captain Joe's face darkened a little. He replied casually, "We'll think about it later. I'm now a squad leader, so I'm busy with work. Ching has school stuff too. When we have free time, we'll talk about it." The old lady didn't say anything more. She lowered her head and walked, her mind full of the adorable images of the three children, one cold and proud, one lively and cute, and one pitiful. "Mom, remember not to mention the children to Ching," Captain Joe reminded her at the end. The old lady nodded. I know, her daughter-in-law was sensitive, so she wouldn't push her about it. Soon, they arrived at Captain Joe's new home. Their house was on the second floor. Since the old lady would be moving in later, they chose a second-floor apartment. The first floor had already been taken by an older leader. When Captain Joe opened the door, it swung open from inside. "Mom, you're here? Come in quickly." Inside, there was a gentle, pretty face with a polite smile. Captain Joe's wife is named Ching. She works as a teacher at a small school in the military housing area. The school has both elementary and kindergarten classes, mainly to help families where both parents work. Ching, you've lost weight again. Is Zhou not giving you enough good food?" The old lady from the Zhou family looked a bit worried. She wondered when she would have grandchildren, as in the countryside, being a bit chubby is considered healthy and good for raising children. Ching smiled and shook her head patiently. "Mom, old Zhou treats me very well. Don't worry." After Captain Joe put down his mother-in-law's luggage, he told his wife that Xiao Fan's family was coming for dinner. Ching immediately started preparing without hesitation. Fortunately, she had bought extra vegetables today, and her mother-in-law brought some from her hometown, enough to serve a big table. The old lady from the Zhou family is a hardworking person. She quickly went to help in the kitchen. Ching is also very filial and refused any help. In the end, Captain Zhou sent his mother out and went to the kitchen to help. Xiao Fan usually gets along well with Captain Zhou. After they moved to a new house, he had already eaten there once and thought that Zhou's wife cooked very delicious food. But since he went back to his hometown, he no longer feels anyone's cooking can beat his wife's. Xiao Fan took his whole family to Zhou's house, except for Da Huang. Da Huang was very angry and wanted to cause trouble. When Captain Zhou saw Xiao Fan's family arrive, he happily welcomed them inside. He Qingqing also came out from the kitchen during a break to say hello. The first thing she saw wasn't the outstanding Roy, but the soft and cute Danny being held in Xiao Fan's arms. Whose little girl is this? She's so adorable. Let Annie hold her. He Qingqing immediately liked her and couldn't help but want to hug and kiss her. She even forgot about the soup boiling on the stove. Hello, Auntie. Pretty, Danny sweetly said. Before leaving, Xiao Xiao had already taught her how to greet. Roy didn't force Danny to call him that. Some children are naturally shy and simply don't like to say hello, but it doesn't mean they dislike the person. But what she didn't expect was that Danny not only greeted others but also performed very well. Being praised for being pretty should apply to women of all ages. He Qingqing almost cried with happiness. She quickly hugged Danny and took out a big white rabbit candy from her pocket to give her. He Qingqing always carried a few candies in her pocket. When she saw well-behaved children, she would give them a treat. Danny was momentarily surprised, then also took out some candies from her pocket and chose a hard candy from a variety. Here, she held her hand out to He Qingqing, holding it high, as if wanting to exchange candies. This instantly melted the hearts of Director Zhou's family. How could there be such a cute little girl? Knowing that his wife liked children, Director Zhou went to the kitchen himself to take on the cooking. What's this child's name? He Qingqing asked Loi. Loi. Her full name is Xiao Muyu, and her nickname is Danny. That's a good name, He Qingqing said with a smile. They sat in the living room chatting for a while. Director Zhou and Xiao Fan finished preparing dinner. Yes, men cook. Women chat about family matters, mostly about the troubles of Deputy Commander Su's family. Dongzi is really pitiful. How did he end up with such a stepmother? The elderly lady of the Zhou family felt heartbroken whenever she thought of Dongzi's stubborn look. She wished she could take the child and raise him herself. Does Deputy Commander Su usually not understand Dongzi's situation? Xiao Xiao couldn't help asking. Even if her brother was busy, he would write her letters regularly. Deputy Commander Su. He Qingqing paused before saying, he's a good person. No matter how dangerous the task, he always rushes to the front. She suddenly looked at Loi. He's similar to your Captain Xiao, very hardworking. Sitting here today is entirely because he earned it step by step. Loi immediately remembered the large bonus of 2,000 yuan. It must have been very difficult to get that bonus without any harm. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit heavy. If Director Zhou could sit in his position today, he must have paid a price too. Everyone is like that. For people without powerful backgrounds like us, everything is earned through hard work. Even the son of Commander Tan had to work his way up step by step.
What are you talking about?
Dinner is ready. Come try my and Xiao Zhao's cooking, Director Zhou said as he reached out to pick up Danny. Unfortunately, Danny was comforted by the elderly lady from the Zhou family who said she would take her to visit Brother Dongzi tomorrow. Danny was willing to be obedient and let the lady hold her. Loi, got this. Both families are easy to get along with. Even though He Qingqing is a bit reserved, with Danny around, everyone chats happily. In fact, the two families even plan to go to Xiao Fan's house for a meal in a few days. Once his family is ready, they will make dumplings together. On the way home, Xiao Fan couldn't stop his wild thoughts. Today, only 2 bedrooms were decorated at home. If his wife agreed to sleep in the same room with him, should he agree? He isn't someone who likes to take advantage of others, but if his wife agrees to share a room and he refuses, would that be rude? Xiao Fan was tangled in his thoughts all the way. When they got home, Loi said she would hold Danny and squeeze in with Xiao Xiao tonight. Xiao Fan. Forget it, I was overthinking. But what's wrong with dreaming? Moreover, if he can't even relax in his dreams, is he really a man? The next morning, Captain Joe was awakened by knocking on the door. When he opened it, he saw Vice Captain Sue. "Little Sue, is there something?" Captain Joe's tone was cold and indifferent. He isn't someone who likes to show off, so if he speaks like this, it probably means he really dislikes this person. Vice Captain Sue was already a bit embarrassed, and now it was even more awkward. His face turned red, and after a long pause, he finally said, "Captain Joe, I asked Dongzi yesterday and found out what happened on the road. I'm really sorry. Things are in the past, and besides, it wasn't your fault." But Captain Joe changed the subject and said, "If your wife really hates Dongzi, you can send Dongzi to me as a son. That way, he won't get beaten to death by your unkind wife someday." Captain Joe's words were quite rude. The Zhou family has always hoped to have a child, but Su Gang has won and doesn't seem to cherish it. Last night, Captain Joe heard everyone say that the child still had bruises on his neck from being hit, but he stubbornly endured it without saying a word. The more Captain Joe thought about it, the angrier he became. His tone turned unpleasant. "Let me tell you, if I see your unkind wife hitting Dongzi again, I will report it to the authorities." After saying that, he suddenly slammed the door shut with a loud bang, startling the elderly woman and his wife inside. Captain Joe turned around and realized he had lost his composure just now. Mainly, it was because of jealousy of Su Gang, that fool, having a well-behaved son. Su Gang was scolded harshly by Captain Joe, loud enough for the neighbors to hear. Feeling embarrassed, he turned around and headed home. On the way, he unexpectedly met Xiao Xiao and Anai, who were out walking their dog. Although they saw him, they deliberately avoided him and walked past. Deputy Captain Su felt uneasy inside. Last night, while his wife was bathing their daughter, he secretly asked Dongzi about what happened on the train. At first, Dongzi didn't want to say anything. But after Su Gang kept promising that A Xiong wouldn't find out, Dongzi finally told the truth. After hearing this, Deputy Captain Su wanted to go to Captain Joe's house and Xiao Fan's house to apologize. If what Dongzi said was true, then the A Xiong they knew was not the same A Xiong he remembered. He knew A Xiong as kind and generous, a little shy. He remembered the first time he went back to his hometown for a blind date with A Xiong. They talked alone in the yard, and she was frightened by a frog that suddenly jumped out of the field. He remembered clearly how A Xiong was so scared she clung to him and cried, making him, a rough man, feel completely helpless. But it had only been a little over a year. How could A Xiong have changed so much? Or was she always like this? The more Deputy Captain Su thought about it, the more upset he felt. He quickly ran back to stop Xiao Xiao and Ni. Because of his sudden appearance, Da Huang mistook him for a bad person and blocked the way in front of the small girl and boy. "Xiao Xiao, I just want to ask you about what happened on the train yesterday." He tried to sound calm, so as not to scare the girls. Xiao Xiao didn't want to talk much with this fool, but thinking of poor Dongzi and Anai, who was eyeing Dongzi greedily, she patiently explained, though her tone was a bit sharp. Xiao Xiao is a very honest person. She didn't exaggerate the story just because she disliked Tian Xiang. She told the whole story clearly, but she emphasized many times about Dongzi being beaten. After all, if he really became her nephew-in-law someday. Deputy Captain Su still couldn't believe it. Surely everyone wasn't lying? He nodded and said to Xiao Xiao, "I understand. Thank you." Then he hurriedly went back home. Xiao Xiao. That big and I, maybe from now on, let's only like Brother Zhou. Xiao Xiao's imagination is so wild, she's already thinking about her future family. This Dongzi's family background is a bit complicated. Brother Zhou, Big and I asked confused. Yes, from now on, let's only like Brother Zhou, okay? Xiao Xiao plans to stop any bad ideas now. Brother Dongzi, Big and I asked again. No, let's not like Brother Dongzi anymore, okay? Xiao Xiao tries to persuade Big and I. As a result, Big and I burst into tears and even went home to tell Roy about it. Xiao Xiao. These days, bad people are everywhere and good people have a hard time. Over at Deputy Captain Su's house, as soon as he got home, he went straight to Dongzi's room. Without saying a word, he started taking off Dongzi's clothes, which really surprised Dongzi. But when he saw the fresh and old scars on his son's body, even a tough man couldn't help but tear up. His voice was a little hoarse. Dongzi, what happened to your injuries? Dongzi didn't answer. Instead, he habitually looked at the door to see if Tian Xiang was there. Because of this small action, Deputy Captain Su couldn't hold back anymore. He picked up Dongzi's clothes from the bed, helped him put them on one by one, and then left the room. Soon after, he brought the little girl in, patted Dongzi's head, and said, "Take good care of your sister. Dad has some things to handle." Dongzi nodded obediently. Although he disliked the woman outside, he didn't dislike his sister. Even when a scream came from the living room, he carefully covered his sister's ears. Captain Zhou was about to leave when someone knocked on the door again. He was a bit annoyed and went to open it. When he saw it was Deputy Captain Su, he immediately felt impatient. But then his eyes caught sight of Dongzi behind him. His expression changed instantly, and he smiled warmly. "Oh, Dongzi, come in and sit." Deputy Captain Su didn't seem interested in going inside. He pushed Dongzi to Captain Zhou and asked seriously, "Captain Zhou, is what you just said to me still valid? What did I just scold you for?" A grown man, still holding a grudge, Captain Zhou was always in a bad mood when dealing with Deputy Captain Su. "You just told me to let Dongzi be your son," Deputy Captain Su said seriously, tilting his head. Captain Zhou, although he kept it to himself, he was angry. "Captain Zhou, do you still stand by what you said?" Deputy Captain Su repeated insistently. This left Captain Zhou speechless. He sighed and stepped back a little. "Let's talk about it later." Just then, He Qingqing was about to leave when she saw Dongzi standing behind Deputy Captain Su. She liked this child at first sight. The old lady from the Zhou family also came out of the kitchen. When she saw Dongzi, her face immediately lit up with a warm smile. "Mom, take Dongzi to the kitchen and get him something to eat," Captain Zhou said. Then he turned to his wife. "Qingqing, don't leave just yet." He Qingqing had worked for many years and had never left work early or been late. Today, she nodded for the first time, understanding that something important was about to be discussed. She put down her military green bag and went to the kitchen to pour water for Deputy Captain Su. While pouring, she glanced at Dongzi, who was sitting obediently in the corner. Dongzi seemed to sense someone watching him. He slowly looked up, remembered what his father had told him before leaving, and stiffly pulled at the corner of his mouth, trying to smile but looking more sad than crying. He Qingqing immediately smiled and said, "It's okay. If you don't want to smile, you don't have to. You don't need to please anyone." Dongzi nodded. Although he hadn't started school yet, he understood what she said. In the living room just a wall away, Deputy Captain Su was holding his head with both hands. "Little Su, say something." Captain Zhou's patience was almost gone. "Have some water." He Qingqing pushed a glass of water in front of Deputy Captain Su and handed another to Captain Zhou. "You should drink some water to calm down." Deputy Captain Su picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. After a moment he said, "I hit her. She said she would report it to the military headquarters." "Captain Zhou, I might be punished. If it's just a punishment, maybe I'll even go to jail. I know. I'm a soldier. I shouldn't bully others." Deputy Captain Su choked up, unable to continue. "Dongzi is full of injuries. It's my fault. I don't deserve to be his father." As he spoke, Deputy Captain Su began slapping himself. Captain Zhou quickly held his hand. Although he was a bit annoyed with him, his current appearance was really hard to look at. "Captain Zhou, from now on, Dongzi will be like your son. Staying with me won't lead to a good future." Deputy Captain Su regretted being too impulsive earlier, but he couldn't tolerate the scars on his son's body, especially since he was a brave man. "What exactly happened? Tell me clearly first," Captain Zhou said. He had some guesses, but he needed to hear the full story to help find a solution. Loi was having breakfast at home. It was breakfast brought back early by Xiao Fan, and the stove hadn't been lit yet. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Big Yellow was the first to run to the door and wagged his tail. "Looks like an acquaintance." When Xiao Fan opened the door, he saw Grandma Zhou standing there. "Aunt Zhou, Dongzi? Come in quickly." Grandma Zhou's last name was also Zhou. After they became familiar, Xiao Fan and others called her Aunt Zhou. Xiao Fan, where's your wife? Aunt Zhou pulled Dongzi inside. Big Yellow happily followed Dongzi, occasionally nudging him with his head. Xiao Fan asked, she's eating breakfast. Have you eaten? Master Zhou asked me to come over. He told me to talk to you and your wife about something at your home. He asked me to stay and play with Dongzi. Did something happen? Xiao Fan asked. Loi just came out of the inner room. Hearing Aunt Zhou, he immediately went out with Xiao Fan. Aunt Zhou stayed with Dongzi at Xiao Fan's house, but I was so happy she wanted to show Aunt Zhou the cloth tiger her train ticket had sent her, so they could play together. However, in less than half an hour, there was another knock at the door. Xiao thought her brother and sister-in-law had returned and was curious why they didn't bring keys when they left. When she opened the door, she saw Aunt Bai smiling and the stern, commanding Zhou outside. When Xiao Fan and Loi arrived at Captain Zhou's house, Deputy Captain Su and Captain Zhou were standing on the balcony smoking. Seeing everyone had arrived, they quickly put out their cigarettes and went inside. Everyone sit down. He Ching poured tea for Xiao Fan and his wife. Captain Zhou spoke directly. Xiao Su found signs of abuse on Dongzi and couldn't hold back. He hit Tian Xiang. Now Tian Xiang wants to report to the military leaders. Xiao Su is worried about getting into trouble and plans to adopt Dongzi into my family. Xiao Fan and Loi's faces showed no surprise, as if they had expected this all along. Although Commander Zhou likes Dongzi from their family, he wouldn't take advantage of others. If he properly adopted Dongzi into my family, I would be happy. Now it feels like I am being robbed. Loi. She looked at Xiao Fan. Do soldiers always talk like this?
What does that mean now?
Xiao Fan asked. Although Commander Zhou thinks Xiao Su is a fool, he can't stand how a greedy woman is messing things up. After speaking, he glared fiercely at Deputy Captain Su. So, now the question is, if Tian Xiang goes to the higher authorities, what should be done? Xiao Fan asked, then turned to his wife. What do you think? Even though Commander Zhou invited a couple, Xiao Zhao's question about what to do made Xiao Fan feel a bit jealous. Maybe we should first go to the hospital to check your blood types, Loi said calmly.
Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that?
Commander Zhou was shocked. You can't say such things casually. Loi looked at Deputy Captain Su and explained. You and Tian Xiang both have single eyelids, but Pan Di has double eyelids. But Dongzi also has double eyelids, Deputy Captain Su said, not seeing any problem. Loi. But she patiently asked, Dongzi's mother should have double eyelids, right? Deputy Captain Su nodded without hesitation. That's right, Loi explained simply. Normally, if both parents have single eyelids, their children are mostly single eyelids too. It's possible for the child to have double eyelids, but the chance is small. So, let's go to the hospital to check the blood types first, and then decide. If Tian Xiang allows Deputy Captain Su to become the father, then this matter can be reported to the higher authorities. It wouldn't be a big problem for Deputy Captain Su. After all, Tian Xiang gave birth at full term. If the child isn't Deputy Captain Su's, it would be considered damaging military marriage, which at that time would be severely punished. Commander Zhou seemed to see hope and was happy for Deputy Captain Su, but upon reflection, being cuckolded is a great shame. He restrained his smile a bit. He quickly changed the subject awkwardly. Sister-in-law, how did you find out about all this? Loi's answer was full of twists and turns. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and immediately came up with an excuse. She said, earlier, Danny wasn't feeling well, so I took her for a checkup. When we were waiting for the results, I overheard a couple with single eyelids holding their double eyelid daughter, waiting for a blood test report. They suspected that their daughter had been swapped at birth and were worried that, after 20 years, a dramatic scene of a true and false daughter might happen. Xiao Fan. Others? Xiao Fan and Loi only managed to help for now. Deputy Captain Su immediately went home to secretly test Tian Xiang and Pandi's blood. At first, he felt a little guilty toward Tian Xiang. After all, she had a daughter for him, and he hadn't been there properly during her pregnancy and postpartum period. He was just too emotional and angry earlier, so he lost control. But now, just thinking that Pandai might not be his daughter, and that Tian Xiang was using his hard-earned money to raise someone else's child, and even mistreating his own son, Deputy Captain Su grew angrier. If it turned out to be true, he wouldn't be able to face Dongzi. That child was so sensible. On their way home, Loi noticed Xiao Fan hesitating and quickly took the lead. Are you doubting that I took Danny for a checkup? Huh. I took her myself. The report is tucked inside my notebook. I'll show it to you when we get home. Actually, it's stored in a space, but he couldn't just pull out a few reports from his pocket now. No, that's not what I meant, Xiao Fan said. He didn't mean it that way, but Loi's assumption made him lose his train of thought. How could you take Danny for a checkup, Loi? Danny hadn't spoken at all before. I thought she was mute, so I wanted to have her checked. So, I took her to the county hospital and had all the tests done. The results showed everything was normal, Roy said, tilting his head and shrugging. Okay, Xiao Fan listened carefully. He was very grateful that she cared so much for his family. He felt he hadn't done enough. Besides sending money home, he hadn't done much else. He thought about how he had delayed his sister's studies and never really considered his niece's health. He looked at Roy deeply. Thank you, E. After changing the subject, Roy suddenly thought of another question and blurted out, if a woman is abused by her partner, can she still get a divorce, even if they are in the military? Xiao Fan was silent. So, she had never given up on the idea of divorce. Roy was speechless. A cough interrupted them. Do you think Pandy is Deputy Captain Su's child? Xiao Fan was unhappy, very unhappy, but he couldn't be angry at his wife. Instead, he took his frustration out on others. He doesn't even know, so I definitely don't know. Roy nodded, understanding. The atmosphere between them suddenly became a bit awkward. Roy quickened her steps and turned a corner to her small yard. When Xiao Xiao saw Da Huang rushing to the door, she knew her sister-in-law was back. She hurried to open the door and whispered, Sister-in-law, you're finally back. Roy was silent. Yes, she was finally home. What's wrong? She asked. Go check on those 3 little kids. None of them are talking to each other, and the living room feels so tense. I can't stand it anymore, but I don't fit in with Aunt Bai and Aunt Jo's conversations. Roy went into the living room and saw Aunt Jo and Aunt Bai chatting happily. They liked talking about old times. Across from them, 3 kids sat apart, Zhou and Dongzi on each side, Da and I in the middle. But they kept their distance and ignored each other. Roy thought to herself, I feel like there will be many scenes like this in the future. It turned out Aunt Bai had brought some vegetables for Roy and the others, and also mentioned some things to watch out for in the house. This bungalow was originally the home of Commander Tan's family. They moved to a new apartment building in the summer. The cabinet door in the kitchen should probably be removed. Danai is tall enough to bump into it. When she grows a bit more, we can put the door back. Aunt Bai pointed at Zuzu, who was sitting nearby with a cold face, and said, when Zuzu was a little younger than Danai, she bumped her forehead. Loi took note of this and then saw Aunt Bai and Aunt Jo off. When Aunt Jo left, Loi relayed the original words of Captain Jo to her, asking her to temporarily bring Dongzi home and not to send him back to Deputy Captain Su's house. Aunt Jo was naturally very happy. She hoped Zuzu could stay at her house for a while. After everyone left, Loi and Xiao Fan planned to go out shopping. They needed to buy new bedding and kitchen supplies. Loi's shopping list was simple. She planned to secretly move some items from her space when Xiao Fan was not at home. Some things in her space looked unremarkable, but were much more useful than those from this era. Xiao Fan didn't think so. He listed many items on the list, worried about leaving his family short of anything. Since there were many things to buy, Loi suggested they split up, and Xiao Xiao could stay home to take care of the children. But Xiao Fan, thinking about upcoming missions, just wanted to spend more time with his wife to strengthen their bond. He insisted on going out with the family, despite the hassle. Of course, Da Huang was excluded. Da Huang. Do they really see me as an outsider? Xiao Fan knew they had quite a few things to buy today, so he specially borrowed a car from Captain Jo. Captain Jo's official car had been sent for repairs a few days ago, and his guard, Shaoli, just brought it back this morning. They first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy all the daily necessities and also bought a bicycle, still a 26-inch model. This time, they didn't buy 2 bikes because Xiao Xiao would attend middle school nearby, just a 10-minute walk from the military housing area. After buying grains, oil, vegetables, and other essentials, it was almost dark. Xiao Fan decided to take his wife and the others to a restaurant, so they wouldn't have to cook at home. Half a year ago, Xiao Xiao loved eating out, but now she just wanted to eat her sister-in-law's cooking 3 times a day. Day and I still didn't understand much. She only found the tall buildings interesting and kept pointing at the cars passing by. Loy had seen a photo from the 1970s in a book. Although it wasn't as bustling as today, everyone's faces were full of big smiles. Unlike in later times, when people hurriedly went to school or work. All day, Xiao Fan practically played the role of a tour guide and shopping assistant. They went to the most famous Peking duck restaurant in the city. Xiao Fan put down his chopsticks and planned to teach his wife and sister how to eat Peking duck. Come and try the famous Peking duck. However, the 2 of them had already started eating on their own, and their skills were even better than his. Xiao Xiao smiled a little foolishly. Sorry, brother, I forgot to tell you. We already made Peking duck at home before. But you can still try it. Maybe my sister-in-law's cooking is better. Xiao Fan was silent. So, is there anything you haven't tried yet?
Tell me.
I really want to show off a little, but Xiao Fan had one last stubborn idea. He looked at Duanai and asked teasingly, Duanai, is the duck delicious? If it is, Uncle will take you here again next time. No, not delicious. No more. Duanai was very firm and didn't give any face. Xiao Fan was speechless. After dinner, Xiao Fan first took Roy and the others home. After unloading all the shopping bags, he returned the car to Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou was drinking alone with Deputy Captain Su. The test results had already come out. The doctor clearly said that the child could not be his biological son. Although he had prepared himself mentally, when he saw the results, Deputy Captain Su felt very sad or maybe very angry. This was no longer just about a man's dignity. Tian Xiangjian was simply too unreasonable. Seeing Xiao Fan come to return the car, Captain Zhou quickly called him over. Come. You sit and have a drink with Xiao Su. I've already quit drinking, but he's drinking alone and not having enough fun, Xiao Fan said. My wife is still at home tidying up. I need to go back and stay with her. Captain Zhou almost looked down on him. You have a wife, but you come over here. Xiao Fan had no choice but to sit at the table, pouring himself a small glass of wine. What are you doing? Looking down on someone? Captain Zhou snatched the bottle and poured him a full glass. Xiao Fan felt helpless, but soon accepted it happily. When Deputy Captain Su received the test report, he went to the military headquarters to report the matter. There was a special department in the army that handles such cases. They immediately sent people to investigate his hometown. They dared to break military marriage vows. If it was serious, they could be executed. Nowadays, just being accused of being a hooligan could lead to 10 or 20 years in prison. Now there was solid evidence, but the military wouldn't wrong any good person. If Tian Xiangjian was forced, then the situation was different. So, the special team decided to go to their hometown first to find the person, as there should be some clues to follow. At this moment, Tian Xiang was feeling anxious because she had been waiting a long time for Deputy Captain Su to come home, but he still hadn't arrived. Although she loudly threatened to complain to the leaders, she knew that doing so would only harm herself more than others. She understood this simple truth very well. If she still wanted to stay with Deputy Captain Su, losing his position would be completely bad for her. Her threat to report him was just a way to scare him temporarily. Sure enough, after she said that, Deputy Captain Su didn't dare to hurt her again. But she never expected that he would take her words seriously. If she hadn't said that, after he hurt her, she could have acted pitiful and submissive, and maybe he would have felt guilty and stopped. However, because Tian Xiang threatened him, he was so scared that he went to ask Captain Zhou for help, which led to the current situation. Tian Xiang was getting more and more impatient. She decided to show weakness immediately. She didn't believe that her showing weakness wouldn't be forgiven. Before leaving, she took off her thick cotton coat and only wore her inner autumn clothes, then left with Pan Di. But once outside, Tian Xiang felt a bit lost. She wondered where to find the person. Earlier that morning, she had taken the little rabbit out, and someone had come back in the meantime, rummaging through trash. Later, she held Pandy and talked for a while, then left and hadn't returned home since. Yes, once she found the rabbit, Tian Xiang immediately had an idea. As long as she found Dongzi, she could find Su Gang. She asked around and looked everywhere. First, she went to Xiao Fan's house. Xiao Xiao answered the door, and Luo Yi was in the kitchen organizing sauces and condiments. She held the child and shouted Su Gang's name at the gate. Xiao Xiao said he wasn't there, but Tian Xiang didn't believe it. Finally, Xiao Xiao, angry, had to let De Huang out. De Huang barked fiercely at Tian Xiang, scaring Pandy into crying. Tian Xiang still felt a little sorry for the child, so she could only hold him and leave. But as she left, she secretly vowed in her heart, once Su Gang's rank is higher than Xiao Fan's, she will try to persuade him more and get Xiao Fan removed. Loi heard that Tian Xiang caused trouble at home, so he immediately asked Xiao Xiao to quietly go to Captain Zhou's house and inform him. Vice Captain Su hadn't gone home yet, probably because he had received the test results, which he didn't want to face. Maybe he was at Captain Zhou's house now, or Xiao Fan wouldn't have been gone for so long without returning. By the time Tian Xiang reached Captain Zhou's house, Xiao Xiao had already sent a warning and returned home. Xiao Fan stayed inside to look after Vice Captain Su, who was drunk, while Captain Zhou and He Qingqing went out to deal with the crazy Tian Xiang. Tian Xiang was very aggressive, causing the neighbors to come out and watch the scene. But Captain Zhou simply said that Vice Captain Su was not there. Unwilling to give up, Tian Xiang claimed she was there to pick up Dongzi. He Qingqing, tired of arguing with the crazy woman, went inside and brought Dongzi out. Vice Captain Su sent the child to my house early this morning to play. My husband has been taking Dongzi out to have fun these days. Why don't you ask Dongzi if he wants to go back? Tian Xiang immediately put on a caring mother's face. Dongzi, come home with Aunt Tian. Your sister just arrived in the capital and is a bit shy. You should stay home and keep her company, okay? Dongzi was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook his head and went back inside. He Qingqing was worried that the child might soften, so she quickly signaled to her mother-in-law to follow and check on him. Tian Xiang was publicly humiliated and unwilling to accept it. She still shouted, "Today, Su Gang isn't coming out, so I won't leave." Later, Captain Zhou had no choice but to call some guards over and threaten to take her away. Only then did she get scared and leave. Although Tian Xiang appeared very strong in front of others, once home, she immediately showed her fear. It truly proved the saying, "The soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of the aggressive." Tian Xiang tremblingly opened the door, unsure if it was because she was too cold or because she was frightened.
Pandy kept crying nonstop.
She had been crying at Captain Zhou's door since earlier and continued until now. Neighbors advised Tian Xiang not to look for a man now. Taking care of the children was more important. Men without children were not as important. People living in the military compound usually had husbands who left early and returned late. Isn't that normal? Why would they go to someone else's house to find a man? They simply couldn't understand. Tian Xiang was both cold and angry, but she had no way to solve the problem. The key was that she couldn't see Su Gang's person. As long as she could see him, everything could be easily discussed. After Captain Zhou sent Tian Xiang away, he couldn't help but shake his head. He had never seen such a quarrelsome woman. But when he returned to the house, he found that Deputy Captain Su and Xiao Fan were both drunk. Captain Zhou. In the end, he could only leave Dongzi to take care of his foolish father himself. Captain Zhou carried Xiao Fan home, scolding him as he went along. When Roy saw Xiao Fan completely drunk and unconscious, he felt overwhelmed, but still politely thanked Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou was very enthusiastic and stubbornly carried Xiao Fan to the bedroom, helping him take off his clothes and shoes. Xiao Fan. Why are you so eager? Thank you very much. Seeing that Xiao Fan was properly settled by Captain Zhou, Roy simply closed the door to his room. In the dark, Xiao Fan opened his eyes helplessly and let out a soft sigh. The next morning, Roy woke up to find that Xiao Fan had already left. Xiao. My brother said he wanted to take leave and will stay at the team for a meeting today, so we shouldn't wait for him tonight. Roy nodded happily. Her good days were about to return. After breakfast, she planned to visit the old master. She should have gone yesterday, but was delayed by small matters. Before leaving, Da and I also wanted to go, but Roy made an excuse that she needed to buy a small seat for her. She couldn't take her out now. Da and I was very easy to deceive and even promised she would behave at home. Following the address given by Wang Quan, Roy quickly found the old master's house, which was a simple rural courtyard. She stood at the gate, her hand raised to knock but stopped midair, lost in thought. Is that the young lady? It really is the young lady. Wang Quan saw a familiar figure from afar and told the old master that their young lady was about the same height as the person in front, but definitely more beautiful. When she got closer, she realized it was her own young lady. Wang Quan excitedly helped Jin Yukai and said as he walked, "Old master, walk slowly, walk slowly. The young lady can't fly away." Hearing Wang Quan's voice, Roy also approached them. Then, together with Wang Quan, she helped support the old master, who was walking with some difficulty. "Grandpa," she awkwardly called out, mainly because she saw Jin Yotsai's eyes were red. She was afraid if she didn't greet him, he might start crying. E is back. E is so tall now, even taller than Grandpa. Jin Yukai walked with some difficulty, and he was more unsteady because he was excited. "Uncle Quan, where did you go?" Luo E asked. Actually, she was deliberately changing the subject because she wasn't good at facing emotional scenes. "We went out for a walk with the old master." Luo E. Why not walk in the yard? The old man's legs aren't good, and walking far might tire him. Wang Quan sighed. "I said the same, but a few days ago, the old master found a child on his walk and brought him home. Now he likes to go outside even more. Yes, the old master loves to pick up children at home." Suddenly, Wang Quan realized his words were inappropriate and quickly laughed it off. The old master is just lonely and wants to find a lively child to keep him company. Really? She didn't quite believe that. Xiao Quan, tell Yi. She's grown up now, and it's okay if she knows. Jin Yukai patted Wang Quan's hand, signaling him to stop trying to cover it up. Update finished Tanaji. Degree Nabla degree. Wang Quan's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. Was the old master really so confused? How could he say such a thing? Jin Yukai ignored Wang Quan and turned to Luo E, let's go inside and talk. The sun has been very good these days. We can enjoy the sun while chatting. As soon as they entered, a woman hurried out from the main room. It was probably Hima, Yishuan's mother. Hima had just faintly heard Wang Quan calling the young lady outside and thought she was imagining things. When she saw Luo E, she hadn't spoken yet. Tears started falling uncontrollably. Jin Yukai even joked with her. "Hima, look, I didn't cry. Meeting you is a happy thing. Wipe your tears." Hima smiled and wiped her tears, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying, so she gave up. She excitedly grabbed Luo Yi's hand, voice choked with emotion. "Young lady, you've become so thin. Are you not doing well in the countryside?" Before Luo Yi could answer, Mother He started talking to herself. "I wonder how the lady and the gentleman are doing? And little miss and little sir." Wang Quan was afraid that Mother He would cry endlessly, so he quickly sent her back inside. Come sit next to me." Jin Yukai beckoned Luo E. Then he turned and called into the house. Little Bao, but after waiting a long time the person called Little Bao didn't come. Jin Yukai then signaled to Wang Quan, who immediately went inside to look for him. Soon, Wang Quan came out carrying a small boy, about 5 years old, roughly the same age as Zhou and the others.
Luo Yi.
Wang Quan chuckled foolishly. "Well, is this the young master I found during my walk a few days ago?" He placed Little Bao next to Jin Yukai, letting him lean against the old man. "Did you really find him?" Luo Yi asked curiously. "Why didn't you hand the child over to the police?" Wang Quan didn't answer. He silently pointed at Jin Yukai.
Little Bao is a sad child.
His mind isn't very good. When we found him, he was wearing torn clothes, Jin Yukai said slowly, as if lost in memory. If we hand Little Bao over to the police, what if his parents try to take him back? It's better if he meets kind people. But what if he encounters bad ones? Jin Yukai looked at Little Bao and asked, Little Bao, do you agree? Our Little Bao is so cute. How can he be taken by bad people? The boy called Little Bao nodded foolishly, but his eyes looked blank and unfocused. Your mother was someone I found while fleeing. Would you mind? Jin Yukai suddenly asked Luo E. Luo E. Of course not, she promised. She had no right to mind for the original owner. Good child, Jin Yukai nodded happily. Then he continued, your mother was only about 10 years old at the time. She hadn't eaten for a whole day and night. Her lips were chapped. I just shared half of the bark I had saved with her, and she insisted on sticking to me. As he spoke, Jin Yukai suddenly smiled. In the end, I was just a fool. I wasn't afraid that I was a bad person. Wang Quan immediately flattered him. Old master, you look like a very good person, just like Lord Luo back in the day. You and bad people are completely different. Jin Yukai smiled and pointed at Wang Quan, saying to Roy, your Uncle Quan wasn't so smooth-tongued when he was young. Old master, your memory is really good. I don't even remember my childhood anymore. Yes, I have a good memory. I even remember when Yi wet her pants as a child and woke herself up in fright. This made Jin Yukai very proud.
Roy, punto, no worries, no embarrassment.
That was the original owner. The original owner. Grandpa, do you plan to raise Little Bao with you in the future? Jin Yukai took Little Bao's hand and patiently discussed, Little Bao, would you like to stay with Grandpa in the future? Roy. What does Little Bao understand? But surprisingly, Little Bao nodded cluelessly, though his eyes were unfocused. Don't worry. Little Bao won't trouble you. I've asked Xiao Quan to find a doctor for him, Jin Yukai hurriedly explained, fearing Roy might object. He always believed Little Bao would get better someday. Every child he rescued was initially naive, but eventually became clever. Grandpa, I don't mean anything else, Roy said with a mix of laughter and tears. She truly didn't dislike him. Besides, Jin Yukai didn't ask her to raise Little Bao with him. While chatting with Jin Yukai, Roy secretly checked both his pulse and Little Bao's. One was older and a bit weak mentally, but Little Bao's pulse was normal, with no signs of problems or brain congestion. When she went to the kitchen to pour water, she took the opportunity to replace all the water in the water jar with spiritual spring water, while Mama, he wasn't paying attention. This water benefits the elderly and children. I was the best proof, just a few months, and she seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. No, it was like her spiritual crown had opened. Roy spent a good while chatting with Jin Yukai. Mama he specially cooked a few extra dishes for her to have lunch. The young lady hadn't eaten with the old master for many years, which made him very happy. Today's dishes are especially delicious. Mama he, your cooking has improved again, Jin Yukai praised with a smile. It's not that my cooking has improved, it's that the old master is happy today. Everything tastes good, Mama he modestly said, quickly adding some food to Little Bao, who still wasn't very good at eating on his own. Roy smiled knowingly, keeping her skills well hidden. After lunch, Loi was about to leave. Jin Yukai felt a little reluctant and wanted to keep her a bit longer. Grandpa, I'll come to see you again in a few days. Why don't you bring your husband along next time, so I can meet him? Jin Yukai hadn't met Xiao Fan yet and was a bit worried about his granddaughter's choice. He knew he didn't have much time left and wanted to see her before he went. That way, he could leave peacefully. Well, Xiao Fan is currently on leave and back at the army. He's a bit busy lately. Maybe when he's free. She quickly found an excuse that didn't sound like an excuse. All right, remember to bring him to see your grandpa, Jin Yukai said. He originally wanted to check him out, but now that she was married, there was no need for that. All he could do was hope the person was kind. He knew his granddaughter's background wasn't perfect, but she was his granddaughter, and to him, she was the best girl in the world. Jin Yukai asked Loi to help him back to his room. From the bottom of a 5-drawer cabinet, he took out a crumpled envelope filled with money, both large bills and small change. His trembling hand counted out some and handed it to Loy. This is what Grandpa saved up for you and your siblings. This one is for you, so keep it safe. The rest will be for your little brother and sister when they come back. If he couldn't give it to them directly, he wanted as the older sister, to keep it for now. There would be a chance for them to meet someday. Loy. As expected from family, they give money as soon as they meet. Take it. Grandpa didn't save much, so don't mind if it's not a lot. Loy smiled and put the money into her coat pocket, then patted her pocket and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Though she smiled lightly on the outside, her heart felt heavy. Such a good girl, still as obedient as when she was little, Jin Yukai said, patting her head. The child was still so sweet and lovable. Not only Jin Yukai, but as he was leaving, Wang Quan also slipped some money into Loy's hand. Loy. As expected from a wealthy family, "Miss, I'll be going out again in a few days. When you're free, come visit the old master more." Seeing him once is less each time, Wang Quan said, feeling a bit sad. The old master was such a good person, and in the end, he only had one family member by his side. "Uncle Quan, don't worry. I will visit Grandpa often." Although he wasn't her real grandfather, she loved this simple family love as an orphan, kindness, without any purpose. Even more, when Roy heard that the original mother, Jinju, was found by the old master along the way, he became even more respectful of this grandfather. At that time, he probably had nothing to eat himself, but still wanted to share food with others and even helped her escape from danger. She vowed to cure Little Bao. Since this old master liked to adopt children, she wanted Little Bao to recover, so he could always be with him. Before Roy returned to the military compound, he found a quiet place, took some supplies from his space, packed them in a sack, and hung it on the back seat of the car. Danny was eagerly waiting for her special little seat, but it didn't arrive. She was really angry. So angry she could ignore someone for 5 minutes. Da Huang tried to cheer up her little owner and even shouted at Roy in anger. "Roy, this is really going too far." In the afternoon, Roy planned to plant some vegetables in the yard. This time, she didn't ask Xiao Xiao to help but did it herself. She divided the land into even rows, neat enough to get praise from a Virgo. While digging the soil, she found a small hole in the yard and reinforced it with bricks. She boldly reached in and dug around. Since it was winter, she didn't think she would find anything too scary. That used to be a rabbit hole. A man's voice suddenly sounded outside the yard. It was abrupt and startling, but also quite pleasant. Roy immediately turned around and stood up. Outside the yard was a young man with a handsome face, bright eyes, tall and gentle, very refined and polite. If he had a flaw, it was the proud, cold attitude that seemed to come from his bones. "Hello, you must be Roy. My name is Tan Shirue, Shu Shu's father," he said calmly. "My mother told me that the person who saved Shu Shu was Captain Zhao's wife. Thank you." Tan Shirue politely expressed his gratitude. He had just finished a mission yesterday and heard from his grandmother about this. Today, passing by Xiao Fan's house, he saw someone in the yard and came to thank her. "No need to thank me." At that time, no matter who he met, Roy would help if someone was in trouble.
To her, it was just an ordinary thing.
When she was in college, she often participated in simple rescue training organized by charity groups. Whether it was CPR or choking rescue, the more people who knew how to do it, the better. This is a rabbit hole. My friend's sister once saved a rabbit when she was young, but her family didn't allow her to keep it, so she left it at my house. Tan Shirue didn't know why she was saying so much today. It was like she was acting on instinct, talking to this woman she just met for the first time. Loy also felt a bit awkward. "Oh, okay, I understand. I won't take it apart." Tan Shirue. Sorry, I didn't mean anything bad. If you want to take it apart, go ahead. Anyway, she was grown up now. Even if she wanted to keep a rabbit, she probably didn't have to listen to her family all the time. "Loy, thank you for saving Jojo," Tan Shirue said before leaving. Normally, based on his personality, he would have left after saying thank you once, instead of rambling on about other things. Maybe it's because she looks a bit like that person's cousin, though, of course, She's much prettier than that person's mean cousin. Tan Shuruwei. What was he even thinking? Whether someone is good-looking or not shouldn't matter to him. Loi felt a bit confused, but quickly pushed it aside. Growing vegetables was more important. He was planting the same vegetables as in the Xiao family village: radishes, potatoes, chives, cabbage, greens, cilantro, spinach. Then, he poured spiritual spring water over all of them and waited patiently. Based on previous progress, the vegetables should be ready to harvest in less than a month. That night, Xiao Xiao finally tasted the dishes her sister-in-law cooked. They were so delicious, she almost licked the plate. When Xiao Fan returned home in the middle of the night, he saw neat rows of farmland in the yard. Coming home and eating the leftovers his wife left in the insulated container, he felt nothing but happiness. What he didn't know was that the food in the insulated container was left by Xiao Xiao for her. Xiao Xiao suggested giving food to Xiao Fan, and she personally packed the meals into a thermal container. Unlike the warm and peaceful home of Deputy Captain Su, he spent last night drunk at Captain Zhou's house and slept in the living room. This morning, he took Captain Zhou's car back to the team and has been in meetings ever since. Honestly, he doesn't want to go home now, but he can't keep staying at Captain Zhou's house. So, he decided to go home to get some clean clothes and then stay in the team's office for a few days. He wishes he had known that going home would mean dealing with Tian Xiang. He would rather go months without changing clothes than see her fake, pretentious face again. Tian Xiang still looked the same as when they first met, fragile and delicate, as if she could melt into water, with tears in her eyes, creating a very emotional atmosphere. If it had been before, he would have immediately felt sorry and said nothing. But now, the facts are clear. Tian Xiang mistreats Dongzi, and Pandi is someone else's child. There might be even more complicated and dramatic things he doesn't know. Deputy Captain Su pulled Tian Xiang's hand away from his sleeve, losing all his previous warmth. I've been busy these days, so I won't be staying at home. Dongzi is having fun at Captain Zhou's house. Don't bother him. Tian Xiang clung tightly to his sleeve, refusing to let go, tears falling more fiercely. Zizi, why won't you forgive me? I hit Dongzi, but I did it for his own good. Deep down, Deputy Captain Su sneered. If he hadn't heard Xiao Xiao mention what happened on the train, he might have believed her. After all, he was beaten a lot as a child. His parents believed that strict discipline made good children, so they often fought every 3 or 5 days. They used thin bamboo branches from the backyard. He remembers clearly, the bamboo was all stripped bare where they could reach, and the branches were used to beat him. No matter what Tian Xiang said, Deputy Captain Su remained indifferent. Finally, Tian Xiang became anxious, realizing how serious the situation was. But Deputy Captain Su didn't give her another chance. As a man, could he really not get rid of a woman if he wanted to? 3 days later, Tian Xiang was so anxious, she couldn't sit still. She decided to take a bold step. She carried Pandi and went straight to Xiao Fan's house early in the morning, kneeling right at the gate. If Da Huang had noticed something unusual, Xiao Fan and his family would still be happily having breakfast. Xiao Xiao was holding a scallion pancake made by her sister-in-law when she went to open the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw a crazy woman kneeling at the entrance, and she began her dramatic performance. Tian Xiang's tears flowed uncontrollably, and she sobbed painfully, saying, "Sister Xiao Xiao, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have accused you of stealing my money on the train. I know I embarrassed Jiangzi. Please forgive me. Only if you forgive me, Jiangzi will forgive me too. Pundi can't be without her father, Xiao Xiao. Wow, she's a great actress. Please, Sister Xiao Xiao, have mercy on Pundi and let Jiangzi come home." Luo Yi came out of the house just in time to hear this clearly. He was speechless. It sounded like a humble wife begging her unfaithful husband and his mistress. Xiao Fan was the last to come out of the house, holding Dian Ai. He couldn't help but frown. What kind of eye does Deputy Captain Su have for choosing a wife? TSK. Anyway, she's not as good as him. Tian Xiang kept acting. "Captain Xiao, please have mercy and forgive this naive, rural woman. It's my first time traveling far away, and I never thought I'd meet someone like you. Xiao Fan. He irritably handed Da and I to Luo Yi, then went to borrow a phone from the neighbor to call Deputy Captain Su. At this moment, he regretted not installing a phone at home. Deputy Captain Su arrived quickly, bringing 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Xiao Fan recognized one of the men. He specialized in handling family affairs for soldiers. It seemed Deputy Captain Su had called these people because something had been discovered back home. A reader asked if bok choy is just a type of green vegetable. Yes, some restaurants call all leafy greens chinkai, green vegetables. But here, our chinkai refers specifically to bok choy, which is divided into Suzhou bok choy and Shanghai bok choy. Tian Xiang saw Deputy Captain Su arrive and immediately felt victorious. She didn't believe he could stay calm. Although she was proud inside, she showed no signs of it. She still had tears in her eyes as she said, Jiangzi, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I've already apologized to Captain Xiao. Don't worry, he won't treat you unfairly. Xiao Fan now looked like an old man staring at his phone on the subway, speechless. Lieutenant Deputy Su saw Tian Xiang and immediately felt disgusted. He didn't bother to hide his feelings and moved to the side, avoiding her contact. 2 soldiers behind him quickly restrained Tian Xiang, and the female soldier took her child, Pandai, away. What are you doing? Is there no law anymore? Jiangzi, what is going on? Tian Xiang shouted, trying to take her child back, but it was useless. She then turned to look at Lieutenant Deputy Su. The 2 soldiers looked at him, and when he nodded, they prepared to take her away. Tian Xiang refused to go quietly and started to make a scene. Jiangzi, I was wrong. I was too eager for my son to succeed, so I scolded Dongzi for you. Please forgive me. She kept crying out, I did all this for our family. You can't let them take me away. Her emotional performance was so sincere that even she might have been moved. Neighbors didn't know what was happening. Some nosy older women started to speak up. Kids are young, they need discipline when they do wrong. Otherwise, there'll be trouble when they grow up. Exactly. A good beating makes a good child. My son was beaten hard, and now he's a platoon leader. Being a military wife is already hard, and she has to take care of 2 children. As a man, how can you be so heartless? Oh, I think Captain Xiao is too harsh. She's just a rural woman going out for the first time. You're not even wearing a uniform, and you're arguing with a woman. Yes. Everyone has a hard life. Let's just forget it and live peacefully. We're all in the same big yard. Loi. She looked at Xiao Fan, who appeared calm and uninterested in responding. But just because Xiao Fan didn't want to respond didn't mean others wouldn't. Lieutenant Deputy Su felt he had caused trouble for Captain Xiao and Commander Zhou. If he didn't clarify things today, the whole military compound might spread rumors. All right, I'm not afraid of being laughed at, he said. Since this story would come out sooner or later, he decided to speak clearly today, so Tian Xiang wouldn't falsely accuse Captain Xiao and Commander Zhou's families. You, Tian Xiang, abuse my biological son Su Gang. You're shameless and have a wild child. You lie all the time and deceive me, Lieutenant Deputy Su said clearly and directly, leaving Tian Xiang stunned. No, you're talking nonsense, Su Gang. Not only did you beat me badly, but you also falsely accused me. I won't let this go. Tian Xiang immediately denied it. Stop arguing. The special team has already caught your lover and is on their way back to the capital. Don't worry, they won't wrongly accuse you, Deputy Captain Su said coldly, like a machine, showing no embarrassment about being cheated on. He said everything that needed to be said. He has come to accept it. In the future, he plans to move with Dongzi to a different military district, somewhere no one knows him, and start fresh. He also plans to bring his parents from his hometown to live with them, just the 4 of them, living simply. Tian Xiang was completely stunned. She thought Su Gang was just upset about what happened on the train and was hesitant to go home. It turns out, he found out everything. No, it can't be. She had hidden it well. You're talking nonsense. It's because I had a daughter and didn't give you a son. Su Gang, if you want a divorce, just say so. Why do you have to do all these tricks? Tian Xiang was a little panicked. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't afford the crime of destroying a military marriage. Whether I lied or not, you know in your heart. The best proof is this child, he said. Then he didn't bother to say more and waved his hand, signaling someone to take Tian Xiang away quickly. Su Gang, you coward. I will sue you for hitting me and for domestic violence, Tian Xiang shouted desperately, but it was useless. The older women who had just spoken up for her were now busy discussing her being cheated on. TSK, so shameless. It's really embarrassing for us military wives. This woman is too bold. Destroying a military marriage must be dealt with seriously. As Tian Xiang's curses gradually faded, Deputy Captain Su apologized and stepped forward. Captain Xiao, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. Xiao Fan patted his shoulder. Marrying such a fiery woman, he was also a victim. From Tian Xiang's tone, she will insist that you are guilty of domestic violence. I'm not afraid. If I get demoted, so be it. I'll just go back home to farm, Deputy Captain Su said. Right now, he just wanted to stay with his family. Nothing else mattered. He was determined to make up for Dongzi and hoped Dongzi could give him a chance. After Xiao Fan left, Roy also rode off. Since she promised to spend more time with the old master, she definitely wouldn't break her promise. The new year was approaching, and the festive atmosphere on the streets was growing stronger. When she was a child, she celebrated the new year with orphanage friends. As she grew older and started school, she began working part-time. During the holidays, she usually spent her time in restaurant kitchens. After all, the holiday pay was very high, and she didn't want to miss out on this extra income. At this moment, a car was coming toward her, with Tan Shirue and Yin Nanzhou inside. They were out running errands and heading back to their team. Suddenly, Yin Nanzhou excitedly tugged at Tan Shirue's sleeve, growing more frantic and shouting like a madman. Turn around. Turn around. Quickly, turn around. Tan Shirue was confused. Usually, they were very cold and distant, and Yin Nanzhou rarely lost control like this. Still, he quickly made a U-turn. Yin Nanzhou pointed at a young woman in a dark blue coat ahead and said, "Follow her. Hurry, don't let her escape." The moment Roy was being watched, she noticed it. She couldn't tell who was behind her, but caution was best. She immediately darted into an alley and found a hidden corner to quickly hide in. She remembered from a foolish book that the female lead in her previous life, Su Nian, was also watched and then taken into a car this way. It seemed she needed to be more careful in the future. Since she was in the capital, her first priority was to watch out for Shin Man. Her family had connections in the team. The book described Shin Man as the niece of the team leader's wife, with a powerful background. Many people showed her respect. Some even went out of their way to flatter Shin Man, sometimes making things difficult for the first female lead, Su Nian. Yin Nanzhou clearly saw the girl riding into the alley, but in the blink of an eye, she was gone. It was a dead-end street. Nanzhou, who was that girl just now? Tan Shirue asked, getting out of the car a little later. Shirue, I just saw a girl who looks a lot like my mother when she was young. Do you think? Yin Nanzhou looked at Tan Shirue with hope. He didn't know how to continue. This was a sore spot for both of them, a long-standing family issue. Really? Does she look that much like her? Tan Shirue also didn't know what to say. Very similar, especially in expression. Yin Nanzhou seemed to think of something. By the way, you haven't seen my mother when she was young. I only saw her in our family photo album. If Nanji, some words Yin Nanzhou still couldn't say calmly. It should be about this age. Don't worry, we will find Nanji. No matter how long it takes, we will bring her back. Tan Shirue patted his shoulder. Even if they didn't speak, they understood each other's meaning. Yin Nanzhou nodded, more convinced. Of course, Yin Nanzhou, will find my sister. No matter where she is, I will find her. By the way, do you remember I mentioned before that Jojo was rescued in Shazhou County? That person is Xiao Fan's wife. Yes, I think I mentioned that. The two couldn't find the person, so they left the alley and went back to the car. Xiao Fan's wife actually looks a bit like your cousin. Could she also be related to Aunt Nan? Tan Shirue didn't know how to describe it, but he felt they probably looked alike. Someone who looks like Shin Man definitely can't look like our old lady. Our old lady is always dignified, elegant, and well-educated. Nanjo slightly disliked her tone. Shun Man is spoiled and arrogant, acting like she's holding a feather as her command. She isn't spoiled or arrogant, Tan Shirue explained. She isn't spoiled or arrogant. And she doesn't act like she's holding a feather as her command? Nanjo asked angrily. I'm talking about Xiao Fan's wife. She isn't spoiled or arrogant, Tan Shirue said seriously with a cold face. Hey, Shirue, this is the first time you've given me a hard time over a woman. You never did that before. Nanjo teased. No, you used to oppose me for Nanji when you were young. When your family didn't allow her to keep rabbits, you secretly kept them in your yard. Talking about the past, both fell into thought. Finally, to lighten the mood, Nanjo joked, although you're single now, Xiao Fan isn't someone to mess with. Otherwise, Shun Man wouldn't be able to handle him. Don't even think about his wife. Nanjo burst out laughing. But after laughing, they fell silent again. They used to smile like this when they were children. They were once playful and cheerful. When did they start to change? Probably after Nanji went missing. Loi spent a long time in the space, choosing some fruit and meat to take to the old master's house and to prepare lunch for him. After packing everything, Loi quietly looked out and saw no one around. For safety, she changed into a different outfit in the space before leaving with the food to visit the old master. Since Loi visited Jinyukai, he has been hoping she would come again every day. He no longer goes out for walks or to pick up the children, worried that his granddaughter might visit and find him not at home. He waited and hoped, and finally, after 3 days, he saw his beloved granddaughter. With Xiaobao's help, Jinyukai slowly moved to the front door. Mahi from inside heard the knocking and hurried to open the door. Yi is here. That's wonderful. Xiaobao, call her sister quickly, Jinyukai said, holding Xiaobao's hand and repeatedly teaching him to say sister. Grandpa, Xiaobao is still young, Loi smiled and shook her head, then took the bag off her bicycle. Mahi stepped forward to help, a little annoyed, and said, Miss, why did you buy all this? Uncle Quan still needs food at home. I saw it and bought it, Mahi. Please help me carry it. I'll cook lunch today. Mahi lifted the bag from the ground and refused to let Loi do it herself. Miss, you should go talk to the old master. I'll handle everything. You shouldn't go into the kitchen. Mahi became more excited as she spoke. Their young lady, who was once so delicate, had spent so many years in the countryside and must have endured a lot. Loi. Why are the Loi family members so emotional? But she seemed to enjoy it. Just in case. Xiao Fan one day also cried and begged her to stay, saying she couldn't live without him. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Xiao Bao just called you sister, the old master said excitedly, pushing Loi gently. Loi was surprised. Little treasure called me sister. Little treasure say sister again. Jinyukai looked at little treasure with anticipation. Little treasure tried hard and finally mumbled, sister. See? Our little treasure is so clever, Jinyukai said excitedly, wanting to lift little treasure up high. But thinking about his health, lifting high might be risky for the child. In the end, he gently patted little treasure's head and praised, Our little treasure is the best. Mother, he went to the kitchen to put away things. Seeing the old master praising little treasure, she couldn't help but come out to complain. Miss, you don't know. Since you went home that day, the old master has been teaching little treasure to call her sister. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I hear the old master calling sister, sister. Loi laughed heartily along, feeling warm inside. She was truly envious of the original owner, who was loved by every family member. Since she had taken the place of the original owner and received her affection, she would also be filial to her family on behalf of the original owner. At noon, Mother he couldn't argue with Loi anymore and had to agree to let her cook. But she kept warning her repeatedly, don't cut your hand, don't burn yourself, and so on. Only the 4 of them ate lunch that day, so Loi prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Wang Quan and Hua Yishuan had gone far away. Loi could tell that Wang Quan cared a lot about the old master. The family had enough to eat and wear, but the house looked a bit worn from the outside. Inside, they had the best food and supplies. Together with Mother He, they were more well-off materially than many families. When Loi left, Mother He also handed her a lot of fruit bought by Wang Quan. Miss, take some apples home. They're big and sweet. It's a pity that the old master and I have bad teeth and can't finish them. No need, Mother He. Let little treasure eat them, Loi said. She had plenty of space in her storage, and these apples were big and round, definitely from her space. She wasn't sure which black market Uncle Quan bought them from. Loi didn't go back to the military compound first. Instead, she bought a special seat for Do and I. After searching for a long time, she found a store that sold it, and she bought the last one immediately. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao was on holiday these days. When Loi went out, Xiao Xiao accompanied Do and I. After the new year, when Xiao Xiao started school, Loi would have to take Do and I with her whenever she went out. This little guy is getting smarter and harder to fool, just like De Huang, both very clever. The easiest person to fool at home is probably Xiao Xiao. Before returning to the military residence, Roy found a quiet corner and changed back into the outfit she wore when she left in the morning. That dark blue jacket made her look very fair and made her overall appearance more attractive. However, her good mood quickly faded after entering the military residence. Roy was stopped by two strange women. To be precise, she was blocked by a woman who looked quite dull. Are you the woman Xiao Fan brought back from outside, Roy? What do you mean, the woman Xiao Fan brought back from outside? That sounds inappropriate. They are a legitimate married couple with a marriage certificate. Officially married. She was actually hoping she wouldn't be bound by that certificate, so she could just leave directly. But Roy was too lazy to bother with Xiao Fan's wild friends. She just wanted to wait until Xiao Fan agreed to a divorce, then happily go pursue her career. Are you afraid? The woman was extremely arrogant. Roy knew that the military residence was full of talented people. Not someone like her, a wealthy young lady, could offend. Although old Ji told her to find Uncle Chi for help. But bothering a big shot over a petty fight about her daughter? That would be beneath her. Roy wanted to go around the two crazy women, but the arrogant woman refused to let her leave. She even grabbed Roy's bicycle, which she couldn't tolerate. Comrade, I don't know what I did to offend you. I'm just walking my way. Are you so fat that you have to block the whole road? The arrogant woman was hit right where she was sensitive. She thought she was perfect except for being a little overweight. But her straightforward words made her feel wronged. She looked at the proud woman beside her and flattered her. Man, this cheap woman is insulting me. Why don't we just arrest her, Roy? Shun man. As expected, enemies often meet on the road. Shun man, right? Honestly, I don't like Xiao Fan. If you can get him to divorce me voluntarily, I'll pack my things and leave immediately, Roy said politely, trying to persuade her. Shin Man was not only unhappy, but also very angry. You this mean woman, are you showing off to me? Loi. So Shin Man is a nervous wreck. Which word was she showing off about? Shin Man didn't buy it at all, and harshly said, don't think that just because you say that, I will forgive you. I will definitely let Xiao Fan know that only I have the right to marry her. Loi. Fine, talking so much to a fool who doesn't understand is just making herself look silly. I understand. Can I go now? She spoke casually and easily, but it made Shin Man and that arrogant woman very angry. After the person left, the arrogant woman quickly comforted her. Man, don't be angry. Xiao Fan will find out how good you are sooner or later. She seemed to see everything clearly and said mysteriously, do you think that woman just now looks a bit like you? Shin Man immediately got very angry, raising her voice quite a bit. Guan, what do you mean? Are you insulting me for being ugly? Man, my good man, you're the most beautiful flower in our capital. How could you be ugly? The woman named Guan said while pushing Shin Man with her hips. Calm down first, listen to me slowly. Shin Man finally calmed down and wanted to see what Guan was up to. If you ask me, Xiao Fan definitely has feelings for you. But because of your status, he's afraid to pursue you directly. Guan looked at Shin Man's face carefully and continued, I figured out that the reason Xiao Fan married that woman is because she looks a bit like you as a substitute. Although Shin Man was angry that someone looked like her, Guan's words also made sense. Could it be that Xiao Fan was secretly fond of her, but too afraid to pursue her, so he found a lower-quality substitute? Thinking about this possibility, Shen Man felt proud inside, but she pretended to be indifferent and said, Guwan, stop talking nonsense. Seeing Shen Man's shy face, Guwan knew she had done a good job flattering her. She quickly brought up her own matter. Man, when will you take me to visit your aunt's house? Shen Man naturally knew why Guwan was always following her. It was just to have a chance to marry her cousin Yi Nanzhou. She was a bit impatient and said, My aunt and my mom went back to our hometown to pay respects. Let's wait until they come back. Guwan could only force a smile and reply, Thank you, Man. You're really kind. Whoever marries you will be very happy. However, her true thoughts were, once she married into the Yin family, she would eventually speak badly of Shen Man in front of her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Nanzhou. She wanted them to dislike Shen Man, so they would stop associating with her. Shen Man was always so arrogant after all. It was only because Mrs. Yin was kind and felt sorry for Shen Man, who lost her father at a young age, that she took good care of Shen Man and her daughter. Although these two fake friends had their own secrets, they had been friends for many years because they each needed something. If nothing unexpected happened, they could probably stay friends for many more years. Tian Xiang's case was quickly resolved. Her lover was brought to the capital by a special team. Faced with evidence and witnesses, she couldn't deny it. When she realized she was in serious trouble, she even begged Deputy Captain Su to forgive her. Gongzi, I was wrong. Can we start over? Pandi, no, forget that. You can handle that wild girl however you want, whether you sell her or abandon her. Gongzi, give me another chance. I promise to treat Dongzi well, as if he were my own son. I'll have more children for you, okay? No, we won't have more children. Dongzi is the only son I have, okay? She begged Deputy Captain Su desperately, even kowtowing repeatedly, bleeding on the ground. But Deputy Captain Su remained unmoved. Gongzi, I really know I was wrong. Hit me, okay? If it makes you feel better, have Dongzi hit me too. I'll take 10 times the punishment. Please, Gongzi, I was just confused.
I was tricked by him.
My heart only belongs to you. Don't you feel that? The more Tian Xiang said, the more Deputy Captain Su felt it was all a joke. How could he have thought Tian Xiang was kind and gentle, unable to be bullied?
He was blind.
Seeing what this cruel woman had done and said, he realized she was willing to abandon her own daughter, who was born after 10 months of pregnancy, just to escape punishment. Deputy Captain Su thought this was the real Tian Xiang. Everything he had seen before was fake. He gently brushed away the corner of Tian Xiang's clothes, as if it would dirty him. Tian Xiang, go reflect in prison. You have plenty of time to think about what you've done. Looking at the man's cold and ruthless eyes, Tian Xiang finally realized she was truly at her wit's end. She couldn't help but give up and curse loudly. Su Gang, you green-haired turtle. May you have a bad life. Su Gang didn't take it seriously at all, and even smiled. Yes, I won't have a good life. I am guilty. His smile was a bit creepy, which made Tian Xiang feel inexplicably scared. In the end, the verdict for Tian Xiang and her lover was announced. Each was sentenced to 35 years. Pan Di was sent back to her hometown to be raised by Tian Xiang's parents. Tian Xiang's parents felt ashamed and refused to raise Pan Di. The lover's parents also disagreed, saying a girl was too much trouble. But those are stories for later. Along with Deputy Captain Su's punishment, which was also decided that day. Su Deputy Captain was demoted to company commander for hitting someone, but he wasn't upset at all. He was surprised by this punishment. He had thought he would be expelled from the army. His childhood dream was to join the army, fight wars, and protect the country. Although he had said before that he would leave the army and go back to farming if he didn't join, now that he was about to go home, he wasn't sure if he could be satisfied with a simple life. Fortunately, his punishment was only a demotion. All the family sat together in Xiao Fan's living room for a meal. Earlier, Luo Yi had said she wanted to invite Commander Zhou's family over. When they went to invite them, Su Gang was there, so they asked him to come along. Aunt Zhou complained, Gongzi, you shouldn't have admitted to hitting someone earlier. You should have told the leaders that you only did it because you knew Tian Xiang was stealing people. Maybe they would have considered it. Su Gang chuckled and said casually, I admit hitting someone isn't good. I can't just ignore punishment and feel at ease. He also comforted Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou, don't worry about me. After I finish my mission in a few days and earn some military honors, I will be reinstated quickly. Seeing his optimism, Aunt Zhou didn't say anything more. She hurriedly served food to Dongzi, saying, Dongzi, try the fish Luo Yi's aunt made. It's tender and fresh. Eat more, be smart. He shouldn't be like his silly big father. Commander Zhou didn't care about anything else and couldn't stop eating the delicious food. He Qingxing awkwardly nudged him, reminding him to be careful. Commander Zhou said nonchalantly, Old Xiao is one of us. No need to be polite. Eat up, you two. Then he served his wife a braised chicken piece. Did Luo Yi learn to cook just to make such delicious dishes? He Qingqing was not flattering. She genuinely thought the food was delicious. Loi smiled and was about to reply, but Xiao Xiao interrupted, saying, My sister-in-law hasn't learned much, but she's very skilled at everything she does. She picks things up quickly. Xiao Fan. One. Commander Qing couldn't stand Xiao Fan showing off and immediately gave him a teasing look. Xiao Fan. Old Cheng's obvious jealousy is really something. TSK, it's not good. Loi, your fish is really tasty. When you have free time, come to my house and teach me how to cook it. Then I can make it for Dongzi. Aunt Zhou now treats Dongzi like her own grandson. Not only her, He Qingqing and Commander Zhou feel the same. Both said in unison, Yes, yes. Come to our house someday for a live lesson. From now on, we'll make a fish dish for Dongzi every other day. Su Gang lowered his head and took a deep sip of his drink. Even these outsiders are kind to his son. Yet, Tian Xiang, who takes his hard-earned salary, not only mistreats his son but also behaves badly all the time. But luckily, all the gloom has passed. Commander Zhou, can I talk to you about something? Su Gang hesitated, unsure how to start. He knew he had been a bit too much.
Say it.
Don't keep hesitating, Commander Zhou said. Though he wasn't drinking, he was focused on his food. Our team has an urgent mission. I applied today, and we need to leave early tomorrow. I was wondering if Dongzi could stay at your place a little longer. Su Gang had a bit of alcohol and felt awkward, his face turning red. I originally wanted to send him back to his hometown, but it's too late now. Actually, he had also thought about letting Dongzi live at home. Despite his young age, Dongzi can cook and do laundry. But recently, a big incident happened in the army. The young son of a commanding officer was kidnapped and has not been found yet. Dongzi now depends on Su Gang completely. He can't let anything happen to him. No problem. Dongzi can stay at my house for as long as you need. You can go on your mission without worry, Commander Zhou said confidently, waving his hand to agree. Su Gang let out a long breath and immediately took out some money from his pocket. Commander Zhou, this is my salary.
Please take it.
You and your family will need to spend quite a bit to take care of Dongzi. Keep it. Captain Zhou did not refuse but handed the money to He Qingqing, saying, Qingqing, you hold this for Dongzi first. When he grows up, he can use it to find a wife. After saying that, he intentionally glanced at Da-Anai. Da-Anai was trembling as she carefully served her older brother Dongzi some food, causing drops of soup to spill all over the table. He Qingqing happily took the money and said, Then I will keep it for Dongzi. Whatever Captain Su gives, I will save. Su Gang's eyes finally reddened. He raised his glass and said to everyone, I'll drink to that. Loi didn't expect the power of the spiritual spring water to be so strong. The old master's health was getting better and stronger every day. Seeing the old master improving day by day, Hema couldn't help but wipe her tears. Miss, it's all because of you, Loi. Huh? Did Hema realize that the water in the tank was replaced with spiritual spring water? Miss, it's because you often come to see the old master. When he's in a good mood, his health also improves, Hema said excitedly, grabbing Loi's hand. Miss, you should come see the old master more often in the future. Loi. Why does Hema always seem to be out of breath when she talks? Hema was so happy that she insisted Loi stay for dinner. No, no, I have to go home, Loi said, worried that Hema might try to keep her. She quickly handed the pot to Xiao Fan. I need to go home and cook for my husband. Although Hema was a bit reluctant, she could only let her go. Not long after Loi left the yard, she noticed a small figure chasing after her from behind. She quickly stopped her bike. Just as she was about to scold Xiao Bao and send him back, Xiao Bao started talking, completely off topic. Yes, totally off topic. Wise men are not as good as lovers. Loi. Huh? Xiao Bao continued testing. Wise men don't fall into love. King of the lonely, Loi felt like she must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could little Xiao Bao suddenly act so strange? Xiao Bao, wrong. You have one more chance. Loi, taking over the world of male models, Xiao Bao. Correct. Loi, little treasure, this little treasure is not the same as that one. It's me, that's right. Little treasure remained calm and gave Roy a big smile. You, how are you here? Roy was so shocked he couldn't speak properly. And why did you turn into a kid? Little treasure was also very angry, crossing his arms. It's all because of you, you troublemaker. I went to your house to find you, planning to give you a foot bath, and suddenly I ended up here. I don't know what happened, but I just opened my eyes and was here. Little treasure is Roy's close friend, a student at Qingbei, but he's in the art department. Don't be fooled by how flamboyant he looks all the time. He's very sincere with his best friends, much better than fake friends. Little treasure was both angry and annoyed as he told Roy about his whole experience of traveling through time, from the confusion when he first opened his eyes, to his guesses after seeing Roy, and then his recent tests. His detailed thoughts took up 100,000 words. If Roy hadn't told him to stop, he could have kept talking forever. Hey, you can complain all you want, but can you stop making those fancy finger gestures? It's really strange. Little treasure. And you're still scolding me. It's all your fault. I was just reading a silly novel, and now I can't be a rich heir anymore. Instead, I have to be a discarded child here. He looked really wronged. Roy felt a little guilty being scolded. Little Treasure's grandfather is China's first billionaire, and he's been received by officials many times. Every New Year's gala, he's invited to sit at the front table. Roy didn't know how to comfort him. All right, don't be angry. If I become rich someday, I'll adopt you as my godson or grandson if you want. Little Treasure. By the way, did you travel into that supporting female character? He suddenly asked. Roy nodded blankly. Then do you have space? Have you stored supplies? If not, he swore he would scold her to death. Little Treasure sighed in relief. That's good. Now take me inside to see. He was so excited he jumped around like a little kid. Unfortunately, from afar, the old master's anxious shout came, Little Treasure, Little Treasure. Loi made a shushing gesture. Next time, I'll take you inside to see. I've stored some high-end restaurant takeout dishes. I can share this with you, the rich third generation, to satisfy your cravings. While the old master was still searching nearby, she asked, Are you planning to keep pretending to be a fool? Little Treasure huffed and said, No more pretending. I'm coming clean. He rolled his eyes at Loi. Pretending to be a fool is tiring. Later, I plan to bump my head on the table corner and then pretend my head is normal again. Loi. Don't look at me with those eyes. Didn't you read that silly story where the girl kept pretending to be dumb, then decided she didn't want to act anymore and staged a fake accident? Loi. Please, I've had enough of this talk. When she returned Little Treasure home, the old master had already searched the house thoroughly and was now anxiously looking nearby. Seeing Little Treasure in Loi's arms, the old master almost burst into tears. He quickly hugged him tightly. You naughty kid. You can't run around like that. Luckily, it was your sister you met. What if it had been a bad person? Loi couldn't help but stir trouble. Grandpa, Little Treasure doesn't understand these things. You need to discipline him more. A few good hits will make him behave. Little Treasure. Now I've got another reason to hold a grudge. The old master looked at Loi disapprovingly. Little Treasure is still young. Don't keep hitting him. It might scare him. Loi. Fine. So she's not close to me anymore. Little Treasure buried his head in the old master's chest, glaring at Loi provocatively. He almost stuck out his pinky finger and said in a sharp voice, "You grumpy old man, you're breaking the rules." On the way home, Loi felt unusually happy. She, Little Treasure, and her best friend, like half-siblings, had spent a not-so-happy college life together. Loi and her best friend studied clinical medicine, working from morning till night. Little Treasure's major was easier, but he wasn't relaxed. Their whole family didn't support his dreams. They just wanted him to have fun and return early to inherit billions. Thinking about how she was no longer a lonely observer in this strange world made Loi so happy she almost pedaled her bike like a rocket. At this moment, Shunman was leaving the military compound with her mother, Nan Yen. Nan Yen is the sister of Nandai, wife of Commander Een. A while ago, the two sisters went to their ancestral home to pay respects, and they just returned to the capital this morning. Shunman came to pick up Nan Yen, and they stayed in a small courtyard outside the military housing area, arranged by Nandai. Nan Yan's husband was a teacher who had passed away early. Luckily, Nandai supported them, so their life was much better than average. Man, I've heard about it. Xiao Fan has already brought his wife to join the army. You should give up on him soon, Nan Yen said carefully, glancing at Shunman before continuing. You have good conditions, and with your uncle's help, you can find someone better. Shunman didn't bother to reply and kept walking straight ahead. After a while, she realized her mother wasn't following, which made her a little annoyed. When she looked back, she saw Nan Yen staring blankly across the street, her mouth wide open. Shunman looked in the same direction and recognized Xiao Fan's wife. She stepped forward impatiently and urged, "What's so interesting? Let's go. Man, did you see that girl just now?" Nan Yen still couldn't calm down. She grabbed Shunman's arm and repeated, Man, did you see her?" "Yes, I saw. Let's go home," Shunman said. She didn't want to argue with her mother about Xiao Fan in the middle of the busy street. She wanted to keep her dignity. Man, she looks exactly like your aunt when she was young. "I have to go find her," Nan Yen said, about to chase after the girl. Shunman was stunned. What did she mean? What does it mean to look exactly the same? But her body moved faster than her brain. She grabbed Nan Yan's arm and asked, "Where are you going?" Nan Yan was anxious. She pointed toward the girl, who was about to disappear into the distance. "That girl must be Nanji. I won't be mistaken. It's definitely her. She looks just like your aunt when she was young." But in her rush, the girl's figure was gone. Nan Yan was very anxious, but after a moment of thought, she calmed down. Since the girl appeared near the military housing area, she believed that with some connections, she could find her. Man, let's go. We'll go to your aunt's house now. If she finds out that Nanji is living in the capital, she'll be very happy. It's been her long-standing worry. Nan Yen became more excited and wished she could grow wings to fly immediately to Nandai's house. "Don't go," Shunman suddenly shouted sharply at Nan Yen. Man. For a moment, Nan Yen felt as if she didn't recognize her own daughter. "Don't go," Shunman repeated firmly. "If you go, then from now on it will be as if I never had you, man. Nan Yan's voice almost sounded like she was begging. "My aunt has loved you since you were little. Can't you bear to see her living every day in the pain of losing her daughter?" Shunman sneered. "That's because she doesn't have a daughter, so she treats me well. If Nanji came back, would she still treat me this way?" Suddenly, she seemed crazy, shouting at Nan Yen, "It's all because of you, useless girl. You knew Uncle first, so why didn't you marry him? Instead, you married a poor teacher." "Why? Because I loved your father," Nan Yen replied softly. "Love is worth nothing." Shunman looked at her mother with ridicule and anger in her eyes. She was not willing to be just a teacher's daughter. She should be the little princess loved by the commander's family. Fortunately, she was now enjoying half the privileges of being a princess in the commander's family. But why did Nanji insist on coming back? Not only did she steal Xiao Fan, but now she also wanted to take away her princess dream. No, it must not happen. Shunman kept telling herself over and over that she would never let Nanji take anything from her. Moreover, she would take everything from Nanji, Xiao Fan, her parents, her elder brother. Nan Yen held back her tears. She really wanted to tell her unfortunate older sister that her daughter was still alive and well. But if she did, her Man would never talk to her again. She knew that very well. Man was capable of doing that. What should she do? Who could tell her what to do? Still not leaving, Shinman took a few steps out, then looked back at her mother with a cold gaze. Nan Yen could tell that if she dared to turn back and find her older sister, Man would definitely follow through. Finally, she helplessly looked in the direction where the girl had disappeared. Though she felt some sadness, she knew she couldn't lose her daughter. Sorry, Xiaoji, she couldn't let her niece lose her daughter. Why did you make so many dishes today? Is something good happening? Xiao Fan saw a big table of food when he got home. Most of it was vegetarian, but his wife's vegetarian dishes are even tastier than regular meat dishes. It's nothing. I just wanted to cook a few more dishes, she said. She couldn't admit that she was happy because she found someone like herself in this world. But Xiao Fan didn't think so. Seeing her stubborn look, it was clear she was trying to reward him for his hard work, even if she wouldn't admit it. Xiao sat with Da and I at the table. The family enjoyed their meal and talked happily. Maybe she was really in a good mood. Luo Yi surprisingly started talking about the customs and scenery of the capital city. Xiao Fan felt like he was dreaming all night. He floated in a daze until he went to his room alone to sleep. Then he finally felt a little clearer. His wife was definitely still testing him. The next morning, after breakfast, Luo Yi planned to visit the old master's house to see Xiao Bao. She knew Xiao Bao's personality well. If she didn't go to see him today, he would come looking for her at the military compound. I thought her aunt should have taken her along today, but no, she didn't. Luo Yi didn't dare to keep promising her anymore. She hurriedly left, leaving Da Huang behind to complain for her. But not long after leaving, Luo Yi noticed someone following her from behind. It was definitely Shinman. No need to think much. It was definitely her. Luo Yi decided to use the same method as the heroine Su Nian in the story, who was reborn and dealt with Shinman. Su Nian pretended to fall into Shinman's hands and then fought back. In the end, although Shinman had a strong background, Su Nian only acted in self-defense. No one could blame her. Perhaps because the heroine's aura was too strong, Su Nian managed to escape unscathed even with Shinman's powerful background. She really was the daughter of a talented author. Just thinking about how Xiao Fan, this charming butterfly, caused trouble made Luo Yi feel irritable for no reason. She sped up her bike, planning to lead the person into a quiet alley to deal with her minions and practice her skills. She had already slapped her face. She couldn't keep hiding forever. Soon, Roy ran into a small alley with no one around. She was riding her bike with one hand and searching for tools in her bag with the other. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. Sure enough, in the next moment, two men appeared in the alley. They looked decent and not like bad guys. Of course, you can't tell a bad person just by their face. Who are you guys? Roy pretended to be a weak person, sticking close to the wall to make the men lower their guard. The two men didn't speak, just looked at each other and moved to grab her. Roy was about to take out her self-defense tool when two more people rushed into the alley. The leader was Xiao Fan, followed by Wei Ling. Roy quickly and quietly put her self-defense tool back into her bag. Should I act scared now? Yes, probably. Normally, when people are in this situation, they would be scared and maybe even cry. So Roy also pretended to be frightened, but didn't cry. Xiao Fan quickly handled the two men and then handed them over to Wei Ling to deal with. He hurried over to comfort his wife. He hugged Roy gently and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Yi. It's okay now. I'm here." Roy thought, I underestimated this. But Xiao Fan's build is pretty good, and he's very caring. Xiao Fan had no intention of taking advantage of his wife. He was just very nervous for her. When he realized he shouldn't hold her like that, he quickly stepped back awkwardly. It's okay. What should we do with these two? Roy asked. If we can prove they were sent by Shinman, maybe we can accuse her of trying to ruin the military marriage. Even if they can't prove Shinman sent them, these two hooligans should be held responsible. In this era, Accusations of hooliganism are often vague, but the punishment is clear. Take them to the police, Xiao Fan said to Roy. He was still nervous and hadn't calmed down. You need to come with us too, okay? She understood. She was involved after all. Wei Ling then took the two men to the police car, and Xiao Fan carried Roy's bike onto the vehicle. Xiao Fan drove. Roy sat in the front passenger seat, and Wei Ling sat in the back with the two men. When they arrived, Xiao Fan and Wei Ling showed their IDs and explained everything to the police. Today, the two of them just happened to go out for errands. Not long after leaving the army, they saw Roy being followed. The police immediately took Roy's statement. Roy said she was too scared, which made her panic and run in the wrong direction. Although the police thought she might not be very smart, normally she should run to a crowded place, right? The two men couldn't stand the pressure and quickly confessed. They said someone paid them 100 yuan to catch Roy and deliver her to a specific place. After completing the task, they would get another 100 yuan. They didn't know who ordered them and shook their heads when asked. Roy was so angry she almost wanted to throw 20,000 yuan at them. Does her life only worth 200? Xiao Fan thought his wife was scared and kept comforting her. It's okay now. Don't be afraid. This won't happen again, Roy replied. She's only more afraid now. But she was also curious. Shun Man acted so quickly. Shouldn't it have been a year later? She realized she needed to change her plans too. Today, she thought those two men came to scare her and show her some color. Turns out, Shun Man just wanted to have her kidnapped this time. Next time, she would pretend to be kidnapped and then fight back against Shun Man. Yes, that's right. But she hoped Xiao Fan wouldn't come out heroically to save her again, ruining her plans. Finally, the police said the case would continue to be investigated. They would contact them as soon as they had new clues. Xiao Fan and the others could only leave for now. As they stepped out, Roy asked Xiao Fan to help her get her bicycle. Don't go shopping for groceries today. Tomorrow morning I'll go out early to buy more. From now on, whenever I have time, I will go out with you, Xiao Fan said. He didn't want Roy to go out alone. I'm not going shopping. I'm going to see my grandfather, Roy said. Anyway, the new year was coming in a few days, and the old man kept mentioning wanting to see Xiao Fan. She probably couldn't avoid it, so she decided to be honest now. Sure enough, Xiao Fan looked a bit conflicted. He had promised Roy earlier that he wouldn't interfere with her decisions. But she had just faced danger half an hour ago. I'll take you home first. Tonight I'll go with you to see your grandfather, okay? My grandfather has a bad temper. If I don't see him now, he'll be angry. Anyway, in front of Xiao Fan, she always blames the old master. In front of the old master, she blames Xiao Fan. Perfect. So, Xiao Fan finally compromised and said, I'll take you to your grandfather's house. After I finish my work, I'll come to pick you up tonight. This was his last concession. All right, she agreed first. Luo Yi knew that little treasure was probably waiting for her, so she had to go find him quickly, or he would get upset and be harder to soothe than a girl. When Xiao Fan saw Luo Yi nodding, he felt very happy. Did his wife agree to introduce herself to her family? He took Luo Yi to the small courtyard near the old master's house. Before leaving, he looked at her with a threatening gaze. Wait for me to pick you up. Don't go anywhere alone. Luo Yi could only force a smile and nod. When they arrived at the old master's house, Luo Yi first exchanged greetings with him, then made an excuse to take little treasure out to play. Originally, the old master didn't allow it, worried that little treasure might get lost again because of a head injury. But last night, little treasure accidentally bumped his head and suddenly became normal. He even seemed smarter than other children his age. The old master was very happy and waved his hand. Take little treasure out and let him see more of the world. He also took out 2 big packs of snacks from the wardrobe. Buy some good food for little treasure. Don't be stingy with money, Luo Yi. But she still nodded and agreed with a smile. They didn't go far. As soon as they left the small courtyard, they found a quiet corner and entered the space with little treasure. From then on, it was all wow. It lasted about an hour. Little treasure finally finished exploring the space, and it was time to eat. Luo Yi took Little Treasure to the dining room and brought out some high-end takeout from a restaurant she had bought earlier. Little Treasure exclaimed again. Wow. Luo Yi felt a bit annoyed. I told you to read more books, not just say wow and travel the world. Little Treasure didn't bother to get angry. He lowered his head and ate quickly. Luo Yi sat across from him. Maybe because he had eaten a lot of vegetables and meat from the space, she no longer thought the restaurant food was that delicious. Why aren't you eating? Suddenly, he said emotionally. You're so good to me. You don't even want to eat much, so I can eat more. Roy. That finally, after Little Treasure finished eating, the two sat by the spirit spring and chatted. It's so happy to be with you. Take me with you, Little Treasure said, playfully swinging Roy's arm with his chubby hand. Without hesitation, Roy refused. Not now. My so-called husband is a soldier. If you come home with me, it will be obvious right away. You have no heart for the opposite, Little Treasure pouted angrily. Roy didn't find it strange because Little Treasure used to act like this when he was younger. Actually, now Little Treasure looks even cuter when he's angry, making people want to squeeze his little face. Once I get divorced, I can take you anywhere. If I accidentally become a rich person, I'll spend money to make movies for you so you can become a famous director, Roy said, hitting a key point. Sure enough, Little Treasure's eyes sparkled. Really, Are you serious? Yes, but it depends on how you behave, Roy said, pretending to be aloof. She was just teasing Little Treasure. In the past, when she was sick, her best friend and Little Treasure took care of her. She had no family, so her best friend and Little Treasure were like family to her. They always treated her kindly, without expecting anything in return. Sometimes, to protect her pride, Little Treasure would do funny things that made her laugh. Divorce. What do I need a man for? Little Treasure cheered, waving his small fists. Scumbags aren't worth it. Divorce. By the way, do you want to find the original owner's family? Roy thought it was necessary to ask. You would not want to help me get rich, right? You're already thinking of leaving me. Little Treasure immediately looked upset. Women can really change their minds quickly. You just said that when the old master found me, I was wearing torn clothes and was abandoned, Little Treasure retorted bluntly. Why would I look for such a family? Roy replied. I was just asking casually. For now, stay at the old master's house and be responsible for making him happy. That's easy. Little Treasure is the best at making people happy. If he hadn't convinced his billionaire grandfather to agree, he wouldn't have gone to study art. They talked for a long time, also planning their future roughly. Of course, Xiao Fan was not included in the plan. After the two of them finished talking in the space, Roy urged Little Treasure to hurry back to the old master's house. Let's go. Xiao Fan will come to pick me up later, Little Treasure. Haha, women. Although she said she wanted a divorce, her anxious rush to go home showed she was lying. TSK, two-faced. When they pushed open the courtyard gate, they saw an old man and a young boy sitting inside. As soon as Jin Yukai saw Roy, he started scolding her. Where did you take Little Treasure? Xiao Fan has been waiting so long, Roy. Xiao Fan smiled kindly. Grandpa, it's okay.
Don't blame Yi.
I arrived too early. The old master waved his hand and sighed. You're just too easy to talk to, Roy. Is she the only one who notices the subtle hints in the tea? After the old master finished speaking, Little Treasure made a bright appearance. He stared at Xiao Fan without blinking. You're Xiao Fan, my sister's husband? Can you hug me, Roy? Oh right, Xiao Fan's looks match Little Treasure's taste. To him, Xiao Fan is a top-tier handsome guy. Xiao Fan had only been paying attention to his wife from the start, but this was the first time someone called him brother-in-law. He immediately wanted to praise this sensible little boy. However, the more he looked at the boy, the more he frowned. Little Treasure thought he was too direct, so he changed his way of speaking politely. Brother-in-law Xiao Fan, sister has walked a lot with me. Can you hug me? My legs hurt. Roy. Believe it or not, I could make your legs go numb. Although Xiao Fan was full of questions, he still decided to satisfy this sensible kid who called him brother-in-law. He picked Little Treasure up and held him high in the air. Little Treasure didn't like being held high. He just wanted to be close to the handsome man. He happily rested his head on Xiao Fan's shoulder and said softly, "Brother-in-law, sister seems a bit unhappy. Maybe you should put me down. My legs will be fine after a while. I'm used to it."
Roy. Stay calm. Stay calm.
The old master watched this little couple with a smile. He was initially worried that his granddaughter would marry blindly and end up with someone terrible. Indeed, he is excellent, good-looking, hard-working, and kind. He looks great in every way. Also, it seems he treats Yi very well, which makes the old man very happy and satisfied. Little Bao stayed in Xiao Fan's arms for a while but couldn't keep leaning on him forever. He said his legs didn't hurt anymore and that he could walk. Luo Yi rolled her eyes impatiently. "Act all you want, keep pretending." Xiao Fan quietly pulled Luo Yi aside.
Yi, listen to me. Luo Yi look at annoyed.
"Oh, I'm not angry." "No need to explain." "No, Yi, listen to me," Xiao Fan said seriously, becoming a bit more serious. "I have something important to tell you. You should stay calm." Luo Yi was really angry now, acting like she was throwing a tantrum. She replied coldly, "Then just say it." She wanted to know how important it really was. "Yi, I suspect that little Bao is the lost youngest son of Commander Tang's family." Xiao Fan nodded seriously. "Before you came back, I also heard from my grandfather that when they found little Bao, he was wearing torn clothes. Maybe the person who stole him changed his clothes to avoid drawing attention. Plus, considering that little Bao isn't very smart, I now strongly suspect he is Commander Tang's son, Tang Xiaobao." Tang Xiaobao. Luo Yi just wanted to curse. Little Bao's real name is Tang Xiaobao. She and her best friend used to call him Little Tang Bao. What a coincidence. What a perfect twist of fate. "All right," Luo Yi said with a sigh. "I'll ask little Bao if he's willing to go back to the Tang family." Xiao Fan held her hand again and looked serious. "Even if little Bao doesn't want to go back, we have to send him back. If the Tang family finds out later, the old master's reputation will be ruined." Luo Yi thought Xiao Fan was right. The old master was saving someone, but if he was wrongly accused of kidnapping a child, especially the son of the commander's family, that would be a serious crime. "Even if we don't discuss it with him first, I want to talk to him myself," Luo Yi said. She suddenly realized Xiao Fan was holding her hand tightly, so she quickly pulled it away. "Go talk to the old master. We'll act separately." Little Bao didn't mind. He was fine staying anywhere. He liked the old master, and he wasn't opposed to the Tang family. When the old master heard that little treasure was not abandoned but stolen, he almost burst into tears again. "That's wonderful. Little treasure's parents didn't abandon him. He's so lucky." Xiao Fan wanted to say that little treasure's parents would never abandon him. Their whole family loved him too much. Mother He also wiped her tears, saying that any child the old master brought back was lucky. She went to Little Treasure's room and packed up the clothes and toys she had bought for him, planning to take him home. But Little Treasure said, "Mother He, don't pack it up. I'll be staying here again in a few days." In an instant, both Mother He and the old master were overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing freely. Before leaving, Mother He tied soft cushions to the front handlebar and the back seat of the bicycle. "This way, it won't hurt, miss," and Little Treasure. Loy was helplessly standing nearby, watching Mother He go in and out, searching for soft blankets. One was too thin, the other not big enough. After a long while, Mother He finally was satisfied. As they left, she kept reminding them, "Captain Xiao, ride slowly on the road. Don't jostle, miss," and Little Treasure. Xiao Fan nodded and smiled throughout. When he mounted the bike, a blurry image in his mind became clearer. Wasn't this how their family of 3 would look in the future? The wife sitting behind, hugging his waist, the child sitting on the front handlebar, with tiny hands on the handlebars. Although now, the situation was the wife's hands on the back seat and the child sitting on the front handlebar, hugging his waist. The family of Commander Tang also lived in the military housing compound. When Xiao Fan and Loy took Little Treasure home, it was still daylight. Commander Tang's wife, Li Mei, was cooking in the kitchen. Since her younger son went missing, she had been lost and gloomy, unable to get excited about anything. She kept seeing her son playing at home, but every time she blinked, he would immediately disappear from her sight. Today, while preparing dinner, she saw her son sitting on someone else's bicycle handlebar. She blinked several times, but he didn't disappear. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the bowl in her hand fell to the ground. Then, from the living room, Grandma's voice came through. "This is the third bowl you've broken today. If you keep breaking them, we won't have any bowls left." Li Mei didn't want to pay attention to her grandma. She stared out the window, rubbed her eyes, then rubbed them again. She was still looking outside, and Xiao Bao was getting closer. Suddenly, she ran outside like she was crazy, shouting as she ran, "Xiao Bao is back! Xiao Bao is back!" At first, Li Mei's grandma didn't think much of it. When she heard voices coming from the yard, she stood up in disbelief, leaning on her cane and walking outside. "Xiao Bao, it really is Xiao Bao," Li Mei cried, gasping for breath. She wasn't someone who favored boys over girls, but Xiao Bao was like a part of her. If something happened to him, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. "It's Xiao Bao, my little Bao. Grandma, let me hold you." Li Mei's grandma finally believed her eyes when she saw her obedient grandson. She was relieved that her little Bao had returned. Once Li Mei and her grandma calmed down a bit, Xiao Fan explained how they found Xiao Bao. Li Mei kept thanking them, saying, "Thank you so much for bringing Xiao Bao back. When old Tang comes home, I will thank him personally." Worried about old Tang's safety, Xiao Fan told Li Mei to keep quiet about how Xiao Bao was rescued, since he was stolen by someone with bad intentions. Li Mei understood his concern, so she only said she wanted to thank him in person. However, Li Mei's grandma asked, "What?" Xiao Bao bumped his head. "How are you taking care of him, Loi?" Li Mei also felt a bit awkward. She quickly reminded her mother, "Mom, Captain Xiao said Xiao Bao just bumped his head. That's why his head is hurt." She was too grateful to care. Her little Bao was no longer a silly child. But the old lady from the Tang family still looked upset. She touched Xiao Bao's forehead, worried, and said, "Xiao Bao, it must hurt a lot, right?" Xiao Bao avoided her hand, took a step back, and moved a little farther from the old lady. "It doesn't hurt. And the others treat me very well." Yes, I understand," Li Mei nodded with a smile. She could tell that her son had been stolen. Normally, he should have been badly hurt or mistreated. But now, he looked healthy and clean, and his clothes looked expensive. That old man probably treats him like his own grandson, and she is too grateful to say anything. Looking at the bicycle that brought Xiao Bao back, the front handlebar is wrapped with thick cotton, which makes pedaling difficult. "Where is Xiao Bao? Where is he?" A strong male voice called from afar. Xiao Fan looked over and stood at attention, saluting properly. "Commander Tang." Commander Tang quickly returned the salute. No need to be polite. His wife had already told him briefly over the phone that Xiao Bao was found by the wife of this Captain Xiao. He quickly picked up Xiao Bao, touched his face, rubbed his head, and pinched his small shoulders. "Xiao Bao, you're finally back." "Xiao Bao is back, really back." "It's really Xiao Bao, that's great."
Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao.
Soon, cheers of men and women came from the distance. Soon, Roy was pushed back about 2 meters by the crowd of men and women, all excitedly surrounding Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao stared blankly at the people in front of him. Commander Tang immediately remembered what his wife had told him over the phone. Xiao Bao had bumped his head and was fine now. So, he quickly introduced Xiao Bao. "Xiao Bao, this is your second sister and her husband." Xiao Bao, second sister and her husband. Hug. The second sister's husband immediately reached out to catch him, happily patting his back twice, then introduced the next. "This is your fourth sister and her husband." Xiao Bao, fourth sister and her husband. Hug. The fourth sister's husband also happily took him, then continued to introduce the next one, like passing a hot potato. "This is your fifth sister."
Xiaobong, aw.
"Where is the fifth sister's husband?" Roy's face darkened. The fifth sister awkwardly smiled. The fifth sister doesn't have a boyfriend yet, so there's no fifth brother-in-law. Xiao Bao. "Oh then good luck, fifth sister." Next. Everyone. Although the fourth sister's husband was also a bit confused, he looked at the eldest brother-in-law across from him and continued to introduce, "This is your eldest sister and her husband. Xiao Bao, eldest sister's husband." Hug. Roy's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I can fully imagine Xiao Bao's current thoughts. Big brother-in-law smiled as he took Little Treasure and then introduced others. "This is your third sister and her husband. Little Treasure, third sister-in-law." Hug. The third sister-in-law also happily took Little Treasure and continued to introduce, "This is your sixth sister and seventh sister. Not married, no partner yet." Little Treasure's face instantly turned cold. Then sixth and seventh sisters keep trying. Sixth and seventh sisters. They're still in elementary school. Everyone else. Lloyd just wanted to roll his eyes, but it was indeed Little Treasure. Seeing handsome guys, she, a girl, couldn't even take a step forward. Commander Tang was very happy, and everyone else was happy too. The only one not very happy was probably Commander Tang's elderly mother. After all, her adorable grandson had bumped his head. Xiao Fan and Loi took the people home and planned to leave, but Commander Tang insisted they stay and have tea. Since the commander had spoken, they could only obediently follow into the house. Commander Tang's yard was large, with 5 bedrooms, mainly because his family had many members. Little Treasure had 7 older sisters. Besides the 4 sisters already married, there were 3 more sisters at home. Commander Tang and his wife, Li Mei, were not the type to favor boys over girls, but they couldn't resist their mother, who loved to cause trouble. The old lady of the Tang family not only made her son nourishing soup every day, but also reportedly gave medicine to her son and daughter-in-law. Commander Tang was overwhelmed. Not only was Li Mei having children one after another, which was bad for her health, but his own small body couldn't handle it either. Fortunately, when they had their 8th child, they finally managed to have a son. Maybe because they had been taking medicine for a long time, Little Treasure was born with a not-so-bright mind. Commander Tang also advised his mother, saying that the Tang family's reckless behavior could only be passed down to his generation. Although the old lady of the Tang family was unwilling, she finally accepted and didn't push for more children. But the 7 girls in the Tang family were never looked down upon. Even though the old lady wanted a grandson, she treated her granddaughters well. Loi looked at the crowded house and then at Little Treasure. Isn't this just like the series she loved in her previous life, My 7 Sisters and I? Li Mei poured tea for Xiao Fan and Loi. She specifically brought out some good tea leaves that Commander Tang had secretly kept. "Wow, you actually know where I hide the tea leaves." Commander Tang's loud voice echoed through the room, though it was a bit choppy. "Yes," Li Mei replied calmly and quietly. Loi took a small sip and knew it was really good tea. Everyone else sat down and looked at Xiao Fan and Loi, mainly focusing on Loi. Loi originally just wanted to be a tool, but Xiao Fan asked her to describe in detail how she found Xiao Bao. In the yard earlier, she only gave a rough explanation to Li Mei. Now, the Tang family was very curious about how Xiao Bao had been these past few days. Loi nodded and explained, "My grandfather found Xiao Bao, who was wearing torn clothes, while out for a walk. Sorry, he didn't mean to hide Xiao Bao from the police. He thought Xiao Bao's family might reject him, suspecting they were too poor to raise him, and abandoned him on purpose. So, my grandfather was worried that if Xiao Bao was sent back home, he might be abandoned again, so he secretly took care of Xiao Bao." Just hearing Loi's story, Li Mei could imagine how Xiao Bao was treated. She asked with a choked voice, "Did they hurt Xiao Bao?" Loi shook her head. "Probably not. My grandfather said Xiao Bao was dirty all over. Maybe he didn't get fed well. When he first came to our house, he ate a lot. He was worried he might have indigestion, but if he didn't eat, he would cry." Xiao Bao's older sisters also felt sad. "We must catch the bad people. Better yet, shoot them all." Loi's grandfather tried to treat Xiao Bao's head, but it didn't seem to work. Then, yesterday, he accidentally hit his head on the door frame and knocked it better, Loi said, though she also found this explanation a bit far-fetched. But the Tang family believed it. They trusted completely. Some even wanted to take the doorframe apart and keep it as a souvenir. Roy. After finally explaining everything clearly, Xiao Fan and Roy repeatedly mentioned that there were still children at home. The Tang family members then stopped trying to keep them. The younger ones gathered around the two of them and sent them out of the yard. The lively scene shocked Yi Nanzhou, who had just returned home. But it was just getting dark. All he saw was the little treasure in his arms, still calling out, "E, I'll come find you to play tomorrow." At this moment, Roy just wanted to leave quickly. By the way, the Tang family and Little Treasure seemed to get along well. Yi Nanzhou, that Little Treasure, found him. After saying goodbye to her good sister Yi, Little Treasure turned around and saw a handsome man. Handsome guy, brother, hug. What kind of divine place is this? Full of handsome men? Yi Nanzhou was stunned for a moment, but didn't move. The eldest son-in-law of the Tang family immediately smiled and explained to Yi Nanzhou, "Nanzhou, my brother-in-law found him today, and his head is better now." He looked down at Little Treasure, whose eyes were shining, then at the still stunned Yi Nanzhou, and said firmly, "Nanzhou, Little Treasure likes you very much. You should hug him." Little Treasure nodded directly. This big brother-in-law can handle it. Yi Nanzhou is already 26 years old this year, known as a confirmed bachelor. He had never hugged a child before, except for his sister Nanji. But he still reached out his hand and hugged Little Treasure. He really hopes that one day his sister can also be found. Everyone in the military compound knew about the missing young girl from the Yin family, but the Yin family was not as lucky as the Tang family. They searched for over 10 years but couldn't find her. The eldest son-in-law of the Tang family patted Yi Nanzhou's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry. We will find her sooner or later." Just like Little Treasure, he's become even better. Look at his face, he's rounder now. Who would believe that he was kidnapped by villains? Is this what happens when someone is abducted? Little Treasure wanted to roll his eyes at his brother-in-law. Could it be that he's been mistreated so badly that he's starving all the time? Compared to the lively Tang family, the Yin family was a bit quieter. Last month, Commander Yin went south for an inspection. His wife, Nandai, had just returned from their hometown in Yuecheng, but was then taken away by her niece Xinman. She said that Nanyan had become very fragile after falling ill and wanted her family to stay with her. Currently, China's 3 commanders are Commander Yin from Yuecheng, Commander Tan from Xiangqing, and Commander Tang from Beicheng, the capital. Commander Yin and Commander Tan originally served in the military districts of Yuecheng and Xiangqing, respectively. Among the 3, Commander Tang is the oldest, but Commander Yin holds the most authority. When Roy and Xiao Fan returned home, Xiao Xiao had already washed and chopped all the vegetables. A big dog, a small dog, and Xiao Xiao were eagerly waiting for her to start cooking. While Roy was cooking, Xiao Fan was helping her nearby. He secretly glanced at Roy's slightly raised smile and said, "Xiao Bao found his family. You're happy for him." Xiao Bao being able to reunite with his family is something to be happy about. Xiao Bao can also have a loving family in this world, so she was naturally happy. However, she didn't feel jealous at all. She also has many loving family members. Although Old Man Roy and the others are far away in the countryside of Hang City from the few letters brought by Wang Quan, their love for the original owner is no less than Xiao Bao's family. Xiao Fan looked at her thoughtfully, then suddenly reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "One day, you'll reunite with your family too." Roy was holding a pot lid in his left hand and a spatula in his right, only able to watch helplessly as the man pushed her into the corner and patted her head. Xiao Fan only dared to do small gestures like patting her head. Anything more, and he wouldn't. He quickly turned around and hurriedly left the scene. "I'll go see if Da Ni is bullying Da Huang." Roy. Da Huang really thanks you. Da Huang not only doesn't want to thank him, but also doesn't want to be friends with him anymore. That night, Roy cooked many delicious dishes, including Da Huang's favorite big bone meat, but Roy didn't let him eat too much, only one piece each time. Da Huang refused to listen and always stole a bite when Roy wasn't paying attention. "You can't eat too much of this," Roy said angrily, slapping his dog's head. Da Huang was completely stunned. Isn't it said that a smiling dog won't bite? Fairy tales are all lies. The next morning, Xiao Fan heard noises from Roy's room and immediately asked, Are you going to Grandpa's house today? Da and I had just woken up and was in a bad mood, and Roy was waiting for her to finish her morning grumpiness. Seeing no movement in a room, Xiao Fan gently asked again, If you're going, I'll take you. I don't want you to go alone. Roy hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. So, Xiao Fan saw his wife with messy hair standing upright and wanted to help smooth it down. But he remembered she had just woken up and didn't want to disturb her, so he held back. Are we going to Grandpa's house today? Luo thought it was probably necessary to go, at least to tell the old master about Xiao Bao's situation. Grandpa already treated Xiao Bao like his own child and would definitely want to know how he's doing at home. Just as she was about to agree, there was a knock at the door outside. I'll open the door. If you're tired, you can go back to sleep, Xiao Fan said, then turned to leave. Soon, a child's voice came from inside the main room. Are you awake? Luo was startled. Why was Xiao Bao coming to their house so early in the morning? Xiao Bao was standing at the door, holding 2 freshly boiled eggs. Sister Xiao Fan, I brought these for and I. Behind him, Li Mei was smiling, and Grandma Tang looked a bit complicated. No wonder. Since her grandson said he wanted to deliver boiled eggs early in the morning, Grandma Tang wouldn't let him leave her sight and had to follow. Originally, just one adult was enough to accompany him, but Li Mei was worried about her mother-in-law and didn't want her to say anything inappropriate. Uncle Li, Grandma Tang, please come in. Xiao Fan immediately invited them inside. Yesterday, after returning from Commander Tang's house, Commander Tang politely told them to call Li Mei, Aunt Li, and Grandma Tang from now on. Xiao Bao quickly ran into the house, shouting as he went, Duranai, are you up? When he pushed open the half-open bedroom door, he saw Luo with her hair in a messy bun, looking like she did in the past. But before he could feel nostalgic for long, Denis' morning temper flared up immediately. Da Huang rushed to help, scolding Xiao Bao loudly. Xiao was in the kitchen making breakfast. Now, whoever wakes up first makes breakfast, but for lunch and dinner, Luo usually does it. She had heard from her sister-in-law yesterday about Xiao Bao from the Tang family and that they would go to her grandfather's house for the New Year's Eve celebration. She felt a bit excited. Are you Xiao Bao, acting like a little adult, asked. Told me about you. She said you're very kind. Xiao, has this child been foolish for many years? Or has Debao turned into this? Sorry, I forgot to bring you a boiled egg. I'll make one for you tomorrow, he said, waving the boiled egg in his hand. Thank you, Xiao said, completely confused by him. When Grandma Li and the elderly lady from the Tang family saw little Treasure being so friendly with others, they both frowned. The grandma just wanted her obedient grandson to be closest to her. Li Mei was thinking about how her youngest son, after bumping his head, seemed a bit off, something hard to explain. But old Tang had already said yesterday that his son was supposed to be like that. Li Mei knew that old Tang was very jealous of Commander Tan's grandson, who had been smart since he was little. Loi knew little Treasure couldn't have come alone. The Tang family must have been there too. She immediately got up to greet them and asked Xiao to entertain Da and I. Is Da and I hungry? Should I go make her a bottle of milk? Little Treasure paused, then explained, My grandma already made me a bottle of milk this morning. She said drinking milk is good for health. Denis' milk was on the cabinet, but Little Treasure couldn't reach it. He didn't ask for help. Instead, he pulled over a chair, stood on it, and reached up. Grandma Tang couldn't stand watching anymore. Seeing her grandson so eager, her blood pressure was about to rise. She told her daughter-in-law, I'm going home now. Bring Little Treasure back early later, and don't lose him again. Little Treasure had been out shopping with Li Mei when some bad people took the opportunity to steal him. Li Mei felt very upset and a little embarrassed. Little Treasure said, Mom, Grandma is old. You should take her home. Later, I'll ask to take me home. I want to stay and play with Da and I. Seeing Loi nod, Li Mei agreed and helped her mother-in-law leave. If Xiao Fan hadn't been in a hurry to go to the army, he might have seen Little Treasure training the dog, telling stories to Da and I, or massaging Loi's shoulders. Little Treasure stayed at Xiao Fan's house for lunch and wanted to have dinner there too, but Loi firmly refused. Xiao Fan wasn't from the Tang family and didn't have the filter of love for him, so it was easy to see the problems. In the end, even though Xiao Fan went home and spoke a few good words for Little Treasure, Loi still didn't agree to him staying to eat. She didn't want these two to get too close, or it might cause trouble. Little Treasure looked at Xiao Fan with a sad face and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't want you guys to fight because of me. Roy, the tea flavor is a bit strong." Xiao Fan looked at his wife, who was angry, and softly comforted her. Xiao Bao is still a child. Yes, he's still a kid. Since we're here, Roy could already imagine what Xiao Fan was about to say next. Xiao Fan. As expected, his wife understood him. Xiao Bao, disappointed, pulled Xiao Fan's hand. "Forget it, brother Xiao Fan, don't argue with Yi. She's just a bit stubborn. All girls have a little temper. Why don't you take me home? I can keep you company and relax." Roy waved his hand in frustration. "Just go quickly." Before taking Xiao Bao home, Xiao Fan gently told Roy, "I'll be back soon." Roy nodded expressionlessly. Xiao Fan held Xiao Bao's hand and explained as they walked, "It does not want you to eat at home. When you just got home, your family must want to be with you all the time. Don't misunderstand Yi." "Oh," Xiao Bao nodded absent-mindedly. "Don't be mad at Yi anymore. She's very cute when she's angry. Yi is very kind. You'll see after spending more time with her." Xiao Fan gently patted the obedient and sensible Xiao Bao and sincerely praised him. "Xiao Bao, you're very good." Turning a corner, they reached the gate of Commander Tang's house. Coincidentally, Yin Nanzhou came out from his own house nearby, and the three of them crossed paths. Xiao Bao immediately wanted to run up and hug Yin Nanzhou, handsome brother. But Yin Nanzhou, busy with work lately and also searching for Nanji, was a bit overwhelmed. He gave Xiao Bao a quick, perfunctory hug and soon let go. Then he saw Xiao Fan standing a little behind Xiao Bao. They exchanged polite but distant greetings. After Yin Nanzhou left, Xiao Bao quietly asked, "Brother Xiao Fan, do you really dislike that handsome brother just now?" Xiao Bao tilted his head. "Liar, he's not really a 3-year-old. Clearly the two men didn't get along." Xiao Fan rubbed Xiao Bao's head. "Let's go inside. Your fifth sister is here to open the door for you." Finally, Xiao Bao reluctantly entered the yard, without asking any gossip. As Xiao Fan was walking home, he suddenly remembered Xiao Bao's words and couldn't help but smile. Was his behavior just now that obvious? After leaving the yard, Yin Nanzhou quickly approached a military jeep and confidently sat in the front passenger seat. Tan Shirui glanced at Yin Nanzhou's darkened face and asked, "What's wrong? Are things getting difficult lately?" "No, I just ran into Xiao Fan earlier." Yin Nanzhou suddenly chuckled. "I don't understand what's so great about Xiao Fan. Shen Man relies on the Yin family's power to cause trouble everywhere." "Haha." Tan Shirui casually said, "Xiao Fan is indeed a good person. He's skilled in many areas, but unfortunately, he's unlucky because Shen Man has her eyes on him." Yin Nanzhou disagreed. He patted Tan Shirui's shoulder, meaning, among this young group, he only truly trusted Tan Shirui. "Nanji should be around 20 years old this year. I wonder if she's married," he said, worried about his sister not having married a good man. Yin Nanzhou sighed. "It's a pity you're too stiff. If you were planning to remarry Mo Chi, Nanji might have married you instead." Tan Shirui didn't want to bother with him. He said, "You should worry more about yourself. With so many women eyeing you like wolves, it's lucky you're the son of Commander Yin. No one dares to force you." The next morning, Xiao Bao went to Xiao Fan's house again. This time, he brought 4 boiled eggs, 2 for Xiao Xiao. "I promised to bring you some today. Don't be shy." Xiao Xiao took the eggs blankly. "Thanks." The kid was so honest. Xiao Bao knew his way around and went to wake Luo Yi. Outside, Li Mei looked a bit awkward and simply looked away. "Well, Xiao Bao, I'll leave it to you." No trouble at all." Xiao Xiao was very nervous. Although the commander's wife smiled kindly, she felt inexplicably tense. Today, after lunch, Luo Yi couldn't wait to send this little troublemaker home. They walked and chatted aimlessly. Suddenly, Luo Yi stopped in her tracks. Xiao Bao looked up at her with confusion. What's wrong? Shin Man and her henchman, Xiao Bao, followed her gaze and looked across the street. Is that the woman who looks a little like you? That day in the space, Luo Yi had mentioned the general plot of the book and what happened after she entered it. So now, Xiao Bao knew that Shin Man was currently Thi's biggest enemy in the capital. Shin Man originally wanted to avoid Loi because she felt a bit guilty, but she couldn't resist having a foolish teammate. Guwan started teasing Loi from afar. Oh, I wonder who that is. Turns out it's the hero who saved the commander's son. The Tang family hadn't revealed the old master's news publicly, so the people in the military compound only thought Loi had saved Little Treasure. Loi looked at Little Treasure, who was eager to show off, and warned, "Be more low-key later. Don't cause trouble." Little Treasure nodded obediently, already planning how to deal with these troublemakers. Loi held Little Treasure's hand and walked calmly forward, while also watching Shin Man's expression. Xiao Fan told her last night that the police had been waiting at the two bandits' claimed location for 2 days, but hadn't seen their accomplices. It seemed Shin Man was hiding something. Although Loi was with the commander's son, Guwan wasn't worried at all. It was just a little kid. She sneered openly. So, you think just because you've got a big backing, you can show off everywhere with Commander Tang's son? Shin Man wanted to pull Guwan away, since turning a corner would lead to the commander's house. Her aunt had been tricked into her house, but her cousin from Nanzhou still lived there. Fortunately, he was out early and late every day, so Loi probably wouldn't run into him. Man, don't be afraid. Your uncle is the biggest commander in the capital. This woman only saved the commander's little son. She's not a daughter of the family, Guwan said kindly to comfort her. Shin Man hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Loi might not be Nanji after all. Her mother, Nan Yen, only guessed. Maybe she was mistaken due to poor eyesight. Why should she be afraid? She scoffed disdainfully and agreed with Guwan's words. Wah. You're bullying me. Little Treasure, acting dramatic, burst into loud tears. You're bullying a kid. He not only used his loud voice to attract a crowd but also fell to the ground early. Loi couldn't help but worry for Little Treasure. He was very particular about cleanliness, even more than Piggy Girl. Guwan was stunned, and Shin Man looked even more confused. What had they done? A crowd quickly gathered around. Of course, those who were weaker helped the weaker. Everyone started criticizing Shin Man and Guwan. Bullying children is terrible. You're going backwards. Isn't that Little Treasure? You even bully Little Treasure. Are you human? That's the niece of Commander Een. How dare she bully Commander Tang's youngest son in our military compound? Shin Man had no military rank, unlike Guwan, who was at least a cultural soldier. Loi also couldn't just stand there silently. She needed to act a little. She bent down to comfort the crying Little Treasure. Be good, Little Treasure. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Soon, the old lady from the Tang family arrived. If her children hadn't gone out shopping with their wives, she would have brought the whole family. Who dares to bully our Little Treasure? I want to see who dares. When she looked closer, she saw it was Shin Man. The old lady from the Tang family immediately became angry and scolded her more fiercely than the crowd. Oh, it's you. How dare you, relying on your uncle being a commander, to bully my grandson? Let me tell you, just because your uncle is a commander, my wife isn't afraid. When I was fighting the enemy, your uncle was still wearing shorts. Showing off in our Tang family. How disgusting. The old lady from the Tang family picked up Little Treasure, who leaned on her shoulder to complain. Grandma, those two mean ants called Little Treasure a fool, but Little Treasure is all better now. Why are they still calling me a fool? The old lady's face turned red with anger. She was furious but tried to hold back. Look at you. Think because your uncle is a commander, you can do whatever you want. She suddenly looked at Guwan. And you, what kind of person are you? How dare you insult my Little Treasure? Who are your family members? Tell me. Is there anyone more powerful than Commander Een? I didn't say that. I really didn't, Guwan stammered, terrified since Little Treasure fell to the ground. It was him who lied. Our Little Treasure is just a child. How could he falsely accuse you? The old lady sharply questioned. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Yes. Children don't lie. Only adults tell lies. Little Treasure felt it wasn't enough and added fuel to the fire. Grandma, it's my fault. I embarrassed you. The two mean women said that the Tang family had done many wrongs, which is why Xiao Bao was born as a silly child. Grandma, it's all Xiao Bao's fault. Xiao Bao is better off dead.
Boo-hoo.
But I really can't bear to part with Grandma. Loy. As expected of a future famous director, this acting is really good. The old lady of the Tang family sneered. I want to ask Commander Yin, do you often curse us Tang family behind our backs? Shin Man suddenly panicked. She didn't expect this stubborn kid to act even better than her, nor did she expect the old lady to be so fierce. A brave person doesn't suffer losses in the moment. She quickly apologized. Grandma Tang, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't say those words. She suddenly had an idea and pointed at Loy. It must be her teaching, trying to stir up trouble between the Yin and Tang families. The old lady of the Tang family looked at Loy with a confused expression, then turned back and scolded more fiercely. What nonsense. With your little tricks, you come here stirring up trouble. You're asking for trouble and have no manners. Although she was angry that Loy and the others didn't take good care of Xiao Bao, she believed their character was good, unlike Shin Man, who secretly acted on behalf of the Yin family. With your wicked heart, I can tell what you're about to do just by your expression. Why don't you go home and look in the mirror? All your bad intentions are written on your face. Just because your uncle became a commander doesn't mean you're his biological child. You run around our military compound all day. Shin Man's face turned red with anger. She couldn't say a word, clutching her clothes tightly and cursing the Tang family old lady silently in her mind. She didn't even notice Yin Nanzhou's appearance at first. It was the old lady of the Tang family who noticed. She immediately turned her anger toward Yin Nanzhou. Take good care of your cousin. If I catch her bullying my Xiao Bao again, I will skin her alive. Don't think I fear you just because your father is a commander. Yin Nanzhou didn't listen to the old lady's insults at all. His attention was entirely on Loy. Seeing her watching the show as if nothing was wrong, he only frowned when he looked at her. Xiao Fan, who had no plans today, decided to go home early and visit his wife's grandfather. But before he reached home, he saw his wife surrounded by a crowd, with Yin Nanzhou and Shin Man standing opposite her. His first thought was that his wife was being bullied by the Yin family. Because the elderly lady of the Tang family is quite short, Xiao Fan didn't notice her at all, nor did he notice the little boy being protected in her arms. He quickly pushed through the crowd, shielding Roy behind him, and angrily stared at Yin Nanzhou and Shin Man. Come at me if you have something to say. Afterward, he turned back to comfort his wife. Don't be afraid. Shin Man finally realized what was happening and was so nervous she couldn't speak. Guwon thought help had arrived and immediately started crying as she said, Captain Yin, you must stand up for Man. This woman is maliciously encouraging the children to slander us. Little Bao looked hurt and looked at his grandmother, then at Yin Nanzhou. Handsome brother, Little Bao didn't lie. It's these two bad women. They not only bully Yi but also call Little Bao a fool. They say the Tang family is so sinful that they had a child like Little Bao. He didn't give Guwon a chance to argue. Handsome brother, Little Bao is a good kid. Little Bao doesn't lie. They also want Yi to divorce brother Xiao Fan. If she doesn't, they will hurt Yi. Boo-hoo, Little Bao is so scared. Boo-hoo. Suddenly, he threw himself into the elderly lady's arms again. Grandma, Little Bao knows too much. Will they also hurt Little Bao? Boo-hoo. Roy felt her mouth twitching and her whole body trembling. Little Bao's acting was way over the top. Pfft, you two shameless women. Are all men dead? This is breaking military marriage. The elderly lady of the Tang family scolded with annoyance and rolled her eyes at Yin Nanzhou. Let me tell you, if anything happens to our Little Bao, I will fight with your Yin family. If anything happens to Yi, I, Xiao Fan, won't just sit back and do nothing, Xiao Fan warned, giving Shen Man a sharp look. If you dare send someone to follow Yi again, even if I'm not in the army, I will report you to the higher authorities. Yin Nanzhou didn't speak the whole time. He had been secretly watching Roy. Roy tugged on Xiao Fan's sleeve behind him, signaling him not to lose his temper. It wasn't worth it. She had already decided how to fight back against Shin Man. If Xiao Fan was punished because of her, she would feel guilty. Xiao Fan, however, comforted her. Don't be afraid. We are honest and upright. Xiao Fan, will not let anyone bully my wife. The elderly lady of the Tang family immediately stepped forward. There's nothing to be afraid of. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. I don't believe it. Someone so shameless as to ruin others' families can be protected. This is lawless. Wow. Grandma is so amazing. Grandma is Little Treasure's idol. Little Treasure's eyes lit up as he rushed into her arms, hugging her tightly. Loy. He probably should have guided better before letting him act. Does anyone have a good keyboard to recommend? One that allows typing 10,000 words a day without hurting your hands, .. Apologize, Nanjo said coldly, looking a bit gloomy, which made people feel tense. Guwon finally regained her composure and said proudly, Did you hear that? Apologize. Nanjo turned his head and said clearly, You all apologize. Not only Guwon was stunned, but Xiao Fan and Loy on the other side also froze for a moment. Little Treasure was the smartest. Handsome brother, I knew you are a good person and won't be fooled by bad women. Shun Man didn't want to stay any longer, even for a second, as her cousin might notice. She tugged at her stubborn teammate, who still wanted to struggle, and spoke first. Sorry, Grandma Tang. Sorry, Little Treasure. Grandma Tang from the Tang family smiled coldly but without warmth. I don't have a granddaughter with such a mean heart like you. Loy. This is definitely typical of someone who knows they are right and won't back down, but well done. Shin Man's face immediately turned a dark purple, and she struggled to speak again. Sorry, Grandma Tang. Then she looked toward Xiao Fan and Loy. Sorry. Guwon saw Shin Man had apologized and quickly followed suit. She was a bit nervous, sweating on her nose despite the cold winter. Grandma Tang also let Loy see her true nature. Until Nanjo left with the two eccentric women, she was still scolding and criticizing. She even started to blame Loy. You took my Little Treasure out and you're so useless. Isn't my Little Treasure enough to show off? Do you look down on our Tang family? If I see you taking Little Treasure out again and getting bullied, I will be the first to deal with you. Loy was almost crying with laughter. Grandma Tang was way too protective of her grandson. Xiao Fan kept apologizing, and only then did Grandma Tang leave with her beloved grandson. 2. Grandma Tang's words just now. Don't take it to heart. She doesn't really mean any harm. As long as you sincerely treat her Little Treasure well, she will protect you. Loy was not foolish. Grandma Tang's words clearly meant she would support her in the future, so Loy didn't take it seriously. Instead, she was more worried and said, Xiao Fan, you shouldn't have been so impulsive just now. Don't worry and don't feel pressured. I'm not only doing this for you, he said, though some of his long-held resentment was also behind his words. If only he himself was being bullied, he could endure it. But seeing his wife being bullied, he couldn't tolerate it at all. At worst, I will apply to transfer to another military district, he said with a smile to comfort his wife, acting as if it was no big deal. If it really comes to it, I will retire. He even became emotional and excited, holding her small hand. Don't worry. I have a lot of strength. If I retire, I can work in a factory, do 2 people's jobs, and earn 2 salaries. I won't let you suffer. Loy. Although she didn't respond, for the first time, she didn't pull away his hand. Xiao Fan didn't push further either. He held her stiffly, his palms sweating from nervousness. Should he wipe his sweaty hands? Would his wife dislike it? What if, after wiping his hands, she refused to hold his again? Before he could worry too much, they reached their home. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao opened the door from inside. Both of them were startled and immediately let go of each other's hands, feeling guilty and stepping back. Brother, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Xiao Xiao asked confused. Xiao Fan cursed himself silently. What a fool he was. She's your wife. Shin Man followed behind Nanjo, feeling anxious and overwhelmed with thoughts racing through her mind. Unlike her nervousness, Guwon was practically floating on pink bubbles. She even acted out. Captain we just... Shin Man, annoyed, interrupted her. Go back first. Guwon was a little unwilling. She rarely had a chance to be with Yin Nanzhou, and she didn't want to miss it. But unexpectedly, Yin Nanzhou directly said, Get lost. Don't appear in front of me again, with a look of complete disdain. Guwon's face turned pale with anger, but she couldn't find any words to argue back. In the end, she had to leave, tears of grievance in her eyes. Yin Nanzhou rarely behaved so rudely, especially toward a woman. He was pushed to his limit and finally lost his temper. If that person is really Nanji, what has Shin Man, this scheming woman, done all these years? She has damaged her own sister's marriage and happiness. Would she still recognize him? Probably not. She might even dislike him a lot. Yin Nanzhou frowned, feeling heavy-hearted. He decided to turn around and leave the military compound. He originally came to get his work notebook, but now he had something more important to do. Shin Man had been secretly watching Yin Nanzhou's expression. Her mind was already in chaos. She carefully asked, Cousin, are you angry with me? Yin Nanzhou pretended to be surprised and asked back, What do you think? Cousin, Shin Man looked almost on the verge of tears, feeling wronged. Xiao Fan isn't right for you. Find someone else, he said, then lost interest in talking further. Shin Man didn't understand what Yin Nanzhou meant, but he didn't mention Luo Yi, only Xiao Fan. This meant he hadn't discovered her secret. It made sense. After returning home that day, she carefully questioned her mother, Nan Yen. Luo Yi only looked like a young Nandai from the past. But her aunt Nandai changed completely after she got pregnant with Nanzhou, losing all her youthful features. Also, their family moved from Yueqing to the capital after Nanji was born. Few people in the capital had seen Aunt Nandai when she was young. Nanzhou's cousin probably hadn't seen her either. Back then, few people took photos, and even old photos after 20 years were hard to recognize. Shin Man kept comforting herself, saying it was okay. As long as Aunt Nandai and her husband didn't see Ninji, no one would discover her true identity.
So, she had to speed up her plan.
Whether she could eliminate Nanji depended on this one chance. Yin Nanzhou went straight to Tan Shirui's office. No one else was there, so they could talk privately. What's the matter? Tan Shirui saw Yin Nanzhou looking tense and thought something serious had happened, since he was usually very calm. Yin Nanzhou sat across from him with a heavy mood. I just saw Xiao Fan's wife. Tan Shirui looked at the man opposite, who seemed a bit hopeless and seriously advised, Although you're single now, Xiao Fan is not someone to mess with. You really shouldn't think about his wife. Tan Shirui smiled without politeness. Isn't that exactly what I said earlier? Why the double standard now? Yin Nanzhou was too tired to argue and straightforwardly said, I saw Nanji today. Where? Tan Shirui immediately became serious. At the military housing area. Yin Nanzhou finally calmed down a bit. If Luo Yi really is Nanji, then she's there, very close to him, and he can't escape. Such a coincidence. Tan Shirui was a bit surprised. Tell me more, Xiao Fan's wife. Tan Shirui suddenly understood but then teased bluntly, I said that day Luo Yi looked like Shin Man, but you kept denying it. If you hadn't been so firm, I would have taken you to see for yourself. It's not too late now, he said in a deep voice. Isn't it? Shirui. So now the main thing is to confirm whether Luo Yi is Nanji or not. Yin Nanzhou nodded but looked a little anxious. Although I'm quite sure she is Nanji, I still want to double-check just to be safe. He suddenly changed the subject with a hint of disdain. But there's something even more important to do now. What is it? Yin Nanzhou gritted his teeth and said fiercely, deal with those who bullied Nanji. He wondered if, in the future, his sister would forgive him for doing well. The way she looked at him just now really hurt him. Xiao Fan didn't want Luo Yi to remember unhappy things. He just hoped his wife could always be happy. So, he made an excuse that their home still needed a bicycle, and in the future, he could ride it to take her out. Xiao could ride with Dianai, and the whole family could go out together. Luo Yi couldn't refuse him, especially since Xiao also strongly supported buying another bicycle. Every time her sister-in-law went out, she and Dianai really wanted to go play. Even De Huang, woof, supported them. So, the two of them rode out. Not long after leaving the military housing area, Xiao Fan pretended to be very distressed, acting like he suddenly remembered. Oh no, I forgot to wear my gloves. Loi didn't want to expose him, so she took off her gloves and said, "You can use mine, but they might be a little small." Xiao Fan was still secretly proud, knowing his wife cared about him, so he also felt protective of her. He stood with one foot on the ground, turned slightly, holding his wife's hand, and stubbornly put his hands in his pockets. Loi thought, "Oh, he's waiting for something," but she didn't reveal his little secret and pretended not to notice anything. Xiao Fan couldn't hide his good mood anymore, and a smile spread across his face. Hold on tight. Nanzhou didn't expect to see Loi twice in one day. His and Tan Shirui's car just happened to pass by Xiao Fan and Loi. Tan Shirui looked at the quiet man beside him and wanted to say something to comfort him. Xiao Fan treats Loi very well. His smile can't be faked. Yes, I know, Nanzhou nodded, feeling a bit relieved. He would give up his future for Loi. Not many men would do that. Although his actions were a bit reckless, if it was for his sister, he would respect Xiao Fan as a real man. Nanzhou suddenly hesitated, feeling a little shy. "Tell me about Loi." Tan Shirui was silent. "I don't really know her," he said. Nanzhou raised an eyebrow. "But last time, you defended her." Tan Shirui looked a bit embarrassed. "That was just telling the truth." After a while, he spoke again. "My mother said Loi is a great cook, but she also heard that from the old lady at Captain Zhou's house." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked a bit awkward. "I tried Loi's rice cakes." Nanzhou was silent. "I didn't know it was her who made them at first. One night, I came home and saw half a piece of pastry on the table. I was hungry, so I ate it. The next day, I found out it was for some kids, and Zhou didn't want to finish it, so he planned to save it for the next day." Nanzhou looked at him with disdain. TSK, fighting over food with your son? Where's your face?" But then, he quickly changed his tone. "By the way, are the rice cakes tasty?" Tan Shirui hesitated. "That's a tricky question." As expected, Nanzhou hesitated slightly and discussed with him. "Let's go home and persuade Zhou. Tomorrow, I want to go to Roy's house to ask for a mochi ball to try." "No, I won't go." He couldn't bring himself to do something that might cause trouble for his son. "Come on, Tan Shirui." Is this the moment when he's about to lose his image after finding his sister? Xiao Fan and Roy first visited the old master's house to report on Xiao Bao's situation. Surprisingly, the old master already knew everything, including that Xiao Bao had 7 older sisters. Zhun Yotsai's cheerful laugh rang out. "Xiao Bao's father has already come to thank us. He's a high-ranking officer, and he personally came to thank us. It seems they really care about Xiao Bao." "Of course," Roy said, thinking of the protective way the old lady from the Tang family looked after Xiao Bao, and couldn't help but laugh. "She's just like Xiao Bao's real grandmother, very protective." The old master, when talking about Xiao Bao, looked lively and happy. "These days, many people have come to visit, Xiao Bao's sisters and brothers-in-law, all bringing gifts." He pointed to the pile of things on the table in the main hall, all from Xiao Bao's family. "Grandpa, you can rest assured. Xiao Bao's family really loves him." Roy quickly comforted him, worried that the old man might feel sad. "In a few days, I'll bring Xiao Bao to visit you again." The old master suddenly fell into deep thought, looking serious. Luckily Xiao Fan saw Xiao Bao this time. Otherwise, his parents would be so worried after losing their child. "But he's already been sent back, so don't be so sad," the girl said with a bright, clear smile. However, the old master seemed even more anxious. He hesitated and said, Xiao Bao's situation really touched me. If Xiao Fan hadn't recognized Xiao Bao and we mistakenly thought Xiao Bao was abandoned, then raised him all these years, what would his parents do after losing their child? How would they spend the next few decades? But now Xiao Bao has been safely sent back, hasn't he?" Roy thought the old master was just getting overly sentimental because of his age. Nothing really happened, but he was worrying so much over nothing. The old master couldn't find answers from Roy and could only look at his son-in-law. "Xiao Fan, what do you think?" Xiao Fan frowned slightly. This question was really hard to answer. He knew that the old master's reason for leaving Xiaobao was because he was worried that Xiaobao might be abandoned again by the family. But if Xiaobao was not abandoned, then not handing him over to the police after finding him would hurt Xiaobao's parents. Xiao Fan didn't know how to answer, so he could only say, "Grandpa, the result is happy for everyone now. We should be happy." But the old master wasn't comforted and looked serious instead. He patted Roy's head and forced a small smile. You should go home early. Next time you come, bring all the kids from your family and we can sit down and have a meal together. Yes. We'll definitely come during the new year to keep you company, Roy said happily, looking forward to the holiday. The old master finally smiled again. Good. I'll have Mother He prepare the house early. You can stay overnight before leaving. Roy hesitated. Then I'll trouble Grandpa and Mother He, Xiao Fan quickly agreed, eager to go. Don't say that, it's been many years since the house was so lively, Mother He said excitedly, almost ready to start tidying up the room right now. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face, with a hint of pride. Let's go home early. They first bought a bicycle, still a 26-inch, suitable for both boys and girls. Xiao Fan looked very strong, so riding a 26-inch bike wouldn't make him look girly. In the end, Roy also picked out a new pair of gloves for him. Xiao Fan put on the new gloves, but, well, honestly, his wife's gloves were warmer. Later, Nanzhou went to Shinman's house, making Shunman act very nervous. Cousin, what are you doing here? Nanzhou seemed unaware of her unusual behavior, speaking calmly. What? Don't you welcome me? Shinman didn't really welcome him but forced a smile. And no, of course. Please come in. Nanzhou, why are you here? Nandai helped the weak Nan Yen out of the bedroom. She was curious. Her son never liked coming to this aunt's house. What was going on today? Nanzhou looked very calm, as if nothing was wrong. Mom, I came to take you home. But Shinman and Nan Yen seemed a little anxious. Nandai patted her sister's hand, then turned to her son and said, Your little aunt has been feeling a bit unwell since she returned from Yueching. I will stay here a few more days to keep her company. Mom, don't you remember? Aunt Lin came to the capital for a trip and scheduled to meet you tomorrow, Nanzhou said softly, but his words made Shinman and her daughter very nervous. Nandai suddenly realized and smiled, patting her head. Oh, I forgot. She explained to Nan Yen, Do you remember Shaolin? Our old neighbor. She later moved to Huqing. A while ago, she told me she was coming to the capital for a visit. When I went to Yueching with you, I said we'd talk about it when we got back. Shaolin. Nan Yen immediately looked like she was facing a big threat, her voice trembling a little. The next day, Little Bao came to Loi's house again without fail. While Xiao and Danny were outside walking Dahuang, Little Bao proudly approached Loi and asked for praise. How did I do yesterday? Your acting was a bit overdone, too exaggerated, Loi said, noticing Little Bao's sudden change in expression. She quickly added, But you're a kid, a little exaggeration is normal and easy for others to relate to. Loi nodded. Really, I observed carefully yesterday. Many of the watching aunties and ladies even cried. Little Bao crossed his arms and, if he had a tail behind him, it would be wagging happily now. See? I told you before that my acting class is always first place. You didn't believe me, Loi. As long as you're happy, but... He suddenly leaned closer. I think Xiao Fan is pretty good, very manly. Loi smiled at him, with a hint of mischief. I know, then, Little Bao hesitated, unsure if what he was about to say was right. Why don't you just have a good life with Xiao Fan? He didn't understand Xiao Fan before, so he was shouting for to divorce him. But after getting to know him, he found Xiao Fan not only good-looking but also kind and responsible, really a man with a strong sense of duty. Loi responded lightly. Little Bao looked confused and scratched his head. What do you mean? Do you know now? Or is it good? Loi just looked at him with a meaningful smile, not saying anything directly, which made Little Bao so angry he wanted to go home. When leaving, I just happened to meet Xiao returning home. Loi followed behind Xiao Bao, smiled at Xiao Xiao, and shook his head to show that he was just throwing a tantrum like Darenai. Xiao Xiao. I still think he's a kid. I overestimated him. Xiao Bao and Loi walked one after the other on the way back to the Tang family. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared across the street, excitedly waving at Loi. Xiao Bao also saw her, turned around and looked at Loi with his eyes, asking, "Do you know her?" Loi shook his head, then looked at Xiao Bao and asked, "Do you recognize the original owner?" She now really envied Xiao Bao. His original owner used to be naive and could forget everything naturally, unlike her. But it's okay. Loi always followed the principle that if others don't move, he won't either. He had avoided trouble many times. The beautiful woman quickly came over happily, holding Loi's hand. "How come? You don't recognize me? I'm Aunt Lin." "Oh. So, you're Aunt Lin." Loi smiled awkwardly and kept looking at Xiao Bao for help. Xiao Bao was very perceptive and immediately sweetly said, "Aunt Lin, you're so pretty." Aunt Lin looked a bit confused. Man, who is this?" "Loi." Man. Xiao Bao. "What the heck?" Loi couldn't help but think to himself, but still politely said, "Sorry, you must have mistaken me. My name is Loi, not Man, but she probably isn't at the point of confusing Shin Man with someone else, right?" Xiao Bao's enthusiastic face immediately fell. "You got the wrong person." After saying that, he tried to pull Loi away. Shin Man's family and friends are not good people. Of course, except for the handsome brother. "No, I'm not Man." Aunt Lin also felt awkward and quickly explained, "Girl, I'm really sorry. You look so much like my old neighbor. I thought you were her niece." "Loi. It's okay." She didn't mind, but Xiao Bao was very annoyed. He was upset that he mistook Yi for Shin Man, that scheming girl. So irritating. After they left, Aunt Lin thought more and more that something was off. Since this girl didn't recognize her, why did she say, "Oh, Aunt Lin"? But before she could figure it out, Shun Man appeared. She ran over quickly. "Aunt Lin, right? I'm Man. Sorry to keep you waiting." "Oh, it's Man." Aunt Lin greeted her with a smile, but her enthusiasm was not as strong as when she saw Loi earlier. "Sorry, Aunt Lin, when I left home, there was road construction in front of the house. I will take you to my home now. My aunt and my mother are both there. My house isn't far, just a bit roundabout." Shin Man cheerfully walked beside her. It's okay. Aunt Lin is a kind person and wouldn't argue over such a small matter. But she was a bit confused inside. Why had Xiao Dai never mentioned that in the military compound there was a girl who looked so much like her when she was young? On New Year's Eve, Xiao Fan didn't have a holiday, but he came home earlier than usual. Luo Yi had already prepared the New Year goods, waiting for him to return so the whole family could go together to the old master's house for the celebration. As soon as Xiao Fan arrived home, the family was ready to leave for the old master's house. Xiao rode her bike with Da and I, whose special seat was still attached to the back. Xiao Fan rode his bike with Luo Yi, who held the leash of De Huang. De Huang looked a bit angry. Is he a naughty dog who doesn't understand? Wang Quan and Hua Yishuan also came back from out of town to celebrate the new year with the old master. The house was lively and bustling. Mom he was seeing Da and I for the first time and liked her very much. She secretly looked at Luo Yi and then at Xiao Fan. She thought that the children they would have in the future would definitely be cuter than Da and I. Wang Quan had only seen Xiao Fan from afar before, during the time the young lady registered her marriage with him. His impression of Xiao Fan was not good. But after this contact, he found Xiao Fan to be a very good person, just as the old master said, humble and polite, good to the young lady. He was so grateful, he almost cried on the spot. After the new year, he definitely planned to visit Hangzhou himself to tell the husband and wife in person. Usually lively Xiao was unusually reserved today, holding tightly to De Huang's leash and not letting go. De Huang. Thank you very much. Luo Yi, curious, ran over to Xiao Fan. Did you see that? Xiao seems to like Yishuan. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. Yishuan. She called him so affectionately. Yeah, hee. She was a bit excited. But Luo Yi quickly calmed down. She often shipped couples that ended badly, so she decided not to ship anymore. Why are you unhappy again? Xiao Fan asked, worried that his jealousy earlier was too obvious and made his wife uncomfortable. Luo Yi shook her head. I'm going to cook now. Today, not only did she bring a lot of vegetables and meat to the old master's house, but Uncle Quan also bought many dishes in advance. However, Luo Yi only plans to use the ingredients she brought herself. These were taken from her space earlier and prepared at the military compound. Xiao Fan naturally followed his wife closely. Wherever she went, he went too. He just liked to be her little follower. Big and I was left with Mother He and the old master. Elderly people love children. Luo Yi has probably gotten used to Xiao Fan always being around her. Since moving to the capital, sometimes she even asks him to taste her cooking to check the saltiness. To outsiders, they look like a loving couple without a doubt. Only Xiao Xiao understands her brother's helplessness. His wife still hasn't let him sleep in the same room, and she wonders if there will be a chance tonight. She counted the rooms in the old master's house. There are only 4 bedrooms. It doesn't seem enough, unless her brother and sister-in-law share a room. Brother and sister-in-law sharing a room. Yes, that would perfectly solve the problem of not enough space. She thought happily, while Xiao Fan, on the other hand, had already thought of this and was secretly happy for a long time, excitedly chopping the vegetables into big and small pieces.
Luo Yi fronet in displeasure.
Maybe Yixuan can come help. Yixuan seems like someone who is very steady when working. Xiao Fan. Where is he not steady? He was just a little nervous and trembling with excitement. But his wife still wanted to comfort him. He confidently said, give me one more chance. Luo Yi. It's just helping out in the kitchen. Is it necessary to say it so sweetly? Tonight, Luo Yi prepared a whole table of dishes, making the old master and mother He very happy after tasting her cooking. When Xiao Xiao brought the dishes to the table, she introduced them as if she was explaining a family recipe, ginseng chicken, with glutinous rice inside the chicken belly, soft and fragrant. Stir-fried blackfish slices, slightly spicy, made in the southwestern style. Chives stir-fried mung bean sprouts, refreshing and light. Home-style tofu, rich in various nutrients. Everyone else. Xiao Xiao. Did I say anything wrong? These are all things her sister-in-law used to mention. Poached chicken, tender, smooth, and delicious. Mushroom soup, stir-fried pork, vegetarian 3 delicacies, and shredded radish salad. The whole family was happy, except for Wang Quan, whose eyes were red. He really wanted to cry. The young lady had truly grown up. If the master and madam knew, they would be very happy. Luo Yi. Uncle Quan's tearful habit is quite serious. I should help him get some injections someday. When the old master finally started eating, the others followed. Everyone thought it would be a lively family reunion dinner. However, apart from Luo Yi and Xiao Fan occasionally talking, everyone else was just focused on eating silently. Even Big Yellow was no exception. The old master kept feeding Big Yellow dishes, acting like an elder who disagrees with Luo Yi's way of raising pets. Xiao Fan pulled Luo Yi's hand and said softly, forget it, it's New Year's, huh? Luo Yi snorted coldly. Yes, it's New Year's. It's not easy for anyone who doesn't know how to speak properly. Xiao Fan. The New Year's dinner was quickly finished, but no one seemed to have eaten to their heart's content. Luo Yi. Later, there will be sweet rice wine balls. When everyone is tired of playing, I will go cook them. These were also prepared in advance. This was her first New Year in this world, and the first with family around. The only regret was that Little Bao wasn't here. But she thought Little Bao probably had a good time too. How could it be bad? It would definitely be more lively than Luo Yi's. Probably. Only Xin Man and her daughter, and Yi Nanzhou, would find the New Year less lively. Yi Nanzhou was doing okay. He went to Tan's family for the New Year, had some drinks with Commander Tan and Tan Shirui. After dinner, he sat with Tan Shirui near the old house of the Tan family, which was close to Xiao Fan's home now. Tan Shirui, my mom said they went to Luo Yi's grandfather's house for the New Year. The whole family went, even their dog. They probably won't come back tonight. Her adoptive grandfather treats her well. Tan Shirue started to dislike him again. They haven't even confirmed the identity, and he's already calling him adoptive grandfather. Luo, must be Nanji. I have a feeling I'm right, Nanzhou replied. Since you are sure she is Nanji, why did you send your elderly lady to Huqing? Why not take her directly to meet her relatives? Tan Shirue asked disdainfully, neither of them willing to back down. Although Nanzhou was very certain, he still worried about possible problems. If the elderly lady stays, it might cause trouble. Tan Shirue felt Nanzhou was conflicted. He was confident that Loi was Nanji, but also afraid she might not be. So he suggested, maybe you should go directly and confirm with Loi. My elderly lady said she is kind and easy to get along with. Nanzhou smiled bitterly. She seems to dislike both Xiao Fan and the Yin family. Tan Shirue couldn't help but add salt to his wound. Yes, those who tried to flatter the Yin family in recent years probably caused Xiao Fan a lot of trouble. If I were in his place, I wouldn't like it either. These people are foolish. No wonder their flattery was obvious. Tell me more about Loi. Nanzhou asked curiously about how she had been these years. I've told you everything I know. There's nothing more. Yesterday, my elderly lady even hinted that destroying military marriages is shameful. Nanzhou was silent, thinking, all right, I'll ask her myself once I recognize my sister. But Tan Shirue seemed to remember something. If Loi really is Nanji, why does she have no memory of her childhood at all? She went missing when she was over 3 years old, so she should have some memories. He pointed to the rabbit hole in the yard. That day, I saw her here and told her it was a rabbit hole. Her expression told me she seemed to have no childhood memories at all. Nanzhou looked serious. That's also what puzzles me. What exactly happened back then that left her with no memories at all? We probably need to ask Shinman, Tan Shirue said quietly. Nanzhou suddenly looked fierce. Yes, this time I will make her slip up. If it turns out as we suspected, I won't let her go. Tan Shirue nodded thoughtfully. Sending your elderly lady away was really necessary. As they get older, they tend to become soft-hearted. He stood up and patted Nanzhou on the shoulder. Come on, let's go to my house for some rice wine and sweet rice balls. I forgot to tell you, they were given to my mom by Loi. I heard she made a lot, and even sent some to Commander Zhou's and Commander Tang's families. Hey, you didn't tell me earlier. I already said goodbye to your grandma, and now I have to be shameless and go back again. It's okay. Our whole family feels guilty, because Nanji got lost. It's just a bowl of sweet rice wine and dumplings. Tan Shirue not only failed to comfort Nanzhou but also made him angry, causing him to curse. I think you're just petty, still blaming my parents for losing Nanji when they try to save you. Tan Shirue shook his head helplessly, tired of arguing, and pulled him up from the ground. The two of them stood up and headed toward the small building, leaving long shadows behind, reminiscent of familiar scenes from years ago. Luo finished cooking the sweet rice wine and dumplings for everyone, and they all prepared to rest. It was only then she realized she would have to share a room with Xiao Fan tonight. And I was already sleepy, and Mother he had taken her back to her room early to put her to sleep. Hua Yishuan and Wang Quan shared one room. The old master had his own room, but it wasn't really separate, especially if you counted to Huang. I told Mother he early on that I would share a room with her. Xiao quickly blushed and ran away. Luo, maybe I can just stay in the main hall for one night. Cunning Xiao Fan tried to back off. No way, we don't have that tradition. You should go back to your room and sleep, the old master said. They didn't have the custom of letting sons-in-law or daughters visit their parents' home and share rooms. Grandpa, isn't that a bit unfair? Xiao Fan played innocent. What's unfair about it?
If I say yes, then yes.
Hurry back to your room, the old master said, worried. He was afraid his grandson-in-law was too sensible, so he stayed at the door, waiting until the young couple entered the room before leaving, as if he was about to swallow the key. He didn't really want to do anything, he just wanted to be closer to his wife. As he promised before, he would never force his wife if she didn't agree. Yes, go to sleep, Roy said softly. Although Xiao Fan's acting now was almost as good as Xiao Bao's, she didn't feel as resistant as she expected. Worried she might feel awkward, Xiao Fan turned off the light, and they started taking off their jackets. The atmosphere suddenly became a little flirtatious. In the dark, the static sparks on their sweaters made the mood even more tense and exciting. Xiao Fan carefully got into bed, not daring to move. But his heart was pounding wildly, and his hands couldn't help but clutch the sheets tightly. Roy was the same. She just couldn't stay calm. Her mind was a mess. What if Xiao Fan couldn't control himself and wanted to do something? No, that's not right. It's not okay. But it was their first time at someone else's house. Although it was her grandfather's place. If she refused him, would Xiao Fan, that silly guy, think she disliked him? Roy kept thinking so hard her head almost felt like it was going to explode. Xiao Fan hadn't made a move. Until morning, she was awakened by Da Huang's barking. Groggily, she opened her eyes and found herself being held in Xiao Fan's arms. Yo, it's not what you think, Xiao Fan stammered, looking like a kid who had made a mistake. He was stiff, unsure whether to let go or hold her tighter. He had slept peacefully on his side last night, and she had come over to him. He had kept moving to the edge, but when he was about to fall off the bed, she had moved into his arms. Although Roy was a little annoyed at waking up, she looked at their sleeping positions and clearly saw she had pushed Xiao Fan into a corner. But this person was surprisingly honest. She sat up using Xiao Fan's hand, her tone cold. Sorry, it's okay, Xiao Fan said, shaking off his numb arm. He had heard from his friends that sleeping with his wife could cause back and leg pain. Sure enough, he hadn't dared to move all night, afraid of waking her. Now his back and legs were sore. But sleeping with his wife was really nice. He thought he should visit his grandfather more often. His grandfather was warm and hospitable. Roy didn't lie in bed staring blankly for half an hour after waking up like she did at home. Both of them felt a little awkward, so they quickly got up to wash up. Xiao Xiao had already woken up and was watching the room closely. When she saw her brother and sister-in-law come out of the room with blushing faces, she excitedly patted De Huang, the dog. De Huang. Mother, he got up early and made dumplings for everyone. The water in the pot had already boiled, so once everyone was awake, they could start eating the dumplings. After each person finished a bowl of water dumplings, Roy cooked some pan-fried dumplings, and everyone kept eating happily. The old master hadn't been this happy in many years. Wang Quan looked at his increasingly healthy body and felt so excited he almost cried. But on the first day of the new year, there are many customs. No crying, no sweeping, no washing hair. Before Xiao Fan and his family of 5 left, the old master took out a red envelope. This is New Year's money for our Da. Da was receiving a red envelope for the first time. She looked confusedly at her aunt and cousin. Quickly thank the old master, Roy said with a smile, patting Denise's silly head. Da was very obedient and immediately did as told, proudly lifting her head and sweetly saying, "Thank you, old master." Good, Da is so well behaved, the old master said with a big smile. Then he turned serious and started urging, "Xiao Fan, you and are not young anymore. Hurry up and have a child while you still can." Xiao Fan stood straight like a good student. "Grandpa, I will try my best," he said happily inside. Roy couldn't help but think to himself, try? Did he really try? Watching her brother and sister-in-law exchange loving looks, Xiao Xiao almost went crazy with envy. Roy didn't expect Shin Man to be so impatient. On the second day of the new year, she already sent someone to wait for her to go out. Actually, Roy was also a bit impatient. It was better to resolve this ticking time bomb quickly and feel at ease. In the story, Shin Man was not only ruthless but also both stupid and mean. Now that Da and Xiao Xiao had come to the capital, Roy didn't dare guarantee that if Shin Man couldn't catch her, she wouldn't target Da and Xiao Xiao. So, even though she promised Xiao Fan she wouldn't go out alone without his company, as soon as Xiao Fan left, she happily rode her bike and went out. She rode very slowly all the way, afraid that Shin Man's people might notice her. She had already prepared everything she needed. When the time came, she planned to make everyone faint. To make it more realistic, she would need to get a few minor injuries first, so she could later use that as an excuse to escape. Loi remembered reading silly novels where many overly caring readers criticized the female lead, Su Nian, after her rebirth. They said she was ruthless and even deliberately seduced Shinman to set her up. While reading this part, Loi was sitting on the subway, perfectly mimicking an old man looking at his phone. It turns out visiting temples is just fun. Watching live Buddhas also means reading comments. Many readers even left comments saying Shinman didn't deserve to die and should be given another chance. Loi thought, whatever. I don't care. Today, I must deal with Shinman. When Loi noticed someone following her, she immediately tensed up. She slowly led the person into a quiet alley suitable for kidnapping. She was even moved by her own enthusiasm. Such a caring victim. Where could she find another? Sure enough, as she turned into the alley, she was surrounded by a group of people who quickly tied her up and took her away. Her mouth was gagged, first stuffed into a sack, then transferred onto a truck. After about half an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the destination. Loi was thrown onto the ground inside a room, still in the sack. The pain was intense. She vowed to get revenge on Shinman 10 times over later. She waited and waited. An hour later, footsteps sounded outside. Finally, Shinman arrived. Loi was so bored, she started picking at her toes. Could they hurry up? This was like killing and looting. The longer they delayed, the more Loi feared she might be rescued again. Just as the sack was opened, Loi hadn't yet confirmed how many enemies there were or where they were. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, and a group of police stormed in. Loi thought, what's going on? Are they friends or foes? But when the last person to appear in the police team was Yin Nanzhou, Loi was stunned. Shinman looked even more shocked, like she was stuttering and couldn't speak clearly. BB brother, don't misunderstand. Loi was confused. Shunman, what's happening? The police immediately took control of the kidnappers, even gagging each one to prevent them from talking. While Shun was shocked and frightened, he was also quickly controlled. Roy. So, she's a friend. Yin Nanzhou immediately stepped forward to help Roy untie himself, speaking very gently, even with a hint of nervousness and guilt. Are you okay? Unfortunately, his voice wasn't as nice as Xiao Fan's. Roy. No, that's not how it is. Can we stick to the script? She was ready to fight back against Shinman today, and now she feels very frustrated. Yin Nanzhou looked at Roy's surprised expression, thinking she was scared, and kept comforting her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Roy was even more stunned. What's going on? Her imagination was so wild that she even pictured the forbidden love between Yin's cousins and Xiao Fan. Roy was taken to the military hospital by Yin Nanzhou. On the way, he kept comforting her. It was better if he didn't, but his comfort only made her more anxious. A niece of a commander causing so much trouble for Xiao Fan. What about the commander's son? And this commander's son even sent his cousin to jail for her. Roy almost couldn't believe it. Shinman was caught red-handed. If she stayed in jail for a few years, it would be fine, but if they added false charges. Throughout the journey, Roy was lost in thought. When she arrived at the military hospital, Xiao Fan was already waiting for her, having received the news. His face looked very bad, trying to hide his anger, and he checked Roy's injuries first. Nothing serious, just superficial wounds. Xiao Fan almost snorted through his nose, clearly not wanting to talk to Yin Nanzhou, who was standing beside his wife. He nervously held her arm, and when Roy leaned on him, she quickly whispered in his ear, I'm going to pretend to faint. In an instant, Roy, who was acting for 3 seconds, not only scared Xiao Fan but also startled Yin Nanzhou standing a little behind them. Just as Yin Nanzhou reached out to help, Xiao Fan suddenly picked her up and rushed to the emergency room. Roy gently pinched him, worried Xiao Fan might be worried. Xiao Fan was both annoyed and amused, but mostly felt guilty. Yin Nanzhou also felt guilty. He shouldn't have put Roy in danger just to catch Shinman. If those people had attacked Luo Yi before Shinman appeared, how would he have faced Luo Yi? Captain Xiao, don't worry. I promise to give you a satisfactory explanation, he swore. He was determined to make Shin Man pay the price. Captain Ian, you're too polite. I haven't even thanked you for saving my wife, he said, sounding insincere and sarcastic. Although Ian Nanzhou was worried about Luo Yi, he had more important matters to attend to and had to leave reluctantly. Luo Yi only regained consciousness after all her wounds were bandaged. She slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Where am I?"
Ah.
My head hurts so much. Yi, how are you feeling? Xiao Fan immediately panicked, not knowing what to do with his hands. Luo Yi saw that there were still doctors and police nearby, but she didn't want to scare Xiao Fan. She secretly winked at him. Xiao Fan relaxed a little but was still very nervous. He turned to ask the doctor, "Doctor, how is my wife now?" Well, the doctor thought her injuries weren't serious, mostly scrapes and bruises from falling, but since he wasn't completely sure, he said, "We need to do more tests, especially on her head." "Is it that serious?" Xiao Bao's voice came from outside the door. He immediately rushed to Luo Yi's hospital bed, anxiously calling her name. "Yi, how are you? Who bullied you again? I'll ask Grandma to go beat them up." Grandma Tang also entered the ward. She looked at the bed and said with some disdain, "She looks pretty smart, but why does she keep getting bullied?" "Who is it this time?" She was asking Xiao Fan, but Xiao Bao answered first. "Is it that bad woman Shin Man? Did they bully Yi again?" The police were waiting to take Luo Yi's statement once she was awake. Suddenly, a child who knew the inside story arrived. Children don't lie, so the police immediately bent down and asked Xiao Bao, "Little friend, can you tell Uncle who this woman Shin Man is?" Xiao Bao immediately acted scared, hiding behind Grandma Tang and crying softly, "Grandma, Xiao Bao is scared." Xiao Bao won't say. Boo-hoo. Grandma Tang loved Xiao Bao's act and immediately got angry. "Xiao Bao, don't be afraid. If Shin Man dares to bully you, Grandma will beat her so badly she won't find her way home." She angrily told the police, "Ask me anything you want. Don't scare the children. I know everything." Not just me, everyone in the military housing area heard it. "Okay," the police officer nodded. The doctor saw that his presence was no longer needed and left the ward. "That shameless woman Shin Man wants to ruin these two people's military marriage," said Grandma Tang, pointing at Xiao Fan and Luo Yi. She threatened Luo Yi before, saying if Luo Yi didn't divorce, she would harm her. My grandson overheard this and was so scared he thought Shin Man might hurt him too. At the right moment, Little Treasure made two woo-woo sounds, perfectly timed.
Luo Yi.
Grandma Tang's exaggerated storytelling is almost as good as Little Treasure's acting. Please investigate Shin Man carefully. She never does her work and only thinks about ruining the marriage. She relies on her brother-in-law being a commander, thinking she can do whatever she wants. But who doesn't have a commander in their family? The police officer. That's a bit much. Grandma Tang kept scolding. You can ask around the military housing area. Many people heard everything that day. My grandson is still young and can't lie. The police officer put his notebook back into his pocket and sincerely thanked her. Thank you, ma'am. Our colleagues will verify this. No need to thank me. I'm just doing my duty, Grandma Tang said confidently. Seeing that Little Treasure didn't want to go back yet, she said, I'm going home now. Later, your second sister will bring you back. They received a call from Tang's second sister, who works at the military hospital. She said she saw Luo Yi get hurt and was admitted to the hospital, and it seemed pretty serious. Grandma Tang knew Little Treasure liked Luo Yi, so she brought him to see her. Xiao Fan said, Grandma Tang, don't worry. I will take Little Treasure back. Grandma Tang looked at Xiao Fan and Luo Yi, then said with a bit of annoyance, You should take good care of your wife. My granddaughter will bring Little Treasure back. Xiao Fan didn't bother to be polite anymore. Grandma Tang's style was straightforward. After sending her out of the ward, he hurried back to be with his wife. Luo Yi was already giving her statement. Comrade, ask your questions. I have a headache now, but I can still answer. Little Treasure, feeling worried, leaned close to her pillow and gently stroked her head, then softly asked, Does it still hurt? Luo Yi shook her head, signaling him not to worry. Even the police couldn't help but think to themselves that this child was very sensible. Comrade Luo, did you have any issues with Shin Man before? I just moved into the military family compound not long ago. The first time I met her, she told me to give up my husband. I don't know if that counts as having a problem with her. Luo Yi looked innocent. Xiao Bao immediately started acting as the supportive friend. Sister Xiao Fan is just too excellent. It's not your fault, Xiao Fan. Are you really praising me? Luo Yi. Later, when I met her again with Xiao Bao, she did say some threatening words to me. I didn't expect her to actually do such a crazy thing. Just as she was thinking about shedding some tears to show her sadness, Xiao Bao immediately hugged her neck. Wah wah ee wah wah wah, Luo Yi. You're the one acting more. I went out riding my bike to buy groceries today. I wanted to finish shopping early and go home to cook for my husband, so I took a shortcut. But as soon as I entered the alley, a few strong men grabbed me. Luo Yi pretended to look scared, her hands trembling slightly. Xiao Fan felt very worried and quickly comforted her. It's okay, Yi. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. Luo Yi weakly leaned into his arms, nodded, and with a pained expression continued. They didn't say a word, just put me into a sack, then threw me into a car. I don't know where I was taken. Later, when the sack was opened, I saw police officers come to rescue me. She looked up at the police officer across from her. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Actually, you should thank Captain Ian. He was the one who reported the case, saying Shin Man had kidnapped you. The police officer explained seriously, not taking credit. Luo Yi. Is this about clearing out the troublemakers? All right, you should rest now. If needed, we will send someone to take your statement again. After speaking, the police hurriedly left. Luo Yi saw the police leave and tried to get out of Xiao Fan's arms, but she couldn't.
Infine.
I was just pretending earlier. She slightly smiled, her smile spreading gradually, even her eyes shining with excitement. But Xiao Fan wasn't comforted at all. Not only did he not loosen his arm around her shoulder, but he also pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. I went to see my second sister. Xiao Bao immediately sneaked away, laughing secretly. He didn't expect Xiao Fan to be so wild, daring to hug and hold in public in this era. Xiao Fan wasn't wild. He was just startled. Even though he knew his wife was pretending a little, he still felt scared. After a long while, he finally released her. Are you hurt anywhere? Luo Yi's cheeks were red from being held, and she looked a bit unnatural with a slight blush. A faint smile flickered in her eyes. I'm really fine, she said. Then she shook her hand and kicked her leg playfully. See? Xiao Fan's mood was a little down. I'm sorry you had to suffer. If Shunmen causes trouble again, I might just retire from the army. He knew the power of the Yin family well. Even if today Yin Nanzhou was cleaning house, it might just be his personal idea. Retiring is fine, Luo Yi said thoughtfully, lowering her head to consider Xiao Fan's words. Once Xiao Fan passed her test, she could keep him hidden away, letting him focus on being the man behind the wealthy woman, so he wouldn't have to show up and attract trouble all the time. Seeing his wife nodding and sneaking smiles, Xiao Fan felt more at ease. Maybe everything was fine. Of course, only Shin Man was truly in trouble. After being taken by the police, she refused to admit any guilt. Even though they found evidence at her home, she still refused to speak. Yin Nanzhou sat across from her, his eyes cold. Do you think anyone can save you now? Cousin, you must have misunderstood me. I was going to save Luo Yi. Please help me explain to them, I beg you. She first sobbed softly, then her voice grew louder and more aggrieved. Yin Nanzhou didn't expect her to be such a good actress. Well, she had always been good at pretending since she was young. Shin Man's hands were cuffed to the table. She leaned forward, trying to get closer to her cousin sitting opposite her. Tears of grievance and disbelief filled her face. Cousin, why don't you believe me? You know how I've treated Auntie and my mother all these years, right? Yin Nanzhou sneered, too tired to argue with her. Say something else. I don't have time for your emotional tricks. Just tell me, how did you treat Nanji back then? Shun Man's expression darkened instantly, but she quickly forced herself to look normal, though it was obvious she was pretending. Cousin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Just tell me earlier, and I might help you out because you're cooperating now. But if you insist on refusing to cooperate then, In Nanjo's meaning was very clear. Shinman was too tired to pretend anymore. Since this way didn't work, she could try her aunt's approach. She didn't believe her aunt would be willing to watch her die without helping. The sadness and pleading on Shinman's face suddenly disappeared visibly. She sat silently back in her seat, refusing to cooperate. In Nanjo wasn't in a hurry. With all the evidence and witnesses, she couldn't deny the facts even if she wanted to. He was just curious about the disappearance of Nanji years ago, so he was willing to chat with her. Even if Shinman didn't say anything, he would find out eventually. When the police searched her home, Nanyan learned about Shinman hiring someone to kill. She wanted to go back with the police to see her daughter. But unfortunately, the police only told her to follow the proper procedures before seeing her, and then hurriedly left. Nanyan first thought of her kind sister, Nandai. Sadly, she had gone to Huqing with Xiaolin. Fortunately, Nanyan had been cautious and copied Xiaolin's phone number. She quickly found a place to call and dialed Xiaolin to ask her sister to come back and help. Even if Nandai couldn't come back, she could use her connections to help Shinman. But when she called Xiaolin, Xiaolin said Nandai had gone south to find Commander In and was probably on a train now. After hanging up with Nanyan, Xiaolin calmly returned to the restaurant to continue eating with Nandai. Nandai casually asked, "Who is that?" "Someone urgent at this late hour." Xiaolin smiled with a hint of annoyance. "Wrong number." "So annoying, making me rush to answer the phone." Nandai nodded helplessly. "By the way, where were we just now?" "Where are you taking me tomorrow?" "To Binjiang Road. A new supply and marketing cooperative opened there. They have everything. Want to go shopping?" Xiaolin looked happily at Nanjia, feeling a strange but happy feeling inside. She thought to herself, how could someone look so much like Nandai when she was young? Turns out, she was Nandi's lost daughter. Thinking about the day I met that young man from Nanzhou, Xiaolin still feels emotional. That day, he asked her to bring Sister Xiao Dai to Shanghai for a few days and insisted that she cut off all contact with Nayan. At first, Xiaolin found it strange. Later, Nanzhou told him that he had found Nanji, but Shunman might be in danger because of Nanji. Xiaolin was so angry she was trembling. Her hot temper almost made her go straight to Nayan to demand an explanation. She couldn't understand how someone could raise a daughter like that. She knew that Sister Xiao Dai valued family very much. So, when Nanzhou asked her to trick Xiao Dai, she agreed without hesitation. She couldn't stand anyone bullying Nanji. Xiaolin was the first to refuse. Nayan couldn't find her sister, Nandai, so she called Commander In. Commander In didn't know what was happening. He only heard that Man was falsely accused and taken by the police. He wasn't someone who blindly believed everything, but he also wouldn't ignore someone in trouble. So, Commander In called his son to ask him to check what was going on. In Nanzhou promised to help. After hanging up, he calmly turned to Nayan and asked, "Annie, is there something you want to see me about?" Nayan was almost frantic, rambling without clear direction. "Nanzhou, please help your sister. She's in danger." Nanzhou looked confused. "My sister? Wasn't she lost? Did Annie find her?" Nayan's heart sank suddenly. She instinctively took a step back and stammered, "No, not my sister. It's my cousin. Please help Man. You're talking about her being taken by the police?" Nanzhou seemed to remember something. Nayan felt that Nanzhou was acting very strangely tonight, like something was off. But saving Man was urgent. She nodded and said, "Yes, she was falsely accused of hiring someone to kill. Man has been with you since she was little. You should know her temper. How could she possibly commit murder? Please go and rescue her and clear her name." Nanzhou sneered. These mother and daughter are really the same. He didn't understand why his mother was so easily fooled by them. "Andy, are you talking about Shinman's accusation of hiring someone to kill Xiao Fan's wife?" Xiao Tian only just found out that her daughter was planning to harm Xiao Fan's wife. She was stunned and said, Man, Man wants to hurt Xiao Fan's wife. She couldn't believe she was capable of doing such a thing, especially since she was so obsessed with Xiao Fan. Actually, Nanzhou suddenly changed the subject. There's still a chance to fix this. Come on, Nanzhou, tell me quickly. I'm so anxious. South Yen almost cried. At this point, her niece was still hesitating, and she couldn't understand why. Go and ask Xiao Fan's wife for forgiveness. Ask her to forgive and write a letter of understanding. Even if we can't save Shin Man, it might lead to a lighter punishment, Nanzhou kindly suggested. South Yen was already overwhelmed and had no time to think about Nanzhou's words. As long as there was a small hope to save Shin Man, she was willing to try anything. She stood up and urged, Nanzhou, do you know where Xiao Fan's wife is? Can you take me there now? Nanzhou didn't delay and took South Yen out the door. They hurried to the military hospital. South Yen quickly found out which room Luo Yi was in. Before entering, tears welled up in her eyes. Nanzhou looked coldly at his aunt, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, completely inappropriate for a polite and well-mannered junior. Luo Yi was lying on the hospital bed, facing inside, with her back to Xiao Fan. She wanted to leave the hospital, but Xiao Fan disagreed. Now, she was sulking about it. As soon as South Yen entered the room, she saw Xiao Fan sitting on the side of the bed. She didn't care if her daughter-in-law was sleeping and started crying loudly. Xiao Fan, please have mercy on me. It's my fault I didn't teach Man well. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Let me go to jail in her place. Xiao Fan recognized South Yen as Shin Man's mother and looked at Nanzhou with some displeasure. He thought, this person is really two-faced. Now she's bringing Shin Man's mother here to beg for mercy. What is she trying to do? Nanzhou awkwardly rubbed his nose and stepped outside, focusing only on Luo Yi. Xiao Fan felt even more annoyed. He had a wild and bold guess that made him so angry he wanted to punch Nanzhou hard. South Yen continued her emotional act, crying out, Xiao Fan, please forgive Man. She grew up without a father and was raised in a single-parent environment. Her temper is a bit extreme. Xiao Fan, Man's mistake isn't really her fault. She just likes you too much and did something silly. She glanced at the person on the hospital bed. Besides, your wife didn't get seriously hurt. Maybe we should just forget about it. Xiao Fan, don't worry. We will make it up to you. Just tell us what you need, and I will persuade Commander Yin to help you. Nan Yen saw a slight change in Xiao Fan's expression, thinking she had convinced him, so she increased her efforts to persuade him. Nanzhou felt nothing but cold laughter inside. What a pair of mother and daughter. Xiao Fan, if you can give us a letter of understanding, I can get Commander Yin to help you fulfill your wish. By the end, Nan Yen seemed very proud of herself. Luo Yi felt she had been acting all day. She wanted Xiao Fan to handle this himself, since he was the one who caused the trouble. But this old schemer kept talking more and more confidently. She angrily lifted the blanket and turned around, glaring fiercely. Shun Man hired someone to attack me. What good is it to beg him? Do you think he's stupid and easy to talk to? Xiao Fan, feeling subtly criticized by his wife. Oh, or do you think Xiao Fan is so easily bought with empty promises? I think you're just a shameless liar, with one cheek peeled off and stuck on the other. You're both thick-skinned and shameless. Luo Yi finished, rolling her eyes. Nan Yen was stunned by the lively face in front of her. Her eyes widened. You. Luo Yi was worried Shin Man's mom might get so angry she would cause trouble, which would be a big loss. Luckily, she was quick-witted and managed to outsmart her. Luo Yi suddenly collapsed into Xiao Fan's arms, holding her head and looking miserable. Xiao Fan, my head hurts so much. Am I going to die? Today I posted 5 pages. I really can't keep going. I'll continue tomorrow. The new keyboard I bought hasn't shipped yet, so I can't type fast. Until Roy slowly regained consciousness, Xiao Fan let out a long sigh and asked, Xiao Fan, my head hurts. Roy whispered, his words a bit unclear, but the doctors still heard him. Xiao Fan's face was full of coldness, almost on the verge of losing control. Captain Yin, could you please leave? My wife is not feeling well right now and needs some quiet time. At this moment, Nanjo also felt regret. Why did he bring Nanyan here? Just to vent his anger? He wanted to apologize, but he couldn't find the right words until they left. Nanjo went to Nanyan, helped her up from the ground, and carried her out of the hospital room. After they left, rumors suddenly spread in the military hospital, saying that Commander Yin's family was abusing their power. Once the room was empty, Roy blinked at Xiao Fan, smiling mischievously.
I'm fine.
I was just pretending earlier. Xiao Fan replied with a serious face and nodded. Roy suddenly muttered softly, I thought you would be more in sync. Xiao Fan remained silent, unsure of what to say. Although he guessed she was pretending again, he still felt nervous and his heart fluttered. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Roy randomly changed the subject. Do you think Nanjo is strange? What is he really trying to do? A hint of meaning flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Whatever he's planning, I won't let him hurt you. Roy didn't dare to tease him anymore. Xiao Fan looked calm on the surface, but if pushed too far, she now looked like a little white rabbit, obediently lying in the blanket, with her moist eyes looking at the man, nodding softly. Xiao Fan happily rubbed her head. Sleep well. I already called Commander Zhou's family. He and his wife will go to their home and tell Xiao Xiao. They won't leave her waiting at home. Did you tell them about what happened with Shinman? Xiao Xiao is such a crybaby. Roy started imagining Xiao Xiao crying and feeling overwhelmed. No, don't worry. I just said we had something to do tonight and wouldn't be home, Xiao Fan said, and strangely, his face turned red at the end. Roy. She was a bit confused. Does Xiao Xiao believe it? That can't be. Don't you usually fool her around all the time? Xiao Fan found it a bit funny. Why does his wife think she can fool Xiao Xiao, but others can't? Luo Yi. After leaving the hospital, Nanjo asked Nanyan, Little aunt, do you want me to take you home? Nanyan was still shocked from seeing Luo Yi and hadn't fully recovered. She hesitated, nodded, then shook her head. No, I don't need it. Nanjo almost left her on the roadside. Instead of going home, he quietly returned to the hospital. The doctors thought Ian was here to pressure them, but he was just concerned about the patient's health. They hesitated and said, Captain Ian, to be honest, Xiao Yingzhang's wife only has minor skin injuries. Her headache is probably just shock. Really, it's not serious? Nanjo looked genuinely worried. The doctors were confused. So, what exactly is going on? They had heard some rumors about Miss Ian from the Ian family. Since her uncle is a commander and she has an aunt to protect her, she often causes trouble. She is quite high profile and they didn't want to get involved, but it was hard not to know. I'm glad she's okay. Take good care of her, Nanjo said, no longer bothering the doctors, and turned to leave. On the way downstairs, he saw Xiao Fan boiling a basin of hot water. His curiosity got the better of him, and he quietly followed. Xiao Fan carried the hot water into the ward, looking a bit proud as he reported to his wife. This basin and towel are new, Luo Yi. What did Xiao Xiao say to you? Otherwise, why emphasize that everything is new? Xiao Fan put on a serious face and quickly denied. Nothing. He dipped the towel in warm water, wrung it out, and said, I'll wipe your face. Close your eyes. Luo Yi wanted to roll her eyes. Just wipe my face. Why do I need to close my eyes? But she obediently closed her eyes. However, she opened them again right away, looking fierce. Xiao Fan, are you doing this on purpose? My face is almost bald from you wiping it. She snatched the towel and wiped herself. Xiao Fan. His wife was indeed delicate. Usually he and the other men just wiped their faces like this. It was the best way to clean. At first, Nanjo thought Xiao Fan was caring when he helped Loi with the towel. But then, all he wanted was to call him a rough man. While he was secretly watching Loi and Xiao Fan from the door, Guwon happened to see him. A fellow artist from their company had twisted his ankle while dancing. She had just helped him into the doctor's office when she saw Nanjo outside. Even though this man had been harsh to her that day, Guwon couldn't help but want to get closer to him, so she followed him. She planned to act friendly in front of Nanjo, but unexpectedly, she saw him spying on Loi and Xiao Fan. So, Yin Nanzhou actually liked Loi, that little troublemaker. Guwon not only saw Yin Nanzhou spying on Loi, but also saw him go to talk to Xiao Fan. They only exchanged a few words before almost fighting. Although Guwon was far away and couldn't hear what they said, she saw Xiao Fan's face change from anger to shock, then sadness and helplessness. Xiao Fan had just gone to the bathroom outside to get some water. When he returned, he saw Yin Nanzhou following him and asking, "Can I talk to you?" Even though Xiao Fan hated the Yin family that day, he had no choice but to go along. But as soon as Yin Nanzhou spoke, it made Xiao Fan want to punch him. He asked, "Does Loi have a birthmark on her lower back?" Xiao Fan's strong, cold face showed clear anger. Yin Nanzhou didn't care about his feelings and kept provoking him. "Is it on her lower back, at the bottom left corner?" Xiao Fan finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Yin Nanzhou's collar. "Yin Nanzhou, don't think just because you're the son of Commander Yin, you can bully others." Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, Yin Nanzhou probably guessed the answer. He was very happy inside. Loi was actually his sister, Yin Nanji.
Great.
Xiao Fan saw that Yin Nanzhou not only refused to stop, but became even more overbearing. His anger finally exploded, and he was about to fight him. "Xiao Fan, listen to my explanation." Let go first. Yin Nanzhou realized his words could cause misunderstandings. He quickly stepped back and explained, "Calm down and listen to me." Xiao Fan didn't want to hear him smear his wife anymore. If he hadn't worried about dragging his wife and Xiao Xiao into trouble, he really wanted to punch that Yin Nanzhou to death. "Xiao Fan, stay calm. Listen to me. Roy is my sister, the sister I lost when I was a child." Yin Nanzhou knew that if he didn't clarify this now, their relationship as brothers-in-law would be completely over. Xiao Fan's gloomy expression suddenly became strange. He slowly loosened his grip on Yin Nanzhou's collar. Yin Nanzhou's neck was a bit sore from being choked, but he didn't care. He had finally found his sister. What could be happier than that? He even comforted Xiao Fan, saying, "Don't worry. Since we are family, I won't take it to heart." As a brother-in-law who defends his sister, he was more than satisfied. Xiao Fan's eyes became complicated, very subtle. After a long while, he exhaled and softly said, "I don't know if Yi has a birthmark on her waist." Yin Nanzhou. His first reaction was that Xiao Fan was lying to him. Xiao Fan is vengeful and cunning. He must be holding a grudge against Shin Man and the past, trying to get revenge on the Yin family and prevent his sister from recognizing her relatives. But soon, Yin Nanzhou understood what that sentence meant. If Xiao Fan didn't want Nanji to recognize her family, he could have simply said that Roy didn't have a birthmark on her waist, instead of saying, "I don't know, Yin Nanzhou." His tone suddenly became a bit gleeful. "So you, Xiao Fan," but thinking that Xiao Fan might become his sister-in-law in the future, and considering that the couple currently had a poor impression of the Yin family, he restrained himself and tried to appear friendly, like a good big brother-in-law. "Xiao Fan, I want to meet Roy's grandfather. Can you help arrange that?" Seeing Xiao Fan's expression change repeatedly, Yin Nanzhou quickly added, "Don't worry. If Roy or her family don't want her to return to the Yin family, I won't force her. I just want to confirm that my sister is doing well. That's enough." By the end, a faint sense of disappointment and sadness appeared in Yin Nanzhou's eyes. Xiao Fan thought for a moment, then nodded silently and walked away without a word. When he returned to the hospital room, Roy was already asleep. This time, she was truly asleep, looking very peaceful. Xiao Fan couldn't help but reach out and gently her eyebrows and eyes. Now, looking more carefully at his wife, he saw that her features did resemble Yin Nanzhou a little, though hers were a bit more heroic. His mood tonight was like riding a roller coaster. He initially thought Yin Nanzhou was here to compete for his wife. When he learned that his wife might be Yin's youngest daughter, he immediately relaxed a lot. At least, he didn't have to worry about someone else taking his wife. But now, Xiao Fan started to worry again. His wife had been wanting to divorce him. He selfishly thought he could protect her with his status, and he was sure he would never agree to a divorce. But now, if her identity was revealed, she wouldn't need his protection anymore. What reason would he have to keep her? Even more, if she wanted to divorce, with the support of the Yin family, they could break them apart easily. Xiao Fan felt a bit anxious. His heart was uneasy, and he gently held his wife's face, his hand a little heavier. Luo Yi opened her eyes drowsily. What's wrong? But before Xiao Fan could answer, she fell back asleep. His eyebrows showed a hint of sadness, but his voice was very gentle. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Recently, several big things happened in Xiao family village. The biggest was about the two elders at the cattle shed. Villagers saw that the village chief had taken several important people to the cattle shed over the past few days. Until this morning, the two elders left Xiao family village, surrounded by many people. Jiang Yao didn't expect that when she really had to leave, she would feel a little reluctant. She looked at the blue brick house at the end of the village where Xiao Fan's family lived and suddenly sighed. I've never been to the girl's house, and I don't know what her family is like. Old Ji turned to look at Xiao Fan's house and comforted her. It definitely can't compare to the capital. Their house in the military compound should be better. He held his wife's hand and said, once we're settled down, we'll quietly visit the girl's home and give her a surprise. Jiang Yao glared at her old husband. No more surprises. If it scares the child, we're too old for that. Be more careful, Old Ji. When they passed by Xiao Dahu's house, many villagers were standing outside. As they got closer, Old Ji said, so they're holding a funeral. No wonder so many people are here. Jiang Yao also looked and asked her husband, is the daughter of that family the one who is quite close to the girl? Old Ji thought for a moment, but didn't answer. Instead, he said, the girl should spend more time with cheerful children. Yes, her younger sister-in-law is quite nice. She seems a bit shy, but she's cheerful and generous. Jiang Yao immediately remembered the time Loi fell into the water. Xiao secretly came to the barn to deliver messages to the two elders, so they could stay calm. At that time, Xiao was as nervous as a little stutter. Jiang Yao was only worried about Loi then. Looking back now, she finds her little sister-in-law very adorable. When Loi asked to leave the hospital the next day, Xiao Fan agreed quickly. After arranging everything, he went alone to the old master's house. Zhen Yukai was surprised. Xiao Fan, are you serious? Xiao Fan nodded confidently. He was also curious whether his wife was really the missing daughter of the Yin family. Zhen Yukai didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, what about the Yin family? How are they compared to the Tang family? And how are they? Although he didn't answer whether Loi had a birthmark, it was like he had already given an answer. The Yin family is very protective. Commander Yin's wife favors her own niece a lot, so she probably treats her own daughter even better, Xiao Fan said honestly. He thought that Commander Yin's wife might have secretly instructed others to cause trouble for him. After hearing this, Zhen Yukai immediately nodded without hesitation. Then let's meet him. When Yin Nanzhou learned that Zhen Yukai was willing to meet him, he was almost certain Loi was his sister. He immediately drove with Xiao Fan to see her. In the car, he suddenly said, thank you. Loi is my wife. If you want to thank someone, you can tell your grandfather and the others. Xiao Fan replied coldly to Yin Nanzhou. His attitude was the same as before, not changing just because he was about to become his brother-in-law. Yin Nanzhou wasn't angry. He was just happy to have found his sister. Of course, he knew very well that Xiao Fan's attitude was entirely influenced by his mother and Xinman. But thinking about his mother's temper, Yin Nanzhou wasn't sure if he could successfully bring his sister home this time. Soon, they arrived at the small courtyard where Zhen Yukai lived. He was already waiting, knowing that Yi's family would come soon to confirm everything. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to wait either. Young man, come over and sit. Zhen Yukai smiled and waved at Yin Nanzhou. Then he turned and kindly said to Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan, come over and sit. This concerns Yin Nanzhou, showing respect to his elders, sat politely below Zhen Yukai and even poured him a cup of tea. Are you going to tell me how Yi got lost, or should I tell you how she was found? Either is fine. Yin Nanzhou was very humble now. He could tell that this old man was not unreasonable and seemed willing to return his sister to the Yin family willingly. Zhen Yukai suddenly seemed to remember a summer from many years ago. His deep eyes shone with light. The day we found Yi, I was just following the Luo family's truck to Anhui City. Late at night, I suddenly heard faint crying behind us. He chuckled. The driver with me even joked that I was crazy for wanting grandchildren so badly, but I really heard crying. So I told him to stop and check. Sure enough, we found a little girl in the truck, her head covered in blood. We don't know how she got inside the truck. Jin Yukai pointed to a scar on his forehead. Later, Yi's forehead had a small scar, but when I saw her again, that scar had fully healed. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, Luo Yi, who traveled here, noticed the scar on her forehead and used the spring water to wipe it every day. It really healed. Xiao Fan looked confused. He had never seen his wife with a scar on her forehead. His surprise was obvious, and Yi Nanzhou noticed it right away. So, are these two in a marriage of convenience? That's all for today, .. I should give Nan Dai and Nan Yen proper names, at least 3 characters long, like Nan Xiao Dai and Nan Xiao Yen, so people won't get confused about their family relations. When talking about Luo Yi's tragic situation, Zhen Youcai's eyes welled up with tears. Yi was so young then. I just treated her forehead wound a little, and then I saw she had slap marks on her face. They looked small, not like they were from an adult in the family hitting her, probably from being bullied by other children. He sighed softly and said, "At that time, I really thought Yi was a girl abandoned by her family. You know, in many families that favor boys over girls, sometimes they just leave the girls." Yi Nanzhou nodded solemnly. "Old master, I understand. I won't blame you. Yi was well cared for by you all, and I am grateful for that." From the beginning to the end, he always felt thankful to the Luo family. If Luo Yi hadn't met the old master that year, who knows what might have happened to her. Thank you for trusting me," Jin Yukai said, seeing Yi Nanzhou reason so calmly. He suddenly looked a bit sad. "After Yi went missing, you must have been very worried. If only we had looked more for her family back then, maybe." The truck was coming from the capital. Yi was hit on the head, and when she woke up, she was a bit confused and spoke intermittently. The most she said at that time was the word, "Yi." Jin Yukai suddenly smiled and sighed gently. It turns out she was saying the word "een." We thought her nickname was Yi, but later we named her Luo Yi because of her name. Since her name was Luo Yi, the names for the second and third children were chosen quite casually. He waved his hand and paused briefly before continuing slowly. "Sorry, I got sidetracked. At that time, we thought Yi's accent sounded like someone from Yueching. We thought her family had abandoned her on the road. It was summer then, and her clothes were all muddy and torn. We really thought she was abandoned." Yi Nanzhou clearly remembered what Yi was wearing the day she went missing. "Nanji, no. Yi was wearing a white top and blue pants." Jin Yukai looked down in thought for a moment, then shook his head slowly. Yi was covered in mud. After dawn, I took her to the nearest hospital. Her clothes were too torn, so I threw them away and bought new ones. Thinking of that scene, he suddenly became a bit angry. "Tell me how you guys lost Yi." Yi Nanzhou's face darkened, showing both pain and anger. "That day, I went out with my friend and Yi. My mother insisted we bring my cousin along, so we had to take her. Near our home, there's a moat. Early in the morning, many people fish there. We chose to go around noon when fewer people were around. But my friend accidentally fell into the water. His voice was almost cold. I didn't think much at the time and immediately jumped into the water to save someone. But after pulling the person out, I realized that Yi and my cousin were both missing." Yi Nanzhou clenched his fists in anger. "My friend told me that he saw my cousin trying to push Yi into the water. When he reached out to protect Yi, he accidentally fell in himself." He turned to Xiao Fan. "It was Tan Shuwei. Although he was about my age, he was small and thin, the kind of person who easily falls over. After we got ashore, we found that both Yi and my cousin were gone. We started searching immediately. Eventually, we found my cousin nearby. She said she saw us fall into the water and hurried to find help. Naturally, Yi Nanzhou didn't believe her. At that time, my cousin and I stayed in place to look for people. Tan Shuwei went back to find adults for help. Even after searching all day and night nearby, we couldn't find anyone. So, that's how it was. At that time, my sister must have already left the city in a truck." Your cousin has serious issues, Jin Yukai pointed out sharply. Yes, Nanzhou nodded. I know Yi was definitely hidden in the truck by her. Even if Shinman didn't admit it, he could guess roughly. Where is your cousin? Keep her away from Yi, or I won't forgive her, Jin Yukai said angrily, his face turning red. Old master, don't worry. I will deal with those who hurt Yi thoroughly. Nanzhou gritted his teeth secretly. If he didn't put Shinman in her place this time, he wouldn't have the face to see his sister. They checked all the information. If Shinman hadn't deliberately abandoned Luo Yi, they really couldn't think of any other reason why a stranger would throw a child into a truck for no reason. So, it could only be Shinman, this wicked woman. When do you plan to tell Yi? Actually, Jin Yukai had wanted to tell Luo Yi about this for a long time, especially after Xiao Bao was sent back to the Tang family. In this matter, Xiao Fan seemed to have no say, so he could only stay silent. Although he secretly hoped his wife wouldn't return to the Yin family, his impression of the Yin family was too bad. Nanzhou also knew his mother's temper well, so he wasn't in a hurry to bring Luo Yi home. If going back to the Yin family would only cause her trouble and unhappiness, it was better not to go at all. He only needed to know that his sister was doing well and had a loving family. That was enough to make him happy. So, he said, let's wait and see for a while. Jin Yukai and Xiao Fan both didn't expect to hear such an answer from Nanzhou. They were both curious. I want to handle some things first before bringing Yi home. Of course, I will ask Yi's opinion first and then tell my parents about her identity. Over the years, Nanzhou felt guilty about his sister going missing. Even now, knowing it was Shinman's fault, he still felt guilty, or rather, even more guilty. Jin Yukai was very pleased with Nanzhou's approach. That's the best way. In his heart, as long as Yi was happy, that was enough. Before leaving, Nanzhou repeatedly assured Jin Yukai that even if he brought Luo Yi back to the Yin family someday, he would never cut off her relationship with the Luo family. Jin Yukai was confident about this. Yi was raised by them, and they knew her character well. Still, he politely thanked Nanzhou. On the way back, Nanzhou suddenly acted like a big brother-in-law, curious, and asked Xiao Fan, how come you don't know Yi has a birthmark? What exactly is your relationship with Yi? Xiao Fan's heart tightened. He took a moment to compose himself before replying, that's our private matter, meaning, it's not your place to interfere. Nanzhou. Xiao Fan also stood his ground in front of Nanzhou. Nanzhou curled his lips. So, these two are not truly married yet. He didn't dislike Xiao Fan, but because of Shinman's earlier actions, he didn't like Xiao Fan very much. When they returned to the army, they immediately separated. Xiao Fan went home to see his wife, and Nanzhou went to see Tan Shirui. He wanted to share the good news about finding Nanji. So, it was just as we guessed back then. Nanji was deliberately abandoned by Shinman. Tan Shirui had suspected this earlier, but hearing it now still shocked him. She was so young, yet so cruel, heartless, inhumane, and vicious. He was so angry he used more than 10 idioms, but it still wasn't enough to express his hatred for Shinman. Tan Shirui turned to ask Nanzhou, so, when do you plan to tell your parents? After fully resolving Shinman's issue, I want Loi to see my sincerity before asking her whether to return to the Yin family. Tan Shirui thought for a moment and agreed, you're quite thoughtful. He suddenly smiled, just afraid your old lady will interfere. Nanzhou glared at him and said through gritted teeth, I knew you've always held a grudge. Back then, after Loi went missing, Nandai kept blaming everyone. She said if it weren't for saving Tan Shirui from drowning, her daughter wouldn't have gone missing. At that time, Tan Shirui was still young and thought telling what he saw would be enough. But Nandai didn't believe him and even scolded him for shirking responsibility. Because of this, Nandai, who used to have a good relationship with the Tan family, stopped all contact and didn't allow her husband and son to associate with them. Commander Yin was very upset about his daughter's disappearance, but he knew the blame was on the adults, not the children. Nanzhou trusted his good friend. Over the past 10 years, the only person he had a close relationship with was Tan Shirui. So he earnestly asked, Loi was hurt yesterday. Can you help me send some food to her to help her recover? Tan Shuruei hesitated, but didn't want to be misunderstood by his family's old lady again. He suggested, if you give Xiao Fan some, Loi won't suspect. Or you could just give Loi something directly to build a better relationship. Do you think I can send things to Loi? Yin Nanzhou immediately became alert. Tan Shuruei frowned. Why not? But then he added, your cousin bought a murder, and it's normal for you to apologize and handle the aftermath. Yin Nanzhou was speechless. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to argue with Tan Shuruei. He just came to tell him that Nanji had gone missing, which had been bothering them both. I'm leaving now to check on the police progress, he said. If he didn't handle the case soon, he was worried Nanyan might find a way to overturn it. Before leaving, he found an aged ginseng from his father's collection to send to his sister for health. Xiao Fan had already gone home. Loi had sent her out to buy groceries, so now only she was at home. Xiao had taken Da and I out to walk Da Huang. Captain Yin? Lo Yi initially thought Xiao and Da and I were at the door, but when she opened it, she saw Yin Nanzhou with a serious face. Her expression immediately turned sour. Is something wrong? Yin Nanzhou, without saying a word, shoved a wrapped old ginseng into her hand. This is for you. A 50-year-old mountain ginseng. Take it to improve yourself. Lo Yi hesitated. No need. She didn't dare accept it. The Yin family members all seemed a bit strange. Take it, Yin Nanzhou insisted, forcefully pushing the gift back into her hand. He thought Xiao Fan would be home, so he could at least invite him inside. But now, only Lo Yi was at home, and he felt awkward to ask to come in. So, they stood at the door, pushing and pulling the gift back and forth. Finally, Yin Nanzhou got impatient, dropped the gift, and ran away.
Lo Ji watched silently.
As soon as Xiao Fan got home, Lo Yi started complaining about this. Do you think the Yin family is all crazy? They said no, but kept trying to give me things. Do they think if I accept it, all our grudges will disappear? Xiao just found out today that her brother and sister-in-law went to the hospital yesterday, and she learned about her sister-in-law's injury. It made her cry with anger. Now hearing Lo Yi mention the Yin family, she got angry too. Do they think a 50-year-old mountain ginseng can buy us? My sister-in-law once found a 100-year-old ginseng.
Ha!
Take it if you want. Xiao Fan was speechless. Do they think being a commander is so great? Commander Tang and Commander Tan are still commanders, but look at their families, they're so well off. Xiao kept complaining, feeling it was unfair that those with power could bully ordinary people. Exactly, Lo Yi agreed while cooking.
Exactly, Danny echoed.
Even Da Huang barked twice in agreement. Xiao Fan was silent. Although Grandma Tang is fierce, I think she's a good person. Last night, Da and I took Da Huang for a walk, and we happened to meet her alone returning home in the courtyard. She told me not to walk the dog after dark. Xiao touched her head. I see. She's probably worried that the Yin family might take revenge on us after dark. Xiao Fan was speechless. That's none of my business. It's just that my wife and sister have such big imaginations. Loi didn't want to accept the ginseng from the Yin family and directly handed it to Xiao Fan. You should go back tomorrow. That Captain Yin is strange. I don't want to deal with him much. Maybe you should stay, Xiao Fan suggested. Actually, he also didn't want to meet Yin Nanzhou. Loi got angry quickly. Xiao Fan, brother, Xiao was probably on his sister-in-law's side. All right, I'll try, Xiao Fan said, giving in. He couldn't argue anymore. Because Loi was injured, though it was a minor wound, Xiao Fan still bought a chicken to help her recover. Loi cooked a few more dishes, and the family ate happily. The only unhappy ones were probably the Yin family. Nanyan was quite smart. After calming down, she guessed some things. So, she asked her friend in Huqing to go directly to Shaolin's house and tell Nandai that her daughter had been found. Nandai was very happy and immediately bought a ticket back to the capital. When Yin Nanzhou received Shaolin's call, he felt a bit helpless but still said, "Thank you, Auntie Lin." He knew she had tried her best. Nanzhou, this Nanyan isn't easy to deal with. Maybe you should tell Nanji first, so she can prepare Nandai mentally, Shaolin reminded him before hanging up. She understood Nanzhou's thoughts. Nandai was very protective of her family. While protecting family is good, sometimes it can go too far. Anyway, Shaolin couldn't understand why Nandai would have a cold war with her husband and son just to protect Nan Yen and her daughter, especially when her husband and son hadn't done anything wrong. After hanging up, Yin Nanzhou immediately called his father. Commander Yin almost dropped the receiver.
What?
Say that again. I found Nanji. When did this happen? Where is Nanji now? Does your mother know? Commander Yin asked excitedly. Yin Nanzhou answered one by one. After he finished, Commander Yin shouted, Nanzhou, you need to stop your mother. If Nanyan stirs things up, she might scare Nanji away. Commander Yin wished he could rush back to the capital immediately, but he was busy with military affairs and couldn't leave. I know. I'll go see Nanji now. Yin Nanzhou quickly put on his coat and left. On the way, he kept thinking about how to start the conversation. When I arrived at Xiao Fan's house, it was Da Huang who opened the door. The key point is he hadn't knocked. He was just standing at the door, hesitating. Yin Nanzhou. Inside, several people were eating. It was clear that the family was happy together. The younger sister-in-law and her husband kept urging her sister to eat this and that. Seeing the man standing still at the door, Da Huang barked a few times to call inside. Xiao Fan immediately came out. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to be like this. Now, I need to talk to Roy. Hearing the voices at the door, Roy also came out quickly. When he saw Yin Nanzhou, his face showed obvious impatience. Followed by Xiao Xiao, who also came out, but the little girl didn't dare to be as obvious. Let me talk to Yi first, Xiao Fan said with a guilty feeling. He thought that after talking with Nanzhou at the hospital, he should tell his wife immediately, not wait until now. After speaking, he left Yin Nanzhou and took Roy's hand into the room. Yin Nanzhou awkwardly stood at the door. Even if Xiao Xiao disliked the Yin family, she still had to show proper manners. So she said calmly to Yin Nanzhou, Captain Yin, please sit inside. After that, she went to pour him some tea. Da Huang barked twice, signaling Yin Nanzhou to follow him, leading him to the dining table. Yin Nanzhou had heard about Da Huang, the big dog Roy raised. It was said to be very smart, almost like a star among the military dogs. He patted Da Huang's head. Thank you. Turning his head, he saw a little girl staring at him without blinking. This should be Xiao Fan's niece, right? Yin Nanzhou wanted to ease the awkwardness, so he stepped forward to try to tease the girl. But Da Huang immediately alertly blocked the stranger's path. The man chuckled. Indeed smarter than a military dog, since the tea was used to make milk tea. The tea leaves had already been filtered out. Otherwise, they could have poured another cup. Yin Nanzhou nodded in disappointment, but politely asked, Can you add some plain hot water for me? He was really a bit thirsty, not because the sister's red tea was tasty. Xiao Xiao took the cup again and went to add hot water for Yin Nanzhou. Meanwhile, the two people in the room were having a lively discussion.
What?
You don't want to recognize your relatives from the Yin family? Xiao Fan found this hard to understand. To him, the Yin family members are family of the bride, and Luo's family also agreed to her recognition. At least for now, Yin Nanzhou seemed sincere. Are you upset that I didn't discuss this with you first? Xiao Fan didn't expect Yin Nanzhou to come so quickly, which caught him off guard. Luo waved dismissively, looking carefree. No, it's none of your business, Xiao Fan. But why did I feel even more sad after hearing that? He nodded a little sadly. Okay, I support whatever decision you make. Xiao Fan, do you really want me to acknowledge my relatives from the Yin family? Luo also wanted to know what he was thinking. Xiao Fan shook his head. Deep down, he didn't want that. He was afraid the Yin family might interfere. Luo nodded contentedly. Then let's go. Let's hear what sweet words he has to say, Xiao Fan. Well, brother-in-law, good luck to you. After leaving the room, Luo looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately understood and hugged Da Ni, then went into the room, also taking Da Huang with her. Da Huang. Who did I bother? Are you going to go first, or shall I? Luo was very straightforward, perhaps because she didn't like the Yin family. Yin Nanzhou saw Luo Yi's attitude and knew that letting her speak first wouldn't be good. He sighed helplessly. I'll go first. Xiao Fan let Luo Yi sit and listen patiently while he went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. Yin Nanzhou recounted in detail how Nanji got lost, how she was found, and his guesses about Tan Shirue. Luo Yi remained calm, not as angry as expected, and just nodded. "Thank you, I understand." Yin Nanzhou. He had a bad feeling about this. "So, what else do you want to tell me?" Luo Yi felt that what he said next was probably the main point. "Mom already knows, and is on her way back. She's very happy that you found her." "Yes," Roy nodded, signaling him to continue. "You also know that Shin Man is the daughter of Aunt Nan Yen. I originally planned to finish dealing with Shin Man first, and then tell Mom you found her. But, unexpectedly, Aunt informed Mom ahead of time. So, you're here to tell me that Mrs. Yin is about to bring her sister to plead for her niece?" Yin Nanzhou. "That's true, but it sounds a bit strange." "Thank you." Roy nodded thoughtfully, showing sincere gratitude. Yin Nanzhou. "Thanks for warning me. I appreciate Captain Yin's kindness." Yin Nanzhou felt a little nervous now. "What does my sister mean?" "Don't worry, I won't forgive Shin Man. No matter who comes to plead, it won't help. She won't give Shin Man another chance to cause trouble." Yin Nanzhou was more concerned about something else. Are you willing to return to the Yin family?" "No," Roy answered firmly, without hesitation. Although she had no memories of the Yin or Luo families, since crossing into this world, she had considered the Luo family as her own relatives, even though she had never met her father Luo or others. But the letter's instructions filled her with hope for the Luo family. In fact, the Luo family had never disappointed her. Not only Luo Lao and others, including Old Master, Uncle Quan, and Aunt He, Roy now regarded as family. "Why?" Yin Nanzhou asked, looking at Xiao Fan. "It has nothing to do with him." Xiao Fan didn't say anything. "I just don't want to go," Roy said. She had disliked the Yin family from the start, using Commander Yin's power to let Shin Man cause trouble everywhere. Such a family, huh? If Shin Man hadn't caused trouble, Su Nian wouldn't have turned dark and been reborn. She wouldn't have to live in constant fear. She thought, better not to acknowledge such a family. Yin Nanzhou didn't believe her. He thought Roy was just making excuses for Xiao Fan, especially since they had just discussed this in the room for a long time. Xiao Fan also looked confident. "I really didn't tell Yi anything." "Captain Yin, you also said you wouldn't force Yi to recognize her family." He didn't expect his sister's attitude to be so firm when he said that. After Yin Nanzhou left feeling down, Xiao Fan couldn't wait to ask his wife, "Was what you just said just angry words?" "No, it's how I feel inside, not just anger," Luo Yi explained. "That Madame Yin looks like she doesn't think clearly. I don't want to go back to the Yin family and be constantly judged by morals, but they are your family," Xiao Fan said, sharing the common view that Luo Yi's attitude seemed strange. But Luo Yi, having traveled here, considered Xiao Bao more like her real family. She couldn't explain this to Xiao Fan directly, so she just used her dislike for the Yin family as an excuse. "Is it because of me that you dislike the Yin family?" Xiao Fan didn't want his actions to stop his wife from being with her family. Luo Yi. This question was hard to answer. No matter what she said, Xiao Fan probably wouldn't be happy. If she said yes, he would feel guilty. If she said no, he would feel disappointed. Men are really troublesome. Luo Yi didn't expect that when she went out to buy groceries the next day, she would meet Yin Nanzhou again. Yin Nanzhou wanted to talk to her, but it seemed his sister didn't like him much. In the end, he could only stand there silently, watching his sister's figure gradually disappear. Today, Luo Yi was going to visit the old master. Before entering the small courtyard, she secretly took some food and supplies from her space. As soon as the old master saw the things, he started complaining. "Take everything home later. You buy so much every time you come. Are you trying to save money?" Luckily, Xiao Fan is kind. "If you married someone else, try it and see." Luo Yi. She couldn't take the things away again. She brought all the food and supplies into the house. Mother He went out, Uncle Quan went to Hangzhou to see old Luo, and Hua Yishuan went on a business trip for Uncle Quan. After tidying up, Luo Yi quickly sat properly beside the old master. "Grandpa, the Yin family came to see me yesterday." "Really, so soon?" Jin Yukai was surprised. He wasn't unwilling, but he still felt a little disappointed inside. Well, but I don't plan to return to the Yin family, Luo Yi said with a mischievous smile, looking clever and playful. Why, Jin Yukai was even more surprised. Because you are my family, Luo Yi replied sincerely. Jin Yukai couldn't hold back and suddenly broke down, tears pouring out. This child is really good. He doesn't dislike poverty or love wealth. A smarter child would understand that staying with the Yin family is the best choice now. Although the Luo family is rich, that money isn't visible or openly used. Luo Yi quickly comforted him, saying, Grandpa, shouldn't you be happy, you silly child, although we don't want to part with you. They are your real parents. If you got lost, how sad they would be, Jin Yukai said with a heavy heart. Imagine losing his own child, that would be heartbreaking. Luo Yi didn't want to argue with the old man and cause him more worry, so she replied, Yes, I understand. I will handle it properly, just giving a vague answer. She originally wanted to comfort the old man, but didn't expect him to hope she would acknowledge her family so much. She miscalculated. After buying groceries and returning home, Luo Yi saw Xiao Xiao looking angry and asked, What happened? Did someone bully you, sister-in-law? Today when we took Da Huang for a walk, we overheard two gossipers talking badly about you, Xiao Xiao said, almost furious enough to fight. What kind of bad talk made you so upset? Luo Yi was curious and wanted to hear. Xiao Xiao blushed and hesitated before saying, They said you and Captain Yin are together. She knew it was impossible, but she was still very angry. Really? Luo Yi suddenly laughed. They'll be disappointed then. Sister-in-law, you can still laugh? Those gossipers said some really nasty things, even saying my brother was being cheated on. Xiao Xiao almost cried from frustration. Why do some people always bully such a good person? Luo Yi patted her little face and said, It's okay, don't be upset. Just wait and see them get their comeuppance. Although she didn't want to acknowledge her family, the identity of the young lady of the Yin family would probably come out sooner or later. She wondered what those gossipers would think when they found out. Suddenly, she felt a little excited. Xiao Xiao saw that her sister-in-law was very calm and unconcerned. It was like the emperor was in no rush, but though was anxious. No, she had to talk to her brother seriously about this matter. She couldn't let those gossiping women tarnish her sister-in-law's reputation. However, when Xiao Fan came home that evening and Xiao Xiao told him about it, his reaction was the same as his sister-in-law's. He was first surprised, then he laughed. Xiao Xiao. These husband and wife are so carefree. Not only Xiao Xiao heard these rumors, but Zhou's grandmother, by auntie, also heard similar gossip. She specifically talked to Tan Shuwei. I know Luo Yi is very talented, but she's already married. You should stop bothering her. And as for Nanzhou, you should talk to him too, and make him clear-headed. Don't ruin himself or Luo Yi. Tan Shuwei was both amused and frustrated. But since the Weichen family hadn't revealed Luo Yi's identity, he couldn't interfere as an outsider. He also couldn't tell his own grandmother for now, so he just nodded to show he understood. But Bai Auntie didn't believe it and kept advising him patiently, emphasizing that he shouldn't interfere with the military marriage. That night, Tan Shuwei went to find Yin Nanzhou and told him about it. Tell me, who is spreading these rumors about you and Luo Yi? They're making it sound like you're so obsessed with her that you even sent your cousin to jail. I've only met Luo Yi a few times, and now it's being spread that way, and so quickly too. It seems someone is deliberately stirring trouble behind the scenes. The goal is probably those few people. That's true. Tan Shuwei nodded in agreement. Luckily, your father is upright and steady. Otherwise, he would have been taken down long ago. I just wonder who's behind this now. Yin Nanzhou sighed with a bitter smile. My father is lucky. He has such an old wife, and he still manages to keep his position. That's really luck. Your grandmother's support for Shinman probably can't be exploited by others. It's mostly just petty fights among young girls. Tan Shuwei tried to comfort him. And the people trying to suppress Xiao Fan haven't found any evidence either. These things are hard to prove, and it's easier to find evidence for promotions. So, it's good luck. Yi Nanzhou thought, unsure whether to be happy or worried. But this time, they're using you and Luo Yi to be clever. Maybe they can even frame your father. Tan Shirue suddenly smiled again. Too bad for them, they'll be disappointed. Loi met Nandai the next evening. Honestly, she was quite curious about the biological mother of the original owner. Being able to have Yi Nanzhou come to their house early to inform her, the original owner's mother must be quite an interesting person. Sure enough, Nandai's second sentence was to plead for Shinman. Her first words were just a simple recognition, and then every sentence afterward was the main point. Nanji, you can't blame Man for this. It's all Xiao Fan's fault for being too outstanding and making her lose her mind. Nanji, since you're not hurt, please forgive Man this time. Just tell the police that Man was joking with you. It was just a small argument between girls. Nanji, Man has been living in a single-parent family since she was young. Your aunt raised her, and she's her only daughter. If something happened to Man, what would your aunt do? Nanji, please forgive Man. I'm begging you. Nandai paused, then suddenly looked serious. If you don't understand, don't blame me for being harsh. Loi looked confused and innocent. Sorry, ma'am, who are you? Xiao Fan. Yi Nanzhou. He knew this would cause trouble. Loi also pointed to Nan Yen. I know her. She's Shinman's mother. Nandai's face froze. She didn't expect Loi to react like that, and she felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. Nan Yen couldn't hold back and stepped forward, looking upset. Big sister, forget it. Don't make Nanji feel uncomfortable. That's not fair to her. Man's mistake was falling in love with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Loi gently patted his hand to comfort him, signaling him not to worry. To deal with a tricky person, you have to use a tricky person. Xiao Fan really didn't mean to be so outstanding. He didn't expect Shinman to go to extreme lengths and even hire someone to hurt me just to get him. Finally, she pretended to comfort Xiao Fan. It's okay. Being outstanding isn't your fault. Don't let it leave a shadow on you. I still like you being excellent. I don't like mediocrity. Xiao Fan's eyes widened. This was the first time his wife confessed her feelings to him, and in front of so many people. He didn't care. He was serious. Loi, the tea art master, continued, I really envy Shinman. She has such a good mom and aunt. To help her, she even had someone make false statements. People like Shinman are very rare. Although Shinman is usually arrogant and domineering, abusing her aunt's influence to bully others and even hiring someone to commit murder to sabotage the military marriage, she did it all for her love. Mrs. Yin, right? You're so kind to Shinman. I wish I had an older aunt like you. Nandai's forehead veins throbbed with anger. She couldn't believe that the person in front of her, Luo Yi, was actually the well-behaved Nanji from before. She looked disappointed and said angrily, I didn't expect you to be so willful and immature. Although Man is spoiled, she would never speak to elders like this. You're really disappointing me. Same to you. You're also very disappointing, Luo Yi replied stubbornly, refusing to admit defeat. Even in real life, if her biological mother behaved like this, she would scold her just as fiercely. You. Nandai was so angry she almost fainted. Nan Yen quickly supported her and, adopting an elder's tone, said, How can you speak like that? It wasn't easy for your older sister to give birth to you. Then she hurriedly turned to comfort Nandai. Big sister, the child is still young and naive. After all, she grew up in a wealthy family. When you return to the Yin family, you'll need to teach her more. Luo Yi was almost furious with the scheming green tea. Just insulting her was one thing, but insulting the Luo family? Her anger surged wildly. You old hag, haven't I scolded you enough last time? Your face is really big, and you don't know your place. She couldn't be bothered to argue with the Nan sisters anymore. After cursing, she pretended to faint. Xiao Fan, my head hurts so much. The Yin family is too unreasonable, Xiao Fan. Here we go again. Yin Nanzhou immediately went to help Luo Yi, but Xiao Fan blocked him with his hand. Xiao, Da and I, and Da Huang were all told to stay in their rooms. Hearing the commotion outside, they hurriedly rushed out in a panic. Especially Da Huang. who ran up to the Nan sisters and started shouting wildly, frightening them so much they looked pale. Nanzhou could only helplessly persuade Nan Dai to go home first. Nan Yen, though reluctant, had no choice but to leave with them. When the person left, seeing that Roy was still not awake, Xiao Fan poked her head and said, "All right, stop pretending." Roy finally opened her eyes and playfully smiled, acting all the way. Then she tilted her head and saw two tearful girls, Xiao Xiao and Darenai. She immediately picked up Darenai and comforted her. "Be good, Annie is fine. Don't cry anymore." Darenai cried even harder, which scared her. Xiao Xiao checked with her brother again. "Is my sister really okay? Was she just pretending?" Xiao Fan nodded helplessly and advised, "Next time she uses this trick, remember to play along with her, Xiao Xiao." On the way home, Nan Dai was so angry she could hardly walk. How long had it been since she faced such mockery? She told Nanzhou, "Nanzhou, she's not Nanji. You must have made a mistake. Her Nanji could never be like this. It must be a misunderstanding just because she looks similar." Nanzhou didn't explain but simply agreed. "Then just pretend you made a mistake." Nandai looked at her son as if seeing a stranger and said in disbelief, "Nanzhou, what do you mean? Literally. Since you think she's not Nanji, then don't see her anymore." Nanzhou had expected this outcome. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt disappointed in his mother. Fortunately, was not at a loss. She was his sister, smart, quick-witted, and good at talking. Nan Yen was anxious. Only Nanji was under her older sister's control, and her daughter would be saved. So she hurried to comfort her. "Big sister, don't blame Nanji. She didn't stay with you since she was young, so it's normal for her to have picked up some bad habits. You'll have to teach her yourself in the future. Nanji is part of you. Why are you angry with her? It's not her fault. She was just spoiled by those capitalists. Let's not pressure her either. Give her one more night. If she figures things out, that's good. If she doesn't." Nanzhou couldn't listen anymore and said sharply, "Stop looking for her. I reported to the police, and I was the one who had Shinman caught." Nandai and Nanyan were both shocked. "You." Nandai was so angry, she slapped her son. "Shunman grew up with you. How could you treat her like this? Are you crazy? Nanji is my sister. I can't just watch Shinman threaten my sister without doing anything," Nanzhou said coldly, refusing to back down. "Then just save Nanji. Why are you reporting to the police? This is a small matter. Now you want to send Man to jail with your own hands," Nandai said angrily, almost speechless. Are these really her children? They are all so rebellious. At this moment, Nanyan finally realized that the person reporting to the police was her own good nephew. She was stunned for a while before crying loudly to Nandai, "Big sister, what have I done to deserve this? Being targeted by my own nephew. Man is a bit spoiled, but that doesn't mean she deserves this treatment." She even questioned Nanzhou. "Nanzhou, did you do this just to please Ninji? Did you set a trap to lure Man into threatening someone, like she had found a breakthrough?" She immediately complained to Nandai, "Big sister, you can't let your two children treat Man like this. If you're unhappy with me, just say so. I can take Man back to our old home in U City. I won't stay here and block your way." Nandai couldn't stand such provocation and immediately scolded her son. "Have you had enough trouble?" Nanzhou finally lost patience. Usually respectful to his parents, this was the first time he had lost his temper so badly with Nandai. "Mom, is Nanji really your daughter? Since she went missing, have you asked her how she got lost? How has she been all these years? Has she been wronged? Have you cared at all?" Nandai was speechless after being questioned. She then awkwardly said, "I was worried because Man had an accident. That's why I asked. Tell me." Nanzhou sneered. Nanji was deliberately abandoned by Man. His voice was not loud, but every word seemed to hit the hearts of the Nan sisters like a hammer. Nanyan was shocked and immediately retorted, "Nanzhou, how can you accuse Man like that? When Nanji went missing, Man was less than 6 years old. She was so young. How could she understand anything? Big sister, you don't believe this nonsense too, do you?" She immediately looked at Nandai. The thoughts of the other members of the Een family didn't matter because no one could argue with her big sister. Nandai immediately frowned and sternly said, Nanzhou, without evidence, stop talking nonsense here. Nanzhou recounted everything from that year, including why Tan Shuruei fell into the water, bringing up old matters again. South Yen quickly thought of a rebuttal. Big sister, it must be the Luo family. They're afraid we'll cause trouble, so they're just saying that. I think South Ji was stolen by them. To prove her point, South Yen added, the Luo family are capitalists. Now they're all locked up in the cattle pens in Hang City, so they're getting what they deserve. But that's not enough. South Ji was corrupted by them. Big sister, you must not let the Luo family go. Nanzhou felt it was no longer necessary to stay. Anyway, she couldn't wake South Dai, who was completely influenced by South Yen and her daughter. Xiao Xiao was surprised that Luo Yi suddenly became part of the Een family. Sister-in-law, I really didn't mean to eavesdrop just now. It was because Madame Yan's voice was too loud. You really were adopted by Grandpa back then? During the new year, Old Master asked Xiao Xiao to call Luo Yi and the others Grandpa, and now Xiao Xiao was used to saying it smoothly. Yes, Luo Yi replied absent-mindedly while bathing De Huang. De Huang, can't we do this during the day? Why bother with the dog at night? Luo Yi didn't mind. It's okay. I kept you inside because I was worried you might hear something. Mainly, you, Enda, and I are nearby, and I was afraid it would affect my focus. Although she had just acted very confident, she was still a little annoyed, feeling upset for the original owner. Grandpa is quite good at picking up children, Xiao Xiao said thoughtfully. He only picks children from the commander's family. Don't you wonder who my mother's family is? Luo Yi saw Xiao Xiao looking confused, so she explained, Grandpa never married. My mom was picked up by him while fleeing during a famine. I don't know who my mom's family is. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Wow. That's amazing. Will old master pick up more children in the future? Xiao Xiao, take Da and I back to your room to sleep. I need to talk with your sister-in-law. Okay, Xiao Xiao immediately happily carried Da and I and ran off. Da and I. She wants her aunt. Xiao Fan was a bit confused now. She was so fierce just a moment ago, but now she seemed a little disappointed. Yes, I know what you want to say. Really, I'm not angry that you kept this from me. I feel a bit emotional. This Madame Een, she pointed to her head, she seems to have some issues here. Xiao Fan felt a bit amused and helpless. Who talks about their mother like that? But he couldn't say his wife was wrong. After all, his wife was always right. In the end, he could only laugh awkwardly and take on the task of giving Da Huang a bath. Let me do it. No, I can manage myself. Xiao Fan. Why are you holding my hand so tightly? Xiao Fan's smile grew more relaxed. How about we do it together? Luo Yi. Can't we just speak normally? Luo Yi didn't expect that the rumors about her and Een Nanzhou would spread so quickly. Even Aunt Bai came to visit her personally. Luo Yi, listen to me. We must not be careless. Xiao Fan is a good person and has a bright future. We absolutely can't be careless. Luo Yi understood her good intentions. Aunt Bai usually took Zhou everywhere, but today she came alone just to talk to her. She clearly meant well. Aunt Bai, don't worry. I'm doing well with Xiao Fan, really. She had unknowingly started to accept him. Anyone would be moved by such a handsome, kind-hearted guy. Moreover, Xiao Fan had proper values and was very considerate of her. She had no reason to ignore his kindness. Seeing her sincere words, Aunt Bai relaxed a bit, but still warned her. Just don't secretly contact Nanzhou. And don't meet Xu Rui alone. After saying this, Aunt Bai looked a bit embarrassed. Luo Yi, I only want what's best for you. Rumors like that can be deadly if they spread. Luo Yi was a bit confused. She had only spoken to Tan Xu Rui once, so how did Aunt Bai get such a wrong impression? But she didn't explain. She just nodded repeatedly, promising to be careful and asking Aunt Bai to rest assured. Before visiting Luo Yi, Aunt Bai had already scolded her son several times and even complained to her husband. Commander Tan had been curious about Luo Yi from the start, but he knew his son well. Xu Rui was quite stubborn and probably still waiting to remarry Mo Chi in the future. So, although Commander Tan agreed to help his wife discipline their son, he hadn't actually done anything. Aunt Bai was a kind-hearted woman. After seeing Luo Yi, she still felt uneasy. That evening, she wandered around the military compound and finally met Yin Nanzhou. Actually, she could have gone directly to Yin's house to find him, but considering Nandi's temper, she decided against it. Thank you, Aunt Bai. Yin Nanzhou naturally knew Bai Auntie's good intentions. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for Roy. I will only help handle any problems. But Yin Nanzhou spoke too soon. The next day, as soon as he sat down in his office, he was called away by the people handling family affairs for the military. It's better to say he was asked to leave, but mainly it was because of Yin Commander's face. After all, he was still sitting comfortably in his position. Not only was Yin Nanzhou taken away, but Roy, who was at home taking care of the children, was also called away. This scared Xiao Xiao and I badly, but since Xiao Xiao learned the true relationship between her sister-in-law and Captain Yin, she wasn't as nervous anymore. She even nodded and promised her sister-in-law that she would make sure and I took her nap on time. Along the way, although those people didn't do anything to Roy, she could tell that they seemed to be confident they had the upper hand. She even overheard two people whispering, I heard they brought in a leader from above to deal with Commander Yin's son's unruly behavior. This leader just returned to work and supposedly doesn't belong to any faction. Roy sneered. No matter how upright the leader they brought in was, it wouldn't matter. Nothing serious was going to happen, and they couldn't really play any tricks. She was curious to see how this leader would handle things later, and also curious about who was stirring up this gossip behind the scenes. After Xiao Fan received the notice, he immediately rushed over. Yin Nanzhou, Roy, and Xiao Fan seemed to have already discussed it, as they looked completely calm and unhurried. However, the witness who filed the report was a bit too excited. Before the interrogation even started, Guan was already eager to accuse Roy. You, a military wife, married to the outstanding Xiao Fan, isn't enough? Now you're also scheming with Captain Yin. Do you have no shame? This isn't your place to make a fuss, Xiao Fan, who was usually calm, said. People could criticize him, but they couldn't criticize his wife. Yin Nanzhou, although very composed, couldn't remain completely indifferent when he heard someone insulting his sister. He looked coldly at Guan. Sure enough, women who could play with Shin Man weren't good people. Guan had liked Yin Nanzhou for a long time. If she hadn't heard that Yin Nanzhou had sent his own cousin to jail for Roy, she wouldn't have been so jealous that she went crazy. Even so, she still didn't want to scold Yin Nanzhou. Instead, she directed all her anger at Roy. It's all because of you. Your behavior is inappropriate. You will face consequences. Nothing is decided yet. How can you be so sure? Xiao Fan stepped in front of his wife, wanting to argue with Guan. I saw it with my own eyes, she said, feeling a bit sympathetic. Captain Xiao, you're really naive. Being cheated on and still defending her, tsk. This woman must be very good at charming men. She had heard from the art soldier in the team that to win a man's heart, you could. If Yin Nanzhou weren't so difficult, she would have already tried to get close to him, to show him her strength. Everyone present, after hearing Guwan's words, looked at Roy and the others with strange expressions. Soon, footsteps sounded outside, followed by someone shouting, Commander Yin is just here to observe. Why can't he do that? After a short while, Commander Yin entered. Although everyone had their own thoughts, they still put on a friendly face and hurried to comfort him. Commander Yin, as long as Captain Yin behaves properly, we won't wrong him. Commander Yin was too lazy for formalities. He casually nodded and then sat in the corner of the meeting room. From the moment he entered, his attention was entirely on Roy. Roy felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze and turned her head toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled at her and gave her a reassuring look. Seeing Commander Yin staring at Roy, everyone was unsure what he meant. Were they trying to pressure her, making her take all the blame? No, that was absolutely not acceptable. Soon, someone politely suggested, Commander Yin, maybe you should step back for a moment? Why? Are you afraid I will use my authority to pressure others? Didn't you invite someone from above? Are you worried about me? A small commander? Commander Een said confidently, showing the commanding presence of someone used to high rank, even with just a look.
There's no need to step back.
Let's get started, someone said. As the voice grew closer, everyone saw an energetic old man being led into the room. The leaders in the meeting room immediately gathered around, their eager expressions almost impossible to hide. Old G, this time we really caused you trouble. We know you're busy, and yet you still took the time to handle this small matter. We truly feel sorry, they said. Just knowing you feel sorry is enough, Old G replied coldly. His gaze was icy not only toward the speaker but toward everyone in the room. He walked to the center of the meeting table without any greeting and said directly, "Come on, who wants to start?" He was eager to see who was secretly causing trouble behind the scenes. Guwon glanced at Director Lee beside her. Seeing him nod slightly, she immediately stepped forward. Old G, Guwon, want to make a formal report. Luo Yi is damaging military marriage and having an improper relationship with Captain Een. Oh, Old G's. Oh, had a hint of a tone at the end. Guwon seemed encouraged and said excitedly, "Not only I saw it, but also people from the military hospital. Captain Een secretly visited Luo Yi, and when Xiao Battalion Commander was not home, he went to her house. They even exchanged looks in the military housing area. This isn't just my word. Many people have seen it." Director Lee, who is responsible for investigating, quickly agreed. Old G, after receiving Guwon's formal report, we immediately sent a special team to visit several colleagues in the military housing area. Many confirmed seeing Captain Een visiting Luo Yi. So, you don't have concrete evidence of an improper relationship. Old G looked up, glancing at this group of scheming fools. He felt both angry and annoyed, but tried not to show it. Old G, isn't that enough? Luo Yi, as a married woman, should keep her distance from other men to protect the sanctity of her marriage, Director Lee said righteously. Old G couldn't be bothered to look at these clowns anymore. He turned to Een Nanzhou and said, "You tell us." Een Nanzhou had been waiting to see the chaos, to find out what tricks these people were playing. But he wasn't sure what kind of temper Old G had, so he decided to be direct. Luo Yi is my lost sister. Her real name is Een Nanji. Except for a few insiders, everyone else was stunned, including Old G. Guwon was also stunned, but she was the first to recover. She pointed at Een Nanzhou and said, "Fake. Everyone, don't believe him. Captain Een just wants to escape punishment. How could Roy be the missing daughter of the Een family?" But as she spoke, her confidence started to waver. "I have proof," Een Nanzhou said calmly, unusually composed. At this moment, everyone looked at Roy and the others again. They seemed very calm. Could it be that Roy really was the daughter of the Een family? If Roy was the daughter of the Een family, they would have already celebrated and acknowledged her. It must be an excuse. Yes, just an excuse. Roy looks exactly like my mother did when she was young. We have old photos at home to prove it. Een Nanzhou paused, then added, "My sister Nanji also has a birthmark. That's just an excuse. Photos can be faked, and the birthmark is just nonsense," Guwon said confidently. She didn't even need Director Lee's hint. She was ready to fight alone. "Everyone who has lived in the military compound in Yueching has seen what my mother looked like when she was young. Although no one in the capital's military housing has seen her, there are retired soldiers and their families from Yueching's military district in the capital now. They can testify, but it might take some effort. Also, regarding Nanji's birthmark, both Mrs. Tan and Mrs. Tang should have seen it. My father was seriously injured when I was 8, and at that time my sister and I stayed at the Tan and Tang families for a while. The two ladies should be able to testify." Old G waved his hand quickly, instructing others to handle it. Nandai and Nan Yen arrived first, bringing old photos. When Nandai received the call, she was stunned. Een Nanzhou and Nanji. She immediately found an old photo album from a locked cabinet. Inside were several old photos, including some of Nandai and Nan Yen from childhood. Although there weren't many photos, they could mostly prove the point. One of them was Nandai's high school student ID, which looked almost identical to Roy. Worried, Nandai handed the photos to old Ji. He casually glanced at them and then passed them to others. Guwon was the last person to get the photo. She was so nervous, she couldn't hold the small picture anymore. The photo that fell to the ground was picked up by Commander Een nearby. He blew off the dust and handed it back to his wife. Nandai wanted to ask Commander Een what was going on, but he gave her a look that stopped her. She could only stand nervously to the side and listen. Old Ji said, "I believe everyone has seen the photo. What do you all think? It really looks like her." "Yes, it does.
But
looking alike doesn't prove they are mother and daughter." "Exactly, that's the point." Director Lee gained confidence again and couldn't hide his excitement. He said to Old Ji, "Old Ji, from the photo, Luo Yi looks very much like Madam Een, but we might need more proof." Suddenly, a voice came from the door. "Sorry, I am late. I am an old woman, but I am here now, Luo Yi." Who else could it be but Grandma Tang? She was holding little Bao, with her daughter-in-law Li behind her, along with Commander Tan's wife, Aunt Bai. "Xiao Ji, congratulations. You're finally back." Grandma Tang, who knew Old Ji, greeted with a smile and pushed little Bao forward. "My grandson is very smart, Luo Yi." Old Ji nodded with a smile. "Old sister, please sit down." Grandma Tang waved her hand. "I won't sit. Didn't you say we came here to testify? I also bathed the little girl from the Een family. I can testify. Let's go. What are we waiting for?" Old Ji immediately sent some women to check the birthmark on Luo Yi's back in the next room. Before leaving, Grandma Tang looked around at everyone and finally pushed little Bao to Old Ji. "Xiao Ji, please watch my grandson." Little Bao was a boy. Although he was still young, it wasn't convenient to take him around. Grandma Tang originally wanted to give little Bao to Xiao Fan, but to avoid suspicion, she finally tucked him into Old Ji's arms. Old Ji. Little Bao was very clever. Although he didn't know who this important person was, he decided to latch onto him first. He cheerfully said, "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Little Bao." Old Ji was immediately amused and became very kind. "Little Bao, what number are you in your family?" Old Master Ji suddenly burst into loud laughter, surprised that the Tang family had a total of 8 children. "Grandpa, I know that mean woman." Little Treasure suddenly pointed at Guwon, who was standing nearby, and said shyly. Guwon was already very nervous. When Little Treasure pointed at her, she stammered and couldn't speak clearly. Oh, how does Little Treasure know her?" Old Master Ji asked directly, following Little Treasure's words. "Can Little Treasure tell?" Little Treasure, acting dramatic, suddenly looked scared. But Little Treasure is afraid. Boo-hoo. Little Treasure wants to find Grandma. Old Master Ji quickly comforted him. "Don't cry, Little Treasure. Grandpa is here. Don't cry anymore. Be good." Little Treasure leaned against Old Master Ji's chest, trembling, then turned to look at Guwon. Suddenly, he was terrified and buried his head in Old Master Ji's embrace again. Not only Old Master Ji, but everyone present was curious about what Guwon did to the little son of Commander Tang that made him so scared. "Little Treasure, don't be afraid. Tell Grandpa what really happened." Old Master Ji realized the situation was serious. Seeing that he had laid out his story, Little Treasure began to accuse Guwon. "That mean woman and another mean woman stopped me, and they said they wanted to hurt us." Boo-hoo. Little Treasure is so scared. Commander Een immediately glared angrily at Guwon. Not only her, but Nandai also looked at Guwon with resentment. "What grudge do you have with Nanji? Why do you want to hurt her?" Although Nandai was angry about Shinman and Luo Yi because Luo Yi was bullied by outsiders, Nandai, who was very protective of her, still wanted to stand up for her. "Little Treasure, do you remember what the other person looks like? What's her name?" Old Master Ji continued to guide him. "Haha, she dares to bully Luo Yi." Little Treasure suddenly pointed his finger at Een Nanzhou. "It's Brother Shuai's cousin." "Grandpa, it's nothing to do with Brother Shuai." Nan Yan's face immediately darkened, but she smiled and said to Little Treasure, "Kids shouldn't lie. You won't grow tall if you lie. Get lost." Grandma Tang, who had just finished her work and hadn't even entered the house, heard someone threatening her grandson. She couldn't stand it and immediately scolded Nanyan. Did you smear your mouth with laxative? How dare you scare my grandson? He's just a kid. He wouldn't lie, she scolded while protecting little treasure in her arms. Nandai wanted to step forward to help but was immediately scolded by Grandma Tang. If you dare to speak out of turn, I'll scold you too. I've never seen such a clueless fool. I didn't threaten little Bao. I was just joking with him, Nanyan sheepishly explained. Joking? You and your mother are really good at joking. Your daughter jokes about killing my grandson, and I joke about my grandson not growing tall. Grandma Tang was furious. Old Lady Tang, don't go too far. Just because you have some achievements, you think you can act arrogantly. Nandai couldn't hold back when she saw her sister being insulted like that, and she ended up poking a hornet's nest. Grandma Tang had never liked this neighbor. Usually, she was too proud to say much, but today she was really angry. With your limited mind, it's a miracle you're still alive today. Your ancestors must have been very kind. If it weren't for the matter involving Luo Yi, she wouldn't bother to testify for the Yin family. Old Ji hurried out to mediate, and Commander Yin also pulled his confused wife back, telling her to stop causing trouble. Everyone, how are your test results? Old Ji looked at Grandma Tang. It's definitely the Yin family's youngest daughter. I took care of her when I was young, so I know I'm not mistaken, Grandma Tang said irritably. She wasn't angry at Old Ji, but was clearly upset with Nandai. Old Ji then looked at the wives of the two commanders, Aunt Bai and Aunt Li, who both nodded. It's exactly the same as the birthmark on the Yin family's youngest daughter. It's definitely Nanji. Then it's pretty much settled. If that's not enough, you can go to the hospital for testing. Old Ji turned to face everyone. Suddenly, he asked Guwan coldly, did you report this anonymously? Guwan was a coward and wasn't brave enough to be scared. Her legs were trembling as she stammered, I didn't. Old Ji suddenly changed his tone sharply, sternly asking, or was someone else behind your actions? He understood the tricks these people often used. Guwan habitually looked at Director Li, who was also panicked. Wasn't he supposed to be able to ruin Captain Yin's reputation? To involve Commander Yin? Old Ji. Director Li, do you have anything to say? Director Li didn't dare say a word. No. Guwan falsely accused Captain Yin and Luo Yi. Don't worry, Old Ji, I will handle Guwan seriously. Being expelled from the military? Or going to jail? If just anyone can falsely accuse others without real evidence, wouldn't everyone live in fear? Only a few people present understood what Old Ji meant. Isn't this exactly what he has been through all these years? Old Ji, what do you suggest we do about this? Director Li gave up and gave in. The people responsible for this matter will be investigated. Of course, I won't interfere. Commander Yin should be able to handle it, Old Ji said clearly. He knew this was a fight between different factions, and Commander Yin understood it too. Guwan knew she was doomed, but she was unwilling to give up. She suddenly grabbed Yin Nanzhou's sleeve and begged desperately. Captain Yin, I was wrong. I really was. Please forgive me this time. I beg you. Yin Nanzhou pushed her away with disgust and said, serves you right. Guwan wanted to say more, but someone immediately covered her mouth. She frantically shook her head, her eyes full of despair. She was unwilling to accept this. Grandma Tang couldn't help but complain. TSK men. Being too handsome isn't always a good thing. She looked at Xiao Bao beside her, feeling proud. But it's okay if our Xiao Bao becomes more handsome in the future. With Grandma watching over him, I'll see who dares to bother him. I'll break their legs if they try. Luo Yi. Grandma Tang, you're still Grandma Tang. By this point, everything was pretty clear. No one dared to mention going to the hospital for an appraisal anymore. No matter what those trying to bring Commander Yin down felt, they had to keep pretending. One after another, people stepped forward to congratulate him. Commander Yin, congratulations. You finally found your daughter. Commander Yin, not only did you find your daughter, but you also gained a good son-in-law. Congratulations, Commander Yin. All your good luck has come to you. Commander Yin's face was almost smiling like a flower. Finding his daughter made him very happy. But the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Luo Yi and Xiao Fan stood far away, not coming closer. Even if others wanted to watch the fun, it was no longer appropriate to stay. They could only leave one by one. Those who were taken away were taken away. Nandai felt she had made a contribution this time. She happily walked over to Luo-yi and said, "Nanji, we're family. Families should stick together." Nanjo can already imagine what his mother is about to say, but he doesn't want to stop her. His sister is now living well and not returning to the Een family. Perhaps she will be happier living her own life. Nandai then said, "Nanji, Man is still part of the family. Please forgive her this time. She was just being a bit stubborn, but she's not a bad person. I watched her grow up. Sorry, but I might disappoint you, Madam Een," Lois said without showing any respect. "Regarding Shin Man's attempt to harm me, I will hold her accountable. Nandai was so angry she couldn't speak. Commander Een was afraid that if he didn't acknowledge his daughter now, he might never get the chance. He pushed through the crowd and looked at his daughter, who looked almost exactly like his wife when they were young. He felt happier the more he looked. "Nanji, I am your father." "Hello, Commander Een," Lois said politely with a calm smile, neither humble nor proud. Nanjo felt helpless. He knew it would be like this. Yes, hello," Commander Een said, knowing that accepting his daughter back couldn't be forced. It had to happen slowly, or he might push her further away. He then looked at Xiao Fan, who immediately stood straight and saluted. "Commander Een." A smile appeared in Commander Yin's eyes.
Hello, Xiao Fan.
Very good. He was very pleased. Commander Een had heard his wife mention Xiao Fan many times, wanting him to use his influence to arrange a marriage with Shin Man, but he had always refused. Fortunately, he hadn't been swayed by his wife. Otherwise, such a good son-in-law wouldn't be his anymore. Good? What good? Since you can watch your family members in danger and do nothing, just pretend I never had a daughter like you, Nandai said, feeling humiliated in front of everyone and a bit angry. Then thank you, Madam Een. I happen to share the same idea, Lois said, not caring about whether the Een family was good or bad. Listen to her, listen to what she's saying. Is this still our daughter? Nandai shouted angrily at Commander Een. Look at what she's become. Influenced by those capitalists, Lois's face was already serious, and now it looked even colder and more distant. If I hear you insult my parents again, believe me, I can make you spit blood. You. Nandai's face turned red, and she was about to point her finger at Lois. What are you doing? Nanji is our daughter. Can't we speak nicely? Commander Een tried to stop his wife from saying more. But I really can't stop her. When Nandai gets angry, she says whatever comes to her mind. I don't have a daughter like you who watches someone die and does nothing. As long as I'm here, you can't go back to the Een family. You can't have anything from the Een family. She can't lose 2 family members just because she wants to acknowledge a daughter. I absolutely won't allow that. Coincidentally, I don't care about that, Luo-yi said casually, acting like a rebellious young girl. Coincidentally, my husband and I just need a daughter, Old Ji said after watching for a while. He finally understood and stepped in to join the conversation. He smiled at Luo-yi, looking like a big bad wolf trying to trick a little girl. How about it? Be my daughter, Old Ji's daughter. Do you want to think about it? Well, I guess that's not impossible, Luo-yi said proudly, lifting her chin.
Good.
From now on, besides your Luo family parents, you can't be a daughter for anyone else. Old Ji is a bit possessive, Old Ji said immediately, acting serious. Luo-yi, acting like a drama queen, looked a little reluctant. All right then. Great. Everyone come home for dinner tonight, Old Ji said happily, especially since he just gained a daughter. He looked at Xiao Fan and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, bring the whole family tonight." He emphasized everyone. Xiao Fan understood immediately. He was supposed to bring De Huang too. He nodded and agreed. Okay, Old Ji. Why call me Old Ji? Call me father-in-law from now on. Old Ji patted Xiao Fan's shoulder, acting like a good father-in-law. My wife and I live in the office complex. Just come directly. I'll tell the guards at the gate in advance. After that, Old Ji happily said goodbye to Grandma Tang. Big sister, I still have official business. I'll visit your house another day. Grandma Tang rolled her eyes at him. What, coming to show off your daughter? Don't forget, I have 7 daughters. She gestured with her fingers 7. Ha ha. Old G laughed and left. Big sister knows me best. I'll go now. Next time, a yow, and I will bring the kids along. Everyone else. So, Old G acknowledged a daughter? And Luo Yi is climbing into Old G's family. We should go too. Luo Yi tugged on Xiao Fan's sleeve, but unexpectedly, he turned and held her hand back, making it impossible to pull away. Okay. He gently nodded at Roy, then saluted Commander Een. Commander Een, if there's nothing else. Before he finished, Nandai tried to stop him. You're not allowed to leave. We need to clarify everything today. Roy looked at her coldly, with clear annoyance in his eyes. Go ahead and leave, Commander Een said, worried that if he didn't stop them, things might get worse. Nanyan was anxious, like ants on a hot pan. This was completely different from what she expected. She didn't think Roy would completely ignore the Een family. But only Roy, who was controlled by her older sister, could save Man. Now, Roy was even getting close to Old G. She didn't know who Old G was, but Commander Een was being very polite to him, so he must be an important person. Nanyan couldn't just let this go. Why did Roy have everything, while her Man was locked up? She pretended to be kind and comforted Nandai. Big sister, stop saying angry things. We are family. Your words will hurt Nanji's feelings. Roy didn't bother to look at the Een sisters anymore. He pulled Xiao Fan and left. As they left, the Tan and Tang families also came out, leaving only the Een family behind. It was quite awkward. As soon as they stepped outside, Grandma Tang couldn't hold back. She said to Roy, since you're clever, it's fine if the Een family doesn't come back. Just let Xiao Ji be like a daughter. He and Xiao Jiang are good people, much more sensible than Nandai. That's great. No one will bully you anymore, Xiao Bao said happily for Roy. With Old G's support, who would dare to bother her? Roy, I didn't expect you to be Nanji, Aunt Bai said excitedly. After all, Nanji's disappearance was a big worry for the Tang family.
Saw the Aunt Bai.
I didn't tell you the truth that day because I didn't plan to acknowledge the Een family then. Aunt Bai nodded repeatedly. I understand. It's good that you're safe. That's wonderful, really wonderful, she said wonderful several times, genuinely happy. Mrs. Li, wife of Commander Tang, also smiled at Roy. It's amazing that our fates were connected over 10 years ago. That's really good. She suddenly remembered Roy as a child. When you were little, you were so well-behaved, even more than my daughters. You never argued or made trouble. Everyone loved to hold you. Are our daughters not well-behaved? Grandma Tang immediately looked unhappy. Aunt Li and Aunt Bai quickly smiled and said, Be good. Everyone lived in different directions. After thanking the elders again, Roy and Xiao Fan went back to their own home. On the way, Xiao Fan couldn't help but ask softly, Actually, Commander Een is a good person and Captain Een is also nice. He was really curious why his wife was so firm in her words. Roy shook her head. I don't see it that way. Huh? Xiao Fan slowed down, wanting to hear more. You say Commander Een is a commander, and he has reached this position. How come he can't control his wife? Maybe because he's spoiled her too much. He feels he can do whatever he wants. Xiao Fan said, unsure if Commander Een was because he loved his wife too much and let her do as she pleased. Since he couldn't guarantee himself, he couldn't criticize Commander Een. If one day, acted like that with him, he thought he would also spoil her. Roy seemed to see through his thoughts and quickly corrected him. I would never be so careless. If I ever become that confused, you must wake me up. If you truly care for me, you should scold me. Xiao Fan was very happy because his wife had unknowingly included him in her future plans. Let's talk more about Captain Een. Don't think that just because he saved me this time, he cares. Have you ever thought about whether he would still go to such lengths if Shin Man was killing someone else? Roy shook her head. Maybe not. Xiao Fan was suddenly speechless because his wife hit the nail on the head. Captain Een saved only because she was his sister. If Shin Man was killing someone else, Captain Een might choose to ignore it. He disliked Shen Man, but it was also true that he let Shen Man bully ordinary people. Commander Een and Captain Een are like parents who spoil their mischievous children. Why should I bother with the Een family? Isn't it better to quietly live our own peaceful life? Looking at his smiling wife, Xiao Fan really wanted to kiss her right away. His dark eyes were full of smiles. Suddenly, he mustered courage and asked, Tonight I want to. Loi watched Xiao Fan calmly, waiting for him to continue. Xiao Fan felt his heart pounding with nervousness. Some words reached his lips, but he hesitated and swallowed them back. Loi looked at him with curiosity. Feeling his wife's gaze, Xiao Fan awkwardly cleared his throat and hesitated. Tonight I want to drink a little, to be happy. Yes, today I want to be happy. Loi found it a bit funny and muttered softly. Just drink. Why make the atmosphere so tense? Xiao Fan could only smile foolishly. Loi. Unlike the relaxed and comfortable mood between Loi and Xiao Fan, the Weichen family seemed very gloomy. Dad, aren't you returning to the capital the day after tomorrow? Why are you back today? Een Nanzhou broke the silence. Commander Een smiled with some helplessness. He hurriedly finished all military affairs and rushed home, just to see his daughter sooner. Now he had seen her, but unfortunately, old Een, you must save Man. She's still so young. She can't go to jail. Nandai kept feeling distressed whenever she thought about Shin Man being locked up. Xiao Dai, Man has grown up. She has to take responsibility for her actions, Commander Een said gently to avoid upsetting her. But Nandai still lost her temper and became angry. No, you must rescue Man. Otherwise, don't expect to live a normal life. Nan Yen, you should go back first, Commander Een said, trying to send Nan Yen away. Then he and his son planned to persuade Nandai. If Nan Yen stayed and caused trouble, Nandai might lose control of her emotions. Nandai suddenly grabbed Nan Yen, who was about to leave. Don't go. We're family. There's nothing you can't listen to. Commander Een smiled and nodded. All right, staying is fine. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. No one is allowed to interfere with Shin Man's matters. Of course, not under my banner either. Although Nanji is unwilling to acknowledge me as her father, I will still publicly declare that she is my daughter. When I mention the word father, Commander Een, who is never one to give up easily, suddenly looks a bit lonely. Huh? Are you trying to push Man to her limit? Nandai's smile is a little creepy, and her eyes are full of sadness as she looks at Commander Een and Een Nanzhou. Do you know how I've been living at home all these years? Do you know who has been taking care of me when I was sick? It's Man. If it weren't for Man's company, I would have been so sad after Nanji got lost that I would have given up and followed her. Just thinking about Shen Man being locked in a cold prison makes Nandai feel as if all her strength has been drained. So, Mom, have you ever thought about who made you so sad? It's Shen Man. She deliberately abandoned Nanji. Een Nanzhou almost roared at his blinded mother. Don't say that about Man. Nandai absolutely refuses to accept this. If she does, she would be a joke after all these years. Man is very sensible. She wouldn't do what you said. Man wouldn't. Nandai kept repeating this like she was going crazy. Nanyan was also very scared. She quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Big sister, don't scare me. If you do that, Man will only feel worse. Please, big sister. Commander Een also didn't want to scold his wife anymore. He wanted to help her back to rest, but Nandai pushed him away suddenly. Don't touch me. Een Nanzhou helped the slightly unsteady Commander Een. Dad? Commander Een waved his hand to show he was fine. I'm okay. Go help your mom inside to rest. Unfortunately, Nandai only allowed Nan Yen to get close now. Her words, however, were full of sharp stings. Forget it, Nanzhou. Help me go out for a walk, Commander Een said, no longer forcing Nandai. Let her do as she wishes. She's been through a lot in her life. As they left, Een Nanzhou and Commander Een seemed to have agreed and headed toward Xiao Fan's house together. When they were close to Xiao Fan's house, the door opened from inside. The family happily came out. Even their dog was being led along, talking and laughing as they walked. Luo Yi asked Xiao Fan, "Why didn't you ride your bike? Carrying things in your hands is so tiring. Tonight, we're going to have some drinks, so riding back at night isn't safe. It's okay just nearby, about 10 minutes on foot, very quick. Besides, I can carry it easily," Xiao Fan said happily. Suddenly, he changed the topic. "If you really can't carry it, let De Huang carry it on his back." De Huang immediately turned around and barked, "Woof woof, woof woof," showing some reluctance. Da and I was held by Roy and Xiao Xiao, who kept lifting her into the air and playing happily. After walking far away, Commander Yin and Yin Nanzhou could still hear their family's laughter. "Dad, don't worry. I've checked everything. Yi and Nanji are doing very well now. Xiao Fan treats her well, and the Roy family also takes good care of her," Yin Nanzhou said, unsure if this would comfort his father. Commander Yin smiled with a hint of bitterness. "Yes, I can see that. As long as Nanji is happy, I feel at ease." They continued walking forward. When they passed Xiao Fan's house, Commander Yin paused for a while. As they left, he said, "Nanzhou, tell me about Nanji, no, tell me about Yi." Yin Nanzhou supported his aging father and began sharing what he had learned from Zhen Yukai and Tan Shirui, little details and stories. When Roy and the others arrived at Ji Lao and Zhang Yao's home, Zhang Yao had already received the news and was very happy. She was about to go out to buy some more vegetables. "Aunt Jiang, I brought some semi-prepared dishes. These are your and Uncle Ji's favorites." Roy pointed to the 2 bags Xiao Fan was carrying. Zhang Yao took Roy's hand, very happy. "Come in quickly and sit down. Everyone, come in. I was planning to visit Zhao's village later, but this is great. You and Uncle Ji are finally back," Roy said happily. She was genuinely happy, more than just hanging on to a favor now. After experiencing the Yin family situation, she felt more strongly that some people aren't necessarily close just because of blood relations. "This is Xiao Xiao. We've met before." Zhang Yao gently patted Xiao Xiao's head, making her a bit shy. "This is Duanai. Come here, Grandma will hold you." Zhang Yao reached out and nodded at Duanai.
Danny stood there blankly.
De Huang got anxious and kept nudging her toward Zhang Yao's arms, signaling her not to be afraid. "De Huang is the smartest," Old Ji said as soon as he returned to his office. He quickly finished his work and hurried home for dinner. "Uncle Ji," Loy smiled and greeted him. Uncle Ji looked a bit unhappy. "Is it your memory or mine? It's only a few hours ago that this happened." Aunt Jiang, holding Danny in one arm and pulling Loy's hand with the other, said, "Girl, don't pay attention to him. You should call us Uncle Ji and Aunt Jiang, but in your heart, think of us as Dad Ji and Mom Jiang. In the future, if anything happens, Dad Ji will support you." In the past, they avoided showing familiarity in the village, but now things are different. Loy nodded with a smile. She had acted impulsively before and agreed to Uncle Ji's request. But she didn't regret it at all. She had always wanted to cling tightly to Uncle Ji, and now she could hold on even more firmly. However, it was a bit awkward to change how she addressed him. Luckily, Aunt Jiang understood her. "Yes, I will." She nodded again at Zhang Yao. Uncle Ji happily rubbed his hands together and looked at the things Xiao Fan brought. "Girl, did you bring wine?" "Yes, I did." Yi brought her homemade rice wine," Xiao Fan said, sounding a little guilty, though he didn't know why he felt that way. "Then go and cook," Uncle Ji said without any politeness. He threw everything Xiao Fan was holding to her and turned to ask Xiao Fan, "Can you play chess?" "Play a game with me," Xiao Fan replied, "Yes, but he preferred to help his wife." Zhang Yao saw his intention and smiled. "Go play chess with Uncle Ji. I'll help the girl. Let me help my sister-in-law," Xiao Xiao said. Since entering the big yard, he had been nervous. Thinking that this office yard was where important people worked, he felt uncomfortable standing or sitting. "All right then. I'll play with Danny," Zhang Yao said, holding the child and leading her to a nearby kitchen. "Old Ji just came back to work and can't move out yet. We'll stay here for now, then move out later." Mainly, the elderly couple wanted to find a small house to settle in, somewhere quiet. Loy looked at the simple kitchen. It seemed to be a temporary one, not fully equipped. "It's okay. I brought a lot of semi-prepared food." Just heat it up, and it's ready. Most of it is vegetarian dishes. Jiang Yao understood what she meant. Although her husband liked the meat dishes Loi cooked, the office yard was crowded and busy. She nodded and smiled. It's fine. Whatever you cook, it will be delicious. Roy quickly finished preparing dinner. The ingredients like peanuts and marinated duck were semi-prepared, so a little processing was enough to serve them directly. A few other vegetable dishes just needed a quick stir-fry, making everything simple and easy. Old Ji and Xiao Fan were halfway through a game of chess when Jiang Yao called them to dinner. Old Ji immediately stood up. Let's go, let's go. First we eat, then we play. He had been craving this meal for a long time. The dining table was small, so everyone had to squeeze in, but that didn't lessen their enthusiasm for eating. Especially Old Ji, who kept eating without stopping. Girl, your cooking is the best. I've eaten at the Capitol Hotel a few times lately, but your dishes are far better. He glanced at Xiao Fan. You're lucky, kid. Your wife cooks so well. Jiang Yao was a bit annoyed.
What?
If your wife doesn't cook well, then you're not lucky. Old Ji. Here we go again. But what can I do? Of course, I have to coax her. Xiao Fan was just sneaking smiles, occasionally raising his rice wine to toast Old Ji. Jiang Yao talked with Roy about some trivial matters since leaving Xiao family village. When Old Ji had almost finished eating, he asked about Shin Man. Roy told him everything about her past with Shin Man, from their conflicts to their misunderstandings. Old Ji and Jiang Yao immediately got angry and lost their appetite. That Madame Yin is really strange. She doesn't love her own daughter but instead cares for a niece-in-law, and she's so biased it's unbelievable. If the niece-in-law was good, maybe, but she's just a heartless person. Jiang Yao couldn't understand why a mother would favor someone who harms her own daughter, especially since she watched her grow up. It didn't make sense. You're strong-willed, like me. Old Ji sighed. Why would the Yin family adopt her?
Girl, don't worry.
I'll send someone to watch Shin Man's case tomorrow. Even the Yin family can't do anything sneaky. Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh. You kid. Everyone wishes they had a father who's a commander, but you're just like that.
He looked at his old man.
With such a tough personality, he really resembled him. Old Ji was unhappy when he heard that.
What?
Am I not older than a little commander? Everyone else. A little commander?
Ha! You're really so ordinary.
When Roy and the others returned to the military family compound, Old Ji specifically arranged for someone to drive them back. Because Xiao Fan was a bit drunk, although he could walk, Old Ji was worried and kept supporting him the whole way. After the driver dropped them off at the gate of the military family compound, and they had walked a short distance, they encountered Captain Cheng. What's wrong with old Xiao? He immediately stepped forward to help support Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan drank a little wine, Roy said, struggling to lift his head. How much did he drink? He's so drunk, Captain Cheng said with some annoyance. 2 bowls of rice wine. Xiao Xiao also looked worried, standing close to Xiao Fan. It wasn't because she was worried about her brother, but because she was afraid her sister-in-law couldn't carry him. Not only her, even Da Huang was biting one of Xiao Fan's pant legs, trying to help support him as best as he could. Captain Cheng. Is he hard of hearing? Or is he just deaf? Sister-in-law, are you saying that old Xiao got so drunk after just 2 bowls of rice wine? Yes. Roy also felt a bit helpless. The rice wine wasn't very strong. But thinking about the time Xiao Fan got drunk at Captain Zhou's house before, she didn't doubt it. Captain Cheng teasingly looked at the unconscious Xiao Fan and asked with concern, Sister-in-law, you're going to have a tough night tonight. Roy was still worried about her homemade rice wine making him drunk and didn't catch the meaning behind Captain Cheng's words. She nodded helplessly. Since Captain Cheng knew Xiao Fan's little trick, he naturally wouldn't help anymore. He casually made an excuse that he had something to do and left. So, Roy could only continue with Da Huang, one supporting his shoulder, the other biting his pants, while Xiao Xiao held little and I behind. Of course, Xiao Fan wouldn't really let his wife get exhausted. Roy wasn't truly tired either. Ever since she drank the spiritual spring water, her body had become healthier and her strength had increased quite a bit. She was just emotionally tired because Xiao Fan kept whispering to her along the way, I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Roy thought she just needed to carry Xiao Fan back to his bed, but Xiao Fan stubbornly held her hand and refused to let go, acting coquettishly. My head hurts.
Stay with me, okay?
Xiao Xiao also wanted to help, but when she reached the door, she saw her brother acting cute and begging for a hug, so she immediately stopped. Then, she took Danny to her own room to sleep, and she also locked Da Huang inside her room to prevent him from causing trouble. Da Huang. Is this dog so clueless? In the next room, Xiao Fan was holding Luo Yi tightly, his chin resting on her back, mumbling incoherently. Luo Yi couldn't push him away and could only let him hold her. She sighed helplessly. Men and women really are different in strength. She had drunk so much spiritual spring water, but in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, let me go first. I'll get some water to wipe your face, Luo Yi said, unable to move him, so she resorted to tickling him. Surprisingly, Xiao Fan was afraid of being tickled. Whenever she tickled him, he twitched, and the more she tickled, the more he. In the end, Xiao Fan, who was afraid of being tickled, had to let go of his soft and gentle wife. At this moment, Luo Yi finally understood something. Well, she couldn't just stay curled up forever, right? So, she got up and walked to the wall, turning off the light. Xiao Fan, at this moment, felt like he was on a roller coaster. When his wife got up, he thought tonight was over, but after she turned off the light, he suddenly tensed up again. He was so nervous that he lay on the bed, not daring to move. In the end, Luo Yi crawled into bed herself and lay down. She kept her head outside the blanket. In the darkness, she couldn't see Xiao Fan's face clearly, but she could vaguely see the outline of his head. Luo Yi wasn't sure what would happen next, but she seemed ready. The atmosphere was both warm and tense. The two of them lay side by side, shoulder to shoulder, on the bed. But the tension was real. Luo Yi could even hear Xiao Fan's heartbeat and couldn't help but secretly think, is this all? But then she remembered that Xiao Fan was even more nervous than she was, and she relaxed completely. She was lying in a very relaxed position. She waited and waited, but Xiao Fan didn't make the next move. Finally, she was so sleepy she almost fell asleep. When Xiao Fan heard her steady breathing, he finally let out a long breath, pulled his hand out from under the blanket, and gently wrapped his arms around her. He had been so nervous just now, his whole body numb and unable to move. But now that she was asleep, he felt he could do anything. In the darkness, Xiao Fan smiled a little recklessly. He gently lifted his head, first kissed his wife's forehead, then her eyebrows and eyes, and finally her cheeks. He moved closer to his wife's lips, thinking about how to kiss her without waking her up. Maybe just a gentle touch. Xiao Fan gathered his courage and lightly touched his wife's lips. They were so soft. Earlier, he had heard his comrades talk about women's mouths being sweet and soft, but he didn't know if it was true. Now he knew soft really is soft. But he wasn't sure if it was sweet too. Inside, Xiao Fan hesitated a bit, but his curiosity was too strong. He couldn't be satisfied with just a gentle kiss anymore. He wanted more. Although he couldn't see clearly in the dark, Xiao Fan knew his wife's mouth was definitely sweeter and softer than those young troublemakers described. He couldn't wait any longer and kissed her. At first, it was just a gentle kiss, but gradually, he used more force, almost biting her. Luo Yi just checked her space storage with her spiritual sense, planning to visit Xiaojia village in a few days. She had missed the delivery deadline she promised Lin Wu, so he must be very upset. She could imagine Lin Wu's face full of resentment when he saw her. But when her spiritual sense left the space, she found herself being held by Xiao Fan, who was biting and nibbling her. She instinctively let out a soft whimper. It wasn't because she was scared, but because it hurt. Xiao Fan probably didn't shave this morning, and his chin was full of stubble. Luo Yi almost thought he was using a steel wool scrubber to clean her. Hearing her uncomfortable hum, Xiao Fan knew he was in trouble. He knew his wife couldn't see his expression right now, but he felt her gaze on him. His face turned bright red, and his heart beat faster. Luo Yi rubbed her lips and chin, which Xiao Fan had almost worn raw, and looked at him with a sad expression. It hurts, she said, sounding a little wronged. Xiao Fan. Hurts? Your beard poked me, Luo Yi said in a muffled voice, unable to tell if she was angry or something else. Xiao Fan was only stunned for a moment before immediately getting up to go to the bathroom. He not only shaved his beard completely, but also checked all the areas that might cause problems. Just this delay took half an hour. When he returned to the room, Roy was already asleep, this time, truly asleep. Xiao Fan was not discouraged. At least, his wife did not show any dislike when he hugged and kissed her. He tiptoed onto the bed, continued to hold his wife in his arms, and gently kissed her obediently. Roy felt herself falling into his warm embrace. Half asleep, she reached out and touched Xiao Fan's face. It was angular, and just by feeling his bone structure, she knew he was handsome. Xiao Fan had been holding back himself, but her gentle touch instantly ignited his whole body, and he kissed her forcefully. At first, Roy, still sleepy, was a bit passive when Xiao Fan kissed her, but gradually, she started to respond. She knew she must have feelings for him because she felt her whole body go soft under his kisses. Xiao Fan's kisses became more dominant, and his hands, which had no place to rest, grew bolder. He knew her waist was thin and soft, almost tempting him to lose control. His hands tightly wrapped around her waist until she was too weak to resist from his kisses. Then he loosened a little. You are mine. His voice carried a hint of possessiveness. Roy, almost out of breath from his kisses, felt dizzy and overwhelmed. She was likely to agree to anything he said now. He moved closer, their faces pressed together, and his voice was deep and husky. Promise me, you will never leave me in the future. Roy nodded. She was exhausted from the day and nearly fainted from Xiao Fan's kisses earlier. Now, she just wanted to sleep quickly. Xiao Fan was satisfied with her answer. He didn't dare rush too fast, afraid of scaring her away. He could wait, even if the process was a bit torturous. The next morning, although they were still holding each other, there was no longer the awkwardness from before. Roy lay in Xiao Fan's arms, looking confused, listening to him talk to himself. Did you sleep well last night? I slept very well. It couldn't have been better. What would you like to eat this morning? I'll go make it for you. Suddenly, Roy remembered she needed to return to Zhao's village and discussed with him. Xiao Fan, I want to go back to Zhao's village. Xiao Fan was confused. Old Ji and the others had already returned to the capital, so why did his wife still want to go back to Zhao village? Luo Yi explained, I have something to do. I can't tell you what it is now, but I promise I won't do anything to hurt you. Men probably care most about being betrayed. I don't distrust you, Xiao Fan said, holding her tighter. I told you I won't stop you from doing anything you want. I'm just worried about your safety. Luo Yi suddenly smiled and teased, You do have the potential to be a wife loved by Commander Yin. Xiao Fan was speechless for a moment and could only punish his wife with his new beard. When Luo Yi was pricked, they made quite a bit of noise in the room. Xiao and Da and I had already gotten up. Da Huang barked twice, signaling Xiao to come quickly and see what was going on, but she immediately covered his mouth. Da Huang. When Xiao Fan and Luo Yi came out of the room, one looked energetic and the other had dull eyes. They went into the bathroom together. One was brushing teeth, and the other just stared blankly, occasionally smiling foolishly. Even if Luo Yi had a thick skin, she felt a little shy under Xiao Fan's intense gaze. She turned her face away and said angrily, Why are you staring at me? Are you not going to the army anymore? Don't worry, there's still time. Xiao Fan's throat moved slightly. His wife was really beautiful. Xiao, although holding Da and I outside eating, kept her breath held and listened carefully, with her ears perked up, her mouth almost smiling out of space. Not long after Xiao Fan left, Xiao Bao came home. Luo Yi knew he would come today. They took Da Huang out for a walk, claiming it was to walk the dog, but really they just didn't want Xiao to overhear their conversation. Xiao Bao said happily, Luckily I went back to the military family compound yesterday. or I wouldn't have seen this big show. A few days ago, he was taken out to play by his older sister's family. He only returned to the capital yesterday and then learned about the original owner's background. TSK, 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 the Yin family is really strange. If you don't acknowledge them, that's fine. But I get angry every time I see the Nan sisters. Xiaobao lowered his voice, worried that others might overhear their gossip. However, when he thought about Yi having Ji Lao's support in the future, he immediately smiled again. Yi, you're now riding on a very strong support. I'm really happy for you. Uncle Ji and Aunt Jiang are both very kind to me. Yes, I can see that, Xiaobao nodded seriously. Last night, my grandmother was complaining about the Yin family at home, and she also praised Ji Lao and his wife as if they were the best in the world. Loi listened and felt a bit proud. Suddenly, she remembered she needed to return to Xiao family village, so she told Xiaobao in advance. I'm planning to go back to Xiao family village in the next few days. When it's time to deliver goods to the black market, it will take about a week round trip. Thinking about being away, she was a little worried. Please watch over Xiao and Denai for me, but Xiaobao also wanted to go, and he was determined to go no matter what. Take me to Xiao family village with you. I've never seen a rural area from the 1970s. The place my brother-in-law took me to a few days ago was rural, but it didn't feel like a real village. Loi. Seeing that she didn't agree, Xiaobao continued to act cute. Please. Honestly, I don't mind. It's mainly about you. Do you think your family would agree to you traveling far with me? Loi shook her head just thinking about Grandma Tang and Xiaobao's adorable look. She definitely wouldn't take an old person and a child on a trip. Xiaobao pounded his chest to promise. As long as you agree to take me, I'll handle everything else myself. Loi raised an eyebrow. She didn't believe Xiaobao could manage the Tang family. That morning, Loi became a hot topic in the military compound. Actually, since last night, people have been talking about her. So, Captain Zhao's wife is actually Commander Yin's youngest daughter. Now, this will be interesting. The niece is trying to harm her own daughter. Of course, she has to support her own. Well, I don't think so, an older aunt pointed to her head. That girl here isn't very bright. She's been spoiled by her sister, and her niece acts like she's the daughter of the commander, always bossing everyone around. That's true. Look at the other two command families. Do they have someone like that? Yes, Commander Tang's 7 daughters are all very modest. No one has ever shown off or acted arrogantly. Exactly. A niece of a commander is actually more arrogant than the sons and daughters of the commanders. It's really strange. A woman lowered her voice and said, I heard that Captain Zhao's wife doesn't want to acknowledge the Wai Zhen family. Old Ji, who just came back to work, took advantage and accepted her as a daughter. Ha ha ha. Really? Others laughed along, since none of them liked the Yan sisters. My husband said that yesterday old Ji kept telling everyone he had adopted a daughter and was very happy. I heard the same. It turns out, the daughter old Ji adopted is Captain Zhao's wife. That's much better than the Wai Zhen family. Everyone knows old Ji is now in second place, said the woman, making a gesture with her hand to show the second position. Everyone sighed happily. Old Ji is worthy. Adopting a daughter is good, very good. Meanwhile, old Ji, who just adopted a daughter, was in a very good mood. When someone congratulated him, he smiled brightly. Unlike old Ji's happiness, Commander Yan looked very sad. He felt everyone looked at him with pity today. It was understandable. His youngest daughter just found someone, and she left so quickly. Xiaobao happily ate lunch at Loi's house, and then went home satisfied. Loi didn't want to meet the Yan family, so she asked Xiao and I to send him home. This way, she could also distract Xiao and take some things out from her space. The vegetables in the yard had mostly sprouted. Ly watered them with spiritual spring water. When Xiao returned from the Xiao family village, they should be ready to eat. But when Xiao returned after seeing Xiaobao off, she looked upset. What's wrong? Loi didn't understand completely, but could guess a little. I've never seen such a shameless person. That mother of Shinman actually told me to go home and persuade you, saying we're all family, and there's no grudge.
To with that.
Loi. Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to curse. Xiao Xiao looked a bit embarrassed. I just saw Grandma Tang scolding her and she seemed very happy about it. Sure enough, she was very happy. Yeah, it's fine. People like that deserve to be scolded. Loi didn't expect the South sisters to be so shameless, even bothering Xiao Xiao with some teasing. She was considering whether to bring Xiao Xiao and I back to Zhao's village before Shin Man's case was settled. After all, this was the first New Year the two children hadn't spent with the old couple at the Xiao family. When Xiao Fan returned home in the evening, Xiao Xiao and De Huang were in the yard teaching De and I how to count. They had counted everything in the yard that could be used as teaching material. Loi was in the kitchen preparing ingredients. Seeing Xiao Fan come in, she called out, "You're back. Help me tie my apron." She was about to go out and ask Xiao Xiao for help. Xiao Fan took the apron from the back of a chair, walked behind Loi, and tied it for her. Then, he naturally hugged her. Loi, where did he learn that? Let me hug you for a bit. Oh, wow, he's even acting cute now. Loi didn't resist. She kept her head down, focused on preparing food, and calmly said, "Why are you home so early today? I missed you, Loi." But she felt a little sweet inside. Xiao Fan leaned in closer. "You smell so good, Loi. Where did he learn these lines?" "Oh, I just made a fragrant mushroom chicken," she said, pretending to be indifferent. Xiao Fan suddenly sniffed her neck. "No, I mean the scent on you." "Loi." She slightly frowned. "If you hold me like that, I can't cook." Xiao Fan loosened his hold a little, not holding her so tightly. "How about this, Loi? Does it make any difference?" At dinner, Xiao Xiao was curious and asked, "Sister-in-law, is there a problem with the pots at home? Why are these dishes all burnt?" She pointed to the dishes besides the mushroom chicken. Loi looked at Xiao Fan helplessly. It was because of him. He kept holding her, which greatly affected her cooking skills. "Xiao Fan, don't you think burnt food can taste better, Loi?" Haha. Xiao Xiao. Really? To Loi's surprise, Xiao Fan's ability to make up lies had improved remarkably. When she was about to go to bed that night, Xiao Fan suddenly knocked on her door, saying he had locked himself inside and needed a locksmith to fix it tomorrow. His hidden meaning was obvious. Can I sleep in your room tonight?" Standing at the door, Xiao Fan looked a bit pitiful, like a lost dog. Luo. She knew that when Xiao Xiao took Da and I into her room to sleep earlier, it was probably planned. Although she found it a little funny inside, she stayed calm on the outside and nodded lightly. Xiao Fan only started to feel nervous now, not sure if his wife noticed his little tricks. But he didn't care anymore. To sleep with his wife, he had to be brave and not shy. "Sleep inside. I've already warmed up this spot," Luo said, not wanting to move, and told him to go inside. Xiao Fan didn't mind inside or outside. He only cared about being on top or underneath. For some reason, whenever he got close to his wife, his mind filled with all sorts of messy thoughts, and he couldn't stop them. The lamp was near the bed. Seeing Xiao Fan already lying in the bed, Luo reached out to turn off the light. But almost at the same time, Xiao Fan also turned off the light. The moment she turned off the light, Xiao Fan suddenly kissed her. His kiss was intense, leaving her no chance to think. Just when Luo thought Xiao Fan was going to do more, he suddenly stopped. Don't be afraid. I won't force you." He then kissed her on the forehead, breathing a little hurriedly, clearly trying to suppress some urges. Luo was both annoyed and amused. What was this fool doing? Was she the type who didn't like but still wanted hugs and kisses? Hearing herself laugh, Xiao Fan didn't know what she was thinking, and he became even more nervous. Seeing that his wife didn't respond, Xiao Fan gently called again. Luo pulled her hand out of the blanket, suddenly hooked her arm around his neck, and softly asked, "Xiao Fan, will you hurt me?" Xiao Fan's breath suddenly caught. What did his wife mean? Was it what he thought?
No.
Xiao Fan tentatively asked, Is that okay?" His breathing was a little heavy. "Guess again," Luo said softly, with a hint of teasing in her voice, gently touching the man's earlobe. She was already beautiful, and now she was speaking sweetly to Xiao Fan, almost tempting him completely. His gaze slowly darkened. Honestly, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He carefully kissed the treasure in his heart and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. But his so-called calmness was only temporary. Eventually, it was completely forgotten. Luo Yi isn't someone who is easily controlled by sound, but that night, Xiao Fan kept calling her name, Yi. Her whole heart was enchanted by his voice. Until dawn, Luo Yi, in her sleepy state, could still feel Xiao Fan kissing her. Big Yellow didn't sleep well all night. Its hearing was very sharp, and it was eager to see what was happening next door. Was that woman being bullied? But every time it pushed the door open, it would disturb Xiao Xiao inside, almost getting scolded harshly. Although Xiao Fan didn't sleep all night, he was surprisingly energetic. Early in the morning, he even cooked a sweet wine chicken egg for Luo Yi. He had heard from his comrades that it was good for restoring strength. The weather was still a bit cold, and worried about his wife catching a cold, he personally helped her put on a close-fitting shirt. But seeing those purple and green marks, he couldn't help but curse himself inwardly for being so reckless. Xiao Fan sat on the edge of the bed, tucking her stray hair behind her ear. Seeing she didn't respond, he gently called again, Luo Yi didn't even lift her eyelids. Xiao Fan, I'm really too tired. Please leave me alone. She looked exhausted and weak. Xiao Fan chuckled, but then frowned with concern. Are you still in pain? Luo Yi didn't want to bother with him. Last night, she had called out for a long time. Either he was deaf or just choosing to ignore her. She angrily turned over and continued sleeping, refusing to pay him any attention. Xiao Fan wasn't angry. He looked at the time. It was still early, and he could stay with his wife a little longer. So he lay back on the bed. Luo Yi thought he was coming again and immediately sat up in fear.
Xiao Fan.
If you dare to touch me, I swear I will make you stay alone in an empty house for a year. Don't be afraid. I just want to hold you and sleep. Loigan didn't believe his words at all. Last night, he said the same thing, but what happened afterward? She had been fooled all night and now refused to trust him anymore. Loigan stared fiercely at the man in front of her, with only one thought in her mind. This person is definitely a beast. Ow. Probably because she was in a hurry to sit up, her waist hurt again. What's wrong? Let me see. Xiao Fan reached out to support his wife's waist, regardless of whether she would be angry. Xiao Fan, it really hurts. Everywhere hurts. She begged for relief, hoping he would understand. Xiao Fan gently massaged her waist with one hand and held her head with the other, helping her lie down and softly said, Okay, don't cry. I'll help you massage it. When she cried, he felt even more heartbroken and guilty, but he knew there would be a next time. When Sha Bao came to Xiao Fan's house, he was very excited because he managed to persuade the whole family with his clever words. Where is Yi? As soon as he entered, he loudly looked for Loigan. Xiao Xiao said, Sister-in-law hasn't gotten up yet. After sending away Mrs. Li, the wife of Commander Tang, he turned around and saw Xiao Bao had gone to his sister-in-law's room. It's already noon. Why are you still sleeping? That's not like you, Xiao Bao said with some confusion. He knew Loigan sometimes woke up grumpy, but that was just because she didn't want to get out of bed early in the morning, not like now, almost sleeping until lunchtime.
Oh.
You're here. Loigan, lying in bed in a daze, sounded like she was very sick. Xiao Bao immediately got worried and hurried to feel her forehead. Are you sick? But as he leaned in, he saw her neck and below her ears were covered with love marks. Xiao Bao. You. Xiao. Their speed was impressive. Well, as you can see, we slept together. Loigan, although looking exhausted, seemed a little proud when she spoke. Tell me quickly. Xiao Bao was so excited he couldn't hold back. I have a friend who wants to know. Loigan. Xiao Bao quickly waved his hand. No, not that detail. Did you come to a conclusion? He was definitely not curious about the romantic details of these two people. He keeps using charming tricks on me all day. Sometimes it's a tough act, other times he's playing tricks, or distracting me to do something else, or pretending to be weak to catch me off guard, or planting ideas to get what he wants, or making up stories out of nowhere, or secretly sneaking around. Loy looked up at the ceiling with a tired expression. The charming trick is probably the most used and effective method Xiao Fan has. Xiao Bao saw how weak Loy was feeling and was worried. He quickly went to the kitchen, placed a stool, and cooked her a bowl of sweet egg soup. Drink this first to regain some strength. Loy hesitated. Although she was a bit reluctant to drink, she trusted Xiao Bao. After all, he had plenty of clinical experience, and if he said she would recover, she believed she would. Please don't mind any typos or dashes, .. If you don't understand something, just look at the comments. Before Xiao Fan went home in the evening, he specially bought a chicken to help Loy recover. When Loy was cooking the chicken, he added some ginseng slices. The old ginseng was already past its prime, but he said it was dug up from the back mountain of Zhao's village, and Xiao Fan didn't doubt it. Come here. You rest now, Xiao Fan said, ignoring everything else, not letting Loy get out of bed to do any work. Loy. Well, it's not that serious yet. She rolled her eyes at him with a bit of annoyance. Now you finally care? Why didn't you care yesterday? Xiao Fan held his head high and didn't reply. Knowing his wife was still angry, he let her scold him. They had already eaten the meat, so he was free to scold or hit her as he pleased. Xiao Fan also brought dinner to her room, which was cooked by Xiao Xiao. Half of the ingredients came from their space, so the taste wasn't much worse than what Loy could make. Want to eat a bit more? Loy, you already forced 2 bowls of rice, 3 bowls of soup, an apple, and 2 eggs on me. Are you trying to starve me to death? Xiao Fan. He awkwardly put away the bowl and said shyly, then, I won't make you eat anymore. Before leaving, he tucked Loy back into bed. Loy was almost speechless. You know you can't lie down right after eating. Of course, Xiao Fan knew, but he simply couldn't control himself. He just wanted his wife to eat, then sleep, and then eat again after waking up. After tidying up, he immediately went back to his room and told Xiao Xiao to hold Da and I, and quickly go to bed. In short, he didn't want to disturb his wife's rest. Xiao Fan, you should go to your own room to sleep, Luo Yi said, a little scared. He always agreed nicely, but when he held her, Xiao Fan, with a thick face, argued, Isn't this my room? Luo Yi. Well, fine. Xiao Fan quickly turned off the light. He thought that seeing his wife angry and shy would make him want to tease her, but now, in the dark, he wanted to tease her even more. Luo Yi looked visibly tired all day. She lazily lay in Xiao Fan's arms, speaking slowly, more than a little. But the more she acted like this, the harder it was for Xiao Fan to control himself. He cursed himself silently for being a beast. He was known as a very disciplined soldier king, yet as soon as he held his wife, he started to lose control. It's okay, he could endure it. If he really couldn't, he would take matters into his own hands. Anyway, today he couldn't let his wife get tired again. When do you plan to go back to Xiao family village? Xiao Fan tried to change the subject to distract himself. Oh, by the way, Xiao Bao will go back to Xiao family village with me. Luo Yi quickly mentioned that Xiao Bao would be going with her. She wasn't worried that Xiao Fan would disagree. He was basically under her control. As long as she didn't mention divorce, he would probably agree to any crazy request. Will Commander Tang's family agree? Sure enough, Xiao Fan didn't refuse. He only asked about Xiao Bao's family's attitude. Luo Yi found a more comfortable position lying in Xiao Fan's arms and said, Xiao Bao has already convinced Commander Tang's family. When you buy the tickets, remember to buy one for Xiao Bao too. She thought for a moment and shook her head. No, Xiao Bao doesn't need a ticket at this age. Just help me get the travel permit and I'll buy the train ticket myself tomorrow. No way, I'll buy it after I finish my work tomorrow. You should rest at home tomorrow, he said, refusing to let his wife get out of bed. Luo Yi was angry. Haha, now you finally feel sorry for me? If you hadn't come so many times yesterday, I wouldn't be so exhausted. Xiao Fan felt guilty and didn't dare to reply. Luo Yi rubbed her swollen eyes and said, I'll visit my grandfather tomorrow and talk to him about going back to Xiao family village. Just help me get the travel permit. Okay. Besides saying okay to my wife, what else can I say? Loy also didn't know how Little Treasure told the Tang family, but they surprisingly agreed. The next day, Aunt Lee brought Little Treasure to visit, and she asked Loy when they would leave. Loy told her they would probably leave the day after tomorrow. Aunt Lee only warned her to be careful on the road before returning home. When she went out to buy tickets, she took Little Treasure with her, sitting in Denise's special car, which made Da and I jealous. Auntie no longer liked her. A few days ago, Loy was walking to Huang in the big yard, and someone was gossiping behind her about her flattering the commander's family. Now, who would still dare to say that? Not only did they have no shame in gossiping, but they also greeted her politely whenever they met. At the train station, they decided to buy tickets for the next day and then went to visit the old master's house. Zhen Yukai was so happy to see Loy and Little Treasure that he couldn't stop smiling. Then he remembered something and quickly told Loy, "Your Uncle Quan just came back yesterday, but he left again today." Loy thought something was wrong and looked at Zhen Yukai, waiting for him to continue. Zhen Yukai sighed, "Your Uncle Quan went to your dad's place again. He reported your family reunion matter to him." Loy. "So, he just came back and left again." She suddenly felt like laughing. Uncle Quan was really interesting. Zhen Yukai, happy, took out all the delicious food in the house for Little Treasure, kept urging him to eat, and even asked him to take some home. Little Treasure knew the elders liked him, so he also tried hard to make them happy. When Xiao Fan heard that his wife was leaving the next day to return to Xiao Village, he immediately became restless, clinging to her and begging for kisses. In just 2 days, Loy had gotten used to Xiao Fan's kisses and physical contact, even actively seeking them. This clever plan really worked. After they had enough kisses and hugs, Loy began to explain her departure. "I will be away for about a week. When I left today, I bought some food for you all, and I've already told Xiao Xiao. Be careful with the Yin family. The non-sisters probably won't cause much trouble, but there might be some nasty words. It probably won't last long. Shinman's case can't drag on forever, especially now that Uncle Ji is involved." Xiao Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I know. I also checked on the progress today. Shinman's case is moving very quickly, and she's already at the sentencing stage. No one can save her now." Oh, Loy suddenly understood. Commander Yin got involved. Looks like he still has some sense. Xiao Fan thought to himself, "My wife keeps calling the Nan sisters and criticizing my own father. She's really adorable. Anyway, I will be back soon." Realizing he was starting to enjoy the gentle atmosphere, Loy's voice became softer. "Yes, I understand. Be careful on the way." Since Commander Tang's family let Little Treasure go out, they must have made some arrangements. Xiao Fan said, not worried about this. Although they had caught the kidnappers of Little Treasure before, the Tang family would still have made proper plans, just in case. Neither Loy nor Xiao Fan guessed the Tang family's clever move. The Tang family hired a retired soldier to them all the way to Xiao Village, and then bring them back safely. Commander Tang was busy with work and didn't go to see them off at the station, but all the family members, young and old, were involved. Before boarding, Grandma Tang simply told Loy, "Old Jean is one of us. He lives next door. If anything happens, just find him." The Tang family bought a ticket for a private sleeper car just for Loy and Little Treasure to stay alone. Loy was a bit surprised, but the train sleeper car was quite empty. Even if they occupied a 4-person room, it wasn't a big deal psychologically. The Tang family cared a lot about Little Treasure and was worried about any small accident. But since Little Treasure insisted on going out with Loy, they had no choice. In fact, Little Treasure even brought up the story of Commander Tan's wife and how she took Zizi to Shazhou County alone, using it as an excuse to persuade the older family members. In the end, the Tang family bought a 4-person sleeper compartment and arranged for a retired soldier to accompany them. Old Jean was from Shazhou County. Although his whole family had moved to the capital, he still had distant relatives there. He saw this as a good chance to visit relatives he hadn't seen in years. The Tang family thought this was considerate. Xiao Fan held his wife's hand, feeling a bit sad. Be careful on the road. Don't rush forward if there's danger, and take care of Da Huang too." "Yes," Xiao Fan had sent Da Huang to protect Loi and Little Treasure. Da Huang responded with 2 woof woof sounds. This time, when they went out, she didn't need to carry a custom bamboo cage. Before leaving, she learned that the Tang family had booked a sleeper car, so the bamboo cage was left at home. Big sister-in-law, come back early, Xiao Xiao said with red eyes. She was used to having her sister-in-law at home. Dianai was the same. She had cried several times and was now tired, lying listlessly on Xiao Fan's shoulder. Loi felt a little sad. This naughty child had been with her since she was born and was like her own child. She patted Denise back gently and softly said, "Be good, Dianai. For the next few days, Annie will take you to play with Brother Zhou and Brother Dongzi, okay?" Dianai shook her head. She only wanted her aunt. Loi couldn't help but complain. "Oh, Zhou and Dongzi don't seem interesting anymore." Xiao Xiao held back her laughter. Xiao Fan was still a bit worried, so she reminded him a few more times. Over at the Tang family, the sisters and brothers-in-law of Little Treasure each came forward to say a few words. It was almost time for the train to depart. Grandma Tang kept telling Lao Jin that she thought Lao Jin was more reliable than Loi. When the train finally started, Little Treasure lay on the bed like a wild horse running free, lying on his back, humming a tune, and drinking the juice made from fruits and a juicer Loi had prepared in the space. He suddenly said sadly, "This kind of life is the best. I thought you might divorce Xiao Fan. Then I could stay with you, eating good food and living comfortably, just relaxing." Big Yellow was sitting at Little Treasure's feet, resting with his eyes closed. Loi was also lying on her back, still recovering, occasionally talking to Little Treasure. At lunchtime, they took out takeout stored in the space and ate. They also sent a meat bun to Lao Jin next door. Loi told Lao Jin that it was homemade food from her family. Lao Jin was honest and didn't doubt her, eating happily. Little Treasure was a bit proud, saying, "The people my grandpa picked are reliable and good fighters. We can just eat and enjoy ourselves on this trip." Big Yellow was eating various bone sets. Loi now regretted not stocking some cat and dog food in the space. The two of them and the dog really just ate and drank along the way. Later, they even locked the door of the sleeper car and stayed inside the space. When they heard Lao Jin come to knock and check from time to time, they just peeked out their faces. When Da Huang first entered the space, the dog's eyes were as big as copper bells, but later, it got completely used to it. In short, they had so much fun on the train that their family in the capital was worried and couldn't sleep well. For example, the father and son of the Yin family, when they knew Luo Yi took Little Bao out, their first thought was that it was not allowed. They also heard that Commander Tang sent an old soldier to the two all the way, which made them feel a bit more at ease. Yin Nanzhou met Xiao Fan at the military housing area and asked him why he didn't go home with Luo Yi. His relatives should visit their own families, not let his wife do it. Xiao Fan didn't bother to explain because, on the surface, Luo Yi's excuse for returning to Zhao's village was to visit Xiao Fan's family. In fact, everyone even praised her for respecting her in-laws, which made Luo Yi a little shy, so she had to accept the praise bravely. The train arrived at Sioux City Station early the next morning. Then, Lao Jin took the two of them and the dog on a small bus, finally arriving at Zhao's village before nightfall. Luo Yi knew Lao Jin was also eager to meet his distant relatives, so the three parted ways at the village entrance. Little Bao held Da Huang's paw and asked, "Yi, is this the Zhao's village where you've lived for a few months?" "Yeah," Luo Yi nodded. "Only after leaving did I start to miss life here so much." During her time in Zhao's village, life was carefree, selling things, raising kids, eating and drinking happily. Although she now had Xiao Fan, he was like a double-edged sword. Luo Yi couldn't do many things freely. "Let's go home first." Luo Yi took Little Bao's hand. The two of them and the dog headed toward their house at the village entrance. Along the way, they saw a few villagers who looked at Little Bao with curiosity. The original character was proud and aloof, often ignoring others, and Luo Yi decided to stick to this personality. "Yi, what do you think they're thinking?" Little Bao asked with a smile. "What else could they be thinking? Maybe their imagination is bigger than ours," Luo Yi replied.
Ha ha ha.
Little Bao agreed very much. They first went home, put down a bag of luggage, and then left the house. The luggage wasn't heavy at all, just something to carry in hand. They couldn't go all the way back to Zhao's village without bringing anything. Luo Yi took little Bao to visit Uncle Zhao's house, to see the two elders, and also carried some canned health supplements that Xiao Fan had prepared early in the morning. He didn't buy much, worried that his wife wouldn't be able to carry it. Recently, the capital has become very popular for these canned health supplements. He bought some for his grandparents and also bought some for Jin Kai and He Ma. In short, everyone has some. When Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao saw Roy and little Bao, they were first surprised, then their eyes filled with tears of joy. Because Roy said that Xiao Fan asked her to come back and visit them. Xiao Fan is really something, making you travel so far alone. What if something happens? Grandma Xiao happily said, then started to complain about her beloved grandson. Who is this? Grandpa Xiao pointed at little Bao and asked. This is the grandson of Commander Tang from the capital. He has never been to the countryside, so he came along to see. The elderly couple immediately looked a bit awkward, nervously rubbing their hands as they greeted little Bao. Just as Uncle Xiao returned home and reached the door, he heard Roy introducing little Bao. He immediately jumped out to flatter them. So you're the son of the commander? Little friend, I am Xiao Fan's eldest uncle. Little Bao had heard Roy introduce him on the train and didn't like this Uncle Xiao at all. He even didn't like the elderly couple from the Xiao family very much. He turned to Roy and said, I don't like Uncle Xiao. Only little Bao would openly show such disrespect. Although Uncle Xiao felt unhappy inside, he still smiled and said, It's okay. As long as Uncle likes you, that's enough. Roy delivered the things to the back and exchanged a few words with the elderly couple before heading straight home. When they stepped outside, little Bao asked, When will you take me to meet Sun Yan? Roy replied, After we finish the delivery tomorrow. Doing serious work is more important. It had been a long time since Roy heard anything about Sun Yan. She wondered if Sun Yan was still the same, always unable to resist. Seeing her suddenly fall silent, little Bao asked, Do you dislike her? Not really, Roy shook her head. That's the truth. I used to think she was kind, and even felt a bit sorry for her. But what? Little Bao asked. Then I thought that those who are pitiful often have something to hate. Little Bao was quite curious about Sun Yan. Then after we finish the delivery tomorrow, take me to see her, Roy nodded. Honestly, she was also curious about how Sun Yan was doing now. Before going to the capital, it seemed Sun Yan was forced into marriage. I wonder if she is married now. Loy took Little Treasure on a tour of his house, then brought him and Big Yellow into the space. Staying inside the space was safer. As soon as Big Yellow returned to the space, he ran around chasing Little Goose. Loy and Little Treasure, with no one watching, could relax and do whatever they wanted, eat and drink freely. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Loy left Little Treasure and Big Yellow in the space and went out riding to the black market. When he left Xiao family village earlier, he only sold one bicycle, keeping the other at home, thinking he might return. Now Linwu hadn't eaten or slept properly for over half a month. He even secretly burned incense once, hoping the god of wealth would come down and find him. His subordinates didn't dare offend him. Everyone could see that Brother Wu was eager for Xiao's sister. When Linwu heard that Xiao's sister was coming, he almost couldn't believe it. Who? Who did you say is coming? Brother Wu, it's Xiao, sister. Hey, Brother Wu, put on your shoes so you don't catch a cold. His subordinate grabbed his shoes and ran after him. Oh, my little aunt, you've finally arrived. Lin Wu almost kneeled before her. Brother Wu, sorry I'm late. Let's go collect the goods. I've already arranged for someone to unload everything. How about a 5% discount this time? Loy knew she had broken her promise earlier. My little aunt, I don't care about the 5% discount. I just hope you can deliver on time, every time. Lin Wu looked very sad, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly exhausted. All right, this time I won't give the 5% discount. Lin Wu. Does he want to act tough? Fortunately, Loy gave Lin Wu 2 months' worth of goods at once, which made him smile a little. Xiao sister, when can you deliver again? His mood changed quickly. Loy held a thick stack of money, less than 200,000 in total, but she still gave a 5% discount, as she had delayed his business. Brother Wu, I can't promise to deliver every month from now on. I've moved my family to the capital.
Lin Wu, that. How can that be?
Loy signaled him to wait until she finished speaking. Brother Wu, can you come to the capital to collect the goods? She knew very well that Lin Wu's goods could not possibly be sold entirely in a small place like Shazhou County, not even in Sioux City. The products would definitely need to be sold in a larger city. Of course, that's fine. Lin Wu agreed immediately. Yesterday, Mr. Hua had suggested that if Sister Xiao couldn't come to Shazhou County to deliver the goods, she could go directly to the city where she was located to make the deal. Loy, that's good. In that case, give me an address, and I will find you when I arrive in the capital. Lin Wu thought for a moment and was unsure which address to give. He discussed with Loy, Sister Xiao, would it be okay if I give you an address tomorrow? I need to confirm with my superiors. Loy nodded. There was no problem with that. So, they agreed to meet again the next day. Before leaving, Lin Wu hesitated and asked, Sister Xiao, do you still have that mixed rice sauce from last time? Yes. Loy chuckled secretly. Lin Wu could be terrifying when angry, but when he was shy, he was quite adorable. I'll bring some for you tomorrow. I don't have much, but if I have extra, I can pack a few boxes for you to sell. All right. Lin Wu was already satisfied. As long as he had the sauce, that was enough. It was really delicious and quite addictive. After Loy left, she immediately found a quiet alley and slipped into her space. Xiao Bao was already waiting to count money. Loy couldn't help but complain, you're a rich kid, and you've never seen big money before. Hey, that's not the same, he said while counting money, glancing up at Loy briefly, then lowering his head to continue. Now I finally understand what my grandfather meant about the feeling of handling a large sum of money for the first time. Turns out, that's what it feels like. What feeling? Loy asked curiously, reaching out to take the thick bundle of cash and counting it herself. But she felt nothing special. Xiao Bao. Don't you feel your blood boiling, Xiao Bao? Then you won't become a billionaire. I'm not trying to hurt you, but my grandfather said that when he counted money, he felt like he could turn 200,000 into 2 million. Loy. The two continued chatting for a while. After Loy finished removing her makeup, she took Xiao Bao to stroll around the county town. After all, they were already there. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for lunch. Their small wontons are especially delicious, thin skin, little meat, and very tasty. They're better than any other wontons I've ever had. All right, Xiao Bao agreed, since whatever Luo Yi said was fine with him. The state-run restaurant was the same as always. Luo Yi ordered 2 small bowls of wontons and a few other dishes. Try these, they're special dishes from Jiangnan. Xiao Bao took a bite of the wontons. They were really delicious. When Luo Yi was explaining earlier, he had been a bit dismissive, but now he thought they were great. After lunch, the two of them returned to Xiao family village. When Luo Yi left the village, she was alone. On the way back, she could only send Xiao Bao back into her space. But before she reached home, she saw a familiar figure standing at her door, Su Nian. Luo Yi quickly used her mind to tell Xiao Bao inside her space who was there. To her surprise, he immediately got excited and insisted on meeting Su Nian.
Don't worry yet.
When we get home, I'll find a reason to bring you out, Luo Yi said. Then she greeted Su Nian with a smile. Su Nian, long time no see. Are you here to see me? Big sister Luo Yi. Su Nian still looked the same. Before she could say much, her eyes started to turn red. Luo Yi got out of the car. Why are you crying? Let's go inside and talk. But in her heart, she told herself that if Su Nian was here to cause trouble, she didn't have time for that. Su Nian stood still, head bowed, looking very upset. In the end, Luo Yi felt a little soft-hearted. She patted her shoulder and said gently, "Let's go inside." Su Nian obediently followed her into the yard. Luo Yi sighed tiredly. Sit in the main room for a bit. I'll get you some water. She first went to the bedroom to bring Xiao Bao out, then went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water for Su Nian. Xiao Bao had heard Luo Yi mention Su Nian before. He didn't think highly of her, and worried that her rebirth might bring harm to Luo Yi, so he liked her even less. Su Nian knew Luo Yi's family had a child. It was the first time she saw such a wealthy little boy. He clearly didn't fit in with the children from their village and looked like he came from a prominent family. Yes, that's right. Yesterday, Luo Yi had just brought Xiao Bao out of Uncle Zhao's house. Soon after, Uncle Xiao boasted everywhere, saying his niece-in-law had taken the son of the capital's commander to visit him, and he was so proud, as if he had become a commander himself. Su Nian also heard about it from Xiao Hu during a meal, and then she learned that Luo Yi had returned to Xiao family village. This morning, she finished her busy work and came to find Roy, but unfortunately, she was a little late. She waited and waited, even skipping lunch, just to be the first to tell Roy some news. "Oh, by the way, this is Xiao Bao, the son of leader Xiao Fan," Roy introduced to Su Nian. Su Nian nodded and gave Xiao Bao a kind smile. Xiao Bao always felt that Su Nian looked a bit creepy, and he didn't like her. So he pretended to be a shy little kid, leaning against Roy. Roy was a bit speechless, but she knew Xiao Bao's usual way of acting, so she just accepted it. She poured herself a cup of hot water, sat next to Su Nian, and as soon as she sat down, she heard Su Nian's stomach growling loudly, impossible to ignore. She frowned and asked, "How long have you been waiting?" "Quite a while," Su Nian replied awkwardly with a smile. "It's okay, I just feel a bit bloated." "It'll be fine soon. Wait a moment," Roy said and got up to go to the kitchen. She took out 2 steamed buns from her space and returned to the main hall, handing them to Su Nian. "Here, these are fresh and warm. Eat something to fill your stomach." Su Nian was surprised and took the buns, starting to eat, tears falling again. Xiao Bao looked at Roy and made a gesture with his mouth, asking what was wrong. Roy shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. It wasn't until Su Nian finished the buns that her mood started to improve. "What's wrong? Did Xiao Lianhua bully you again?" Roy couldn't think of any other reason. Su Nian shook her head with tears. "No, she can't bully me anymore." Roy was silent, thinking of a bold idea. "Xiao Lianhua drowned not long ago," Su Nian said calmly, as if talking about something unimportant. Roy felt a little nervous. She wasn't sure if Su Nian had truly been reborn or if she had turned darker after rebirth. They sat quietly, waiting for Su Nian to continue. Sure enough, after pause, Su Nian kept talking. "Roy, I had a dream. I dreamed I married a soldier." Roy. "Well, what was supposed to happen happened after all. After his wife drowned and died, I married him. I thought I would start a new life, but I didn't expect." Su Nian smiled sadly. It turns out this was just the beginning of tragedy. Although Su Nian said she had a dream, Roy and Little Bao both knew the script and understood that Su Nian had been reborn. "It's okay, just a dream," Roy said reassuringly. "No, Sister Roy, this dream felt so real. After I married that man, he went out every day on missions, leaving early and returning late. It's completely different from the happy life I imagined." Su Nian's face suddenly twisted. Roy frowned. Her words made her feel uncomfortable. "In that dream, my husband was always polite and respectful to me, but I was jealous of other crazy women. In the end, I was forced to death." "Why?" Fearing Su Nian might lose control, Roy quickly pushed a glass of water toward her. "Drink some water and calm down. It was just a dream. When you wake up, it will be fine." Su Nian forced a smile. How could she be calm? Those torments were real, and she couldn't forget the pain. "Sister Roy, you are a good person. You deserve a better man." Roy. "So? Are you trying to compete with Xiao Fan for her?" Before knowing Su Nian's true purpose, Roy spoke politely, even sarcastically. "You know my background before, and marrying Xiao Fan is already a blessing from our ancestors." Roy secretly observed Su Nian's expression and continued, "Besides, we are in a military marriage. It's not so easy to separate just because we want to." Su Nian suddenly grabbed Roy's hand and asked, "Sister Roy, do you like Xiao Fan? Like, or not like?" Roy dragged out the last sound. Su Nian didn't wait for her answer and continued, "Sister Roy, in that dream, my husband was targeted by the niece of the commander's family. Those spoiled, high-ranking children are ruthless. You must be careful. If Xiao Fan is also targeted by these high-ranking children, maybe you should just let them have him. She thought Roy would disagree, so she patiently advised, we're just ordinary people. We can't compete with them. Our lives are more important. Seeing her anxious face, Roy nodded seriously. Okay, I understand. Su Nian was stunned again. She didn't expect Roy to agree so easily. She had prepared many words to persuade her. Big Sister Loi. To be honest, I did meet a high-ranking young person who cares about Xiao Fan. Coincidentally, she is also the niece of the commander's family. Su Nian was surprised.
She
She didn't do anything to you, right? Loi smiled lightly and shook her head. Look at me now, I'm fine. After her rebirth, Loi appreciated that Su Nian still remembered their past friendship and told her these things. But one thing she wasn't sure about was Su Nian's attitude toward Xiao Fan. So she asked, in that dream, was your husband respectful and kind to you? If I may ask, if you could start over, would you still want to marry him? Su Nian didn't answer. Instead, she was more interested in something else. Big Sister Loi, tell me about that high-ranking young woman who cares about Xiao Fan. Her name is Xin Man. She's the niece of the commander of the capital military district. To marry Xiao Fan, she even hired someone to harm me. But now, she's been caught by the police, and the evidence is solid. A verdict should come soon. Loi seemed to answer casually, but she was secretly watching Su Nian's expression change. Are you saying she's been caught? Really? But isn't she the niece of the commander? Can't the commander's family save her? Su Nian was confused. Loi hesitated whether to tell her the truth. In the end, she chose not to say anything. With solid evidence, even the commander can't help her now. So, Su Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. She wasn't exactly thinking Loi was lying, but she was shocked. Loi nodded again. It's true. Then she sighed softly with a smile. Are you feeling better now? Su Nian awkwardly smiled. Her main concern was Xin Man's fate. Big Sister Loi, will that bad woman who bullied you go to jail? Of course. At least 10 or 8 years. Xiao Bao, who had been peeking out from under Loi's arm, grinned at Su Nian. After listening for a while, he finally understood. He thought Su Nian was okay, as long as she was kind to Yi. Don't worry. My dad is the commander too. He will definitely protect Yi, he said in a childish voice to Su Nian. Su Nian. Her first thought was that this kid was joking, but his serious tone didn't seem like a joke. Don't worry, I will be fine. It's you who should be concerned. Having such a nightmare. Roy reorganized his words. If I gave you another chance with your officer husband, would you still want to marry him? No, Su Nian answered firmly. Why? Roy asked, puzzled. In the silly story, Su Nian, after rebirth, happily married Xiao Fan to seek revenge in the capital. Xiao Bao was eager to know the answer. He knew Su Nian was the heroine. If she fought for the male lead with Roy, the story might favor Su Nian, which would be bad for Roy. Su Nian didn't think much about Xiao Bao's strange behavior. She said, in that dream, I didn't love my husband. I was killed because someone betrayed me, and he was outside on a mission. Suddenly, she grabbed Roy's hand, looking nervous. Roy, if one day you meet a better man, maybe, just maybe, you could consider it. I always felt Xiao Fan wasn't good enough for you. Roy could only nod blankly. Yeah, I understand. Your suggestion isn't bad. Xiao Bao was speechless. After telling Roy about her dream, Su Nian left, looking a bit relieved but also a little sad. Roy and Xiao Bao both chose to stay silent. After a while, Xiao Bao spoke softly. I think Su Nian probably won't fight for Xiao Fan with you anymore. That means wouldn't be mysteriously written out of the story. But Roy was thinking about something else. She told Xiao Bao, from what Su Nian said, she didn't have anything with Xiao Fan. Xiao Bao rolled her eyes. Shouldn't you know that best? You're the reader. You read the silly story from start to finish. How could you not know? I really didn't know, she said. The silly story didn't mention that there was a cleanup campaign at that time. Even if readers kept demanding to see explicit scenes, the author refused to write them, Roy said, calming down to recall carefully. Do you think there might be such a possibility? Xiao Bao looked at Roy, who was lost in her thoughts, waiting for her to continue. Xiao Fan was still when I was with him. Xiao Bao raised an eyebrow. Then, do you think maybe Xiao Fan isn't capable? Or maybe the author isn't capable? Loi, how could Xiao Fan not be capable? Who said he wasn't? I was the first to disagree. Xiao Bao suddenly became mischievous, leaning in close to Loi and winking. Wow, it looks like Xiao Fan is pretty capable, Loi. Of course he is. Someone who can cheer for love until dawn wouldn't be incapable. Loi and Xiao Bao no longer worried about whether Xiao Fan was capable. Anyway, Sun Yan had already been marked as safe, so there was nothing to fear. Now, one of them could happily live a quiet life with Xiao Fan, and the other could wait patiently to grow up. Everything seemed perfect, almost too good to be true. The next day, Loi went back to the black market to see Lin Wu. To her surprise, she met someone unexpected. Big Sister Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Hua. When you go to the capital, he will handle your transactions. Lin Wu cheerfully introduced the two. Okay, no problem, Loi replied, momentarily stunned but quickly understanding the connection. Hua Yishuan represented Uncle Quan, and Uncle Quan represented Loi's father. So, this black market business was actually Loi's family business. What a coincidence. Earning money right from her own family. Hello, Mr. Hua, Loi said softly, trying to make her voice sound different from before. Hello, Big Sister Xiao. In the future, I will trade with you in the capital. Feel free to tell me any requests in advance, Hua Yishuan replied, now looking like a typical businessman, polite but distant. Loi only needed a small, remote warehouse. But just thinking about dealing with Hua Yishuan in the future made her a bit anxious. Before leaving, Hua Yishuan gave Loi an address where she could pick up the warehouse key before the transaction. After Loi left, Lin Wu looked at the silent Hua Yishuan and asked, Mr. Hua, is there a problem? No problem, Hua Yishuan replied. Lin Wu thought clearly, there is a problem, but since Hua Yishuan didn't say anything, he didn't press further. Back in her space, Loi immediately told Xiao Bao about what happened. She made Little Treasure so happy that he laughed out loud. So, you're turning your left hand into your right hand. Haha, that made me laugh so much. Now I'm curious how Uncle Quan will react when he finds out. Loi remained silent, probably about to start crying again, but it didn't matter. She could make friends out of nothing. After spending another day in Xiao family village, they prepared to return to the capital. They had already bought train tickets early in the morning. Old Jean arrived at the agreed time to pick them up at the village entrance. The elderly couple from the Xiao family also came to see Loi off. Uncle Xiao was excited and came along too. Xiao Zhaodi, who was visiting her parents today, also came to join the fun. Loi then learned that Xiao Zhaodi was married to Xiao Zhao's ex-husband from her past life. She almost dropped her jaw in surprise. Well, good. A scoundrel paired with a scheming woman. Loi didn't quite understand Uncle Xiao and his daughter's intentions. She thought that by shamelessly coming to see Little Treasure, they might get some benefit. But she underestimated their shamelessness. They even knelt to flatter a 5-year-old child. Little Treasure, I am Xiao Fan's cousin. We grew up together. During the time when our cousin wasn't home, our whole family missed him very much. It would be wonderful if we could reunite with him in the capital. Loi was speechless. Little Treasure, do you remember me? I am Xiao Fan's uncle. No, I don't remember. Little Treasure wasn't a kid anymore. He wouldn't follow the usual script. Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao looked awkward, but since they were their son and granddaughter, they just stood silently aside. Let's leave quickly. I miss home. Little Treasure tugged Loi's hand. Da Huang barked twice, urging them along. Loi nodded, said goodbye to the Xiao family elders, and then followed old Jean away. Little Treasure was carried in old Jin's arms. Loi held Da Huang's leash, and they took the minibus to Sioux City. At the train station entrance, they unexpectedly met Hua Yishuan. Both Loi and Little Treasure were surprised. What a coincidence. Miss, Hua Yishuan didn't expect to see Loi and them here. Why'd he still call me Miss? Just call me sister or Loi. Hua Yishuan looked a bit embarrassed but obediently said, Loi, Little Treasure, why are you here? Loi turned around to introduce old Jean to him. This is old Jean. He is Little Treasure's dad and came to accompany us home. This is little Hua, my aunt's son. After greeting each other, they all got on the train. Hua Yishuan's sleeper ticket was surprisingly next to Loi's, meaning her and Little Treasure's compartments were on either side, with Old Jean and Hua Yishuan in between. Hua Yishuan was seeing Little Treasure after he recovered for the first time. He couldn't help but gently touch Little Treasure's head. Be good, Little Treasure. Later, I will buy you something tasty. Little Treasure didn't want anything except the takeout food from the space, but after the handsome guy patted his head, he obediently nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you, Loi. After they returned to their own compartments, Loi wanted to complain a bit, but before she could speak, Little Treasure took the lead. Don't talk about me. Do you think you're doing so well? Loi was speechless and could only lower her head to pet Big Yellow. Big Yellow. If only she pet me more gently, I might say thank you. Sure enough, at mealtime, Hua Yishuan went ahead and bought food for everyone, even including Big Yellow. Little Treasure simply invited Hua Yishuan to eat with them in their compartment. To avoid suspicion, Loi also called Old Jean from the neighboring compartment. The train food wasn't very tasty, so Loi took out 4 multigrain pancakes from her luggage, claiming she had made them at home that morning, and brought them along. Old Jean took a bite and immediately praised, "This crispy thing inside smells so good. It's the first time I've had something like this. What is it made of?" Hua Yishuan also tried this kind of multigrain pancake for the first time. Over the past year, he had traveled all over with Uncle Quan, trying many snacks, but this was the first time he had tasted such delicious pancakes. It's really tasty, all made by Yi. Yi is especially good at cooking. Little Treasure was happier hearing others praise Loi than praising himself, especially when a handsome guy like Hua Yishuan said it. Hua Yishuan nodded. He had tasted Loi's cooking and knew it was indeed very good. After finishing the meal, Old Jean and Hua Yishuan returned to their own compartments. Loi, Hua Yishuan is very clever. Be careful not to reveal too much. TSK. Hearing the name Hua Yishuan, I thought he was the main character, but it turns out he's not even a supporting role. Little Treasure sighed regretfully. Yes, I've never seen this character in the silly books, so I don't know much about him, Roy hesitated. But he gives me a strange feeling. I can't quite explain it, but he seems deep and unpredictable. Little Treasure couldn't understand Roy's thoughts. After all, women see men differently than men see men. Moreover, this man of mine is a bit different from ordinary men. At dinner, Hua Yishuan still bought food for everyone. After eating the train meals, Roy gave each person a mochi ball and steamed cake. After becoming familiar with Roy, Old Jean boldly asked her for the recipe. Fortunately, Roy knew how to make them, or she would have been caught. She even wrote down the steps clearly. Old Jean asked her for the recipe to make for his wife. He was surprised and pleased when Roy gave him detailed instructions. Later, he never expected that after learning to make mochi balls and steamed cakes, he and his wife became one of the first to earn a lot of money from this skill. Of course, that's a story for later. Although Old Jean was kind to Roy because of Commander Tang's influence, Roy didn't like owing favors. Plus, it was just a recipe. These days, you can find similar recipes easily online. The next morning, the train was half an hour late arriving in the capital. They weren't in a hurry, so the delay didn't matter much. As soon as they got off the train, they saw Grandma Tang and Aunt Lee waiting for them. Grandma Tang checked Little Treasure carefully to make sure he was fine, then thanked Old Jean. Hua Yishuan didn't get off with Roy and the others. He thought it might cause misunderstandings, so he went separately. After Roy got into the car sent by Commander Tang, she suddenly felt confused. Although she wasn't familiar with the capital, she knew this wasn't the way back to the military housing. Grandma Tang, Aunt Lee, where are we going? Roy asked. Aunt Lee wanted to speak, but Grandma Tang tugged her sleeve, and she stayed silent. Roy, don't worry yet. Listen to me, Grandma Tang said with a serious look. Xiao Fan is hurt, but don't worry, he's not in danger of losing his life. Is it serious? Loi suddenly felt an unexplainable worry. If it wasn't serious, she thought she would have told her immediately when they met. Little Bao looked at Loi with concern. It's okay. Grandma Tang said there's no danger to her life, Loi reassured. As long as she was alive, she believed she could find a way to save her. After that, everyone fell into silence at the same time. Even Da Huang sensed the tense atmosphere and quietly sat by Loi's feet. Aunt Li tried several times to comfort Loi, but seeing her mother shake her head, she realized that the more she comforted her now, the more anxious Loi would become. The car drove straight to the military hospital. Grandma Tang and the others originally planned to go home directly, but little Bao was worried about Loi and insisted on visiting brother Xiao Fan. So, they all went to Xiao Fan's ward together. Xiao Fan had been waiting for Loi since early morning. He had bought the tickets in advance and knew exactly when they would return. But as the time for his wife to come back drew near, he became more and more nervous. After waiting anxiously all morning, he finally saw Loi. When Loi entered and saw that Xiao Fan only had his right leg and left hand in casts, she immediately relaxed. Little Bao felt the same way. Seeing Xiao Fan's condition, he also let out a big sigh of relief. He knew that Yi could heal Xiao Fan. When he entered the space to observe, he realized how powerful it was. If Xiao Fan only hurt his leg and hand, there was no big problem. "You're back," Xiao Fan tried to sound calm, though he was actually very nervous inside. "Yes." Loi walked to the bed and took his hand. "Does it still hurt?" Xiao Fan shook his head and held her hand tightly. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." "Since Xiao Fan is fine, we can go home," Little Bao said, knowing that these two probably had a lot to talk about. He kindly pulled Grandma Tang and Aunt Li to leave. "I'm a bit confused. Did I not explain that clearly earlier? Come on, let me check." When Xiao Fan jumped into the lake to save Loi, did anyone wonder, hasn't Xiao Fan already come back? If so, I will wait until the editor gives me permission to make corrections, and I will update it then. After leaving the hospital room, Little Treasure, looking innocent, asked, "Grandma, why did brother Xiao Fan get hurt?" Aunt Li gently patted his head, but didn't answer. She said, "You're just a little kid. Why ask so many questions?" Grandma Tang answered eagerly because she thought her grandson could understand. She explained, brother Xiao Fan was just unlucky. When he went to the new soldiers' camp, he encountered a group practicing throwing hand grenades. Grandma Tang sighed. Unfortunately, one new soldier got nervous and didn't throw the grenade. Xiao Fan saw it about to explode in the trench, so he ran forward and threw the grenade away. But he was a bit late. Although he threw it out, the grenade exploded immediately after he threw it, she added, feeling sorry for Xiao Fan. He almost sacrificed himself to save those new soldiers. Are those soldiers fools? Won't they run away? Why stand there and let the grenade explode in the trench? Little Treasure was confused and angry. They were so scared they froze. The squad leader kept shouting for them to run, but they seemed spellbound, standing still like statues. Aunt Li recalled her husband's words and also felt sorry for Xiao Fan. "Don't worry. The team will handle this. Even if Xiao Fan can't be a soldier anymore, he'll get a big retirement allowance," Grandma Tang said, unsure if Little Treasure understood her. She sighed heavily. "It's just a pity for Roy." Xiao Fan shared her concern. Seeing his worried wife, he felt complicated. Not because he was afraid for himself, but because he worried about Roy. Roy had listened to Xiao Fan tell the whole story and confirmed it was an accident. Luckily, it wasn't intentional. If someone had deliberately done it, Roy wouldn't know how to fight back. Xiao Fan, as a company commander, must have faced many dangers. Otherwise, how could he become a commander at such a young age? Roy was okay with the dangers of the battlefield, but he couldn't accept someone stabbing him in the back. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Roy softly comforted Xiao Fan. She had already seen the X-ray. Xiao Fan had injuries to his leg bone and arm. Xiao Fan gently held Roy in his arms with one hand, resting his chin on her shoulder. He had prepared many words, but at that moment, all he wanted was to hold her quietly. Today, Roy was especially gentle and found a comfortable position for Xiao Fan to hold him without tiring him out. They just quietly held each other until Xiao Xiao came to bring food. Seeing her sister-in-law, tears suddenly flowed uncontrollably. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back." She hadn't had a peaceful day in these past few days. "Fool. What's there to cry about?" Roy stood up and wiped her tears. "If you're so scared, Why didn't you call back to Xiao village to tell me? Although there was no phone in the village, as long as she wanted to, she could have contacted her. Brother didn't let me tell you. He was afraid that if you knew, you might feel uneasy on the way back, and if something went wrong, it would be bad, Xiao Xiao said, starting to cry again. Just thinking about how her brother looked when he came out of surgery still made her afraid. Roy took the insulated container from Xiao Xiao and asked, "Where is Dianai?" "At Captain Zhou's house. Aunt Zhou and Sister Qingqing are taking care of her." After Xiao Fan's accident, Captain Zhou's family immediately came to help. Worried that Xiao Xiao couldn't handle everything alone, they took Da and I back home. "Okay, I understand. Don't cry anymore. Your brother will be fine." Roy patted Xiao Xiao's head, trying to comfort her and stop her from scaring herself. "Go back and rest. I'll stay here and watch over things." Roy could tell that Xiao Xiao hadn't slept well these days, her eyes dark and swollen. Xiao Xiao didn't want to leave. Finally, she looked at her brother lying on the hospital bed. Seeing that her brother nodded, she agreed to leave. As she left, she also took Da Huang with her. Roy opened the insulated container. Inside was the lunch Xiao Xiao had prepared, simple dishes and rice. She picked up a spoon and fed Xiao Fan a bite, slightly dissatisfied. "Just eat this for now. I'll cook a proper dinner myself later." Xiao Fan knew his wife was trying to lighten the tense atmosphere, but he couldn't relax at all. If he really became disabled in the future, wouldn't he be a burden to her for life? He was preoccupied with worries, so he couldn't eat much, only taking 2 bites before saying he was full. Roy didn't force him and ate the leftovers from the container herself. She was also hungry. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt very conflicted, and Roy clearly saw it. Suddenly, she leaned in front of Xiao Fan and sniffed gently. "Haven't showered in a few days. It seems you haven't showered since you left. That night, I will help you wash up. You smell really bad. You can't stand it, but I can't either, okay? Later I'll go pick up Danny and bring her home, then buy some groceries. Is there anything special you want to eat? I'll buy it. Anything is fine. You decide." Lo Yi didn't know how to comfort Xiao Fan. When she interned at the hospital, a chief doctor told her, "Small doctors treat illnesses, big doctors treat the heart." Right now, she was only good at treating illnesses. She couldn't yet treat the heart. Moreover, Xiao Fan is a soldier, so he can endure more than ordinary people. He was probably worried not about himself, but about the 3 women at home. If he falls, his biggest concern would be these women, especially Lo Yi. But to Lo Yi, these are small problems. She has enough money and can support her family. Lo Yi sat on the hospital bed, facing Xiao Fan very close. "Xiao Fan, promise me, don't overthink, okay?" Anyway, no matter what she said, Xiao Fan would agree. In fact, Lo Yi even suspected that if she asked for a divorce now, Xiao Fan would agree. After leaving the hospital ward, Lo Yi just went downstairs and ran into Yi Nanzhou. Both were surprised. Yi Nanzhou was visiting a comrade who just had surgery. He didn't expect to meet Lo Yi so suddenly. He knew she was returning to the capital today, but didn't think they would meet so soon. "Yi, you're back." Lo Yi nodded slightly and planned to leave directly. She didn't want much contact with the Yin family. Yi Nanzhou reached out to stop her. Knowing she must be anxious, he comforted her. "Don't worry, the organization will arrange everything for Xiao Fan." "Yes, I know." Lo Yi turned to leave again. Yi Nanzhou simply followed her, grabbing her suitcase. "Let me carry that for you." After saying that, he pulled her onto the car. "It takes about 20 minutes to walk home from here." "I'll take you." Lo Yi gave up and pushed him away. Wasting time arguing was pointless. Seeing she no longer resisted, Yi Nanzhou felt secretly happy. "Yi, don't worry too much. Dad, and I will help Xiao Fan think of a way. I remember there's an old expert in Yueching. We can invite him to see Xiao Fan." He occasionally glanced at his sister beside him. Although Luo Yi ignored her brother, he still felt happy inside. Before getting out of the car, Luo Yi said thank you to Yi Nanzhou, and then left without looking back. As soon as she opened her door, she saw Xiao Xiao lying on the dining table. "Why aren't you in bed?" Luo Yi asked. Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes. "Oh, sister-in-law is back. I was worried I might sleep too late." "Are you silly?" Luo Yi pushed her back into her room. Go and get a good sleep. Since she was back, she wouldn't let anything happen to anyone. After making sure Xiao Xiao was asleep, Luo Yi fed Da Huang some food, then went to Captain Zhou's house to pick up Danny. During the day, Aunt Zhou was alone at home taking care of the two children. Luckily, Dongzi was obedient and helped Aunt Zhou take care of Danny. When Danny saw Luo Yi, she cried so hard she was out of breath. Her crying made Luo Yi feel a little sad. Just now, in front of Xiao Fan, she had been very calm, but now she felt like crying. She mainly felt sorry for Xiao Fan, who kept everything inside. Seeing him like that made her feel distressed. Aunt Zhou, thank you for taking care of Qingqing and me these days, Luo Yi said. Aunt Zhou smiled and waved her hand. It's nothing. Dongzi has been taking care of her. Luo Yi, why don't you let Danny stay at my house for a few more days? Luo Yi knew Aunt Zhou was being kind, but she thought it was okay to have Danny at home, so she politely declined. Moreover, she wanted Xiao Xiao to take Danny to the hospital every day. With children around, the atmosphere in the ward might be better. Before leaving, Luo Yi repeatedly thanked Aunt Zhou, then carried Danny back to her own home. Danny clung tightly to her aunt. Children are very sensitive to adults' emotions. She knew something serious had happened at home, so even though Dongzi and Ziza took turns playing with her these days, she couldn't feel happy. Luo Yi smiled and pinched Danny's little nose. All the Xiao family members are the same. Big, small, everyone likes to look worried. Danny pouted, eyes full of tears. If she said she believed her, she would start crying again. When Xiao Xiao woke up, she saw her sister-in-law cooking bone soup and immediately went to help. Xiao Xiao, I won't be back tonight. I need to stay at the hospital with your brother. I bought some vegetables earlier when I went out, and I also prepared some dry food. Luo Yi didn't go out at all, but Xiao Xiao was easy to deceive this time. She pointed to the steamed bun on the table and explained to Xiao Xiao, tomorrow morning, heat up a few buns, then cook some porridge to send to the hospital. You and De and I can stay there to chat with your brother. I will go home to prepare lunch, then come back to pick you up for lunch. Luo Yi carefully arranged the next steps. Xiao Xiao listened and nodded. Although her brother was injured, once her sister-in-law returned home, everyone seemed to be back on track. Xiao Fan was in a 3-person hospital room, but he was the only patient there. Even though the other beds were empty, Luo Yi didn't dare bring him rich or heavy food. She only cooked a big bone soup and stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. Before leaving, she packed some clean clothes and daily necessities, then rode her bike out. When she entered the ward, Commander Chung was just visiting Xiao Fan and was about to leave. Seeing Luo Yi, he visibly relaxed. Sister-in-law, you should keep Xiao Lao company. Yes, thank you for coming to see him. Commander Chung nodded and then looked at the bed with a meaningful expression before leaving. Although Xiao Fan kept smiling, Luo Yi knew that was just his way of pretending. Is my cooking better than Xiao Zhao's? Before bed, I'll wipe you down so you can sleep well tonight. Grandpa and Grandma miss you very much. By the way, Xiao Zhao got married. Married a scoundrel. Do you know Xiao Lianhua? She actually died. Luo Yi talked about some unimportant topics to him. Although Xiao Fan seemed a bit distracted, he nodded in response to everything she said. Before sleeping, Luo Yi pulled the curtain around Xiao Fan's bed. Even though I closed the door, I'm still worried someone might see your abs, Xiao Fan. They used to train in the summer without shirts on. Are you blushing? Luo Yi noticed his face looked a little unnatural. Xiao Fan reached out his right hand and took the towel from Luo Yi. I can do it myself. You're actually shy. Luo Yi took the towel back. Let me do it. If you finish by yourself, you'll probably catch a cold. Don't worry, I'm not going to tease you. Xiao Fan no longer refused, but he felt uncomfortable inside. If he couldn't get out of bed for the rest of his life, would Yi have to take care of him forever? After Roy helped him wipe, she took the basin to pour water. The water in the basin was actually spiritual spring water. For some reason, Roy felt that this spiritual spring water had amazing effects. If it weren't inconvenient, she would want to fill a whole tub with it for Xiao Fan to bathe. When she finished pouring water and returned, Xiao Fan was just being helped to the bathroom by the male doctor. Roy. After the doctor brought Xiao Fan back, Roy pretended to look sad and said, Xiao Fan, do you no longer trust me? Xiao Fan's face immediately turned red. He was really embarrassed this time. What is my wife up to now? Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Sleep quickly. Tomorrow morning, I'll help you to the bathroom, Roy said with a quick change of mood. Xiao Fan. The family members who stayed overnight could only lie on the bed and make do, but since the other 2 beds in the ward were empty, Roy simply slept on one of them. She seemed to be asleep, but actually she was checking the medical books in her space. Xiao Fan had injured his bones, and she wasn't sure if the bone regeneration pill recorded in the medical books would work. Even if it didn't work, Roy wanted to try. So, she attempted to make pills using her mind in the space for the first time. Using her mind to make pills in the space was more tiring than physically entering the space to do it, but luckily she could handle it. Since she had decided to stay with Xiao Fan and live a good life, she definitely wouldn't let him get hurt. He was a stubborn person who always carried his worries alone. Roy was worried he would overthink and end up breaking down. Roy worked in the space all night and finally made 9 bone regeneration pills by dawn. Then she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake up even when Xiao and I came to bring breakfast in the morning. Xiao Fan rubbed Deni's head and softly said, Denai, be good. Let Auntie rest a little longer, okay? Denai, very sensible, leaned quietly by Roy's bed, waiting patiently for her to wake up. Xiao was feeding breakfast to her brother. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan, who was proud and strong, insisted on feeding himself. If he couldn't even eat by himself, what was the difference between him and a useless person? Seeing her proud brother, Xiao could only secretly wipe her tears. When Loi woke up, she saw Da and I immediately. She smiled and gently pulled Da and I onto the bed. Are you missing Auntie? Da and I buried her head in her embrace, her voice muffled. Miss Auntie. She was so eager to see her that she almost couldn't sleep, but she knew it wasn't the right time to act spoiled. After washing up, Loi ate breakfast while spending a little time with Denai. Then she packed some of Xiao Fan's clothes into a cloth bag. I'm going home to prepare lunch. Xiao, you and I can keep your brother company. I'll come back at noon to change shifts. You shouldn't trouble yourself. The hospital food is okay. Why don't you go home and get a good rest? Xiao Fan didn't want his wife to tire herself out. He really cared about her. But then he thought about how much harder it would be if his wife had to carry this burden with him, and he didn't dare to think about the future. Loi shook her head with a smile. I'm not tired. She went over to Xiao Fan, looking at the man with his unique, delicate beauty, and couldn't help but kiss his face.
Hospital food is too bland.
I can't get used to it. She wondered if saying that would make him feel better. Sure enough, Xiao Fan didn't insist anymore. He just told her not to tire herself out. When Loi got home, she threw Xiao Fan's clothes into the washing machine in the space. Then she took out ingredients from the space and cooked a ginseng chicken soup for him. She thought it through. Later, the chicken would stay at home for Xiao and I to eat. She and Xiao Fan would drink some soup. All the nutrients were in the soup anyway. Loi prepared several dishes, packing them into 2 thermal containers, one for her and Xiao Fan's lunch, and the other for dinner. Breakfast would be sent to the hospital the next day by Xiao. She also used the space's noodle machine to make a lot of noodles. She took out a portion for breakfast the next morning and placed it on a tray in the kitchen. Tomorrow, she and Xiao Fan would have chicken soup noodles. Once everything was ready, she grabbed her things and headed out. Before leaving, De Huang reluctantly nudged her leg. Loi patted its head. It's okay. Everything will get better. Don't worry. She was encouraging herself, too. Everything would be fine. Loi returned to the hospital with the food and supplies, then explained the plans for the next morning to Xiao. But just after she left, before they had a chance to eat, the Nan sisters came knocking on the door. Oh, what perfect timing, just when she needed a place to vent her frustration. What a coincidence. Nandai spoke first, sounding like she was trying hard to hold back her emotions. Nan, Batty, I heard from your brother that you're looking for an orthopedic specialist. Your aunt happens to know one. Of course, once she said the first part, Luo Yi could guess the rest. Sure enough, Nandai gently suggested, that orthopedic specialist is your aunt's friend. Maybe you should talk to the police and explain that there was a misunderstanding about Man's case. She was worried Luo Yi wouldn't believe her, so she patted her chest to guarantee. Don't worry, once you clarify things with the police, your aunt will help you find an orthopedic expert in Yuecheng. So far, there's no illness that this specialist can't treat, but Luo Yi immediately refused without hesitation. No need. Xiao Fan is doing fine now, no need for some specialist. Probably even Xiao Fan didn't expect his wife to say such words. The Nan sisters were even more shocked. Nan Yan was utterly speechless. You are willing to let your husband die without helping? I can understand if you don't help Man, but Xiao Fan is your husband. Don't you care about him at all? Nan Yan was sharp, able to stir up trouble with just a few words. Listen to how she spoke. Xiao Fan naturally knew his wife wouldn't ignore him, but he was curious about how his wife would play tricks on the Nan sisters this time. Luo Yi looked at Nan Yan with a troubled expression. Isn't this for your own good? You're already old, and for someone who doesn't matter, you're risking your reputation. Xiao Fan, being an outsider, can't handle such a big favor. Xiao Fan knew his wife loved to make trouble that was hard to fix. Nan Yan was so angry her mouth almost twisted. She clutched Nandai's hand in frustration and cried out, Big sister, I only did this for Xiao Fan. If Yi doesn't appreciate it, fine. But why say such hurtful things? Nandai was also a bit angry, blaming Luo Yi for being unreasonable. Hey, you shouldn't talk to your aunt like that. She's only doing this for Xiao Fan. Whether it's for Xiao Fan or not, she knows her own mind. But I and Xiao Fan don't care about that, Luo Yi said impatiently before she finished. If there's nothing else, get lost. We're going to have lunch, and your attitude is a bit disgusting. Luo Yi couldn't be bothered with the Nan sisters anymore. If she got really angry, she could even deal with her biological mother. Nandai was really angry. Nan Yan immediately patted her back to comfort her. Big sister, calm down. Don't let it affect your health. That's enough. Stop acting like sisters in front of everyone. Take care now, no need to see you off. Luo Yi opened the hospital room door, clearly showing she wanted them to leave. The Nan sisters had no choice but to leave angrily. Luo Yi knew what Xiao Fan wanted to ask. Before he could speak, she directly put a bone-strengthening pill into his mouth. Swallow it. Xiao Fan obediently took the pill.
What did you give me?
It tastes so bitter. I got some health-boosting medicine from a friend. Take it, it's harmless. After feeding him the medicine, Luo Yi opened one of the insulated containers, and the two of them ate their lunch. Xiao Fan was very well behaved the whole time. Whatever his wife said, he did. But he was curious about where the medicine came from. The medicine was from a friend. Don't worry, I wouldn't sell my looks like that old rascal just to treat your leg, Xiao Fan. So, should I be happy or sad? After finishing her work, Luo Yi wanted to take a nap since she didn't sleep well last night. Suddenly, Nanzhou came to visit again. As soon as he saw her, he apologized. I was talking to Dad last night about the orthopedic specialist in U City, and Mom overheard us. He looked a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to continue. That orthopedic specialist was young when he chased my aunt, so Mom brought my aunt to see you today. Luo Yi immediately looked curious. It seemed her guess was right. She even looked at Xiao Fan with a proud smile, and Xiao Fan smiled helplessly. Nanzhou saw that the couple didn't seem affected by Xiao Fan's injury, especially Luo Yi. Still, he had to say, Xiao Fan's leg needs treatment. The orthopedic specialist in U City is one of the best in the whole country. Don't worry, Dad will definitely invite him. No need. Luo Yi refused calmly. She really didn't want to be too involved with the Yin family or be used for their favors. Xiao Fan doesn't need it. Nanzhou knew she didn't want to accept their help. Don't worry. Even if Xiao Fan isn't a son-in-law of the Yin family with his situation, Dad and the leaders above will find a way to help him. Knowing Roy would definitely refuse, Nanzhou saw no point in continuing. Anyway, he had already said what he wanted to, and he was sure his sister wouldn't suffer in the future. Do you mind if I lose my leg? After Nanzhou left, Xiao Fan finally couldn't hold back and asked his question. If I say I don't mind, would you believe me? Xiao Fan. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Don't worry, only they can find experts. But, Roy suddenly changed the subject. Even if your leg and arm can't be healed, I don't mind. Roy nodded seriously. As long as my face isn't hurt, Xiao Fan. Can't my wife be a bit more serious? Seeing him smile, and then look sad, Roy couldn't bear to tease him anymore. She slowly sat down on his right side, leaning into his arms. Xiao Fan, I really don't mind. In fact, she had already planned their future. If Xiao Fan got injured and left the army, they could focus on running a business. Wouldn't being a rich person be nice? It didn't seem so before, but now, whenever she thought about Xiao Fan going on dangerous missions, Roy started to worry. She said she was selfish, but she just couldn't help feeling anxious. No matter what Roy said, Xiao Fan only thought she was comforting him, or maybe she was overthinking things. Xiao Fan had seen comrades with similar situations, injured and discharged, returning home, and initially living peacefully with their wives. But over time, worries would pile up. Reality was harsh. Looking at his wife in his arms, Xiao Fan truly liked her. He had never liked anyone this much. But just thinking that they might grow to dislike each other in the future made his heart ache. If that was the case, it would be better to let go early than to waste her youth. Finally, Xiao Fan said the words he had been holding back. Let's get a divorce. Roy was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. All right. She nodded and smiled. It's just mutual hurt. Who gives in first wins. This time, Xiao Fan was stunned. He didn't expect his wife to agree so quickly. Although he was the one who asked for the divorce, once she nodded in agreement, he felt like the one being divorced, with a heart so heavy it was hard to breathe. Xiao Fan knew Roy's thoughts well. His personality was probably like this. He could share happiness with his wife, but couldn't bear to see her suffer. Before, Roy still needed the status of a military wife. Now, even if she hadn't acknowledged her connection to the family, she no longer needed to worry about her identity. Xiao Fan's warm hand touched her cheek, and he asked with some sadness, do you agree to the divorce? Roy looked more upset than him. Yes, I just want to respect your decision. But then she changed the subject. However, we can't divorce right now. Why? Xiao Fan suddenly felt a strange hope. Let's wait a month before divorcing, Roy said coldly. If we divorce now, others will definitely gossip about me behind my back. Sometimes, Xiao Fan couldn't understand what his wife was thinking, but he only replied, okay. Although they quickly agreed on the divorce, neither of them let go of each other. They still leaned close, clinging together. One was thinking about being stubborn at the end, and the other was planning how to make the man chase her until he was exhausted. If Grandpa Ji and Jiang Yao hadn't come to see Xiao Fan, they might have kept holding each other forever. Hey, no watching or listening to inappropriate things. Grandpa Ji started acting exaggerated as soon as he entered the room. Jiang Yao glared at him several times before he finally calmed down. Isn't this to liven up the atmosphere? When I visited this kid a few days ago, he looked like he had a terminal illness. Look at his complexion now. TSK. You really need a wife by your side. As he spoke, Grandpa Ji suddenly became emotional. If it weren't for Jiang Yao staying with me all these years, I don't think I could have held on. He found a chair and sat down, then started lecturing Xiao Fan. It's just a leg injury. It's not like you lost your life. Back in the day, your Aunt Jiang and I went through the same thing. Yeah. Aunt Jiang stepped forward and held Roy's hand. Girl, don't worry. Uncle Ji has been looking everywhere for an orthopedic specialist. It will be fine. Thank you, Aunt Jiang and Uncle Ji, Roy said gratefully. She wouldn't refuse their kindness. Having more help was always better, except for the Nancher sisters. Also, you kids stop frowning all the time. Is already tired taking care of you. If you care about her, you should cheer up. These words had long been on Ji's mind to tell Xiao Fan. Uncle Ji, don't worry. I won't let Yi get tired. But after saying this, Xiao Fan fell silent. The truth is, his wife was very tired. Uncle Ji knew Xiao Fan was smart, so he stopped there. He stayed a little longer talking with Jiang Yao, and then left. They mainly came to see if they could help Roy, but found that Roy had everything well planned, so they left with peace of mind. After the doctor took Xiao Fan to the bathroom and came back, Roy teased him, "Now I can't accompany you to the men's bathroom. When we get home, I'll help you, Xiao Fan." Maybe I'd better skip that. At dinner, Roy gave Xiao Fan some bone-strengthening pills. Don't ask where this came from. Just eat it, okay? Although Xiao Fan had many questions his wife didn't want him to ask, so he didn't. He trusted that his wife wouldn't harm him. Before going to bed that night, Roy helped Xiao Fan wash his body again, using spiritual spring water. It's so troublesome to wash every day," he said, feeling sorry for his wife, who was busy bringing a big basin of hot water back and forth. "It's winter, and I don't sweat much anyway." Roy suddenly looked a little sad. "But I like to touch your abs." "In a month I won't be able to do that." All right, Xiao Fan said. He actually enjoyed it, but he didn't want his wife to be so tired. The next morning, Xiao brought hot noodles for breakfast. Roy specifically told her to cook only half the usual time, so that when they arrived at the hospital, the noodles wouldn't be overcooked. In the morning, Leader Zhou's family came to visit Xiao Fan at the hospital. After they left, Aunt Bai from the Tan family also brought Zhou to see Xiao Fan. Soon after, several of Xiao Fan's comrades came one after another. It seemed everyone had agreed to visit him that day. Xiao Fan said, "Today the team has a day off." "No wonder," Roy said curiously while peeling an apple for Xiao Fan. "What did you do during your previous days off?" Xiao Fan looked a little embarrassed. He knew his wife probably thought he was boring. When it was about time, Roy left Xiao and I to keep Xiao Fan company while he went home to prepare lunch and dinner. This was quite good. Everything could be moved out of the space easily, and there was no need to worry about questions because Xiao would just think it was bought by her sister-in-law on the way home. Roy changed the way he cooked for Xiao Fan every day, also giving him 3 raw bone pills and helping him wipe his body with spiritual spring water before bed. Probably because Xiao Fan's mood had become much more relaxed, he visibly regained his energy. After the doctor's approval, he finally could go home to rest. After all, the doctors had done everything they could. Now it was up to his own recovery. Commander Chung and Wei Ling came to help, borrowing a car from the transport department to pick Xiao Fan up. Roy invited the two to dinner. Wei Ling kept glancing at Commander Chung, and when he shook his head, Wei Ling could only sadly leave with him. When they returned home, they could finally close the door and do whatever they wanted to eat. They prepared healthy dishes like blackfish soup, bone broth, and ginseng chicken soup. But now, they faced a tricky problem. "Roy, do you really not want my help?" Xiao Fan blushed. I can do it myself. "Please go out first." Roy chuckled, holding his hand but not letting go, and said with a pout, "But that night, you kept asking me to help you, Xiao Fan. Can it be the same?" He knew exactly which night his wife was talking about, but at that time, it was because she was crying and saying she was in pain, so he held her hand and kept asking her to help him. Xiao Fan's mind drifted far away. When he snapped back to reality, Roy was already helping him undo his buttons. He immediately grabbed her slender fingers. "Don't worry, I won't peek," Roy said with a mischievous tone, though she claimed she wouldn't peek. "I'll help you undo it first, then hug you from behind." Xiao Fan thought this was the most embarrassing moment, but it got even more awkward afterward. He held back for a long time, but couldn't release himself. Roy also got a bit anxious, thinking he might have hurt himself, and kept soothing him. "Relax, yes, take deep breaths." Xiao Fan. After 10 minutes, they finally came out of the bathroom. Xiao Fan was sweating and blushing terribly. That night, Roy continued to help Xiao Fan wipe his body. After Xiao Fan fell asleep, Roy surprisingly turned off the light and lay down beside him. "Sleep quickly, the less you sleep now, the better." She was really tired today and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Xiao Fan listened to her steady breathing and gently held her in his arms with his still-moving right hand. Not only was he sleeping fewer days, but each hug also became less frequent. In a daze, Loy reached out and touched his face, lazily saying, Xiao Fan, tomorrow I'll help you shave and do your. In the dark, Xiao Fan couldn't see his wife's face clearly, but he could imagine her looking annoyed. He had asked himself many times if he would still rush to save new soldiers if he had to choose again. The answer was always yes. But his The next morning, after Loy finished washing up, she helped Xiao Fan shave. Since it was her first time, her hand trembled a little. If I accidentally cut you and bleed, just bear with it. Anyway, whatever his wife said, he would accept. Big Yellow was circling around Xiao Fan, who had a full white beard, and even called Da and I over to watch. Without paying attention, Loy saw Da and I trying to press the razor against her chin. She quickly snatched it away. Be careful, or you'll end up with a beard. Although Da and I could speak a little now, she didn't understand what a beard was and kept giggling foolishly at Loy. Loy had no choice but to scold her, blaming the dog for bringing Da and I over. Big Yellow. With all the noise from Big Yellow and Da and I, Xiao Fan felt much happier. Maybe the secret to his good mood was that he could sleep holding his wife at night. That day, Loy went out to buy groceries. When she returned, she suddenly ran into the room, looking very curious. Xiao Fan. I just saw Xiao give Major Ching a love letter. They were both smiling so flirtatiously. Oh my gosh. Xiao Fan. Good grief, old Cheng. I thought he was here to visit the sick, but it turns out he's after Xiao. Hey, wait a minute. Loy tilted her head and leaned on Xiao Fan's right side. Major Ching isn't interested in Sun Yan? That scoundrel, Xiao Fan. Yes, a scoundrel. He loves one girl after another. Should we talk to Xiao about this? Loy asked. Before Xiao Fan could answer, she muttered to herself. Actually, Captain Chung is a good person, but if he's secretly thinking about someone else. No, this kind of romantic story always ends badly. That's true. The age gap is too big, Xiao Fan thought, considering that there is a 10-year difference between them. Loy suddenly asked, how big of an age gap can you accept? Xiao Fan replied without hesitation, about 3 years. They say 3 years makes a generation. But before she finished, she knew she was in trouble. Sure enough, her wife looked unhappy. I mean, Xiao and old Cheng. Loy's face was calm, but in reality, she was already 23 years old, just 3 years older than Xiao Fan. Most people graduate early, but those studying medicine. Well, I won't say more, it's too sad. What do you think of Xiao Fan? Why are we talking about Xiao again? What's wrong with Jigua? He seems to like Xiao. What do you think of him? Loy asked with a bit of gossip in her tone. Or, what about Wei Ling? Oh, and Yishuan Xiao Fan. Shunman's case was quickly decided, probably because Old Ji and Commander Yin were pressuring, so everything moved fast. Shunman was sentenced to 15 years. To Loy, it seemed a bit harsh, but she didn't feel sorry for Shunman at all. She believed she deserved it. During this time, the Nan sisters came to cause trouble at her house. Loy simply released the big dog. After the Nan sisters caused trouble, Commander Yin came by again, claiming he was there to see Xiao Fan. Loy didn't want to turn him away, since he was Xiao Fan's superior. Yin Nanzhou also visited, to apologize and to tell her that because of Shunman's case, Nandai was very disappointed in Commander Yin and had run away from home to live with Nan Yen. Loy wasn't interested in the Nan sisters' affairs, as long as they didn't come to bother her. She was fine. Don't you want to know what Commander Yin told me? Xiao Fan knew her wife was really curious, but since they were about to divorce, she hoped she would return to Yin's family just to be safe. In the end, he could only ask himself an answer. Commander Yin said that Madam Yin wasn't like this before. She only changed after you went missing. So, Commander Yin tolerated Madam Yin, and Captain Yin kept forgiving her again and again. Xiao Fan, have you also been brainwashed by them, or are you being morally pressured by them? Xiao Fan. Oh no, my wife is angry again. It's not me who made Madam Yin like this, it's Shinman. If Shinman hadn't deliberately abandoned me, Madam Yin wouldn't be like this. Roy was truly angry. The Yin family just wanted to pressure her morally. Look, for her sake, even Madame Een was driven away, but she refuses to accept their tricks. Xiao Fan held his wife in his arms and softly comforted her. All right, don't be angry. I won't mention it anymore. Even without the Een family, old Ji should be able to protect Yi. Maybe she's so wonderful that she will marry again soon, and then, naturally, someone else will protect her. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan held her tighter. He really didn't want to be apart from her. On the 20th day after Xiao Fan was injured, Xiao was about to start school. Originally, Xiao Fan wanted Captain Chung to help with Xiao's enrollment, but recalling what his wife saw that day, he had to give up that idea. In the end, Roy personally took Xiao to register, with old Ji helping to make arrangements, so Xiao could directly start high school. The school was close to the military housing area, just a short walk or bike ride away. Once school started, the task of taking care of Da and I returned to Roy, but Xiao was very sensible. At night, she would carry Da and I back to her own room, helping her brother and sister-in-law a little. Da and I was beginning to understand and knew that Roy had to take care of Uncle during the day, so she mostly just clung to Da Huang to play. Little Bao occasionally came to their house, and Roy would usually go out with him to walk Da Huang. So, in 10 days, are you really going to divorce Xiao Fan? Little Bao asked with a bit of glee. This time, I want to scare him properly so he knows that the word divorce can't be said casually. TSK, Little Bao complained. Double standards, so double standards. Roy. Yes, she is definitely a double standard person. During this time, Xiao Fan also went to the hospital for a follow-up, but the doctors were not optimistic about his leg, mainly because the bones were injured. Roy was originally quite confident, but after hearing what the specialist said, she felt a bit worried. She also prepared many other herbal medicines for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan doesn't know what his wife feeds him every day. Besides some bitterness, he can accept everything. Every time he takes his medicine, his wife smiles at him with satisfaction. The day of their divorce is getting closer. Recently, Xiao Fan has to hold his wife to fall asleep every night. Several times, he selfishly wants to keep her and stop talking about divorce. But each time, he holds back because he doesn't want to be a burden to anyone. The military leaders sent home the first-class merit award along with the bonus. Xiao Fan counts that they still have over 6,000 yuan at home. If he divorces his wife, he will give half of the money to her, and the rest will be left for Xiao and I. As for himself, Xiao Fan has never really thought about his future. Without Roy by his side, he feels he has no future, just living each day as it comes. One day, Commander Chung went to the transport team to borrow a car, planning to take Xiao Fan to the military hospital for a recheck. I say, have you had some happy news lately? Xiao Fan asked almost through gritted teeth. Commander Cheng's recent behavior was obvious. Roy and Xiao Fan also discussed whether to talk to Xiao. After some thought, they decided not to. Since Roy saw Xiao pass a love letter to Commander Cheng that time, Xiao's interactions with him have been cold every time Cheng came home. So, Xiao Fan and Roy think Xiao probably failed in her confession. To avoid hurting Xiao a second time, they didn't talk to her again. But Commander Cheng's reaction. Could it be that being rejected makes someone so happy for so long? Or, can rejecting someone's love make a person feel happy continuously? While Commander Chung was still considering whether to tell him, Xiao Fan kicked him with his still fairly agile left leg. Just say it, old Xiao, I tell you, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. Otherwise, Commander Chung waved his stiff fist, clearly implying something. Roy couldn't bear to watch. These two are like elementary school kids. I've already submitted my marriage application to the higher-ups, Commander Chung said with a shy smile. He was about to mention a name but suddenly made a riddle. Anyway, you'll find out when we get married. Why should I tell old Xiao? He originally wanted to apply for a house in the military housing area, but the person said they didn't like the dull atmosphere there, so he didn't bother applying. That's fine. After getting married, he would temporarily live outside with his family, so they could get to know each other better. Xiao Fan got anxious. Old Chung, you wouldn't be thinking about Xiao, would you? I tell you, I don't agree. Captain Ching paused, then suddenly laughed and said with disdain, I wouldn't marry you even if you begged. That would make me look so much shorter, Xiao Fan. As long as he doesn't marry Xiao Xiao, it doesn't matter who he marries. Xiao Xiao is still a child. He hadn't been at the team for a month, so most news he heard was from Captain Chung and Commander Zhou. Naturally, he didn't know who Captain Chung was planning to marry. When the three arrived at the hospital, Captain Chung first went to borrow a wheelchair, then helped Xiao Fan into it before pushing him inside for a checkup. Coincidentally, as they entered, they ran into the Nan sisters. It seemed Nan Dai was sick and looked tired. Nan Yan was helping her, showing a touching sisterly bond. As soon as they saw Luo Yi, they looked at her with hatred, as if she were their enemy. Luo Yi ignored them and simply walked past. Captain Chung quickly pushed Xiao Fan to follow. Unexpectedly, Nan Dai, barely holding on, started scolding. You really have no heart. Not only did you ignore your cousin in her time of need, but you also ignored your husband, Captain Chung. As expected, seeing is believing. Yes, I did ignore her in her time of need. What are you going to do about it? Luo Yi said with a tone that was both provocative and dismissive, making her words very irritating. Nan Dai felt her worldview was shaken. She asked tearfully, I can understand ignoring Man in her time of need, but Xiao Fan is your husband. How can you be so heartless and ignore him too? Luo Yi rolled her eyes, thinking she was acting so virtuous. She just wanted to use this as a bargaining chip. But Luo Yi didn't bother to expose her and even said with a hint of disdain, Yeah, Xiao Fan is happy about it. Haven't you heard? The injured soldier king, after being favored by the team, stood up. Even though Xiao Fan was used to Luo Yi's occasional crazy talk, hearing this made him furrow his brows deeply. Captain Chung, after being stunned for a moment, burst out laughing. His laughter echoed loudly through the corridor. The sisters from the Nan family looked upset and kept saying, you, until they walked away. Then Commander Chung, feeling curious, said, Commander Een is divorced. I heard it was his wife who caused it herself. She thought scaring him with a divorce would make him help her find someone. Seeing that Luo Yi was even more curious than him, Commander Chung became interested and told the story vividly. In the end, the commander agreed right away and sent someone from his team to handle the divorce quickly. It was over in no time. Hilarious. Wow, maybe his wife didn't expect that. So, just now, Commander Chung tried to find a good way to describe it. I think this isn't the worst part. The real drama is still coming, Luo Yi said, knowing the Nan sisters weren't easy to deal with. Things might get even more complicated later. Commander Chung teasingly looked at Xiao Fan, implying, Look at your wife. If you're not good in the future, you'll have a tough time. Xiao Fan didn't say anything. After Commander Chung pushed Xiao Fan into the doctor's office, he still chuckled and joked, Injured soldier king, do you want me to carry you onto the bed? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes and tried to lie down himself, but in the end, Commander Chung picked him up and placed him on the bed in a princess carry. Several orthopedic experts came to examine him and took x-rays. Their expressions looked serious, even more so than during the last checkup. Xiao Fan and Luo Yi waited far away, while Commander Chung started laughing again for no reason. Luo Yi pouted and asked, Commander Chung, have you heard the story before? This guy really has a low sense of humor. Commander Chung shook his head with a smile. He wanted to hold back his laughter, but couldn't help it. Have you heard the story about the newlyweds? On their wedding night, the injured soldier king stood up. Commander Chung burst into loud laughter, patting Xiao Fan's right shoulder as he laughed. Xiao Fan didn't say anything. Luo Yi looked at Commander Chung with a teasing smile and decided he was just a silly person. Finally, the orthopedic experts finished their consultation. Their faces no longer looked so serious, but Luo Yi still felt worried. As they approached, they suddenly told Xiao Fan, Captain Xiao, it looks like your bones are healing well. Now we'll remove the cast. Try to see if you have feeling in your limbs. Xiao Fan was stunned and completely frozen at the scene. The calmest person was probably Roy, who smiled and thanked the doctors, even helping them. The doctor first removed the plaster from Xiao Fan's hand. Take it slow, don't rush. Feel your thumb. Yes, slowly. Xiao Fan held his breath and tried to feel his thumb. Roy's heart was pounding quietly. Yes, move it. Just a little. Move, it moved. It really moved. The doctor was very surprised because almost 2 weeks ago, they had almost declared this hand dead. Now was the moment to see a miracle. Following the doctor's instructions, Xiao Fan moved all his fingers on his left hand. The movements were slow, but that was normal. After checking the left hand, the doctor removed the plaster from Xiao Fan's right leg. The same steps were followed, starting with the thumb. When Xiao Fan's right big toe moved gently, Roy's heart finally relaxed. Finally. Not only could the thumb move, but the other 4 toes could also move. However, the doctor did not declare him fully healed, saying more observation was needed. But in Roy's heart, she already believed Xiao Fan was healed. She asked the doctor, "Do we need to put on the plaster again? If so, can I help him wipe his arm and leg first?" She wanted to use spiritual spring water to clean the injured areas. The wounds on his arm and leg had scabs and could be wiped with clean water now. The doctor thought for a moment and nodded. Maybe no need for plaster. Just hold it with a wooden board for now. When the sun is out, go outside and get some sun. Come back in a week for a checkup. Roy carefully noted the instructions, then pushed Xiao Fan out of the doctor's office. Commander Chung went to the pharmacy to get a wooden splint. Xiao Fan tightly held Roy's hand, feeling so excited he didn't know what to say.
See?
I told you. The injured soldier king, after being loved by the group, has stood up. Xiao Fan. But still, my wife is just adorable. When Xiao Xiao heard about her brother's recovery, she was so happy she cried and laughed at the same time. She had been pretending to be strong all this time. Now, finally, she could cry freely. Danny was frightened by Xiao Xiao and kept hugging her to comfort her. Auntie, smile, smile, Auntie Annie. In the end, Xiao Xiao could only force a smile, or else Danny would turn into a cuckoo bird. That night, the family of 4 celebrated a little and also added some food for De Huang. After dinner, Xiao Xiao went to the kitchen to wash dishes. De Huang played with the ball with Danny, and Roy boiled water for Xiao Fan to take a bath. Don't be fooled by her coming in and out of the kitchen and bathroom. Those are just for show. In fact, she poured boiling spiritual spring water into the bathtub. She had long wanted Xiao Fan to take a spiritual spring bath, but he was in a cast. Today, when the cast was finally removed, he could enjoy a bath. The bathtub was made of wood and reached knee height. Xiao Fan's injured leg rested on the edge of the tub to prevent the scab from breaking. Maybe he was used to her touch, or perhaps because he learned he was about to recover, Xiao Fan was very calm during his bath that night. Even when Roy helped him scrub his back, he didn't refuse and looked like he was enjoying it. Roy, that haha men.
No rules, no worries.
The time for the chase wife plan is coming soon. How do you feel? Do you feel refreshed after the bath? After helping Xiao Fan dry off, Roy began to fix his splints. Xiao Fan lay on the bed, his eyes never leaving his wife. When Roy finished fixing all the splints and was about to leave to wash up, Xiao Fan suddenly pulled him into his arms. Thank you for your hard work these days. His voice was full of guilt and other complicated feelings. It's okay. It's only been a month of hardship, Roy said with a mischievous smile, unseen by Xiao Fan. Is it what he thinks? But he has his reasons. Xiao Fan, I hope you keep your promises. In 5 days, it will be a month. You can start writing the divorce application now, Roy said softly but cruelly. Come on, let's hurt each other. Xiao Fan raised her face with his hand, staring into her eyes, trying to see her thoughts as clearly as possible. Xiao Fan, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? I'm already prepared and have plans for the future. Anyway, he had to teach him a lesson. Xiao Fan's eyes no longer showed the happiness he felt when he heard his condition was improving. Instead, his dark eyes were filled with regret. It's okay, no need to explain. Anyway, I was already thinking about divorce. Since that's the case, let's part peacefully. Luo gently stroked his thin face and said softly, You can sleep alone tonight. You're almost able to take care of yourself now. I left a chair in the bathroom, so you can lean on it when needed. After saying that, She didn't wait for Xiao Fan's response and went straight back to her room. To be safe, Luo Yi also went to Xiao Zhao's room and brought over Danai. Xiao Fan lay on his bed, listening to the sounds outside, feeling a bit sad inside. But what could he do? He was the one who asked for the divorce, and he agreed to the 1-month notice period. That night, Luo Yi slept very soundly, and Danai was happy too. She could finally sleep cuddled with her aunt again. The next morning, after waking up, Luo Yi first checked Xiao Fan's room to make sure he just didn't sleep well last night. Once she confirmed that, she went to have breakfast. Although Xiao Fan's leg was in a cast, he could still move with one leg. Some small tasks no longer required Luo Yi's help. Luo Yi planned to go out that day and buy him a cane to help him take care of himself more easily. After she finished her breakfast, she brought Xiao Fan's meal into his room. Before eating, she made sure he took his medicine. Yi, is the medicine you gave me working? Xiao Fan asked, clearly surprised. A month ago, the doctor had given him a grim prognosis for his leg, yet in less than a month, he had seen a medical miracle. At this point, if he still didn't understand, he would truly be foolish. Xiao Fan cursed himself silently. Yes, he was indeed foolish, an impulsive fool. He held his wife's hand as she fed him medicine and asked again, Yi, what exactly is this medicine you gave me? Luo Yi withdrew her hand, pretending to shake off some dust, and replied calmly, it's medicine for treating your illness. Where did you get it? Xiao Fan wasn't trying to dig into her secrets. He was just worried about her. After all, some things are easy to buy but risky to sell. He had always thought these pills were just ordinary medicine, taken to make his wife happy. But now, things were different. A friend helped me get this. Just eat it without worry. It will definitely heal your legs and arms. Xiao Fan shook his head. He didn't distrust his wife, but he was silent for a long time, then suddenly remembered an important question and blurted out, is this friend a man or a woman? Loi almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Why did he react like Uncle Quan? But when she answered Uncle Quan, she said it was a woman. However, if Xiao Fan asked, she said, a man. It's a man, 20 years old, both parents alive, quite handsome, Loi added. Xiao Fan. He knew very well that his wife accepted him so quickly because of his face. So, he became even more worried. But Loi wasn't cruel enough to make Xiao Fan angry to the point of breaking. She almost stopped when things looked better. Don't worry, I didn't cheat on you. The medicine was bought with money. Is there enough money? Xiao Fan was worried Loi had no money left. He immediately struggled to get up. Yi, I put all the bonus in the cabinet in your room, the one without a lock.
Do you
still have enough? He thought the medicine must be very expensive because it works so well. Loi gently pressed him back onto the bed. Don't worry, the medicine isn't expensive. It's a friendship price. But Xiao Fan still wasn't convinced. He stubbornly refused the friendship price. No, just pay the full price for the other person. Loi didn't dare scare him too much, afraid he wouldn't take the medicine properly. After a little scare, she explained clearly, don't worry, it's a woman. The stuff is indeed at a friendship price. We can afford it. Fearing he wouldn't believe her, Loi added a few more words. Old G and my dad's medicines, all helped by my friend. Xiao Fan's jealousy finally eased a bit. But when he thought about his wife really ignoring him, he forcibly pulled Loi back into his arms. If it weren't for fear of hurting his newly healed arms and legs, Loi would have kicked him to the ground long ago. I was wrong. I don't want us to be apart. Please forgive me this time. I just don't want you to suffer with me, Loi smiled somewhat playfully, tilting her mouth. Xiao Fan, how do you know I can't stand suffering? You haven't even tried. I can't bear to see you suffer. I don't even dare to think about it. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Okay, let me ask you. Even if you recover this time, what about next time? If you encounter a similar situation again, you know your job is dangerous. If you get injured again and become disabled, would you still want a divorce? Xiao Fan was suddenly speechless. Yes, he was lucky this time, but what if he gets hurt again next time? Or, Luo Yi asked, if I get injured and want to divorce you, would you agree? No, he answered immediately. He wouldn't leave her. He wouldn't divorce her. He wanted to take care of her for life. So, let's just get a divorce. I can't live in constant fear, wondering if you'll ask for a divorce because of an injury. Let's just do it now, so we won't have to worry anymore, Luo Yi said with a bitter smile. She was feeling quite sad. You know I won't leave you after I get hurt. Why do you think I would want to leave you? Luo Yi paused and continued, but you're about to recover soon, so. Xiao Fan held her tightly. He knew that her words probably meant there was little hope of saving their relationship, but he didn't want to let go. Please approve the divorce application quickly. I want to leave here soon, Luo Yi said, and then left the room directly. After lunch, Luo Yi handed Danny over to De Huang and went out riding her bike. Today she had to deliver goods. She rode to the address given by Hua Yishuan. When she was close, she found a quiet corner, hid her bike in a space, and quickly put on a disguise as an older woman. The address Hua Yishuan gave was a simple rural house. A young man, looking like a worker, came to answer the door. When he heard Luo Yi was Xiao Danny, he immediately went inside to report to Hua Yishuan. When Hua Yishuan saw her, his expression was no longer as distant as the last time they met at the black market. Luo Yi thought that since this was their second meeting, they had become more familiar, and Hua Yishuan was showing her friendly signals. Hua Yishuan had prepared a key to the warehouse early in the morning. It was similar to the warehouse in Shazhou County, and it was also in a remote place. Luo Yi took the key and explained the next batch of goods to him. Since the amount was now quite large, she made a list. After confirming the list, Hua Yishuan nodded and said, "No problem. The goods don't need adjustments. They are exactly what we need right now. All right, I will have someone unload the goods and then notify you here," Roy said. She liked working with straightforward people. Once they agreed, she turned back along the same path. However, just as she was about to leave the alley, she was suddenly spotted by two troublemakers. Not wanting to cause a big scene and alert Hua Yishuan, she decided to find a quiet corner to hide until the troublemakers left. At that moment, Hua Yishuan ran out, wearing a hat, and immediately knocked the two troublemakers down. He then pulled a stunned Roy and ran away. After running a good distance and making sure the troublemakers wouldn't follow, Hua Yishuan took off his hat and comforted her, saying, "Miss, don't be afraid." "It's me." Roy was speechless. She never expected to be caught so quickly. Hua Yishuan looked at Roy, who was both shocked and annoyed, and suddenly felt a bit awkward. "Miss, I didn't mean to follow you. This area isn't very safe. I just wanted to get you out of here. Since the lady didn't want anyone to know she was Sister Xiao, he wouldn't expose her. But just now, the situation was special, and he acted without thinking." Roy lowered her eyes, steadied herself, and asked, "When did you find out?" "At the black market in Zhao's village. I first suspected it." "No, wait." Hua Yishuan shook his head. "At first, it was just a suspicion. I only confirmed it when I met you at the train station. He had doubted it at first, but it couldn't be just a coincidence, could it?" "Miss, don't worry. I won't tell anyone," he promised. Since she wanted to keep it a secret, there must be a good reason. I disguised myself very well," Roy said, a bit discouraged. "I put on my aunt's makeup, changed my voice, and even altered my walking style." Hua Yishuan held back a smile and said seriously, "Miss, people who don't know you well wouldn't guess. They only see that you've disguised your face very well. But those who know you well can tell. I was just suspicious at first, and only confirmed it when I met you at the train station." All right. Roy gave up struggling. As long as Hua Yishuan didn't tell Uncle Quan, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing if he found out. Sometimes he could even help cover for her. "Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, you go to the warehouse to check the goods. I'll wait for you there." Originally, Roy needed to come here again tomorrow. Since Hua Yishuan now knew she was Xiao Danny, she could at least save herself a trip. "Okay," Hua Yishuan nodded. After a long pause, he managed to say, "Miss, please be careful." He couldn't interfere in her affairs, only hoping she would take care of herself. Roy looked up at Hua Yishuan and said, "Yes, you too. Be careful." Before leaving, she emphasized again, "Don't keep calling yourself Miss or Young Miss all the time. Just call me Sister." Hua Yishuan's face stiffened, and he quickly responded with Sister, which made Roy blush deeply. After all, standing next to Huishwan, he looked like her brother from any angle. Before returning to the military compound, Roy took a cane from her space. Xiao Fan took it, looked lonely, and simply said thank you before going back to his room to get used to walking with it. Big and I had been with Da Huang since she woke up. Compared to Xiao Fan, Roy trusted Da Huang more to take care of the children, because at least it would follow her orders strictly. After school, Xiao Xiao also sensed the strange atmosphere between her brother and sister-in-law. She secretly followed Roy into the room and whispered, "Sister-in-law, did brother bully you?" Roy glanced at Xiao Fan's room before replying, "Why do you think your brother bullied me, instead of me bullying him?" Xiao Xiao actually wanted to say that even if her sister-in-law bullied her brother, he wouldn't get angry. Instead, it was when he made her angry that she looked like she did now. But the obedient Xiao Xiao said, "Sister-in-law is so kind, she wouldn't bully her brother." "It must be him bullying you." Seeing her upset little face, Roy found it a bit funny, but after laughing, she said, "That's right, your brother did bully me." Xiao Xiao, who had learned from somewhere, started to cry before speaking. "Sister-in-law?" Roy rubbed her head and said, "All right, don't cry. You're still young. Adult relationship problems are too complicated. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand." Xiao Xiao originally wanted to go help her sister-in-law vent her anger, but when she reached Xiao Fan's door, she saw he looked very downcast, as if he wasn't doing well either. Although they simply and roughly decided on a divorce, Roy still needed to cook and take care of the children. The next afternoon, Roy went to the warehouse, still dressed as Auntie. After unloading the goods, she hid in her space to refine medicine. Recently, she gained new insights into pill making and decided to make more pills whenever she had free time. Hua Yishuan arrived at the warehouse exactly at 2 o'clock. After handing over the goods to Luo Yi, he gave her over 100,000 in payment. Luo Yi thought, since everything was already exposed, and since it was her own business, she might as well offer Hua Yishuan a 10% discount. However, Hua Yishuan refused. He said, "If you give a 10% discount, Uncle Quan will definitely come to visit you in person once he finds out." "Are you sure you want to give a discount?" Luo Yi thought, never mind. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Uncle Quan for now. "Why are you laughing?" Hua Yishuan asked, confused, seeing Luo Yi giggling inexplicably. "I'm just laughing. You really are the easygoing kid in Uncle Quan's eyes." Hua Yishuan didn't respond, feeling it sounded somewhat like a compliment. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned Luo Yi to keep a low profile and not show off her wealth. When Luo Yi returned home, Commander Chung was just visiting Xiao Fan, saying his marriage application had been approved and he was going to pick up his bride to get married in the capital. However, Xiao Fan's faint congratulations didn't seem to make Commander Chung happy. He thought Xiao Fan was still worried about his leg, so he comforted him. "The doctor said your leg and arm are a medical miracle. Be happy." He was eager to pick up his bride and didn't want to waste time talking to Xiao Fan, so he greeted Luo Yi and left. After dinner, Luo Yi helped Xiao Fan pour hot water so he could wash himself, then left him to do it alone. Luo Yi timed it so that Xiao Fan would be finished, then went to the room to fetch water, only to find he hadn't moved at all.
Why?
"Do you still want me to serve you?" Luo Yi said playfully, sitting on the edge of the bed, lifting his chin with one hand, smiling seductively. "Be good, and I might consider reconciling." Xiao Fan's eyes lit up instantly but quickly dimmed again. So, his wife still wanted a divorce. Luo Yi gently stroked his face and asked, "Haven't shaved?" "It's a bit prickly." Xiao Fan suddenly climbed up and said teasingly, "Anyway, no one is touching me. It doesn't matter if I shave or not. If you want to touch, I'll go shave right now." Loi couldn't help but secretly laugh inside. When did this person learn these tricks? She stood up slowly, deliberately contradicting him. "No need." Xiao Fan got anxious, quickly grabbing her hand to stop her.
Don't go."
I have a bit of pain in my leg." Loi. "Wow, he's quite skilled. Do you still want me to help you breathe easier?" "No need." She said it, but Xiao Fan refused to let go. He tried to flatter her. Stay with me a little longer, okay? You don't have to help me breathe."
"Oh, all right then."
"I was actually planning to help you breathe easier." Xiao Fan. "I miscalculated." But Loi didn't sit down. Instead, she said, I'll go change the hot water. You take off your clothes. When Loi returned with a basin of hot water, Xiao Fan was radiating a playful vibe. Next time I take a bath, I want to wash. Can you help me scrub? Sure. Do you believe I can peel off a layer of skin? Loi said fiercely. I don't believe it. He was confident in that. Loi quickly helped Xiao Fan wipe his whole body, then carried the basin out without hesitation. Xiao Fan really couldn't understand his wife now. But what could he do? He was the one who impulsively brought up divorce first. A few days later, Xiao Fan went back to the hospital for another checkup. This time, he asked Captain Zhou to help take him there. The doctors were very surprised by Xiao Fan's recovery, and all the orthopedic doctors came to see him. They asked many questions, including about his diet, how long he sunbathed each day, and even his sleeping position at night. Xiao Fan knew what he could and couldn't say. In the end, the doctors concluded that Xiao Fan had a special constitution, and they took a few more blood samples for research. Loi and Xiao Fan both knew that bone-strengthening pills were excellent medicine for soldiers, but now wasn't the time to show them. So, they silently kept quiet about the pills. On the night of the 1-month deadline, Loi came again to urge Xiao Fan about the divorce. Xiao Fan held his head high, too afraid to look at her face. Loi wasn't in a hurry either. She sat beside him and turned his face toward her. I didn't expect Captain Xiao to be so unreliable. So, in the future, should I believe what you promise me or not? Xiao Fan was speechless for a moment. Tomorrow, I will write and submit it. Is that okay? Loi's tone softened as he kindly discussed with him. I really was wrong. I've thought it through these days. No matter what happens in the future, we must stay together. Xiao Fan held Loi tightly in his arms, his injured left hand gently resting around her waist. If I get hurt again next time, as long as you don't mind, I want to rely on you for the rest of my life. Is that okay, Of course. He hoped his wife would rely on him forever. In the past few days, after calming down, he realized that life without his wife by his side was even harder to bear. Once he understood this, he no longer insisted on sharing hardships. As long as he was alive and breathing, he wouldn't let his wife suffer too much.
Well,
since you sincerely admit your mistake, I can give you another chance. Really? Xiao Fan was a bit surprised. He didn't think it would be that simple. Sure enough, Loi continued, but we still need to get a divorce. You should go submit the divorce application tomorrow and try to get it approved quickly. It's also time for me to go back to Hangzhou to see my parents. Taking this divorce as an opportunity, he could visit old Luo and the others in Hangzhou. Loi had no memory of her original self, so she didn't know how her parents were doing in Hangzhou. But even with Uncle Quan secretly taking care of them, things probably weren't very good. For example, old Ji and Aunt Jiang. Loi could take care of them during meals, but they still had their chores to do. Although she had never met her parents, Loi already considered them family in her heart. Xiao Fan looked at Loi with confusion. Was that what he understood her to mean? What do you mean? I want to go to Hangzhou to be with my parents. If you behave well, I might consider coming back to remarry you. No way. Xiao Fan shook his head firmly. He strongly disagreed. He knew very well what hardships his wife would face if she returned to Hangzhou. He once again sternly refused. You're not allowed to go. I don't agree to the divorce. Even if he was called selfish, he didn't care. Yes, he was selfish. He couldn't bear to see the person he loved suffer even a little or endure any hardship. Loi scoffed indifferently. With your attitude, do you still think you're a good son-in-law for my parents? Isn't it because your father-in-law and mother-in-law married you to me so you wouldn't suffer more? Otherwise, how could such a good wife be given to him? Loi smiled as she pinched the man's face. Oh, you're quite brave, huh? Although she was pinched hard, he knew his chance had come. Xiao Fan immediately moved closer and softly coaxed her. I don't want you to go. Can we just not go? During these days of being together, Xiao Fan had figured out Loi's temper. He knew that when she wasn't angry, flattering her was the best way. So he kept acting sweet. I will miss you. Please don't go, okay? Would you be willing to leave Duranai and Xiao Xiao? Seeing that flattery didn't work, Xiao Fan had to resort to showing his affection. He hugged and kissed his wife, almost making Loi faint from the kiss. But Loi was determined to go to Hang City. No matter how Xiao Fan persuaded her, she wouldn't change her mind. In the end, he had to use his charm to get her to agree to the divorce. Early in the morning, looking at his wife in his arms, Xiao Fan couldn't help but kiss her again and again. Loi frowned and pushed him away without hesitation. It hurts. His stubble was too rough. It hurt all over her body. She never expected that sleeping with Xiao Fan was so difficult. If she had known, she would have just convinced him to stay. Xiao Fan used his right hand to massage her waist and shoulders. Yesterday, when his wife held him, his right leg couldn't move. He couldn't help but bite her shoulder several times. Does it still hurt? Xiao Fan continued to massage her for a while. Are you hungry? Should I bring breakfast to the room? You're awake? If you're awake, go write the divorce application, Loi said coldly, still thinking about the divorce. Xiao Fan. In the end, he had no choice but to obediently write a divorce application, citing irreconcilable differences. Loi wanted to stay in bed longer, but when she heard Da and I in the next room wake up and seemed to be getting ready to wash up, she felt uneasy. She hurried to check, and sure enough, Da and I had already learned to get up, dress, and wash herself without help. In that era, children who were sensible usually learned early. Loi probably had a very high opinion of Da and I, plus she was slow to develop her intelligence. Now, the self-care Da and I was doing was even better than Xiao Fan's. Xiao Fan leaned on his crutch, standing behind Luo. He wanted to rest his shoulder on his wife's, but thinking about the fresh bite marks from last night, he straightened up and said sadly, how can you bear to leave us? Luo shot him a sharp look and then went to wash up on her own. Xiao Fan could only look sadly at her back. After breakfast, Xiao Fan couldn't go out, so Luo helped him submit the divorce papers at the team office. When Commander Yin heard the report that Xiao Fan wanted to divorce Luo, he immediately became restless, but couldn't leave his place. He had to send his son Yin Nanzhou to ask for more details. Yin Nanzhou listened and became very angry. He rushed to Xiao Fan's house, but no matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem like people planning to divorce. You're not copying Mom, are you? Always talking about divorce. I want to divorce him, Xiao Fan said firmly. He wouldn't allow anyone to speak badly about his wife, not even his brother-in-law. Xiao Fan, I was wrong about you, Nanzhou said angrily, grinding his teeth. He grabbed Luo Yi's hand to leave. Come home with me. There are other men in this world besides Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan immediately stepped in front of his wife to protect her, but Nanzhou pushed him aside easily, almost causing him to fall. Luckily, Luo Yi held him tightly. Are you hurt anywhere? Xiao Fan hesitated and shook his head, signaling he was fine, but his expression was a bit uncertain. Captain Yin, this is our private matter, Luo Yi said firmly when facing Nanzhou.
Yi?
He's about to divorce you, and you're still protecting him, Nanzhou couldn't understand. He wondered what was so good about Xiao Fan that his sister and Shinman liked him so much. I want to divorce him, Luo Yi said clearly. She didn't want Xiao Fan to be troubled by Nanzhou in the future. I'm going to Hang City to take care of my parents, so I'm divorcing Xiao Fan. Sure enough, Nanzhou's face showed a complicated expression. He didn't expect Luo Yi to go so far for her family. But he also didn't want his sister to suffer again in Hang City. Divorce isn't the only way to go to Hang City. If you really want to see them, Dad can help you find a way. Thanks, but no need. I don't want you to use your power for me, Luo Yi replied, even though she knew Nanzhou was sincere. Yin Nanzhou saw that he couldn't persuade Luo Yi, so he turned to Xiao Fan and asked for help. However, Xiao Fan shrugged, indicating he couldn't do anything either. If he had a way, he wouldn't be waiting now.
Don't worry.
If I can't handle that hardship, I will naturally contact Xiao Fan to remarry, Luo Yi thought clearly. She knew both men in front of her genuinely cared about her, so she wouldn't let them worry for her. Really, Xiao Fan immediately felt more confident after hearing his wife say that. He ignored Yin Nanzhou standing nearby and quickly started acting cute. You promise me. You can't change your mind later, Luo Yi deliberately acted aloof. Let's see how you perform, Xiao Fan. Please, wife, just give me a clear answer. Yi Nanzhou. Goodbye.